Forewarning: the beginning is merely a dream of Buggy, not reality. In the New World, on the island of Karai, a cohort of new generation naval elites stood before the towering statue of the pirate King Buggy, their eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Admiral Kobe, are you certain that the pirate King Buggy, who turned Mary Geos to ashes, still walks among the living? One naval soldier could no longer contain his inner turmoil and blurted out in doubt. Indeed, did the news not state that he perished alongside the mysterious sovereign? Another young naval soldier shivered as he echoed the sentiment. How could someone like him possibly harm Buggy? Kobe gazed solemnly at the solitary old man perched atop the mountain, his expression grave. This fellow still pretends so poorly, not even bothering to hide his nose. Before he could finish his words, the old man, 100 miles away, suddenly stood up and murmured, "I'm as strong." He touched his nose, but this air belongs to Buggy. In the depths of Impelled Down Prison, Level 1, in a dimly lit and oppressive cell, several scarred and menacing pirates were mercilessly tormenting a curled figure in the corner, the red nose glaring in the dim light. "Hey, Buggy, stop playing dead and wake up. It's time for you to entertain the brothers again. Ha ha." Their words dripped with malice as they kicked Buggy's body relentlessly, treating him as if he were a lifeless toy. "What's all the noise about? It's not even mealtime yet, you rascals." After a while, Buggy finally rubbed his sleepy eyes and managed to sit up, only to suddenly gaze down at the dark grains, his whole body trembling. "I never expected, truly never expected, that this commotion would actually lead to the completion of the ammonium nitrate-infused miniature Buggy bomb," he murmured to himself, a manic smile spreading across his face. "It seems my luck is rather splendid. With this, those two will have to think twice before bullying me again after I escape. Look at him, what's he so happy about?" A pirate scoffed, the chains in his hand clinking. "I reckon he's gone daft from our torment." "Exactly. Doesn't he realize where he is? No one has left this place for decades." The surrounding prisoners erupted into laughter, a cacophony of mockery, sarcasm, and scorn echoing in the air. Enough of this nonsense. The initial speaker suddenly interrupted the laughter with a serious expression. "I have monumental news for you all. During yesterday's break, the warden mentioned that a significant figure is about to arrive here. Apparently, it's a captain from Whitebeard." "What was his name again?" Whitebeard. "That monster is notoriously protective. My crew was annihilated just because our captain accidentally stepped on one of his subordinates' toes." A prisoner recalled in terror. "Say that again." Buggy, who had been rummaging through the grains on the ground, abruptly seized the man's collar. "Fire Fist Ace is being sent here." "Wha? What?" "I heard he was brought in by a pirate," but the warden didn't elaborate. The prisoner stammered, startled by Buggy's sudden enthusiasm. It must be true in the original story, Blackbeard had turned Ace over to the world government to gain the title of warlord, subsequently imprisoning him in the deepest part of Impelled Down. After waiting so long, an opportunity to escape amidst the chaos has finally arisen. I, a PhD from Beishida in engineering, mistakenly crossed over into the world of One Piece. How ironic it is to find myself in the body of this useless Buggy. Sigh, crossing over is one thing, but to do so precisely when Buggy was imprisoned and impelled down. Look at others who cross over, they all come equipped with golden fingers, effortlessly conquering their paths to the pinnacle of life, reveling in their fortune. And what about me? I started in hell mode, suffering for over half a year in this lightless prison. What a misfortune. Ding Xiaodu has finally found a suitable host. Binding in progress 199. The progress bar skyrockets. Congratulations, host Buggy. You have successfully unlocked the show-off system. This system is immensely powerful as long as the host collects sufficient admiration points. It can provide you with various extraordinary abilities, dazzling items, and top-notch equipment, allowing you to stride through the world of One Piece. What is this? Upon hearing the sudden system notification in his mind, a glimmer of disbelief shone in Buggy's eyes. Is today my lucky day? He pinched his thigh hard, confirming this was not a dream. The show-off system? Admiration points? Even a miserable existence can have a golden finger? If I had known this, why would I have painstakingly devised an escape plan? I could have just lounged around collecting admirers. Crocodile, Red Count, Barrett, and that Blackbeard's crew. Just you wait. I'm coming to rescue you from peril. Buggy released the man's collar and began pacing excitedly on the ground, as if already envisioning the moment of his regained freedom. "Hey, you red-nosed brat, stop dreaming." A plump, middle-aged pirate spat disdainfully. "With your skills, you think you can escape from Impel Down? Just don't wet your pants when a new, big shot arrives." "Maybe I will." Buggy chuckled, and miraculously, his body split into several parts, then swaggered past the prison bars, striding confidently toward the exit, leaving a group of dumbfounded pirates in the cell. What? What kind of trick is this? The plump, middle-aged pirate rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "I must be dreaming. Someone wake me up." Yet, no matter how he rubbed his eyes, the reality before him remained unchanged. Buggy's figure had vanished beyond the door, leaving behind a series of incredulous echoes resonating in the cell. "I originally wished to coexist with ordinary people, but all I received was estrangement. Well, I shall no longer pretend. It's time to reveal my true self. I am the future emperor. If not for the desire to personally experience this legendary underwater prison, how could the great Buggy be trapped here?" With that, he hastened deeper into the prison. Ding! At that moment, a crisp system notification rang in Buggy's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully showing off. Admiration points 100. Newbie task completed. Reward. Ability Awakening Experience Card, 3 minutes. Ability Awakening Experience Card? What is that? And it comes with a time limit. This Buggy's chop fruit can only split himself even if awakened. Wait, could it possibly decompose other objects?" With his thought, Buggy couldn't help but leap for joy. "I've struck gold." He ran and laughed, completely immersed in the joy of acquiring a new ability. However, he failed to notice a snail phone on the wall, observing him and capturing his ecstatic expression. Hello. This is Impel Down Level 1. We have a significant situation. The missing pirate clown Buggy, confirmed in the corridor in front of cell 22. Hurry and capture him." An urgent report came from the other end of the snail phone. Soon after, a series of frantic alarms echoed throughout Impel Down. Chapter 2. Shattered. Buggy's grandiose gambit. What was that sound? Amidst the pandemonium, Buggy abruptly halted, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The once tranquil corridor was now ablaze with the pulsating glow of red alarm lights. A cacophony of hurried footsteps and fervent shouts reverberated through the air, as if the entirety of Impel Down had been jolted awake, plunged into a maelstrom of uproar and disquiet. "Blast! A lapse in vigilance," he lamented. "I had forgotten this world possessed such contraptions. Curse you. The path to supremacy shall commence with your demise. Imperial fist." Even as the words escaped his lips, his arm underwent a sudden schism. The appendage shot forth with lightning-like velocity, rendering the unsuspecting Din Mushy unconscious. Thereupon, he bolted like a steed unleashed, hurtling towards the depths of Impel Down. "Surveillance, Din Mushy 71, signal lost." The grating voice that boomed from the loudspeakers sent tremors through every soul within Impel Down. Did you hear that? Someone has escaped from their confinement. It must be that Buggy. I always knew he was a man of the wind, never meant to be held here. The prisoners' murmurings echoed within the confines of their cells, their spirits buoyed by the sudden eruption of chaos. Think. Charisma escalating rapidly. Current admiration, 650-1000. So, this approach bears fruit, Buggy mused. The wardens here are not formidable. Why not amass some admiration before descending further? With this notion in mind, Buggy deliberately slowed his pace, scouring the vicinity for Din Mushy. Employing the same tactic, he systematically incapacitated each one he encountered. With every broadcast, his charisma and admiration soared like a rocket. The scene shifts to the upper echelons of Impel Down, where a contingent of guards stood at the ready. The colossal iron gate loomed, an insurmountable barrier separating the turmoil within from the world outside. Creak with a piercing screech of metal against metal, the gate creaked open, and 2 figures sauntered into view. "Welcome to my Impel Down." Hannibal, the deputy warden, ever eager, hastened forward, his face plastered with a servile grin. My apologies for inadvertently revealing my ambitions." Is that Empress Hancock? I am Deputy Warden Hannibal. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." He offered a slight bow, gesturing towards a flaxen-haired woman standing beside him, who was also offering a greeting. "We have already notified Warden Magellan, but unfortunately, he is currently occupied with matters in his office on level 4 and cannot greet you in person. Therefore, Hannibal and Deputy Chief Domino will be your guides. We trust that your visit will be satisfactory." With this pronouncement, he flashed another obsequious smile, gesturing for them to follow. Domino trailed behind, her gaze alternating between curiosity and vigilance. This is most disagreeable. Why must I be adorned with these accoutrements when I am not a prisoner? Hancock's brow furrowed as she glared at the shackles binding her wrists. I am a guest of the Navy, of paramount importance. What cause is there for distrust? Oh, my deepest apologies, Empress. It is merely protocol within Impelled Down. Even esteemed guests must temporarily bear these safety measures. Hannibal's brow glistened with perspiration. It is for the safety of all. The inmates of Impelled Down are notoriously dangerous. What if? Do you believe I fear these odious men? Hancock retorted, her voice dripping with disdain. Lead the way forthwith. Why, yes, of course. We shall utilize the grand elevator, which provides direct access to the scorching lands on level 4, where Warden Magellan awaits. Overwhelmed by her sudden display of authority, Hannibal stammered, bowing repeatedly as he ushered them forward. Domino remained in their wake, her eyes flickering with apprehension and intrigue. Hannibal, when did Magellan become the interim warden? Mamanga adjusted his naval cap, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. Has he committed some transgression? That is of no consequence at all. The former chuckled nervously. Please, brace yourselves. Beep, beep, beep as the group prepared to descend. A miniature din-din mushy affixed to the elevator wall began to ring. Yes. What is it? Can't you see I'm entertaining guests of distinction? Hannibal answered, his gaze lingering on Hancock's curvaceous figure, his nostrils flaring. Deputy Warden, grave news. The control room on level 1 reports that an inmate has escaped. The urgent voice on the other end of the line continued. Furthermore, this individual has inexplicably incapacitated numerous surveillance, din-din mushy, plunging the Crimson Hell into chaos. We are currently investigating the situation. An inmate from level 1? Hannibal scoffed, picking his nose. Send the blue gorilla guard after him. Why all the fuss? With a dismissive snort, he terminated the call. A nuisance. I had hoped it was a notorious pirate from level 3 or 4. Had that been the case, I could have embellished the report to the world government and secured the position of warden. Lost in his reverie, Hannibal chuckled to himself, prompting Domino to inquire, Hannibal, what has transpired? Startled, he realized that his expression had betrayed his inner thoughts. Composing himself, he cleared his throat and declared, nothing of consequence. Merely a rat has infiltrated the prison, adding a touch of excitement to our mundane existence. Hancock, however, blanched. Luffy. Having aided Luffy's infiltration, she feared that he had been apprehended. Her head swam with anxiety. This is Impelled Down, the world's most impenetrable prison. No pirate has ever escaped its confines. And you promised me you wouldn't cause any trouble. Regardless, if you are captured, I will move heaven and earth to secure your rescue. Meanwhile, deep within level 1, Buggy rampaged like a wild stallion, his laughter echoing through the prison, amplified by the broadcast system, igniting a frenzy among the inmates. Tink. Charisma surging exponentially. Current admiration, 980-1000. Soon, that number will reach its zenith. Buggy gloated, his pace unwavering. He continued to traverse the corridors, each incapacitated din mushy fueling his growing admiration, validating his flawless scheme. However, in his hubris, he rounded a corner with undue haste, colliding with the wall, nearly losing his balance. At last, we've apprehended you, fugitive Buggy. Gazing up, Buggy found himself surrounded by dozens of guards, their weapons trained upon him, an invisible pressure weighing him down. No matter. This is an opportune moment to test the potency of this device. Buggy Ball. As he lifted his feet, a multitude of tiny particles dispersed from the soles of his shoes, rapidly expanding and exploding in midair. In an instant, an array of gunpowder and debris erupted, creating a fiery inferno and a chaotic vortex. The guards, caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, were forced to momentarily evade the onslaught of shrapnel, resulting in a complete disarray of their formation. What was that sound? In the corner, a boy donning a straw hat cautiously peeked out, witnessing the breathtaking scene unfold before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That figure is Buggy. Is he here to rescue Ace as well? Splendid. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Split Fruit's Power. What a wretched situation. When did this fellow become so formidable? Quickly contact Warden Magellan and request that he dispatch a guard beast at once. In the monitoring command room, the chief guard on the first floor fumbled with the communication devices, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as if he had just escaped from a steamer. He had just witnessed the astonishing prowess displayed by Buggy, filling his heart with astonishment and unease. Report. The call seems to be unreachable. How could this be? The chief guard's eyes widened. Try again. We must establish contact with Warden Magellan. We have been outwitted by this fugitive named Buggy. Given his strength, he should be confined below the 4th floor at the very least. Yes, sir. I'll attempt it right away. The communications officer's fingers flew over the keyboard, but all they received was the cold sound of a busy signal. What is happening? As they anxiously awaited, a figure wearing a straw hat suddenly appeared on the monitoring screen beside Buggy. Goma Goma no, rubber whip. Boom. Several blue gorillas, attracted by the deafening sound, barely had time to react before Luffy's strike sent them flying like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily against the walls with a dull thud. That noise was Captain Buggy. Needless to say, it must be him. The prisoners on the 1st floor pressed their ears against the iron bars, trying to catch the faint sounds emanating from within. Many even began to imitate Buggy's movements, driven by their fervent desire for freedom and admiration for Buggy, despite lacking his extraordinary split fruit abilities. Ding. Worship value detected to be increasing. System successfully upgraded to LV2. Current worship value, 1,000, 10,000. Please select attribute point allocation. Martial arts. Enhance your physical prowess and combat skills. Hockey. The power to dominate all. Techniques. Make your combat more diverse and full of variations, just as Buggy was momentarily stunned by Luffy's unexpected appearance. A familiar yet mysterious voice echoed in his mind, akin to a game upgrade notification, filling him with elation. Attribute allocation? This is just like the games I usually play? Buggy muttered to himself, his gaze flitting between the 3 attributes, mentally calculating. While martial arts are formidable, I possess the marvelous power of the split fruit. Enhancing my martial arts is merely an embellishment. A sly smile crept onto his lips. Hockey, now that symbolizes the pinnacle of power in the world of pirates. Whether it's observation hockey to foresee danger, or armament hockey to bolster offense and defense, not to mention the awe-inspiring Conqueror's hockey, it's all that I have longed for. If I can master Conqueror's hockey, when I next encounter that red-haired fellow, he will be utterly astounded. As he thought of this, a fervent desire flickered in Buggy's eyes. As for techniques, while they are indeed important, my existing moves, though somewhat comical, are sufficient to handle most challenges. Most importantly, the impending Marineford War is the perfect stage for me to showcase my abilities and reignite my worship value. When Conqueror's hockey emerges, the world shall go wild for me. It's settled. Buggy slapped his thigh. I choose hockey. Ding. Hockey attribute points have been allocated. The host's observation hockey and armament hockey have been significantly enhanced, allowing for a sharper perception of the surrounding environment and the presence of enemies, while your attacks and defenses have also been greatly bolstered by the enhancement of armament hockey. As the system's notification resounded, Buggy felt an unprecedented power surging within him, as if his split fruit ability had been fully awakened in that moment. His body began to emit a faint glow, each fragmented part seemingly possessing a will of its own, freely combining and transforming. So this is the power of awakening? Recalling his previous life, he realized that, even before his journey began, he had merely been a puppet controlled by Mihawk and Crocodile, a mere Yonko. But now, with the system's assistance, he would seize his destiny firmly in his hands and become the true pirate king. Hancock, Nami, Robin, and countless beauties of the pirate world. Wait and see. Hey, stand back. Buggy gently placed his hands on the ground, and a mysterious yet potent wave of energy instantly transmitted from his hands throughout the floor. Suddenly, the entire impelled down began to tremble violently, as if shaken by an invisible force. Is there an earthquake? Luffy exclaimed with excitement. But before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath them suddenly caved in, and the two of them fell through the opening together. Chapter 4. The Mighty Magellan. Venom from Hell. Advancing towards the city, for levels below ground, the atmosphere was as searing as purgatory. In the dimly lit chamber, a massive figure, adorned with long horns and wings, stepped forth slowly, exuding an aura of majesty and terror, reminiscent of a demon clawing its way out of the abyss. Hard work, Warden. The guards on either side quickly donned their gas masks and saluted in unison as the figure approached. Indeed, it felt much more liberating after being brought out. Magellan patted his abdomen, the agony and pressure dissipating with a thorough release. What was that tremor just now? Surely it couldn't be that old man with the white beard attempting a jailbreak, could it? The guards exchanged wary glances, attempting to derive answers from one another. Report to the warden, the tremor did not originate externally. Preliminary assessments suggest an anomaly in the internal underground structure. A seasoned guard responded swiftly, his voice trembling yet composed. Internally, to prevent the prisoners in this place from escaping, the entire framework of Impel Down is constructed from sea prism stone and special alloys, remarkably sturdy, theoretically capable of withstanding most natural disasters and human destruction. This cannot be good. Could it be that a notorious pirate is attempting an escape? Magellan paused, then commanded in a grave tone. Immediately dispatch Chief Guard Suddy and the guards to levels 5 and 6 for an urgent inspection to confirm whether there are any abnormalities among the imprisoned pirates. Simultaneously, notify the command rooms on each floor to heighten their vigilance and prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Yes, Warden. The guards responded swiftly and sprang into action. Gurgle, Magellan's stomach emitted another discordant rumble, causing him to frown. Although the physical discomfort had subsided, the unease in his heart lingered like ominous clouds. It seemed the battle for today was far from over. Everyone must remain on high alert, and any developments must be reported to me immediately. Just as he prepared to turn, a more intense tremor shook the entire Impel Down, reverberating through its depths. What is happening? A guard shouted in terror, his voice quaking, his weapon unintentionally dropping to the floor. Report. A messenger stumbled into the room, pale-faced, with fear unmistakable in his voice. Warden. Urgent news from the Level 2 command room. The clown Buggy and the Straw Hat Kid have joined forces and, utilizing some unknown ability, freed all the prisoners on the second level and defeated the warden of that level. Salutes. Oh, thank you, Captain Buggy. We are finally free. How formidable. We vow to follow you to the death. Within the depths of Level 2, countless shattered remnants of ferocious beasts and mangled iron cell doors lay strewn about. A throng of pirates, clad in prison garb, rejoiced exuberantly, encircling the figure adorned with a comically large red nose and a flamboyant coat. Hey, Buggy, how did you manage that? Even the sturdy sea prism stone bars shattered at your touch. Luffy exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. It was merely cutting through some tofu. Nothing worthy of such astonishment. Ping. Admiration points 1000, stemming from the deep respect of the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. Buggy gazed at the continuously increasing number with delight, his red nose glimmering under the flickering candlelight. Curious, he mused, why the sudden surge in admiration points this time? Surely, receiving recognition from the strong must confer additional admiration points. He secretly reveled in this thought, then bellowed, "Step aside, everyone. I shall now break through this layer of ground. We must hasten to level 6. With that, he bent his knees, palms pressed firmly against the ground. Subsequently, the entire floor began to tremble violently once more. Wait, shouldn't we be escaping upwards? A bespectacled figure with hair styled in a three-part shape questioned in confusion amidst the crowd. Escape? Who said we are escaping? Luffy grinned, patting Buggy on the shoulder. Everyone hold steady. We are going down until we rescue Ace. Is that you? The figure exclaimed in surprise. Long time no see, Straw Hat Kid Luffy. I didn't expect you to also be captured. Luffy looked up, equally astonished. You are that candle man, Mr. 3. I can't believe you remembered me. Luffy. Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses, a complex smile gracing his lips. It must be my handsome visage that is hard to forget, as Buggy exerted his strength. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the remark. Mr. 3, you candle fruit user. I nearly forgot about you. Such a rare talent. I always thought it was a useless fruit, but after witnessing Big Mom's crew's katakuri and cracker, I realized it's actually an extraordinary power. The solidified wax is even sturdier than cookies, and when melted, it possesses stretchable capabilities, truly an upgraded version of the former. Enough. In this life, I shall lend you a helping hand and guide you to the throne of the Vice Admiral. Is something approaching? Why does it smell so foul? Buggy pondered inwardly, as a pungent stench suddenly assaulted his nostrils. When he turned around again, he found everyone except Luffy and Mr. 3 had collapsed. End of the line for you rodents. A cold chuckle accompanied by a figure clad in a black coat and a stern countenance emerged slowly from the shadows. It's the warden of Impel Down, Magellan. Mr. 3 shouted in terror, quick, escape. Magellan? Luffy replied, bewildered. We're going to rescue Ace. Can you step aside? Are you jesting? Magellan smirked disdainfully, raising his hands, purple venom dripping from his fingertips, filling the air with a suffocating stench. Rest assured, you shall never see Ace again. Poison Dragon. As Magellan intoned softly, Countless enormous dragons woven from deadly poison soared from his fingertips, enveloped in a noxious miasma, charging toward Luffy and the others like the scythe of death. Goma Goma no. Rubber pistol. Luffy reacted swiftly, his arm inflating, ready to counterattack, only to be tackled down by Mr. 3. The two rolled away, narrowly evading the lethal strike of the poison dragon. What are you doing, Candleman? Luffy questioned in confusion. I told you it's too dangerous. He is a poison fruit user. Touching that poison will be fatal. Candle wall, Mr. 3 shouted, quickly squeezing out a candle-like substance from his fingers, forming a solid barrier around them. The pursuing poison dragons collided against the wall, emitting sizzling sounds. As the purple venom was repelled, unable to seep through. But how do we attack like this? Luffy frowned anxiously, noticing cracks beginning to appear in the wall under the relentless assault of the poison dragons. Give up, you have no chance. Magellan pressed forward, purple venom continuously dripping from him, corroding the ground into shocking black spots. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from deep underground, causing the entire impelled down to tremble, even making Magellan stagger slightly. We did it. Buggy leapt triumphantly from the shattered ground, laughing with glee. Time is of the essence. You should descend first. Leave this troublesome fellow to me. Chapter 5. Can even poison gas be decomposed? Warden Magellan's defeat. See, can it really work? The opponent is Magellan, who is covered in poison. Mr. 3 retreated several steps, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Theoretically, it should be fine. Buggy swallowed hard, silently praying, System, please don't let me down this time. After all, that guy wiped out the Blackbeard pirates with a single move. System reminder, awakening ability time remaining, less than 1 minute. The frigid countdown echoed in his mind, and sweat poured down his forehead like a broken string of pearls. Don't waste your energy. None of you will escape today. Magellan clenched his fists. The poison dragon beside him seemed to sense its master's will and plunged into the hole in the ground, completely blocking the only escape route. The exit. It's blocked. Luffy turned back and shouted, there's no choice. We have to defeat him. Gear second, he declared, his body turning red, steam erupting from his pores. Don't joke around. Weren't we supposed to escape? Mr. 3 looked at the two resolute figures before him, his voice filled with apprehension and helplessness. Hydra. As they spoke, Magellan suddenly opened his mouth, and a torrent of dense, black venom spewed out like a geyser, rapidly solidifying into countless poison orbs in the air. It was like a black rain, sweeping down with an aura of death. The surrounding walls and ground were struck by the sudden barrage of poison orbs, hissing as the highly corrosive venom rapidly devoured everything. A pungent stench filled the air. 50 seconds. Divide and conquer. Fragmentation. Buggy roared, his body instantly splitting into countless fragments, scattering in the air like snowflakes. When the onrushing poison orbs touched his fragments, they seemed to meet their nemesis, dissolving into nothingness. That's. Mr. 3's glasses nearly fell off. All the attacks seemed to be decomposed. Indeed, Buggy thought, my awakened ability is just as I imagined. It can decompose anything it touches. With the first strike successful, Buggy reassembled his body. Though still nervous, he was filled with confidence. Goma Goma no. Jet rocket. Seeing Buggy successfully fend off the poison orbs, Luffy's confidence soared. His body shot forward like a rocket, his arm a blazing projectile aimed at Magellan. The powerful force created a gaping hole in Magellan's body, but the wound was quickly covered by a layer of purple venom, as if corroded. His figure reformed, as if he had never been injured. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Luffy clutched his arm, where the skin had already begun to swell and turn red. He could even see purple venom spreading beneath the surface. Idiot. I've told you hundreds of times. That guy's poison is no joke. Buggy shouted anxiously, quickly splitting off his arm and gently touching the venom on Luffy's arm. Upon contact, the purple venom seemed to meet its match, rapidly decomposing and vanishing. The swollen skin gradually returned to normal. What a remarkable ability. Mr. 3 clasped his hands together, instantly erecting a candle barrier. Don't go any further. We have to retreat. No, I have to save Ace. Luffy stood up again. Buggy, Mr. 3, help me. 30 seconds. I can't do anything with you. Buggy sighed helplessly. Straw Hat, quickly find some video transponder snails, and be quick about it. Luffy was taken aback. What do you need those for? Don't argue, just go. Buggy's arms began to darken, armament hockey instantly covering them. He shattered Magellan's reformed poison dragon with a single punch. As for you, Candleman. He turned to Mr. 3. Immediately find some guard weapons. The more, the better. All right, away. Mr. 3 responded, hurrying away with Luffy. I never expected you to conceal your strength to this extent. Magellan launched several attacks, but Buggy skillfully neutralized them. Whether it was venomous blasts or the constricting poison dragon, they were rendered impotent before Buggy's ability to decompose anything. Surrender, Magellan. You're too weak. Buggy wiped the sweat from his brow, appearing calm but inwardly drumming with anxiety. Time is running out. Can those two hurry up? I was just starting to enjoy myself. I can't die here. Don't talk big, Buggy. Impel down. The most impregnable prison in history cannot be breached with words alone. Venom Demon. As soon as Magellan spoke, his body underwent a dramatic transformation. Countless drops of crimson venom poured from his body, corroding everything around him. The candle barrier was instantly obliterated. The venom rapidly coalesced, forming a terrifying behemoth. It was dozens of meters tall, its form twisted and grotesque, emanating a suffocating toxic aura, like a demon risen from hell. Accept the judgment of hell. With the Venom Demon's roar, its massive, mountain-like crimson arm slammed down on Buggy's location. Unable to evade, Buggy could only meet it with all his might. Divide and conquer, grand detonation. He bellowed, his body instantly transforming into a galaxy of minuscule fragments, filling the entire space. Although the Venom Demon's attack was fierce, it could not find a definitive target among Buggy's scattered form, and could only slam into the void, triggering violent tremors. Damn it, this venom seems endless. I can't decompose it all. 10 seconds. The countdown tolled like a death knell in Buggy's mind. Buggy, hurry. As the Venom Demon continued to pummel him, Luffy tossed the secured video transponder snails and the weapons Mr. 3 had brought over. Instantly, the scene was transmitted through the snail's eyes, broadcast live to every corner of the prison. What is that terrifying monster? It's Warden Magellan. Who is that facing him? To force him to use that move. It looks like Buggy. Throughout Impelled Down, prisoners and guards gasped. They stared in disbelief at the footage. The clown Buggy, usually jovial and harmless, was in such a fierce battle with Magellan. Captain Buggy, you can do it. Attaboy, Buggy, take him down. In moments, Impelled Down was in uproar. All right, everything's ready. Buggy reached into the pile of weapons, decomposing springs, casings, and gunpowder, rapidly assembling them into an unprecedented weapon, a colossal cannon. Take this, Awakening, Buggy Ball. Boom. A deafening roar erupted, and flames and smoke billowed from the cannon's muzzle. A special cannonball, formed by Buggy's fragmentation ability, shot toward Magellan's Venom Demon at incredible speed. The instant they collided, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated. The tremendous impact cracked the Venom Demon's body, spraying purple venom like ignited fireworks, blooming with eerie light in the air. However, it was not over. The fragments of Buggy's cannonball swiftly reassembled in midair, forming a colossal net that ensnared the giant soldier of poison. Beneath this shroud, the body of the toxic behemoth began to disintegrate rapidly, each piece succumbing to Buggy's power, ultimately transforming into a crimson liquid that pooled upon the ground. Victory! We have triumphed. Buggy! 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 At that moment, the entire Impelled Down seemed to ignite, as the cheers of the prisoners intertwined with the astonished gasps of the guards, generating an unprecedented fervor. Who could have imagined that this former intern had matured to such a remarkable degree? In the corner of level 6, a muscular man, scarred and battle-worn, peered through the bars, witnessing the entirety of Buggy's triumph over Magellan, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Do you recognize him, Barrett? A figure with a golden hook for a left hand approached, his gaze also fixed upon the distant Buggy, who was being hailed by the crowd. His tone imbued with curiosity and astonishment. Barrett turned his head to regard the figure beside him, a wry smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Crocodile. It seems we have both been left behind by the tides of time. That once inconspicuous clown, Buggy, now possesses the strength to challenge the world government and shake the very foundations of the world. Chapter 6. The Convergence of All Forces. The decisive battle of the fiery hell. In the office of Admiral Sengoku at Marine Headquarters, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Kapu, how can you still eat at a time like this? An elderly man with frog-like glasses and a braided beard furiously grasped the collar of a Marine Vice Admiral, shouting, Justice Island, the Celestial Dragon Incident, and now this unprecedented invasion of Impelled Down. Why is it always your precious grandson causing trouble? The Vice Admiral, still chewing on a rice cracker, chuckled indistinctly, seemingly unfazed by Sengoku's ire. He really is something, truly my grandson. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened further, and he released his grip, clenching his fists in frustration. That wretched Bartholomew Kuma. He claimed he would handle the Straw Hat crew at Sabaody Archipelago. Clearly, that was a lie. Kapu's mirth gradually faded as he swallowed his rice cracker, his gaze turning resolute and profound. Even if the Shichibukai surrender to the Marines, their inherent wildness and restlessness cannot be entirely erased. He paused, his brow furrowed. What perplexes me is how he managed to breach the so-called impregnable walls of Impel Down. Did he grow wings and fly in? You still have the presence of mind to joke. Sengoku roared, slamming his fist onto the table, scattering papers like autumn leaves. Those scoundrels in Mariewa have long been wanting to act against you. If it weren't for me and Tsuru protecting you, and your so-called hero title in the Navy, your beloved son and grandson would have seen you dead 1,000 times over. As he spoke, Sengoku snatched the rice cracker bag from Kapu's hands and devoured several pieces in a fit of anger, his rage slightly subsiding. He then slammed the empty bag onto the table, scattering rice crackers everywhere. Cough, cough. You old fool, those were my rice crackers. Kapu exclaimed, hastily trying to reclaim them, only to see Sengoku had already stuffed the last piece into his mouth, glaring at him discontentedly. How can you still find humor in this? Do you realize how dire the situation is? Just then, a Marine soldier rushed in, his expression fraught with anxiety. Admiral Sengoku, we VE just received urgent news from Impel Down. What has happened? Sengoku turned sharply. Is Whitebeard making an appearance? The soldier swallowed hard. No. The report states that a pirate named Buggy, alongside Straw Hat Luffy, has defeated Warden Magellan and is currently advancing towards level 6. What? Sengoku and Kapu exclaimed in unison, disbelief etched across their faces. Buggy? That clown Buggy. Kapu's eyes widened as he unconsciously scattered the remnants of the rice cracker he had just picked up. Hasn't he been idling in East Blue? How did he suddenly end up in Impel Down, entangled with Luffy? Moreover, the soldier continued, his voice trembling. According to the report, they seem to have released a multitude of prisoners, and chaos has erupted within Impel Down. This truly is a predicament. Has Buggy been hiding his true strength? What is he planning? Sengoku's brow furrowed deeply as he paced the office, clearly agitated by the series of unforeseen events. This is bad. I recall Buggy was once part of the Roger Pirates. Could he be planning to? Sengoku abruptly halted, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Prepare a warship immediately. I must go personally to provide support. I should accompany you, Sengoku. I have a feeling this is more complicated than it seems. Kapu swept the rice cracker remnants aside and stood tall. No. Stay here. Sengoku shook his head. This is already troublesome enough. It's better for you to remain here. After all, there's another one of your Indapos, grandsons Indapos, locked up inside. Isn't he there? With that, he donned the admiral's coat emblazoned with the symbol of justice and strode purposefully towards the door. I leave this place in your hands, Kapu. Keep a close watch on the Marine headquarters and ensure that that scoundrel Akainu doesn't cause any chaos. Meanwhile, deep within the enigmatic depths of Impel Down, a stone staircase descended slowly. I'm truly going to melt from the heat, exclaimed the Empress, Boa Hancock, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow as she glanced at the descending stone walls. Just as the Vice Warden had stated, the 4th level, known as the Fiery Hell, was ablaze with heat. Domino followed closely beside the Empress, cautiously explaining, by the way, what were those tremors just now? Among them, Rear Admiral Mole crossed his arms, a frown etched upon his face. I'm not sure, but it doesn't feel like a natural phenomenon. Domino shook her head. Her own eyes filled with unease. Well, there's no need to worry. This is the so-called impregnable Impel Down. As the staircase came to a halt, Hannibal, with blood streaming from his nose, reluctantly diverted his gaze from the Empress's captivating figure and cleared his throat. We're almost at the Warden's chamber. Let us rest for a moment. Magellan must have received the message by now. Strange, why is it so quiet here? Rear Admiral Mole nodded slightly, his gaze scanning their surroundings, which were indeed stifling. What is so strange about it? The Warden spends 10 hours a day in the restroom due to diarrhea. It's part of his daily routine. Subtracting sleep and rest time, he works only about 4 hours a day. Hannibal sat in the Warden's chair, casually crossing his legs, seemingly accustomed to the oppressive environment. He then turned his gaze back to the Empress, a glimmer of unmasked greed flashing in his eyes. How rude. Making the warlord of the sea, Princess Boa Hancock, wait personally. When he arrives, I shall certainly reprimand him. Vice Warden, That's the warden's seat. Domino quickly interjected. Oh, what does it matter? It'll be mine sooner or later. Hannibal waved dismissively, his eyes glued to Hancock's enchanting form. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor's end, shattering the brief silence. Everyone turned to see a panicked guard rushing towards them, breathless and alarmed. Vice Warden, this is bad. The guard gasped, fear evident in his voice. Clown Buggy and Straw Hat Luffy have breached Level 3's defenses and are approaching our level. The prisoners along the way are also causing chaos and have begun to escape. Impel Down is completely out of control. His voice trembled with anxiety and dread. Hannibal's face instantly turned ashen. He leapt from his chair, his bulky frame appearing awkward. What, are you joking? Where's Magellan? He bellowed, his voice sharp with rage and fear. The warden has been defeated. The guard's words struck Hannibal like a hammer, leaving him wide-eyed in disbelief as he repeated, defeated? How is that possible? How could Magellan be defeated? Domino and Rear Admiral Mole were equally shocked, staring at the frantic guard, desperately seeking any sign of deceit in his expression, but all they found was a firm confirmation. Luffy, you truly are formidable. Truly, he is the man I have chosen, the Empress murmured, her hands gently caressing her visage, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Notify everyone to return all soldiers to the 4th underground level. Hannibal's countenance darkened as he seized the intercom in the warden's office and bellowed, Little Sardi, salutes. Let all your subordinates to the 4th underground floor. Wager your lives to become the warden. Oh, I misspoke. Wager your lives and fight valiantly. Chapter 7, The Liberated Swan. Farewell, Bon Clay. The security is so tight. How on earth did this guy get in? Outside the city, a colossal warship looms like a steel behemoth docked in the harbor, its naval flag snapping vigorously in the gentle breeze. Buggy, Straw Hat Kid, Sengoku, at the command center of the warship, intently observes the chaotic scenes unfolding on the surveillance screen, his brow furrowed. He swiftly picks up the communicator, issuing an urgent alert to the entire ship. If Ace encounters any trouble, not only will Impel Down suffer, but the world government will become a laughingstock across the globe. We must capture them in the name of the Navy headquarters. Yes, countless elite Navy personnel respond in unison, immediately streaming in. Meanwhile, on the 4th underground level, at the staircase between level 4 and level 5, a woman with curly golden hair, a whip in hand, leans against the wall, her bangs obscuring her eyes. Beside her, 4 towering guards stand in a daze. That bastard Hannibal actually ordered me to stay here. The warden is still up there. Shouldn't we be assaulting them now? Ridiculous. Just then, hurried footsteps echo from above the staircase. Suddy, it seems someone is coming. A panicked guard rushes in, sweat trickling down his forehead. Moments later, he receives a sharp crack of the whip in response. How many times must I say it? Call me Little Suddy, and stop being so flustered. It's unbecoming. Suddy shoots a glare at the guard, her whip gracefully arcing through the air before landing firmly in her grasp. Why yes, Little Suddy. The struck guard clutches his cheek. A mixture of pain and deep fear etched on his face. Suddenly, the heavy door is flung open, unleashing a fierce gust of wind mixed with dust that shatters the corridor's stillness. Why is everyone just standing around? There's a massive riot going on above, and you're doing nothing. Magellan storms into view, followed closely by Buggy, Luffy, and Mr. 3, handcuffed and dejected, their faces portraying exhaustion and resentment. Warden, are you all right? Suddy's eyes well up with tears. Everyone thought you. Enough with the tears. Magellan interrupts, his tone stern. Now is not the time for crying. We must act swiftly. Suddy, jolted by his words, wipes her tears and regains her composure. Yes, Warden. She stands tall, saluting Magellan. Everyone, follow my lead and quell the riot immediately. As she takes a couple of steps, she suddenly turns back, pointing at Buggy, Luffy, and the others. Wait, Warden. What should we do with these people? The instigators of this riot must face the coldest punishment. Magellan casually picks up a small booklet beside him. Open the door quickly. I will escort them myself. Understood, Warden. Suddy replies, signaling a nearby guard. The guard promptly approaches the control panel, swiftly operating it. With the sound of machinery whirring, a heavy iron door slowly creaks open, revealing the passage to level 5. This is the list of prisoners? Magellan muses, glancing at the booklet as he descends, his brow knitting in concern. What on earth is happening? The name of Emporio Ivankov, the strongest transvestite king in history, has been crossed out. Has he been released or executed? He halts suddenly, turning to the guards following him. This prisoner, has he been released? The guards exchange bewildered glances. One older guard hesitantly replies, "Oh, Ivankov, he encountered that incident a few years back." That incident? Magellan blinks in surprise. "You don't remember, Warden?" The older guard exclaims in amazement. "Oh right, that incident." Magellan slaps his forehead, perspiration beading at his brow. "I must have forgotten due to the chaos of the recent battle. Please, enlighten me." "Oh, yes." The older guard swallows hard, continuing, and impelled down. "There are rare instances of special disappearances, entirely different from escapes. Prisoners can suddenly vanish without a trace while completely immobilized. Because everyone fears these unnatural disappearances. They call it being dragged into the gates of the demon realm. The prisoner you mentioned simply disappeared in this manner. Dragged into the gates of the demon realm." Magellan repeats, his eyes wide with astonishment. "So, Ivankov was neither released nor executed, but rather, vanished into thin air?" "Indeed, Warden," the older guard nods gravely. "And this is not the first occurrence. Over the past few years, prisoners have occasionally disappeared without warning, as if taken by some supernatural force. Could it be that ghosts truly exist? Do humans simply vanish?" Luffy and Mr. 3 huddle together, their faces reflecting terror and disbelief, while Buggy mutters incredulously, "What nonsense. I'm a scientific pirate. Please be cautious of the cold and the military wolves." The guards halt before a massive door, saluting. With a click, the mechanical lock disengages, and a chilling gust of wind bursts forth, carrying icy shards that induce involuntary shivers. As the door closes behind them, Magellan tightens his coat and steps into the frozen realm. Buggy, Luffy, and the others follow closely, each step sinking into the thick snow, muffled sounds echoing around them. The side of level 5 is chilling. Surrounding them are endless glaciers and snowfields, with occasional glimpses of prisoners frozen into ice sculptures. The howling wind whips up flurries of snow, obscuring their vision, as if they have entered a cold and despairing hell. "Little Vaughn, you are truly amazing. Thank you so much." Seeing no one around, Luffy excitedly pats Magellan on the shoulder, who gently touches his face, revealing a bizarrely made-up visage, adorned with false eyelashes and bright lipstick. "So cold. Let us unlock these handcuffs first." Buggy shivers, his teeth chattering from the cold. Having defeated Magellan, the previously sealed entrance of toxins vanished, allowing them to descend to level 3, the Hungry Hell, where, under Buggy's guidance, they rescued the former Baroque Works senior agent, Mr. 2 Von Clay. In his eagerness to meet his idol, the transvestite King Ivankov, Buggy devised a plan for him to return and touch the unconscious Magellan, transforming into his likeness. Leading them here. "Little Straw Hat, no need for thanks between us. Our reunion was destined." Von Clay twirls with exaggerated gestures, expressing his joy as if the cold and danger had been vanquished by their elation. Chapter 8. Marshal Sengoku takes action. The most basic offense and defense. That unmistakable nose. It must be Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy has come to rescue us. Deep within the frigid depths of hell, Buggy drags Mr. 3, weaving through the icy cells. The latter employs his abilities to conjure a multitude of wax keys, distributing them to each prisoner, unlocking their shackles to freedom. Kanekanu, rubber whip. Transvestite fist technique, Swan Lake dance. Meanwhile, Luffy and Von Kure are working in tandem to fend off the approaching military wolves. With their synchronized efforts, the wolves are repelled one by one, unable to approach the prison cells. "Hey, Buggy, is it done yet?" Luffy anxiously calls back. Ace is still waiting down below. "Almost there, kid. Just hold on," Buggy responds, quickening his pace. Mr. 3's wax keys appear like magic, swiftly inserted into the locks of the cells. With a series of clicks, the cold iron doors swing open, and the jubilant cheers of freed prisoners echo around them. Initially, the intent was to rescue just a few pirates from the 3rd and 4th levels. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, they have liberated all the prisoners from the 5th level as well. One must realize that any pirate emerging from here could stir significant turbulence on the seas, some being prominent leaders in their own right. Just the thought of them eventually joining his crew fills Buggy with a swell of pride. Fortunately, there are no monitoring snail cameras on this level. Otherwise, the Navy would surely be in a frenzy. As Mr. 3 crafts the last few keys, he expresses his concern, with the Warden Magellan down. "What do you think I'm afraid of?" Buggy laughs heartily, hands on his hips. "You lot, move quickly. We're about to embark on a grand venture." "Yes, Captain Buggy." The prisoners, inspired by Buggy's ambition, hasten their movements. Ding! The system detects an increase in the host's worship value. Your worship value has risen to level 3. 10, 100, 000. Reward. Pirate ship, Golden Jackson. What is this? After finally leveling up my worship value, I'm rewarded with a mere ship. Buggy's eyes widen in disbelief upon hearing the system notification, his joy swiftly replaced by a surge of frustration. Wait, that ship's name. Why does it sound so familiar? Meanwhile, deep within level 2 of the Beast Hell, a few naval doctors in white coats hurriedly navigate the corridors. Beside them, Magellan lies unconscious, purple venom oozing from his body, corroding everything around. What has happened to him? Sengoku trembles, touching the horrifying wound nearby. His eyes filled with shock. Did Buggy do this? This is terrifying, such destructive power. What has the CP unit been doing? I underestimated his strength before. The situation is dire, Admiral. One doctor halts, wiping sweat from his brow. Warden Magellan's organs seem completely shattered, but, strangely, those shattered livers are still pulsating. What? How can this be? Sengoku's face turns ashen. Whatever it takes, heal him. That is an order. The doctors nod gravely and spring into action, some beginning emergency procedures on Magellan, while others prepare medications and surgical instruments. Boom! Suddenly, a massive force shatters the wall beside them, sending debris and dust scattering. So many rats have been hiding here. I can't wait to hear your screams. A whip lashes out from the smoke, slicing through the air towards the bustling figures in the corridor. Is that a pirate? Sengoku pushes his glasses up, seizing the whip and pulling hard, his eyes scanning the smoke with intensity. Suddy, the chief warden. As the smoke clears, a blonde woman is pulled forth by Sengoku, and a massive hella peeks through the breach, followed by numerous guards wielding steel forks, creating a tense standoff with the naval doctors. Stop! Stop right now! Just as tensions flare, a man with a mohawk, clad in a vice admiral's uniform, rushes from down the corridor. Vice Admiral Mongoose. What brings you here? Sengoku blinks, looking at the woman he just pulled out. Who is she? Admiral, this is Chief Warden Suddy. We encountered each other on the 4th level and didn't anticipate this situation, the Vice Admiral explains hastily, saluting Sengoku. I must say, I have witnessed quite the spectacle. Not far away, a graceful woman leans languidly against the wall, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Boa Hancock. Sengoku's eyes widen in shock. You. As a warlord of the sea, shouldn't you be summoned to Marineford? Why are you here? Hancock smiles lightly, her tone teasing. I followed the proper procedures. Admiral Sengoku, did you not receive the notification? Or perhaps you, a noble, have forgotten this little woman? Preposterous. Sengoku waves his hand, signaling everyone to lower their weapons. From now on, all irrelevant personnel must vacate Impel Down immediately. He pauses slightly, directing his gaze at a rugged man with scars and a mustache. The operation has been moved forward, Doberman. Take your men and escort Ace to Navy headquarters at once. No more delays. Yes, Admiral. The latter replies resolutely before turning to leave. What is happening? As Sengoku's order is given, Suddy, who has just risen from the ground, stares in disbelief at the chaotic scene and the emergency efforts for Magellan. Wasn't he the warden supposed to escort Buggy and the others to the 5th level? How could he be here? What did you say? Sengoku gasps, having perused the inmate roster, instantly grasping the situation. This is bad. Those rascals may have already approached level 6. Who else do we have down there? Suddy, pale-faced, replies nervously. Deputy Warden Hannibal is preparing to face them on level 4. Notifying him now should still be timely. That's all we can do. Sengoku rips off his naval cloak. Immediately inform him. We must do everything possible to stop Buggy's crew. He commands. Everyone else, follow me down at once. Yes, Admiral. A naval soldier promptly responds, rushing toward the communications room to relay Sengoku's orders. Lady Hancock, we must depart. This matter no longer concerns us. Vice Admiral Mongoose bows slightly to her. Understood. The Empress frowns slightly. Luffy, you promised me you would be safe. Chapter 9. The Captive Warlord. The Sea Hero Jinbei. On the vast expanse of the icy plains, numerous passionate figures gathered at this moment. Buggy stood at the forefront of the crowd, his iconic red nose strikingly prominent against the biting wind, his eyes shimmering with determination and fervor. Look around us, my comrades. These are warriors who have returned to freedom, about to join our great pirate crew. As he spoke, he brandished the battle axe he had seized from the blue gorilla. However, our fight is not yet over. Buggy's tone shifted, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd. The Navy's pursuers could arrive at any moment. We must leave this place swiftly and return to the sea. Before that, you must hold your ground here and await our return. The fact that Captain Buggy was willing to risk himself for his comrades was truly admirable. A prisoner gazed at Buggy with awe, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve. Indeed, only such a person is worthy of our unwavering loyalty, added another prisoner, his voice tinged with excitement. Buggy, Buggy, Buggy. The prisoners responded in unison, their cheers resounding like thunder. So moving. Captain Buggy possesses such a commendable side. Von Clay remarked tearfully, tightly clutching Mr. 3 and Athos's hand, his voice choked with emotion. Get away from me. Mr. 3 pushed him away with disdain, gazing helplessly at Buggy in the center of the crowd, covering his forehead in exasperation. Is he always this good at fooling people? How did I not notice this before? Enough chatter, Candleman, the key. Luffy urgently tugged at Mr. 3 and Athos's collar. The life paper is still indicating below, which means Ace hasn't and Athos been taken away. Von Clay suddenly interjected, pointing at the corner of the life paper in Luffy's hand that was slowly moving. All right, I understand. Mr. 3 frowned and swiftly opened the iron gate to level 6. We must catch up. We must catch up. I'm coming. Ace. Luffy stretched out his arm and pulled Buggy, who was still rambling, into the fray. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. Buggy protested, being dragged up the stairs, his feet leaving the ground. Yet he still struggled to continue his speech. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the control room of Impel Down, alarms blared incessantly as several guards anxiously watched the screens, their faces filled with fear and unease. Suspicious individuals detected in the passage from level 5 to level 6. One guard trembled, pointing at the surveillance footage. It's Buggy. How did they get past? It's impossible. Isn't the gate to level 6 locked? Another guard exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not only that, look over there. A third guard urgently pointed to another screen, where Luffy and his companions sped along a narrow passage. Traps and guards seeming to be mere decorations. Their target is indeed Fire Fist Ace. Hannibal clenched his fists, his expression dark and foreboding. Immediately activate all defense mechanisms for level 6. Sengoku and Chief Guard Suddy are heading towards level 6. We must delay them. But, Vice Warden, the prisoners in level 6. A guard hesitated to remind him. Enough of that. Hannibal interrupted. If Fire Fist Ace and these pirates escape, then all of Impel Down will be disgraced. Execute the orders at once. Before his words faded, chaos erupted in level 6 of Impel Down. Heavy mechanized doors slammed shut, electric grids flickered, and gas canisters were abruptly opened, the acrid fumes swiftly filling the passage. Ace. As the walls began to tremble, Luffy shouted and quickened his pace. Buggy, being pulled along, sparked friction against the stairs. Though momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, he quickly regained his composure and shouted, Hey, you idiot, put me down. This is level 6. Mr. 3 looked around, swallowing hard. The infinite hell where the legendary Billion Belly bounty prisoners are held. Buggy too regained his senses, his body swiftly splitting apart as he broke free from Luffy's grasp, beads of cold sweat forming on his red nose. Wait, why is it so quiet? Shuden and Athos. Everyone be in a frenzy if someone is escaping from other levels? Straw Hat, it seems we arrived too late. Von Clay suddenly halted, glancing at the life paper in Luffy's hand, which was notably moving upward. In a dim corner, a towering blue fishman suddenly turned around, his face filled with astonishment. Ace was right. He truly has come. Not only has he infiltrated this so-called impregnable Impel Down, but he has also reached level 6. His voice echoed in the empty cell. You must be the Straw Hat Kid Luffy and the infamous Buggy. Ace was just taken away in the elevator. We can still catch up. Who is this? Luffy was taken aback. The former warlord of the sea, Jinbei. Buggy exclaimed, his mouth agape, sweat rolling down his red nose. Here comes an SSR-level pirate, the most formidable helmsman in the pirate world, daring to speak openly even in front of the Emperor Big Mom. We must maximize our rapport. Mr. 3, why are you still dawdling? Buggy suddenly snapped back to reality. Quickly, unlock his sea stone handcuffs. Do we really have to do this? Mr. 3 replied, trembling. These are all notorious pirates known for their viciousness. What if he turns against us? Please. If you can, trust me. Jinbei suddenly spoke in a deep voice. I have known Ace since he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. He often spoke of his brother. I am imprisoned here for opposing this war. Please, allow me to die with dignity. Unexpectedly, This prominent figure shared such a profound bond with Straw Hat and Appo's brother. We must rescue him. Von Clay concurred, his eyes shining with admiration for Jinbei. All right, it's settled. Buggy clapped his thigh. Mr. 3, act quickly. Though Mr. 3 still harbored doubts, under Buggy's and Jinbei's resolute gazes, he trembled as he used a special key to unlock Jinbei's sea-stone handcuffs. Thank you so much. Jinbei flexed his liberated hands and prepared to leave together. Ding. The system has detected a powerful wave of admiration. Admiration 5000. Unlocking special mission. Assist Sea Hero Jinbei in rescuing Fire Fist Ace. Mission reward. Obtaining 2 permanent loyalty enhancement cards. Wait, loyalty enhancement? What on earth is that? Buggy surveyed the surroundings, his eyes glimmering with wild joy. I've struck gold. Chapter 10. Tremors, advance to impel down. The strongest team has been formed. The deputy warden announced the 6th underground level has been sealed off, and the gas has begun to release. They have nowhere to escape. In the control room, tension reached its zenith. Hannibal fixated on the surveillance screens, his gaze revealing an indescribable resolve and coldness. Excellent, he commanded. Order all soldiers to stand by. Once the gas reaches its peak effectiveness, we will immediately enter the 6th underground level to conduct a cleanup. As soon as he finished speaking, the communicator flickered rapidly, relaying instructions throughout the prison. Have we established contact with the general? He turned to the technician responsible for communication, urgency lacing his voice. Contact has been made. The general is currently addressing the rebellion on the 5th level and is expected to arrive within 10 minutes. Hannibal nodded slightly. Ensure all surveillance equipment is functioning properly. I want to witness every detail firsthand. At that moment, the large screen displayed shifting images from the 6th underground level, where the gas was rapidly spreading, and the prisoner's struggles and despair were vividly apparent. At last, my position is secure, Hannibal mused inwardly, a smug smile creeping upon his lips. Once I shift the blame for this unfortunate incident onto Magellan, I shall finally ascend to the role of warden. Just then, an unusual light flickered across the surveillance screen. A blue figure flickered in and out of visibility amidst the gas, then zipped through the corridors with astonishing speed. Fishman Karate, Tingling Vine Fist. With a deafening roar, the heavy metal door exploded as if it were mere cardboard, sending fragments scattering. Remarkable. One punch was all it took to shatter that thick iron door. Luffy and Mr. 3 stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in astonishment. Jinbei retracted his hand, surveying the encroaching gas. It seems our adversaries intend to seal us here. We must devise an alternative plan. Hey, I have no idea where you guys came from, but don't involve us. The entire level is now filled with gas. Help! The surrounding prisoners shouted in panic, banging on the prison bars and scrambling for escape, but the gas had already permeated the entire area, rendering their struggles futile. Rubber balloon. Luffy reacted swiftly, inflating his body into a colossal balloon using the powers of the gum-gum fruit. A powerful exhale dispersed the surrounding gas, momentarily granting the prisoners a brief reprieve. This won't do. Buggy turned to the detoxification pipe above. Mr. 3, seal it off with your abilities. Why didn't I think of that? Mr. 3 exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He waved his hands, and wax-like substance flowed from his fingertips, solidifying and sealing the breach in the detoxification pipe, significantly slowing the gas's spread. We're saved. Von Cray wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, Buggy, Luffy pointed at the wall. All exits are sealed. How do we get up? We need to chase after Ace quickly. Aside from the sealed exits, there's no other way to stop the gas. Buggy frowned, his gaze scanning the area. If we succumb to the poison, we won't be able to save anyone, and we'll be trapped here ourselves. Can't you decompose the gas? Just eliminate it. Luffy asked, puzzled. That. Buggy awkwardly scratched his head. I can't just tell you that my ability only lasts 3 minutes. Of course, I can decompose it, but the speed is too slow. We're pressed for time. Just then, Luffy's arm expanded dramatically. Then let's break through the wall. Ace is about to be executed. I must save him. Calm down, Luffy. Jinbei hurriedly embraced him. If the wall collapses, it could trap us even more. For now, let us not overthink it. We must escape first. Mr. 3, observing the wax barrier straining against the encroaching gas, felt a surge of dread. Ace must have been taken back to Marine headquarters. Whitebeard will not stand idly by. Luffy clenched his fists. Then we will follow him to Marine headquarters. Don't joke around. Mr. 3 exclaimed in terror. I've heard the Marines have assembled the strongest forces there. How could we possibly intervene? After all, even Magellan nearly defeated us. I know. Luffy inhaled deeply. But I must go? Besides, we still have Buggy and you all, right? Don't count on me to volunteer for a death wish. Buggy retorted. The inexplicable trust from this guy nearly brought tears to Mr. Three's eyes, but as he glanced around, he noticed something was amiss. By the way, where's Buggy? Huh, he was just here. Von Kray's eyes widened. That guy. He wouldn't have snuck away on his own, would he? Suddenly, a deep and magnetic voice echoed through the dim prison corridor, accompanied by heavy footsteps. A figure, with a shattered right ear and bulging muscles, stood like a demon emerging from hell, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Who is there? Buggy trembled, scanning his surroundings. Upon spotting the familiar figure, his eyes widened in disbelief. It really is that monster. The successor of the demon, Douglas Bullet. Though he had long sought to gather a crew of formidable warriors, this individual seemed to far surpass his expectations and capabilities. This man, hailed as one of the strongest remnants of the Roger era, now stood deep within impelled down, exuding an aura of vitality, devoid of any signs of despair or weakness typical of a prisoner. Uncle Barrett, how did you end up here? Buggy's voice quivered as he struggled to recall his memories of the man, but they remained shrouded in fog. After Captain Roger fell ill, this world has grown so lonely. Barrett spoke slowly, his tone imbued with a hint of melancholy and reflection. I heard that the red-haired kid who used to cry behind me is now one of the 4 emperors. Before he could finish, a pallid-faced man with 2 white braids suddenly interjected from a nearby cell. Now is hardly the time for nostalgia. Musclehead. I sense a formidable presence approaching rapidly. And so what? Barrett smirked disdainfully. I've been itching to stretch my muscles. Just then, Luffy's voice rang out. Why are you here alone? We need to leave quickly. Who are these people? Jinbei followed closely, beads of sweat trickling down his face. What a terrifying aura. Hehehe, today is truly eventful. A figure emerged from the shadows, puffing on a cigar, with a golden hook in his left hand. If you truly wish to leave, then release me. My abilities allow me to create openings in the ceiling. How? Chapter 11. Increasing Chaos. The arrival of Rain's Shiru. Crocodile. Lou. Luffy. He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. It has been a long time. Straw Hat. The former pirate leisurely exhaled a smoke ring, the golden hook tapping lightly against the ground, producing a sharp sound. I thought escaping here would be tedious, but I have heard whispers of a great battle between Whitebeard and the Navy approaching. Ha. I never imagined I would have the chance to claim that old man's head. He paused slightly, his face emerging from the shadows, a chilling smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Release me. With my strength, we can all escape from this place. A rather tempting proposition, wouldn't you agree? What nonsense. Luffy's brow furrowed, his voice rising from a low growl to a thunderous roar. You are the one who left Vivi's country in ruins. That was in the past. I have no interest in that nation now. Crocodile interrupted, his voice deep and authoritative. Ha. I never expected a newcomer like you to have such a backstory. Barrett glanced at Crocodile, his neck cracking as he turned. Count me in. This vast sea has become increasingly fascinating. If possible, please include me as well. In the corner, the Red Earl slowly rose, bowing slightly. Long-lost passion. Let my dormant soul tremble once more. The onlookers gazed in astonishment, the scene before them surpassing their wildest imaginations. Crocodile, Barrett, the Red Earl, once notorious pirates, were now gathered together, and all of it seemed to revolve around the impending clash between Whitebeard and the Navy. Since you all wish to partake in this game, let us join forces. Buggy, suppressing his inner fear, placed his hands on his hips. After all, my pirate crew needs some impressive individuals. What are you talking about, Buggy? Don't you want to save your brother? Luffy began, but was interrupted by the former. The impending battle is far more terrifying than you can imagine. An extra strong ally always adds to the power. In the original tale, Ace ultimately met his demise. But since I have survived for Buggy's sake, I must prevent it all. If I can hitch a ride on Whitebeard's ship, wouldn't I have 2 formidable allies? Buggy swore silently, as if consolidating all his resolve in that moment. Your name is Buggy, right? Crocodile chuckled, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. The East Blue truly conceals hidden talents. Rest assured, Buggy said firmly. Even if these fellows dare to betray, I will keep them in check. Before his words could settle, fragments of firearms suddenly floated from his waist, swiftly assembling into 2 massive rocket launchers before the astonished gazes of the crowd. You must have seen the power of these through the images. If things go awry, Just consider the fate of Magellan. Fortunately, I kept a backup plan, but the bullets of this thing lack the power of awakening. However, it should be enough to intimidate these people. Buggy stifled a chuckle. Mr. 3, let us get to work. All right. The latter conjured keys, liberating the three. Let me out too. I have a score to settle with Whitebeard. Me too. As the three emerged, the surrounding prisoners could no longer contain themselves, incessantly banging on the walls. How noisy! Barrett, having just removed the sea prism stone from his hand, impatiently thrust his arm into the wall. Moments later, the entire sixth underground layer began to tremble violently, while the surrounding cells twisted as if they were about to be torn apart. The prisoners, in terror, scrambled to escape, but were ensnared by iron bars and chains, helplessly screaming. "Humph, a bunch of rabble." Barrett scoffed disdainfully, then turned his gaze to Buggy. "Just to be clear, I do not wish to be led by a mere rookie. I owe you a debt of gratitude. As for cooperation, we shall discuss it once you truly escape." No sooner had he spoken than his body began to meld with the wall, transforming into a shadow, vanishing instantly, leaving only a chilling laughter echoing throughout the desolate underground prison. "Wah, where did that guy go?" Mr. 3 surveyed the warped cells, bewildered. "If I recall correctly, he is a user of the merge fruit, able to fuse with anything he touches." Buggy glanced at the spot where Barrett had disappeared, grumbling in dissatisfaction. He turned to Crocodile and the Red Earl, who, despite being fearsome pirates in their own right, appeared relatively composed, not revealing excessive ambition or discontent. "All right, we have no time for idle chatter." Crocodile sneered, his body swiftly disintegrating into grains of sand, reforming in midair. "Sand devour." With his low call, the ceiling began to dry rapidly, and moments later, the sturdy prison walls were eroded, creating a passage large enough for the group to escape. "Little Sand, your abilities never cease to amaze, just as they did when I first encountered you." The Red Earl licked his lips, excitement flickering in his eyes. "I can hardly wait to savor fresh blood." "Shut up." Crocodile's gaze darkened. "Let us move." Drip, drip, drip. In the control room, Hannibal stared at the static-filled monitor, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "What is going on? Why has the signal completely cut off?" He anxiously pounded on the control panel, attempting to reconnect the surveillance of the prison, but the screen remained a blur. "Forget it. Mobilize the reserve team." He shouted into the communicator. "Buggy, Straw Hat, Mr. 3, and that ambiguous fellow are all devil fruit users. Don't forget to deploy the prison bullets." "Yes, sir," came the synchronized response from the communicator, followed by the hurried footsteps of fully armed soldiers and the clanking of metal equipment. "Wah, what is this candle-made staircase?" a soldier exclaimed, disbelief plastered across his face. Could it be? The other soldiers exchanged apprehensive glances, a sense of foreboding washing over them. What a bunch of useless fools. In the dim prison, a man in a black uniform sneered softly. "They have long since escaped." "Chief Shiru." The leading soldier turned in surprise, only to be met with a pair of sinister eyes emerging from the darkness, causing him to tremble involuntarily. "See, without me, you can accomplish nothing." The man stepped forward. "Those four have freed Barrett and fled through that hole above. Now, inform the person in charge immediately that I can lend him a hand." Chapter 12. Darkness descends. Blackbeard Teach approaches. At the Marine headquarters, Marine Fort. Sunlight pierced through the clouds but was shrouded by an ominous haze, draping the majestic fortress in a heavy cloak. The clouds of war loomed on the horizon. Along the coastline, soldiers busily moved about, inspecting equipment, reinforcing fortifications, and conducting final tactical rehearsals in preparation for the impending storm. "Hey, do you think that legendary monster will really come? Is it worth all this commotion? I heard that even the 7 warlords were urgently summoned." A newly enlisted naval soldier, still bearing a hint of youthful innocence, donned the uniform that symbolized honor and duty. As he tightened the rope in his hands, he couldn't help but cast a puzzled glance at an old veteran beside him. "Young man, don't let your imagination run wild." The veteran patted his shoulder. "No matter how rampant the pirates are, this fortress is an insurmountable barrier for them." "Oh, that may not necessarily be the case." A deep, resonant voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. The soldiers turned to see a middle-aged naval officer with short gray hair and a dog-headed hat striding toward them. It was over 20 years ago that a pirate named Shiki the Golden Lion invaded Marine Fort. He continued, his voice tinged with nostalgia. That battle nearly reduced half the Marine headquarters to ruins. The officer paused, his gaze shifting to a warship slowly approaching in the distance. His voice grew heavier. This time, it may be even more brutal. Regardless of who wins or loses, the casualties will be severe. I heard there's an unprecedented riot happening in Impel Down. The culprits are Monkey D, Luffy, and Buggy the Clown. On the vast, open deck, Doberman held a crystal-clear glass of red wine, gently swirling it as he gazed at the tightly locked Ace, a serious look in his eyes. Enjoy this last moment of freedom, Ace. Once shackled on the execution platform, you will never gaze at the sky again. He took a sip of the wine. Ding, ding, ding. General, the headquarters is calling. A young naval soldier rushed over, a transponder snail in hand, sweat trickling down his forehead. Doberman furrowed his brow, setting down his unfinished glass of wine as he took the receiver. His voice steady and powerful. This is Doberman, please speak. Vice Admiral, the dock is ready for the handover at any time. Understood. We will dock immediately. With the order given, the warship slowly adjusted its course, resembling a colossal iron beast as it made its way toward the grand port of Marineford. On the surface of the sea, the salty and tense wind carried an air of impending turmoil. The waves seemed to sense the approaching storm, growing more tumultuous. They're here. It's the warship transporting the important prisoner. On the dock, soldiers' eyes were like burning torches, fixated on the approaching iron giant, an atmosphere thick with anxiety and anticipation enveloping them. Look, that's the legendary Fire Fist Ace. It's hard to believe he has fallen to such a fate. A murmur spread through the crowd on the dock. Astonished and curious, the Navy had truly spared no effort this time, even summoning the 7 warlords to counter potential pirate attacks. Whispers of shock and intrigue rippled through the gathered crowd, while reporters and photographers from around the world flocked to capture this momentous occasion, their lenses glinting with the desire to document history. Prepare to receive the prisoner. A commanding voice rang out, and the naval soldiers sprang into action, organizing equipment and the prisoner transfer with impeccable order. The young naval soldier, tightly gripping the transponder snail, fixed his gaze on the warship, his heart brimming with anxiety and curiosity. However, in his moment of distraction, he caught sight of a middle-aged man with gray hair, his eyes red-rimmed, seemingly struggling with unspeakable emotions. What am I to do? Ace, you rascal. Why won't you heed my advice and choose a safer path? The man murmured softly, his voice clear in the stillness of the dock. Vice Admiral, are you all right? The young soldier couldn't help but ask. The middle-aged man snapped back to reality, taking a deep breath as if to bury his emotions deep within. He turned to the young soldier, his eyes regaining their composure. I'm fine, just reminiscing. In that moment, his figure appeared particularly solitary and desolate in the glow of the setting sun, as if bearing the weight of the world's sorrow. Cap, can I trust you? Deep within a dark, damp prison, seemingly forgotten by time. A robust man with a weathered face was tightly bound by cold iron chains, his eyes closed, resembling a silent statue. My child is about to be born. Regrettably, I predict I will no longer be in this world by then. What do you say this to me, as a Navy man? The other man paused, involuntarily trembling. Roger. Carp whispered the name that once shook the seas, a complex look flashing in his eyes. His mother, and everyone connected to you in this world, will surely face execution. The man slowly opened his eyes, staring at the flickering candlelight in the room. That is why I must tell you. The government will thoroughly investigate my whereabouts over the past year and will seek to execute her. However, the child is innocent. He struggled to rise, gripping the railing tightly. Carp, the bond between us was forged through countless life and death battles. You are as trustworthy as my own comrades. He managed a bittersweet smile. So, I beg you to protect her. Carp inhaled deeply, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his voice catching. Don't jest. How can you decide this for me? No. You will help me. The man interrupted. I entrust my child to you. In that moment of contemplation, a naval officer rushed from the port, interrupting the reverie. This is bad. We searched the entire island and cannot find Blackbeard, one of the 7 warlords. How can this be? Carp's brow furrowed, his expression instantly turning grave. Not only that, an unauthorized warship has now arrived at Impel Down. Ha 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 ha. A thunderous, maniacal laughter erupted like thunder at the entrance to Impel Down, where 5 figures stood proudly on the deck. Leading them was Blackbeard Teach, his smile sinister, eyes ablaze with madness and greed, as if capable of devouring everything in sight. We've arrived. Is this the infamous Impel Down, which holds countless pirates? Please wait. We did not request reinforcements. The guard captain's face paled as he rushed forward, sweat beading on his forehead. This is a critical time. We cannot take responsibility for your unauthorized entry. Oh, Blackbeard Teach glanced at the guard captain with a sidelong look, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Behind him, his four companions, Van Oka, Gizes Bagus, Lafitte, and Poison Q, exhibited a myriad of expressions. Van Oka wore a cold, detached gaze, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Gizes Bagus excitedly rubbed his hands together, his eyes glinting with avarice. Lafitte maintained a serene smile, his eyes revealing profound wisdom, while Poison Q appeared unfazed, as if everything was well within his grasp. Is it not inconsequential? Are we not companions? Yet, the Supreme Commander of the Warring States had just instructed that unauthorized personnel should not intrude. The captain of the guards attempted to argue, but before he could finish his sentence, a thick plume of black mist abruptly surged from the floor, opening like the gates of an abyss, and instantly engulfed all the guards, including the captain. I've already said, no need to be courteous. We are, after all, representatives of the government. Ha 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 ha. With his thunderous laughter echoing, the magnificent iron gate suddenly shattered. Chapter 13, A Perilous Encounter. The Golden Buddha of War. Deep within the searing depths of Level 4, chaos reigns as never before. The once silent cells are torn apart by deafening uproar, the furious roars of prisoners, the shrieks of guards, and the clashing of weapons intertwine to create a tumultuous symphony that resonates through the air. Amidst this cacophony and turmoil, a figure with a crimson nose stands out like a bolt of lightning. He bears 2 rocket launchers upon his shoulders, flames erupting around him. Resembling a demon reveling in the chaos, savoring the thrill it brings. Children, for the sake of freedom, let us instigate unprecedented terror within this fortress. He bellows, his voice cutting through the din, inspiring every discontented soul nearby. The prisoners, once shackled by despair, seem to ignite with the spark of rebellion, seizing every weapon at hand, whether it be a battered metal pipe or sharp fragments, transforming them into beacons of hope against their chains. Canoe, rain. With a deep, resonant roar, Luffy extends his arm, unleashing a torrential downpour of fists upon the guards surrounding him, sending them sprawling in disarray. I never imagined that Barrett would actually leave us a way out. Mr. Free exclaims, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. After all, they were once comrades on the same ship, and he naturally would grant us some favor. With a boisterous laugh, Buggy pulls the trigger of his rocket launcher once more, a searing projectile streaking through the sky like a shooting star, crashing into a distant cluster of guards and igniting a cataclysmic explosion. Did you hear that? Captain Buggy was once a crew member of the former Pirate King, exclaimed the prisoners amidst the fray, their spirits soaring with admiration for Buggy. I wish to escape this place, but I require some forces. In a shadowy corner of Level 4, Crocodile inhales deeply from his cigar, clenching his fists tightly, with a surge of power. The iron bars of a cell disintegrate into dust. So, are you coming with me? From the corner, a bare-chested man raises his gaze. If it is you, I am willing to join the venture. I could use some excitement. A cold smirk graces his lips as he rises, his limbs transforming into lethal blades. Then let us cause a ruckus. A cruel smile also graces Crocodile's lips as he brandishes his hook, pointing towards the chaotic battlefield ahead. Mr. One nods. Moving like a specter amidst the prisoners and guards, his strikes swift as lightning, leaving no one unscathed in his path. Crocodile follows closely, his sand-based assaults striking invisibly, catching the guards unawares. Ajin, what are you waiting for? Come with me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A fishman with a serrated nose bites through a cannonball fired at him and shouts towards a disheveled prisoner seated nearby. Dragon brother, don't worry about me. Captain Creek is dead, and I have nowhere else to go. Ajin bows his head, his voice laced with bitterness and confusion. Don't say that. The fishman grips Ajin's collar, pointing towards Jinbei, who is fiercely battling the guards. That man is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and was once a member of the Sun Pirates alongside me. He has willingly given up his position as a warlord, choosing to be imprisoned here to prevent a war that may never occur. His voice grows increasingly impassioned, tears welling in his eyes. I always thought humans oppressed us fishmen, believing that we could prove our worth through violence. But that bastard taught me that true respect cannot be won through conflict and hatred. He fervently shakes Ajin's shoulders. Now, Captain Buggy is willing to accept us, to venture into the new world together. Ajin, this is our chance. An opportunity for a fresh start, to reclaim our paths. Dragon brother. Ajin lifts his gaze. his eyes traversing the chaos of battle, resting on Buggy, who is being chased and torn apart by guards in the distance. Let us go? Let us break free from this hell. I must admit, I do miss that person's fried rice. Yes, now that's the spirit. Along grins widely, seizing a shattered boulder beside him and hurling it at the approaching guards. This is level 4. Among the crowd, a guard cowers in a dim corner, clutching a frail den mushy, his voice trembling with fear and disbelief. The formidable pirate, the clown Buggy, has defeated Warden Magellan. The intruder, Monkey D, Luffy, and the escaped prisoner, the warlord Jinbei, they have all appeared. Understood. The voice on the other end falls silent for a few seconds. Hold the line with manpower until reinforcements arrive. Yes, sir. But our personnel is truly. Before he could finish, a man clad in a flowing blood-red cloak, resembling a harbinger of death, suddenly sinks his sharp teeth into the guard's throat. Hello? Hello? What's happening? The voice on the other end becomes frantic and indistinct, quickly drowned out by a cacophony of noise. The guard's life flickers out in an instant, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Ah, the nostalgia of bloodshed. The Red Count licks his lips, slowly turning around, his cold eyes scanning the chaotic battlefield like a hawk seeking its next prey. Children, push forward. The stairs to level 3 are just ahead. Buggy shouts, brandishing his rocket launcher, his figure flickering amidst the flames and smoke. Luffy trails closely behind, each punch he throws conjuring a gale that topples the surrounding guards. Marvelous. I can already envision myself sailing the seas. With these crew members, even Whitebeard would be taken aback. Just as Buggy revels in his fantasies of the future, a violent tremor erupts from ahead, followed by a massive fissure spreading across the ground beneath them, dust and debris cascading down like a torrential downpour. Is it an earthquake? Buggy exclaims, quickly stabilizing himself and surveying the surroundings. Many prisoners and guards have fallen to the ground due to the sudden upheaval, plunging the scene into further chaos. That is. Jinbei's face turns as pale as paper, cold sweat trickling down his brow. His eyes widen, trembling fingers pointing towards the enormous golden Buddha emerging from the crack, his voice filled with profound shock. The Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku the Strategist. Chapter 14, Memories. The Will of Gold, Roger. Have you had enough, you little brats? With a deafening roar, the golden Buddha's radiance gradually dissipated, revealing Sengoku's resolute countenance. Impact wave. He thrust his hands forward with tremendous force, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that swept over everything. The very air seemed to rupture, emitting a piercing shriek. Buggy and the others retaliated, unleashing their signature techniques in defense. Jinbei's Fishman Karate, Mr. Three's Candle Wall, Crocodile's Sandstorm. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion tore through their defenses, sending them flying in all directions. They collided with the surrounding walls, leaving deep indentations. Is everyone all right? Luffy struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Cough. I can still manage, Jinbei replied, clutching his chest as he laboriously rose. I'm fine too, mister. Three said, brushing off the dust, yet his face betrayed his fatigue. Crocodile remained silent, standing stoically with a somber expression. Buggy, Captain Buggy. From within the dust cloud, a figure with a prominent red nose crashed onto the floor, which had been blasted into a gaping hole. He tried to get up, but could only roll around helplessly before collapsing, a wry smile on his face as he struggled to speak. Seriously, I finally got the system. How can I fall here? He mumbled, his consciousness fading. Hey, Buggy, wake up. On a desolate deck, a group of burly figures huddled around a red-nosed youth, their faces etched with concern. Where am I? Didn't I just get attacked by Sengoku? Did I transmigrate again? Wait, that iconic mustache, and that familiar flag. This is the Roger Pirate's ship. Could it be that I'm experiencing Buggy's memories? His forehead is burning up. Is he running a fever? A man with round glasses and short blonde hair reached out to touch the youth's scalding forehead. His eyes filled with worry. Crocus, come take a look. The man shouted towards an elderly figure working nearby. What is it, Rayleigh? The old man asked, immediately setting aside his work and hurrying over. Buggy's got a high fever. Come check him out, Rayleigh said anxiously. That kid always gives us trouble. A red-haired youth wearing a straw hat grumbled, nudging Buggy's arm. It's so noisy. I'm fine. Buggy forced open his heavy eyelids, his voice weak but defiant. It's all your fault, insisting on finding a treasure map in this freezing weather. Now look what happened. The red-haired youth squatted down, meeting Buggy's gaze. His tone was laced with helplessness and concern. Just rest. Don't push yourself. You have the nerve to say that, Shanks. Buggy tried to sit up. If you hadn't made me unable to swim, I wouldn't have spent the whole night racking my brains on the ice for that underwater treasure. But as he sat up halfway, a strong arm gently pushed him back down. All right, Buggy, calm down. A man with a long, twirled mustache walked slowly out of the captain's quarters, glancing at the compass in his hand. All right, everyone. Odin has finished translating the poneglyph from Big Mom. What? That fast? Rayleigh looked at the man in surprise, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Yes, he worked all night and is now asleep. Roger, the mustached man, smiled and handed the compass to Rayleigh. With this, we can reach the final island. But what about Buggy? The ship's doctor, Crocus, placed his hand on Buggy's forehead, checking his temperature again, his brow furrowed in concern. His condition is terrible. He can't endure the hardship of a long voyage in this state. But, if I remember correctly, the route to the final island only opens once every 10 years, the navigator Jabba said, looking at the charts. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another decade. This is a real headache. My body. Roger covered his face, lost in thought. An incredible treasure is waiting for me. I want to go too. Suddenly, Buggy, who had been delirious, sat up straight and grabbed Roger's arm. Captain, take me with you. But before he could finish, he collapsed back onto the deck. That guy is always so reckless. Shanks shook his head helplessly, piecing Buggy's separated upper and lower body back together before gently placing him back on the bed. He suddenly said, "Let me stay behind to take care of Buggy." The ship fell silent, and all eyes turned to him. Are you sure, Shanks? After traveling this far, don't you want to see it? Rayleigh asked with a smile. It's okay. We'll go on our own ship someday. Shanks touched his straw hat and grinned. Captain, is this really appropriate? On the bow, Crocus watched Shanks waving goodbye on the shore, feeling reluctant. Roger stood beside him, gazing into the distance. Don't worry. We've tested that stuff many times. It won't hurt Buggy. He patted Crocus on the shoulder, then turned and pointed to the faintly visible marine ships. Those two are still too young. The One Piece is too heavy for them. Once they step into that forbidden place, they'll never escape the Marines. We both know how terrible Emu's threat is. Roger's eyes welled up. He took a deep breath, fighting back his emotions. Besides, my body. One and Appos, T last much longer. Shanks is fine. He and Appos, as one of their descendants. But Buggy is different. He and Appos, as just a normal kid who needs time to grow. Roger laughed. I left my straw hat in the New World. It will witness his growth. When Buggy is strong enough to face the world, he will see that hat again and understand the hope I left behind. Ding. Hidden quest triggered. The will of GOLD. Roger. System prompt. Meet Shanks and gain his approval. Quest reward. Permanent attribute increase. Strength 10, Agility 10. Intelligence 5. Bonus reward. Roger's treasure map fragment. Collect all fragments to unlock the ultimate treasure clue. In a vast, dreamlike space, Buggy's eyes snapped open, the system's cold. Mechanical voice echoing in his ears. He rubbed his still slightly dizzy head, recalling the series of events that had transpired earlier, and an intricate blend of emotions surged within him. Chapter 15. The Legendary King of Transgenders. A paradise in hell. What a racket it is up there. In this kaleidoscopic space, a group of figures clad in black silk sat gracefully at the table, their eyes shimmering alluringly under the flickering lights. The clinking of their glasses resonated like a crystalline symphony, serenading this extraordinary night. It seemed that another uprising was brewing, reminiscent of the chaos from 2 decades ago. A woman, with one half of her hair a fiery orange and the other a snowy silver, gently swayed her glass. Her gaze penetrated the translucent crystal, as if traversing time to glimpse a distant past. Yet, it was of little concern to us, for we have always possessed our freedom. Indeed, we are free. Thanks to Lord Ivankov. The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement, their faces aglow with satisfaction and pride. As laughter and chatter filled the air, a surge of euphoric music erupted, engulfing the entire space like a tempest. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the area, as if shrouded by an enigmatic force. Moments later, several spotlights converged in one direction, slicing through the ambience with a dance of light and shadow. Quiet down, my little candies. The performance is about to commence. At the center of the resplendent stage appeared a man with a voluminous, deep purple hairstyle, clad in a snug, plunging bodysuit. His rugged form swayed rhythmically to the music, inviting all to indulge in the revelry. Fine wine, weapons, games. Cast aside your worries and revel in this secret garden of convicts. the new transgender paradise. Haha, Lord Ivankov is splendid. With the entrance of the performer, the atmosphere of the new transgender paradise reached a fever pitch. Eccentric figures surged towards the stage, waving their glow sticks and dancing in sync with the beat, transforming the space into a vibrant sea of colors. Boom. However, just as the merriment peaked, a thunderous crash shattered the tranquility. The ceiling collapsed, debris and dust cascading like a torrential downpour, accompanied by the jarring sound of twisted metal. A figure wearing a straw hat tumbled through the gaping hole in the ceiling. The abrupt change left everyone astonished. The music ceased, and the dancing crowd froze, as if time had momentarily halted. Damn it, even the floor has been shattered. After a brief moment, the dust settled, revealing the figure sprawled on the ground. The straw had obscured half of his face, exposing blood-stained clothing and a battered body. Wah, what happened? Didn't T-Lord Lightning say the main force of the uprising was on the 4th underground level? Among the crowd, a man adorned with a reindeer headpiece stared incredulously at the gaping hole above, muttering in confusion. It must be that Barrett fellow causing trouble. Ivankov leaped from the stage, pointing at the hole, exclaiming loudly. Clearly, the entire structure of Impel Down has unraveled. The 4th and 5th levels have merged, and we are caught in the crossfire. Lord Ivankov, what should we do? A voice from the crowd trembled with anxiety, eyes wide with terror. Taking a deep breath, Ivankov placed his hands on his hips and declared, "Everyone, remain calm. Since our position is compromised, we must not lose our composure." He crouched down, his fingers suddenly sharpening. Ambrier, euphoria hormone. With a low command from Ivankov, his hands plunged into the waist of the weakened figure. Moments later, the frail Luffy miraculously began to regain his vitality under the effects of the technique. There's no time. Luffy shot up, surveying his surroundings in astonishment. How did I end up here? What about that golden Buddha? Straw Hat Boy, what are you saying? Ivankov's eyes widened in shock. Did the Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku arrive? Fishman Karate, 5,000 tile strike. Just as the words escaped, the ceiling trembled violently once more, accompanied by the sound of falling debris, as if something was approaching from above. It's Jinbei? Luffy glanced up toward the shattered ceiling, realizing that the battle was still raging on. I must escape from here swiftly. You've merely regained a life. The woman with the fiery orange and snowy silver hair appeared behind Luffy without him noticing. More astonishingly, her face transformed into that of a man before the eyes of the onlookers. If your opponent is Sengoku, it will be the same no matter how many times you try. I know this is difficult. Luffy struggled to rise. But Ace is about to be executed. We cannot wait any longer. I must risk everything. He stared at his fists. I feel great now, thanks to you all. Thank you. Wait. Ivankov interjected suddenly. The Ambrier, euphoria hormone can only help you forget today as fatigue. Severe side effects will follow. Are you truly prepared for this? Enough. Luffy paused at the sound, then nodded. Right, why aren't you joining us? Now is the perfect time to leave. Ho ho ho. Ivankov laughed heartily, shaking his head. We appreciate your goodwill, Straw Hat Boy. Our comrade. The figure behind revolutionaries worldwide, Revolutionary Dragon, has yet to make his move, so now is not the time for us to depart. Oh my father. Luffy turned, dazed. Father. You say Dragon is your father? The crowd gasped in unison, and Ivankov staggered back a few steps, nearly collapsing. Don't say foolish things. You claim to be Dragon's son. He has. Actually, I'm not even sure. This is what my grandfather told me. Luffy interrupted. I don't even know what he looks like. How could that be? Ivankov stood frozen, his eyes rolling back as he sank into deep contemplation. From this moment forth, you are free. On the boundless glacier, a man adorned with a red patterned tattoo wielded his sword like lightning, severing the banner that symbolized the authority of the world government. He let out a deafening roar towards the sea of oppressed people below him. Beside him, a man with wavy hair and high-heeled shoes raised his torch high, laughing heartily. Dragon, no matter where the wind blows, you always face one direction. The former paused, taken aback. Ivankov, you have such peculiar interests. After a moment of thought, he continued, perhaps it's just a habit. That's likely the so-called instinct of animals returning home. Ivankov turned. Is that your homeland over there? Surely you have family in the East Blue whom you long for. Boom, boom, boom. As they spoke, the distant coastline was enveloped in thick smoke from cannon fire, warships advancing like a dark cloud, encircling the icy expanse. Do not pry into my origins, Ivankov. Dragon raised his hands, and the previously clear sky turned dark with clouds, fierce winds howling. It seems our actions have caught the attention of the world government. As his words fell, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving only the echoes of explosions from the distant warships. If this boy is indeed Dragon's son, so his brother Ace is also the child of Dragon. Could it be that the world government intends to eradicate both the pirates and the Revolutionary Army in one fell swoop? In any case, it is now the time for a breakout. With this thought, Ivankov abruptly turned and commanded the man beside him, whose hair was orange on the left and white on the right. Lightning, immediately investigate the battle situation on the 4th floor. Next, we shall depart from here alongside the Straw Hat Boy. Chapter 16. The Powerful Admiral Sengoku. The Miraculous Powers of Miss Ivankov. Fishman Karate, Sharkskin Palm. Human Demon Fist, Elegant Swan Dance. Candle Chains, Shark On Gear, Demon Dance. In the depths of the 4th underground level, the statue of Sengoku looms majestically, its colossal form seemingly capable of supporting the entire ceiling of the subterranean world. The escapees from various levels assault him like a relentless tide, yet they can only leave insignificant marks upon his great frame. This cannot continue. Jinbei gazes vacantly at the unfathomable chasm created by the previous strikes. Even one as mighty as he feels an indescribable shock while standing in the shadow of the statue. Mr. 3, take Buggy and the others and flee first. I will draw him away. Understood. Sweat beads on Mr. 3's brow as he hoists the unconscious Buggy onto his shoulder, swiftly crafting a winding passageway into the darkness using his candle abilities. Everyone hurry. This is terrifying. This creature is nothing short of a monster. There is no chance of victory. The prisoners are engulfed in a cloud of dread, yet spurred by Mr. 3's urgency, they hastily follow, fleeing down the fragile candle passage. Faster! Move quicker! As the enormous figure looms closer, Mr. 3 desperately calls back. His candle passage begins to melt under the weight of the fleeing prisoners in the oppressive heat, teetering precariously. If I allow you to escape right under my nose, the Navy's reputation will be utterly ruined. Sengoku turns, his golden form radiating an even more solemn aura. Each step he takes resonates with the earth, advancing toward Mr. 3 and the escape route. Moments later, a surge of formidable energy begins to coalesce in his palm. Your opponent is me, Sengoku. Fishman Karate, Shockwave. With a low roar from Jinbei, surrounding debris seems to be drawn by an invisible force, briefly levitating before crashing together to form a surging wave, hurtling towards Sengoku. However, Sengoku merely sways slightly, regaining his footing as a brilliant golden light emanates from within him, vaporizing the dust upon his body. It seems you are determined to stand against the world government. Jinbei meets Sengoku's furious gaze. I merely follow my own sense of justice, doing what I believe is right. He stamps his wooden clog down, blocking Sengoku's path once again, launching into a renewed assault. Excellent. That monster has been halted. Let's seize this chance to escape. Charge. On the other side, Mr. 3 and his companions, having just ascended to the 3rd level via the candle staircase, breathe a sigh of relief but are swiftly interrupted as a blood-red whip lashes out from the shadows, ensnaring his ankle and yanking him to the ground, severing the candle passage in the process. Mr. 3, be careful, brother. As the crowd gasps, a woman with bangs obscuring her eyes emerges from the gloom, wielding a long whip, followed closely by 4 towering creatures of varied forms and armed guards, completely blocking their path, as if not a glimmer of light could penetrate their ranks. I apologize, but I fear these children will not allow you to advance any further. No sooner had she spoken than the creature resembling a cow charged forth along with its 3 companions, wielding a spiked club that echoed like thunder, sending the frontline prisoners crashing to the ground like leaves in a tempest. It's the guard beasts. 4 of them appeared at once. No. Guns are utterly ineffective against them. Run. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague, and they scattered in an instant, morale plummeting to its lowest point. Such screams are utterly irresistible. A smirk curled on Sadie's lips as she flicked her whip, knocking down several fleeing prisoners. Don't waste your efforts. Come back with me obediently. I will entertain you well. In a moment of desperation, countless grains of sand suddenly erupted from the ground, coalescing into a robust figure with a cigar in mouth. Boss. Mr. 3, stunned by the sight, halted his escape, breathless as he laid Buggy down on the ground. You're still as weak as ever, Mr. 3. The latter exhaled a smoke ring languidly, waving his hand as a whirlwind composed of sand materialized instantly. Sand explosion. With Crocodile's deep, powerful roar, The originally palm-sized whirlwind swelled to encompass the sky, transforming into a cataclysmic sandstorm that engulfed the four guard beasts entirely. Bound by the quicksand, their massive forms appeared clumsy and powerless, producing only faint gasps before ultimately falling silent. "You wretches, how dare you harm my beloved servants? Take this, Crimson Demon Whip." Seeing the guard beasts incapacitated, Sadie shouted in fury, igniting her whip in flames that surged toward Crocodile. Yet he did not flinch, allowing the fiery whip to wrap around him. However, upon contact, the flames were extinguished as if meeting an invisible barrier, leaving no trace behind. Wah! What is this possible? As Sadie stood in stunned disbelief, a man with an oversized face, clad in fishnet stockings and a cloak, suddenly burst forth from the ground. Deathly glare. As he squinted, a powerful wave erupted from his eyes, hurling the dazed Sadie violently against the distant wall. That giant. Isn't he the missing cross-dressing king from years past, Ivankov? What? How did he survive until now? The guards involved in the encirclement broke out in cold sweat, their legs trembling as they retreated. Is everyone all right? Amidst the dust, a pair of long arms suddenly grasped the stone wall, and then a figure wearing a straw hat leaped forth, landing firmly on the ground. Wonderful. Straw Hat, you're alive. Bon Clay exclaimed excitedly, ready to embrace him, but he caught sight of the other figure beside him and shuddered. They just said, that esteemed person is the legendary queen of Kamabaka Kingdom, Miss Ivankov. Oh, Ivankov suddenly turned around. That person over there, do you know me? I must be dreaming. I am seeing my most revered person. Bon Clay stammered in excitement, almost kneeling before her. Hey, calling her Miss Ivankov is too casual. She is indeed the great new King Ivankov. Amidst a cacophony of footsteps, a group of figures clad in black stockings emerged from the shadows, their faces adorned with vibrant makeup and wielding an array of weapons, marching steadily. Quiet down, my little candies. Ivankov turned to the unconscious Buggy, slowly approaching. Is that the kid who defeated Magellan, as the Straw Hat Boy said? He doesn't seem too impressive. She chuckled and suddenly reached into his waist. Ambrosia. Euphoria hormone. Chapter 17. Fateful Encounter. Buggy versus Blackbeard. With a soft sigh from Ivankov, a peculiar energy surged from his fingertips into Buggy's body, igniting a violent tremor. Pain. Excruciating pain. Buggy's body jolted as if struck by an electric current, his complexion shifting from ashen to crimson in an instant. However, when he caught sight of the figure beside him clad in a form-fitting dress, a cold sweat trickled down his spine. No, it can't be. Is this the one who saved me? This bastard? Could it be? Buggy hastily scrambled to his feet, hands firmly clutching his lower body, his eyes wide with terror and relief. Thankfully, the one who feeds is still here. I certainly don't wish to arrive here and end up like that, he muttered to himself, his voice dwindling to a soft murmur, ultimately morphing into a bitter smile. Ah, Buggy boy, are you quite concerned about your treasure? Ivankov teased, a playful grin adorning his face. Regardless of whether one is a man, a woman, or a transgender, simply indulge as one pleases. The boundaries of gender. We have long transcended those. Ivankov. Just as he finished speaking, a throng of prisoners adorned in bizarre attire and heavy makeup surged forth, encircling them in a fervent and synchronized chant that reverberated like thunder, resonating in the hearts of all present. Truly remarkable abilities, Ivankov. Crocodile inhaled his cigar, emerging slowly from the shadows. However, let us refrain from idle chatter. Our immediate concern is how to escape this inferno. Ah, it's you, Crocodile. Ivankov turned with a hearty laugh. You dare to act so haughtily toward me? Be cautious, or I might just reveal your secrets to the world. You scoundrel. The latter's expression darkened, the smoke from his cigar wafting from his nostrils. Ha ha ha. You all seem rather busy. Amidst their discussions, a deep, unrestrained laughter shattered the tense atmosphere. From the shadows emerged 5 towering figures, and under the flickering candlelight, the leading man's scarred visage appeared particularly sinister. Blackbeard Teach. Crocodile narrowed his eyes. I heard of an inconspicuous pirate aboard the Whitebeard ship who was to succeed me as a warlord of the sea. Yet, curiously, why are you here instead of being summoned by the Navy headquarters? This is a foolish act that could shatter your dreams of becoming a warlord. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard Teach grinned widely, revealing his signature white teeth. Mr. Crocodile, I never imagined even you would escape. How about we join forces? The latter's gaze grew icy. the smoke from his cigar swirling around him, creating a hazy fog. A betrayer of his own captain, you are unworthy to stand alongside me. He paused, his golden hook arm lifting slightly. However, should you choose to beg for mercy, perhaps I might consider allowing you to be my subordinate. Ha ha ha. How arrogant. Blackbeard Teach's laughter abruptly ceased, the surrounding atmosphere growing taut, as the onlooking prisoners retreated, fearful of being caught in the impending storm. Hey, you were the one who. Luffy roared suddenly, his body gradually turning crimson, steam emerging from beneath his skin. Oh, it and Appos. S.U. Straw Hat. Teach cast a sidelong glance. Disdain etched across his face. When you reach Ace's grave, be sure to thank him, because if he hadn't shown up, you would have been the one to die. Then let's see you try. Luffy's eyes flared red, his teeth grinding. Kanu, Kanu. Jet pistol. With a furious shout, a searing wave of energy erupted from his palm, accompanied by a thunderous roar. However, Teach did not flinch, merely leaning slightly to the side as the intense airflow brushed past him, shattering the distant stone wall into debris. Is that all you've got, Straw Hat? Now it's my turn. Dark water. As he raised his right arm sharply, a pitch-black liquid surged forth from his palm, as if devouring everything in its path, instantly engulfing Luffy. Following this, Luffy appeared to be pulled by invisible ropes, helplessly flying toward Blackbeard, his neck tightly gripped. Little Straw Hat. Van Clay gasped, about to rush forward, only to be halted by Ivankov's robust arm. Do not act rashly. Van, you are no match for him. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard Teach tightened his grip, causing Luffy's complexion to flush red from asphyxiation, his eyes beginning to roll back. Crocodile observed with narrowed eyes, smoke swirling around him, revealing a hint of confusion. Isn't that guy a rubber man? How? Don't you understand? In my presence, the powers of the devil fruit are utterly useless. Blackbeard laughed heartily, his grip on Luffy's neck growing ever tighter. Ding! At a critical moment, a crisp system notification echoed in Buggy's mind. Temporary event triggered. Save Luffy, repel Blackbeard Teach. Mission description: Luffy is in peril, his life hanging by a thread. The host must take immediate action to rescue Luffy and successfully repel Blackbeard Teach and his followers, ensuring a safe escape from this place. Mission reward: worship value 50,000. With the chance to unlock special skills or equipment rewards based on mission completion and performance. Failure penalty: worship value reset to 0. Please confirm whether to accept. Yes, no. What? What the hell? Buggy cursed inwardly, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Why is the dog system pulling this kind of stunt now? That asked Blackbeard, the user of the dark fruit, a future emperor, one of the strongest contenders for the One Piece. If memory serves, he came to Impel Down looking for allies, and Ihaven T even crossed paths with him. While Luffy has a blood feud with him, Ihaven T provoked him at all. I was hoping to coexist peacefully with Blackbeard in pursuit of the Pirate King's throne. Buggy's gaze flickered over the system notification, his heart a tumult of emotions. Countdown: 10S, 9S, 8S. Is accepting the mission time limited? The issue is, with my meager strength, how could I possibly accomplish this? 7S. Damn it, I'll give it a shot. Buggy cursed inwardly, his resolve gradually solidifying. After all, he is the protagonist. How could the protagonist possibly perish here? I accept. He silently chanted, and the system notification promptly chimed in response. Mission has been accepted. Congratulations to the host for receiving an initial reward with a choice of 2 options. Reward option 1. Temporary enhancement potion, greatly boosts the host's strength, speed, and recovery for a limited time, but will cause a brief period of weakness afterward. Reward option 2. Eye of Wisdom, able to discern the opponent's combat techniques and weaknesses, but does not directly enhance the host's combat power. Friendly reminder, the above rewards are only valid for this mission. This is splendid. There's even an initial reward. My opponent is that monster capable of devouring all devil fruit abilities. Even if I can see through his techniques, I might not be able to harm him. Moreover, I possess some knowledge regarding his abilities. With this in mind, Buggy's gaze resolutely settled on the temporary enhancement potion. Although there may be a brief period of weakness following its use, if applied judiciously, there will undoubtedly be opportunities. I shall opt for the temporary enhancement potion. Chapter 18. The Mighty Ultimate Buggy Bomb. Blackbeard is deterred. Warning: temporary enhancement serum has been infused into the host's bloodline. As the mechanical voice of the system echoed abruptly, Buggy's form seemed to be awakened by an overwhelming power that surged from the abyss. His muscles swelled rapidly, akin to being inflated, with purple arcs of electricity dancing wildly. Ha ha. Meanwhile, the black mist beneath Blackbeard Teach began to churn more violently, instilling a sense of dread in both prisoners and guards, who recoiled in fear from the oppressive aura. Just wait and see. In just a few hours, we will present the world with the most astounding spectacle. Armament hockey, fragmentation, grand carnival. In the midst of this chaos, countless shards fluttered like butterflies in flight, coalescing into a pair of colossal black gauntlets that blotted out the sun, hurtling toward Teach with cataclysmic force. I've told you countless times, devil fruit abilities are ineffective against me. Teach sensed the anomaly behind him, but did not flinch or evade, merely lifting his right hand. In an instant, an indescribable gravitational force erupted from his palm, binding the previously unstoppable black gauntlets as if shackled by an invisible chain, slowing their approach. Come at me together. I have no time to waste on your entanglements. He cackled, lifting Luffy above his head, enveloping him entirely in the black mist. At that critical moment, the gauntlets, which had been moving slowly, seemed to be activated by some mysterious force, suddenly accelerating with the might of thunder, crashing into the swirling black mist surrounding Teach. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, sending Teach flying backward, tumbling several times before dropping Luffy onto the ground and colliding harshly with the wall, causing the black mist to dissipate under the immense impact. Success! The recent attack was Captain Buggy. The surrounding prisoners and guards were momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events, and after a brief pause, cheers erupted throughout the crowd. How is this possible? As the smoke cleared, Teach staggered to his feet, bloodied and disoriented against the wall. You should be affected by my powers. You underestimate me, Teach. The fragments reassembled into Buggy's iconic disjointed form, who proudly flexed his muscles, appearing even more imposing and robust. Captain Roger taught me many tricks in the past. Today, you shall witness them all. May the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother, and Buddha bless me. At this point, I can only put on a show to scare him off. Before he could finish his thought, his arms stealthily reached toward the trembling Mr. 3 beside him. The latter was momentarily shocked before being yanked forward by Buggy, soaring through the air. Hey, Buggy, are you insane? Mr. 3 shouted in panic, his little braid igniting in flames above him. Stop your blabbering. If you Don and Appos, want to die? Quickly wrap yourself in wax. Buggy signaled discreetly to him, and with tears streaming down his face, Mr. 3 helplessly began to ooze thick wax from his fingertips, enveloping himself into a massive wax sphere. Fragmentation, ultimate Buggy bomb. With a mighty roar from Buggy, several tiny Buggy bombs shot forth from his feet, rapidly expanding in the air, merging with the wax sphere formed by Mr. 3, creating a colossal fireball that shimmered with vibrant colors. Is this Roger's technique? Teach's face contorted in terror as he strained to gather the black mist, attempting to dissolve the impending attack. However, due to Mr. 3's profound fear of death, the wax continued to flow endlessly from his fingertips, causing the fireball to grow ever more intense, illuminating the sky like a burning sun. Captain Bagus watched as the colorful, giant fireball approached, his voice trembling with an unmistakable fear. He attempted to rush toward Teach, but was repelled by the overwhelming aura and the scorching heat of the flames. Damn it! This guy is indeed formidable. No wonder he has crossed paths with Shanks. Teach bellowed, then swiftly turned to his crew, commanding loudly, retreat. Our target is not here. Before he could finish, he vanished like a specter, swiftly melding into the shadows. His crew followed suit, leaving only the dissipating black mist and the air thick with anxiety and dread. Straw Hat, are you all right? Seeing Teach retreat, Von Clay hurried forward to assist the fallen Luffy. Ace. Luffy's gaze was dazed, his fists clenched. Moments later, he charged toward the direction Teach had vanished, only to be firmly restrained by powerful arms. Don and Appos, act impulsively, Straw Hat. As Buggy spoke, he kicked the burning Mr. 3 away, who tumbled through the air before landing some distance away, the flames gradually extinguishing. Stand down. Charging into battle now would be futile. They've already been scared off, so there's no need to pursue. If it comes to a real fight, we will all be left behind, he murmured, scanning the crowd. Every face reflected relief from the ordeal and uncertainty for the future. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the event task. Reward: Admiration points 50,000, current total 60. 000100 000. Due to the host's outstanding performance, a special item has been awarded. Drum of Liberation, one-time use. System prompt. This item, when used, can help awaken any character's devil fruit ability to its maximum potential or activate a latent yet unawakened ability. Usage limit, 30 minutes. Is this a joke? After all that effort, it seems I've merely paved the way for others. Boom. Just as Buggy was consumed by disappointment, a deafening explosion resonated from nearby, revealing a cloud of dust and golden light amidst the chaos. What is happening? Is Sengoku here? Panic ensued among the prisoners, their fearful cries echoing in disarray. This is bad. It seems Jinbei, Ivankov, and Appo's expression changed drastically. Buggy boy, quickly lead everyone to safety. If we are caught, all will be in vain. The underground fourth level was now a scene of devastation. Those unable to escape were swiftly subdued by the incoming Navy soldiers. The sounds of shackles echoing through the empty corridors, permeating every corner with fear and despair. Admiral Sengoku. Reports indicate that Blackbeard has appeared on the way to the third underground level. Amidst the turmoil, an officer clad in a justice cloak rushed in to report to the elderly man who had just reverted from his devil fruit transformation. Weren't we supposed to have Shiryu stop him? Could he have been defeated? Sengoku's expression darkened. We can only notify Garp and have Akiji come for support. Beep, beep, beep. This is the monitoring room. Before he could finish, another transponder snail beside him began to ring, emitting a hurried and tense voice. This is bad. The imaging transponder snail on the first floor seems to have been taken out. The surveillance system within the prison has ceased entirely, and all communication with the naval headquarters and governmental agencies has been severed. His Excellency the Warden, what brings you here? No. Please. Don't. Suddenly, a trembling voice emerged from the other end of the line, followed by nothing but a cacophony of static. Chapter 19. The Ingenious Strategies of Marshal Sengoku. The Foiled Escape Plan. Run. Sengoku is right behind us. Hurry to the second underground level. If we are caught, we won't survive. In the vast prison, countless shadows dart swiftly under the dim lights, gunfire and cries echoing incessantly. Occasionally, someone collapses, never to rise again. Captain Buggy, who had just regained consciousness, has fainted once more. Perhaps he was injured by Blackbeard's terrifying devil fruit ability. At the forefront of the group, a fishman with a serrated nose swung a powerful fist, instantly shattering several beast-like creatures that charged down from the upper levels. He then turned to a nearby man with a fluttering scarf and shouted, "Akin, carry him and retreat." I understand." The latter nodded vigorously and sprinted agilely towards the staircase. This group should be the last. Those further back will not make it in time. At the end of the crowd, the now slender figure of Ivankov gazed resolutely at the advancing and poised Navy soldiers nearby. "Lightning, make your move." "Understood." No sooner had he spoken than a man with dual-colored glasses emerged, his hands swiftly transforming into two elongated scissors, tearing apart the staircase as he ran. With a resounding crash, the staircase collapsed, catching the pursuing Navy soldiers off guard, sending them tumbling to the ground in disarray. The pirates seized the opportunity, racing towards the safety exit on the lower level. "Mr. Lightning, Lord Ivankov is still down there," a panic-stricken cross-dresser exclaimed. "Enough talk. Get off this level quickly." The former did not look back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Lady Ivankov, please be safe." At the juncture between the fourth and third floors, numerous Navy soldiers stood on high alert, their dark gun muzzles aimed at Ivankov, who had just struggled out from the ruins of the staircase. He thrust his hands onto his hips, his muscles swelling like inflated balloons, his stature becoming as formidable as a mountain. "Revolutionary Army, what do you intend to do?" Sengoku stood amidst the crowd, his face pale as he listened to the fading footsteps above. "If even I cannot discern your intentions, it seems the renowned naval strategist is not as formidable as rumored." Death's gaze. Before his words faded, a powerful shockwave erupted from his eyes, exploding like dazzling fireworks in the confined space, instantly knocking the surrounding Navy soldiers off balance, some even hurled against the walls by the invisible force, producing dull thuds. Even if you buy time, the Straw Hats cannot escape. Golden light flared up as Sengoku and Appo's S-form expanded once more, each step seemingly threatening to shatter the ground. "Huh. You appear quite confident in your victory," Ivankov smirked coldly. "Today, I shall show you the essence of the Kamabaka's authentic new half-fist." With a roar, Countless fist shadows descended upon Sengoku like a torrential storm. However, the latter merely gathered his hands momentarily, and a powerful energy, defying the laws of physics, dissipated the oncoming barrage of fists one by one. Hey, is Dragon doing all right? Sengoku suddenly spoke solemnly. If he learns that the long-lost new half-king is to be executed alongside Ace, I wonder what expression he would wear. Technique. Buddha's impact. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dim prison was suddenly illuminated with radiant golden light. Instantly, several beams of golden light appeared from thin air, slicing through the narrow passage like divine swords, reducing any obstruction in their path to dust. We have wasted too much time. Inform Ghost Spider to detonate all the warships surrounding Impel Down. After the brilliance subsided, Sengoku, now in his ordinary human form, cast a cold glance at the slender figure sprawled on the ground. Do we really have to do this, Marshal? A Navy lieutenant, busy clearing the battlefield, paused in disbelief. The outer area is a no-win zone. We won't be able to leave. Foolish. Sengoku adjusted his glasses. Compared to that, allowing the straw hats and the remnants of the Revolutionary Army to escape would be the greatest disgrace and failure for the Navy. Deputy Warden Hannibal. Many prisoners and freaks are coming up from the second underground level. At the entrance of the first floor, a battered guard stumbled in, his voice tinged with despair as he urgently reported to the man resembling a pharaoh who was directing the guards to seal the exits. Damn it, those bottom dwellers have finally arrived. Hannibal's face reflected his fear. Ever since the control room learned of Buggy and the monsters from the 6th level revolting, he had been pursuing the notorious pirate Barrett who had altered the structure of Impel Down and fled first. But after just one encounter, he was rendered unconscious by Barrett and Appos' overwhelming conqueror and Appos' hockey. When he finally regained consciousness, he was informed that this unprecedented revolt had reached the lower levels. If they were to escape, I fear I will never be able to become the warden again. Form up. Fight to the end. Boom. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted, causing the entire Impel Down to tremble slightly. What is happening? Hannibal exclaimed in terror, his face paling instantly. It seems to be from outside. A panicked guard shouted. The recently restored communication said all the warships guarding the perimeter have been destroyed. What? Hannibal stood frozen in shock. The destruction of the outer warships meant they had completely lost their last support. The prisoners and pirates surging towards them now formed an insurmountable barrier. You haven't changed a bit, Hannibal. A familiar, mocking voice echoed in his ear. He turned suddenly to see a figure clad in uniform, cigar in mouth, stepping slowly beside him. Hi, Hiralik, what are you doing here? Hannibal's surprise quickly turned to joy, his hands rubbing together in flattery. You fools have brought disgrace upon Impel Down, yet you still dare to question me. Hiralik exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the approaching chaos. It seems your situation is rather dire, Deputy Warden. Now is not the time for such talk. Hannibal urged. Everyone prepare to face the enemy, with you here. We can surely hold them back. Is that so? Hiralik shot him a sidelong glance, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, then drew his famed blade, Raijin. In a flash, all the guards participating in the defense collapsed to the ground. What? What have you done? Hannibal's eyes widened in horror as he clutched his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers, ultimately losing consciousness. Kill without mercy. Hiralik sheathed his sword, the tip swaying gently as if admiring his handiwork. Chapter 20. The Final Obstacle. The bloodthirsty reign of Shiryu. In the depths of the second underground level, the beast hell. Dim lights barely outlined the narrow passage, and the air was thick with a nauseating dampness. Water droplets occasionally fell from the aged stone walls, producing a sharp sound that echoed through the eerie stillness of the corridor. Just a little further, push upward. Buggy gritted his teeth against his weakness, struggling to straighten his back atop Akin's sturdy frame, shouting behind him. After triggering the task to repel Blackbeard, the system had forcibly administered a temporary enhancement serum, granting him a fleeting surge of extraordinary power, yet leaving him in an endless state of frailty, his steps unsteady and faltering. Captain, stop moving. Akin clenched his jaw, muscles taut. Each step he took was resolute, though the burden on his back hastened his breath. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in his gaze. Finally, we can leave this damned hell. A prisoner choked back tears, his voice trembling with the relief of survival. Those who had escaped from the depths had dwindled to a mere fraction, each one tattered and worn, their faces etched with fatigue and fear. Yet in their eyes flickered a glimmer of unprecedented hope. At this point, there are no enemies left to fear. As one of the leaders at the forefront, Arlong licked the blood from his palms, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Since his defeat by Luffy, he had endured unimaginable torment in this bottomless prison. But such suffering had only rendered him more resilient and ruthless. I wonder how Shachi and Penguin are faring. I hope they are safe. Hearing Akin mention you are also from the East Blue, it's no wonder you're so careless. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted Arlong's thoughts. As a prisoner marked with the character approached from the back of the group, wiping the blood from his hands. Mr. One, what do you mean? Arlong's expression darkened. His muscles tensed. Though both were prisoners of the 4th underground level, a subtle rivalry and animosity had always existed between them. During their imprisonment, they had clashed multiple times over territory, food, or mere personal grievances. However, due to Mr. One being shackled with sea stone cuffs, his slicing fruit abilities were largely suppressed, preventing their conflicts from escalating to life or death struggles. I merely remind you, having come this far, do not let a moment of negligence. Chapter 21, Breaking Through the Gate. A grand escape comes to a close. Buggy, how wonderful, you are safe. Luffy laughed while wiping his tears, embracing him tightly. Hey, Luffy, don't wipe your snot and tears all over me. Buggy squirmed free, his body folding in on itself. Had he not known his own body was impervious to slashing attacks, he would have been foolish to rush out to save him. That said, wasn't Buggy supposed to be with Blackbeard? How could this be? Did they not encounter one another after I defeated Magellan? He muttered, stepping to the front of the group, contemptuously flicking his pinky at the astonished Shiryu. Knowing that the opponent's damage was 0, what was there to fear? Let us strike him. In the face of such slashing blows, to emerge unscathed. Captain Buggy, you are truly remarkable. I knew it. Quickly defeat him. Buggy. Seeing the former unscathed, the prisoners who had just been weeping in despair instantly revived, brandishing their weapons and rallying around Buggy, inching closer to their foe, as if to unleash all their pent-up fury and strength upon him. Hey, wait. As he was swept forward by the excited crowd, Buggy began to sweat profusely, his voice drowned out by the clamor, helplessly watching as he drew nearer to Shiryu. You can't be serious. If that guy possesses any haki at this moment, we're done for. Kid, I witnessed that battle. I never expected Magellan to fall to you. Shiryu flicked the ash off his cigar, the renowned sword, Raijin, in his hand beginning to darken. But unlike that fool, you've chosen the wrong opponent today. Before he finished speaking, his eyes turned crimson, a formidable aura causing the scattered weapons around him to tremble involuntarily. Shockwave. Just as tensions escalated between the two sides, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from behind. The stone walls, already ravaged by the powers of Barrett and Buggy, began to collapse, debris scattering everywhere. Whether to call it luck or misfortune, the troublesome fellows have arrived. Pray for your safety. Shiryu cast a glance at the fleeting golden figure behind him, slowly sheathing his sword, then vanishing amidst the crumbling stones and dust. It's Sengoku and the others. Run. As the crowd gasped in shock, urgent footsteps and the sounds of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed from behind. Gunfire and cannon blasts rang out in succession. An uncountable number of elite Navy forces surged into the prison, led by the Golden Giant. How could this be? Ivankov and the others. Von Clay turned to push through the panicked crowd, his gaze filled with urgency. Jinbei? Little Ivankov. Damn it. Luffy clenched his fists, about to dash back, only to be knocked to the ground by Buggy's punch. Are you not satisfied with the fallen comrades? He gripped Luffy's collar. In aiding you, everyone has rushed forward. But they are brothers, fathers, friends to others. By what right do you demand they risk their lives for your recklessness? I just... Luffy's eyes were red, his voice choked with emotion. Enough with the nonsense. Everyone must leave this place immediately. Buggy waved his arms, burying the remaining Buggy bombs at the end of the passage. Extraordinarily grand operation. Curtain call. Fragmented. Emergency evacuation. With a low growl, the Buggy bombs that had been strategically placed by Buggy detonated, the tremendous force obliterating the passage. Debris and dust surged like a tempest, completely sealing off the space. Roar. Seeing this, the crowd hastily heeded Buggy's instructions, utilizing the sudden chaos to swiftly retreat toward other exits of the prison. Marshal, the passage is temporarily blocked. On the other side, countless elite Navy personnel in cloaks were laboriously clearing the passage engulfed in debris and dust. These elites, summoned from the Navy headquarters, had originally been gathered to prepare for an impending battle, now urgently dispatched to this precarious prison. What is the count? Have the specific numbers of missing escapees been tallied? Sengoku coldly surveyed the disappearing figures across the way, his gaze icy. Most of the escapees, including the extremely dangerous inmates from the 6th level, are already unaccounted for. The specific numbers are still being compiled, but preliminary estimates exceed 500. A Navy officer nervously compared the list in his hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It seems many long missing felons have also infiltrated this riot. He added, his tone laced with concern. Is it the Revolutionary Army, led by Ivankov? How did they manage to infiltrate here stealthily? Sengoku furrowed his brow. What has become of Magellan? My unauthorized departure from the Navy headquarters was a violation. We need his presence here more than ever. The situation is dire. Due to his entire body being toxic, the medical team cannot operate directly. Many shrapnel pieces remain lodged within him. Another officer stepped forward, his expression grave. He is a serious man, constantly muttering about taking responsibility. If he regains mobility, he may very well seek to atone with his life. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened further. He must not be allowed to commit such a foolish act. Keep him under strict surveillance. He must not entertain any thoughts of self-harm. He paused, surveying the busy Navy soldiers ahead. We must clear the passage swiftly. Even if a single criminal escapes, it could pose immense danger to people across the globe. Simultaneously, notify Garp to dispatch reinforcements. The Whitebeard pirates may appear at any moment. This is likely. Several officers responsible for communications exchanged glances, their faces troubled. One of them, steeling himself, replied, The world government has issued orders for us to conceal the events of this prison riot. All resources must prioritize addressing the significant occurrence about to unfold in Marineford. What nonsense! Sengoku's face turned ashen with rage, and he slammed his fist heavily against the wall beside him. Finally, we have arrived. I shall never forget this entrance to Impel Down, where we all first entered. How many years have passed? Have we truly returned? Before the heavy door on the first level of Impel Down, shadows emerged in the dim and profound light, though many among them bore scars. Each face radiated an indescribable excitement and thrill. All right, everyone, pick up your weapons. Buggy stood at the forefront of the crowd, arms raised high. It's time to open the gate. Roar, the prisoners shouted in unison, as if to unleash the anger and resentment built up over the years in one sweeping release. Chapter 22. The Miracle Ship. The Golden Jackson. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully flung open, and a throng of prisoners, clad in various attires, surged forth like a relentless tide. However, the scene that lay before them starkly contrasted with their expectations of a military-ready navy. What greeted their eyes were the remnants of numerous warships, some battered, others sunken, with the sea lying eerily devoid of life, save for the mournful whispers of the wind weaving through the wreckage. What on earth has transpired? How could these naval vessels? A prisoner glanced around in confusion, his voice tinged with unease. Could it be that someone has launched a preemptive strike here? Another prisoner quivered as he spoke, his eyes wide with terror and bewilderment. A bunch of fools. The sand-like figure of Crocodile drifted slowly to the top of a wrecked warship, picking up debris and lightly stroking it. All the ships have been destroyed from within. It seems the Navy is not merely a pack of incompetent buffoons. Wait, are you suggesting this is the Navy's own handiwork? Mr. 3 swallowed hard, his voice dry as he inquired. Below, the Sea King's stand guard. This windless zone truly serves as Impel Down's impenetrable fortress. Buggy nodded gravely, adding, It appears Sengoku intends to trap us here to perish. How infuriating. After finally escaping this hell, are we now to wait here to be recaptured? The expressions of the crowd began to dim, their weapons drooping limply as if even their last vestige of resistance had been shattered by this abrupt turn of events. Splash! With a resounding plop, a blue figure suddenly leaped into the sea, sending ripples cascading outward. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, the water is the most exhilarating. Arlong emerged from the depths, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Regrettably, I had hoped to join you all, but it seems the Navy has bestowed upon us an unexpected surprise. As his words trailed off, he leapt to the shore, colliding violently with a semi-submerged warship, producing a deafening clatter. He then exerted himself, tearing the broken deck free and sending a spray of water into the air. Buggy, Captain, Aladdin, you go first. Arlong shouted while using the makeshift deck as a temporary float, directing it towards the shore. As for the others, he first shot a provocative glance at Mr. 1, then surveyed the crowd with piercing intensity, a wicked smile curling on his lips. If you wish to survive, prepare 20 million berries in advance. Otherwise, brace yourselves for a return to that hell. Ha 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 ha. You scoundrel. Even now, you think of profiteering. Von Clay screamed, clenching his fists tightly. However, as he turned, he found the deck already teeming with people, a chaotic mass of bodies jostling together. Get away from me. I possess countless treasures hidden outside. Once I escape, they will all be yours. A prisoner shouted hoarsely, as if that would elevate him above the fierce competition. Get lost. I am from the Capone family of the West Sea. Save me, and the Godfather will reward you handsomely. Another prisoner refused to back down, and the scene spiraled into utter chaos as they shoved and pushed against one another. Dust slash. Amidst this turmoil, a flash of silver suddenly sliced through the crowd with blinding speed, and those in its path fell one by one. Moments later, the once crowded deck was left with but a single figure. Who is it? Who struck? It dawned on them that was the assassin from the West Sea Daz. The prisoners shrieked in terror, retreating in panic, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Now, I dare say no one dares to conduct business with you. Mr. One, his expression impassive, stepped firmly on the solid deck, his sharp gaze sweeping the surrounding prisoners with a hint of mockery. Perhaps it would be best to carry me and the boss away from this cursed place first. What say you? What nonsense are you spouting? We have endured years together in the cell, brothers in arms, beloved friends. Arlong secretly charged his strength beneath the water. However, if you wish to leave, it will cost you. Before his words had fully escaped, he suddenly swung the other hand concealed in the water, unleashing a torrent that swept over the entire deck. Boom. This is bad. The Navy is closing in. From a corner near the door, a wounded prisoner staggered forward, dragging his injured leg, his face etched with terror and despair. This is truly the end, even the only deck. Mr. 3 shouted in desperation. What are you panicking for? Crocodile slowly descended from the wreckage of a warship, having unknowingly gathered a cluster of fine grains of sand in his hands. So what if the Navy is coming? We are not lambs to be slaughtered. Everyone, stop fussing. Prepare to board the ship. Buggy's face darkened as he suddenly shouted. Having come this far, how could we easily give up? The former silently prayed. System, summon the previously rewarded ship. Ding. Suddenly, a crisp notification chimed through the sea breeze, followed by a melodious voice echoing in his ear. System acknowledges. The rewarded ship has appeared in the nearby waters. Please proceed to board at your discretion. The captain must be spurred by the current situation. This is understandable, for Aladdin's words had yet to fade when a colossal pirate ship, adorned with a pair of mermaid figures at its prow, emerged gracefully from the misty sea, floating serenely among the surrounding wreckage. Look, look! A ship has truly appeared. The prisoners, overwhelmed with joy, turned their gazes, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Yet, the distance is still too great. How can we reach it? Mr. 3 lamented in despair. Death's glance. Just when everyone thought hope had once again evaporated, the ground behind them suddenly collapsed, and a massive head, adorned with a wave-like hairstyle, burst forth, propelling itself to the forefront. Look, it seems we have caught up. A battered blue fishman leapt out behind, landing steadily on the surface of the sea, his gaze locked onto the distant ship, exclaiming in disbelief, that flag is. He paused briefly before bellowing. Everyone, jump into the water. I will handle the rest. All right, everyone, let us go. Luffy strode forward, only to be swiftly pulled back by Mr. 3, his arms stretched to an alarming length. Are you out of your mind? This is the windless zone. Mr. 3 protested vehemently. That fishman scoundrel was once a subordinate of the government. How can we trust him? He is a friend of Ace. I believe in him. The former's eyes shone with determination, and without hesitation, he dashed toward the shore and leaped into the sea. The other prisoners, witnessing this, followed suit, plunging into the water, leaving behind a trail of bubbles and splashes. You fool, you will doom us all. Mr. 3 fumed, stamping his feet. Yet he was gently patted on the shoulder by Buggy's warm hand. It's all right. Let us do as he says. Before their eyes, the once empty sea surface was suddenly filled with countless dark silhouettes. The prisoners who had leapt in first did not sink to the ocean floor, but were instead gently cradled by these shadows. Hey, hey, hey! It seems we have boarded something. It's a pod of whale sharks. The prisoners shouted in excitement, as they were slowly carried by these magnificent marine creatures towards the pirate ship. You truly are something. Jinbei, even Momo. Arlong's eyes widened, glistening with unshed tears. On the vast expanse of the ocean, a colossal manatee emerged, its horns prominently displayed, while it gracefully glided through the water with several prisoners perched upon its back. Chapter 23. Breaking Through the Gates of Justice. The Blossoms of Friendship in Hell. As the night quietly draped the horizon, a profound darkness enveloped everything at the dock by Impel Down. The flickering yellow lights cast shadows as the delayed naval officers gazed in astonishment at the silhouette of a ship slowly departing the horizon. Was it not said that it had been entirely destroyed? Sengoku's eyes widened in fury as he gripped the bewildered Gecko Moria by the collar. How could you assure me of that? Admiral, this is impossible. Moria's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat as he struggled to escape Sengoku's iron grip, which tightened further as if to tear his collar apart. I personally oversaw this operation. There must be no mistakes. Then explain to me how this happened. Sengoku barked. Wait. That ship seems to be. Suddenly, a trembling voice erupted from a naval lieutenant holding a telescope. The Oro Jackson. What did you say? Sengoku abruptly released Moria and snatched the telescope, directing it towards the distant vessel. Through the lens, he clearly discerned the familiar emblem upon the ship's hull, a skull with long, golden, wave-like whiskers, strikingly prominent against the night. This was the flagship of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, the legendary vessel of the pirate king himself. Since Roger's capture, this ship had been regarded as a symbol of legend, meticulously guarded by the Navy within a secret port unknown to the world. Yet now, it glided away like a ghost in the night, seemingly pristine and undamaged. Damn it, how did it get in? Could it be Rayleigh and the others? Sengoku's heart sank, his grip on the telescope nearly crushing it. We can no longer wait. Immediately bring all the emergency escape vessels here. I will personally board and deal with them. He paused, his gaze icy. The gates of justice are framed with sea prism stone. If they wish to throw themselves into the net, then we shall. No sooner had his words escaped than the so-called impregnable gates of justice thunderously swung open. Is this real? What about little foam? On the vast, boundless deck, Luffy's eyes were fixated on the slowly opening gates of justice, his entire being trembling. Just moments ago, they had been together. Why had he chosen to remain behind alone? They were so close to escaping. Don't be naive, Luffy. Buggy, perched atop the mast, gazed at the receding silhouette behind them, his tone resolute. This is Impel Down, not the East Blue. We have left countless comrades behind just to reach this point. If no one stayed behind, that gate would not have opened. But, little foam. Luffy's voice choked. Memories of shared experiences with Bon Clay flooding his mind. Those intertwined moments of laughter and tears felt like sharp blades slicing through his heart. Saved by complete strangers. I shall never forget your immense kindness. If we escape now, would it not be a betrayal to our comrades who risked their lives for us? Little Straw Hat. You go ahead. I will hold them off. From acquaintances to comrades, every moment was etched deeply in his heart. No buts. Buggy leaped down from the mast, handing over a small transponder snail. It's still connected. If that gate closes, communication will be cut. His own eyes glistened with moisture as his thoughts drifted back to before they boarded. Hey, Buggy, you really pulled it off. I can't believe you managed to get Roger's ship, Bon Clay exclaimed, watching the prisoners being transported onto the ship, hesitant to leave the water. The real challenge is just beginning. Buggy stared at the towering arm of the ship. That thing won't be easy to deal with. As Bon Clay clambered onto the back of the Orca, he stumbled, following Buggy's gaze to see the towering walls surrounding them, the Navy's searchlights raining down like a deluge, illuminating the entire sea as bright as day. Is that the gates of justice? It was my oversight. Buggy's expression darkened. You've done enough. Bon Clay suddenly leaped to the shore. I am the most suited for this task. I will open that gate. But how will you get out? Buggy instantly understood, his eyes reddening. Asking such a question is beneath you. With a faint smile, Bon Clay tossed a small transponder snail over. Keep this. I'll notify you once I've made arrangements. Wait. As he turned to leave, he called back. This must remain a secret from Little Straw Hat. The parting of comrades did not require words. Little Foam. Mr. 2. Bon Boy Brother Foam. Surrounding prisoners gathered, their eyes glistening with tears, voices filled with reluctance and sorrow. So that is why he stayed behind for us. Arlong slumped on the deck, silent tears streaming down his face. This is humanity. Yet, no matter how they called out, the transponder snail remained silent, shrouded in the stillness of the night, with only the distant rumble of the gates of justice closing echoing like a cold response, piercing each heart. We must go. Luffy clutched the transponder snail, his gaze fixated on the ever-narrowing gate, his body trembling with excitement and sorrow. You have always been the one to save me. Thank you. After a brief silence, a heart-wrenching scream finally erupted from the transponder snail. Little Straw Hat, you must save your brother. Thus, in the world's largest underwater prison, impelled down, a total of 512 prisoners successfully escaped, marking the most disgraceful chapter in its history. Yet the world continued to turn, and less than 4 hours remained until the public execution of Portgas d'Ace. Chapter 24. Even in death, I shall save you. A response from the foster mother. East Sea, Galbo Mountain. The rain pours down relentlessly. At the foot of the mountain, a dilapidated wooden boat sways precariously amidst the surging waves, as if it could be engulfed by the monstrous tides at any moment. Damn this weather. Where have all the fish gone? A robust woman, a cigarette clenched between her teeth, gazes at the empty fishing net, her brow furrowed in frustration. Are you all hiding from me like those two scoundrels? She mutters a curse, flicking the cigarette but into the tumultuous waters, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Boss. A voice struggles to break through the storm, weak yet tinged with urgency. Dagura, what are you panicking about? She turns and shouts angrily, you're scaring the fish away. Are we going to get the reward that old Cap promised? The latter, drenched and pale, clutches a newspaper as he clambers onto the swaying vessel, nearly swept away by the fierce winds. No. It and Oppos, S. It and Oppos, S-Ace. I and Oppos, VE told you countless times, those brats are no longer our concern. Who cares about their fate? The woman pauses, then waves her hand impatiently, but Dagura's eyes are filled with desperation and fear. He almost pleads, Boss, you have to see this. The newspaper proclaims that Ace, he is to be executed. What did you say? The woman's face turns ashen, her cigarette dropping to the deck, scattering sparks. She snatches the newspaper, the wind threatening to tear it to shreds, yet she struggles to discern the words. In that moment, time seems to freeze. The torrential rain, the crashing waves, the boats swaying all blur into the background. 10 years ago, Windmill Village. A burly middle-aged man with a chest as broad as a mountain drags a freckled, disheveled little boy down the narrow streets of the village. The boy kicks and struggles futilely, trying to escape the man's iron grip. Let go, you old coot. Where are you taking me? Be quiet, Ace. The man barks. It was a grave mistake to leave you in leisurely Windmill Village, thinking you could become a pirate. That old coot, Shrap, may say you're special, but I won't let you run wild. The Navy is your destiny. I don't want you to decide my future. Young Ace retorts defiantly. Who do you think you are? Shut up. The man roars, raising his fist, only to halt just before it connects with Ace's cheek. Fine, you'll understand someday. Thud, 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 they arrive at a wooden door. The man pauses, takes a deep breath, and knocks forcefully. Shut up. Who's making all that noise? Amidst a chorus of impatient complaints, the door creaks open to reveal a woman with orange curls and a cigarette dangling from her lips. Her angry expression morphs into one of fear upon seeing the visitor. K. Kapu-san, what brings you here? The Dan, still as sprightly as ever. Kapu chuckles heartily, lifting young Ace effortlessly. No time for chit-chat. I'm here to ask you to take care of this little rascal. His name is Ace, and for certain reasons, it's not convenient for him to be with me. Dan's eyes widen, her cigarette slipping from her mouth. She points at herself, then at Ace. You're not joking, are you? Me? Take care of this brat? Absolutely not. Seeing her reaction, Kapu's smile fades. Then you both can choose. Spend your life in prison or raise this kid. You committed so many crimes. And I've turned a blind eye. Dan's expression shifts to one of conflict as she stares at him, her lips trembling slightly. How can this be? All right. This kid is now in your hands. I have much to attend to back at HQ, so I won't linger. Kapu turns to leave, but pauses, casting a serious glance at Dan. I'll be checking in often, so don't let him starve. Hey, Dan shouts after his retreating figure. What about child support? Put it on credit. Kapu waves his hand, disappearing into the stormy night. Honestly, why does all the trouble have to fall on me? Dan grumbles, turning to Ace. Little brat, consider yourself lucky. We have meat today, come inside. No, I can hunt for myself. Young Ace stands stubbornly, puffing out his chest. You'd better get lost and die out there. With a resounding bang, Dan slams the door shut. As midnight approaches, the rain pours down, and the wind howls through Galbo Mountain, threatening to consume the entire world. Boss, that little guy from earlier seems to have vanished. Dagura pushes open the half-closed door, rainwater dripping from his hat onto the damp floor. Let him go. If he is dead, then so be it. Dan sits in the dim light, gripping a half-burnt cigarette, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. Fine, you all go look for him. Otherwise, Kapu will kill us. After all, this isn't a daycare. Why should we take care of this kid? She says, yet she finds herself standing up, grabbing a cloak, and stepping out into the dark, stormy night. Hey, kid, do you know this person? In a corner of the mountain, a ragtag group of pirates brandishes a picture surrounding a frail little boy, their expressions menacing as their weapons glint in the rain. And no, I don't know her. The boy stutters, his eyes darting nervously, his voice nearly drowned by the wind. You can't even lie properly. I'll tell you the truth. This woman has a grudge against our captain. If you know her, you'd better confess, or you'll regret it. The pirate leader threatens, waving a knife menacingly before the boy. Don't try that with me. Even if I did know her, I wouldn't tell you. The boy, though terrified, grits his teeth to steady his voice. Oh, so you've got some spirit. The pirate leader sneers, raising his knife to strike. Only to be intercepted by a sudden figure that blocks the blow, blood instantly staining the muddy ground beneath the rain. Old lady. The boy gazes in shock at the figure who shielded him from the fatal strike, disbelief flooding his eyes. Enough chatter. I just don't want Kapu stirring up trouble. Dadan's face is pale, yet she stands firm before the boy. Ace, run. Follow this path and keep going. Don't look back. No, I won't flee. Young Ace stands frozen, tears welling in his eyes. I've been searching for you for so long. Who would have thought you'd come to me today, Dadan? The pirate leader sneers, inching closer with his crew. I told you to let her go. Dadan summoned all her strength, swinging the cane towards the pirate captain, and soon found herself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Why? Why come to save me? I am, after all, the child of the devil. Little Ace cried out, gazing at the figure before him amidst the torrential rain. Silence, you brat. Dadan trembled, fending off the pirate's assaults, her voice filled with fury. To me, you are merely an ordinary child, one worthy of my rescue. Dadan. Little Ace's voice quivered, and he picked up a wooden stick, repeatedly striking back the pirates that dared to approach. That scoundrel Carp, when he returns, I shall not spare him. Returning to the present on the wooden ship, Dadan clutched the newspaper tightly, her eyes reddened. Years of adversity and resilience seemed to coalesce into a prelude of tears, yet she fought to keep them at bay. Ace. That foolish boy, how could he have come to this point? She murmured softly, her tone laced with bitterness and anger. Dugula, I have made my decision. Prepare a ship for me. Dadan rose abruptly, staggering forward. But, Captain, aren't you the one who suffers most from seasickness? Which is why you turned to banditry. Dugula hurried to follow. This time is different. Dadan halted, glancing down at the soaked newspaper beneath her feet, her gaze resolute. That child. But he is my son. Chapter 25. The final battle approaches. The Navy's most formidable formation is complete. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, a grand town brimming with the warm memories of countless naval families now finds itself shrouded in the impending storm. The residents have been alerted to seek emergency refuge. The streets lie deserted and eerily silent, interrupted only by the hurried footsteps of sailors hastily assembling, preparing to face an unknown battle. Doors and windows are tightly shut, curtains hanging like drooping eyelids, concealing the anxious and worried gazes within. Children are held closely by their guardians, their innocent faces etched with fear and confusion, as if they cannot comprehend why their tranquil lives have suddenly been engulfed by such tumultuous waves. Quickly, everyone must evacuate to the Sabaody archipelago. The ships are about to depart. The urgent evacuation orders echo repeatedly over the loudspeakers, mingled with the distant rumblings that seem to herald the onset of war. The sea breeze carries the briny scent of the ocean, intertwined with a barely perceptible tension and unease. Hey, boss, a bottle of wine, please. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of trepidation, a discordant call emerges from a small tavern tucked away in a corner. The tavern owner, an elderly retired naval soldier, looks up to see a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, dragging a massive iron arm, standing at the counter, his eyes filled with a blend of desolation and resolve. How can one think of drinking at a time like this? We cannot fathom the enormity of the war that looms ahead. The owner furrows his brow but still turns to retrieve a bottle of wine from the shelf, placing it before the middle-aged man. Be on your way. If the world still exists tomorrow, I shall reopen. The man takes the bottle but does not immediately uncork it. Instead, he gently caresses the cold glass with his calloused hands, as if this simple action could provide him with a sliver of solace. His name is Zephyr, once a top admiral of the Navy headquarters under the world government's highest command. However, after a catastrophic failure during a mission that resulted in the slaughter of his students and a grievous injury to his right arm, which necessitated a prosthetic, he became a wanderer, his heart turned to ashes. War is no novelty to me. He raises his gaze to the tavern's small window, peering into the sky that is soon to be veiled by the shadows of conflict, a flicker of complexity shimmering in his eyes. Only 3 hours remain, mark my words. Whitebeard has surely surrendered. In a corner, a drunken officer suddenly interjects, his eyes brimming with scorn and disdain. By the way, it has been years since I last saw his name in the news. Perhaps he has grown too old to even walk. Laughter erupts from another man, who echoes the officer's sentiment, prompting a chorus of derisive chuckles from the surrounding patrons. Truly, one generation is weaker than the last. Zephyr's gaze retracts from the window, slowly sweeping over the tavern's patrons, his eyes reflecting both disappointment and resignation. No wonder they still rely on those so-called 7 warlords. If Edward knew his adversaries were merely drunken fools like you, he would surely be delighted. Old fool, say that again. The officer, incensed by Zephyr's words, slams his fist on the table, rising abruptly, his face flushed with the effects of alcohol. I am a colonel of the Navy G2 Division, having captured countless pirates. Who are you to criticize me here? He bellows. What? Do you wish to fight here? Zephyr does not even turn his head, merely pressing his left hand lightly against the table. Instantly, an unseen force envelopes the tavern, compelling the officer to sit back down, his anger replaced by astonishment. Send my regards to that fellow, Gamer. Tell him the old man who made him stand in punishment all day had a drink here, and he should settle my tab. With that, Zephyr slams the bottle onto the table and strides out of the tavern, his figure disappearing into the night. At Marineford's harbor, the blood-red sunset bathes the vast ocean, casting a somber glow upon the multitude of cannons and warships that stand like ancient behemoths, reflecting the dying light and heralding the approaching storm. Sailors scurry like ants, weaving between the ships as they conduct their final preparations for battle. They inspect weaponry, transport supplies, and bid farewell to their families, the air thick with a palpable tension and tragic gravity as the shadow of war looms over the entire harbor. Over there, move quickly. No time for dawdling. A giant commander, wielding a megaphone, navigates through the throngs of men, his voice booming like thunder, striving to ignite the soldiers' fighting spirit. Roar. Accompanying him, renowned sailors from around the world unite in a thunderous chorus, their voices resonating through the harbor. Approximately 100,000 strong, they stand together, poised to embrace this fate-defining battle. 50 warships encircle the Crescent Bay, ready to confront the oncoming tempest. The sunset's glow adorns each vessel, cloaking them in a golden armor that enhances their solemnity and grandeur. At that moment, a deep and resonant bell tolls from the central clock tower of Marineford, cutting through the clamor and tightening the hearts of all present. Look, Fire Fist Ace is about to be brought out. A voice whispers in awe, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. In that instant, it seems as though the entire Marineford holds its breath. Whether the elite naval forces poised for action, the invited warlords of the sea, or the viewers watching through the transponder snail, all eyes converge upon the execution platform. Here we have the strongest forces of the 7 warlords and the Navy headquarters, 3 admirals and 100,000 elite soldiers. How will you make your move, Whitebeard? Moonlight Moria glances upward, occasionally licking his cracked lips. Is that the man who might ignite the fuse of a world-altering war? How thrilling. Standing beside him, Doflamingo wears a knowing smirk, casting a sidelong glance at the meditative Mihawk, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. Hey, are you planning to be a mere spectator again? After all, you are just here to pass the time, aren't you? Mihawk slowly opens his eyes, his gaze piercing as he stares out over the sea. For me, battle is merely a means to hone my swordsmanship. Whoever proves worthy of my hand will receive my utmost effort. Surrounded by insufferable men, how unbearable. Hancock scoffs disdainfully upon hearing this, her heart a mix of anticipation and derision for the impending war. Yet, among all men, that one is truly exceptional. You must remain safe, Luffy. Her eyes search through the throngs of people, as if she can see the distant figure charging toward her with all his might. Chapter 26. Targeting the naval headquarters. The roar of Jester Buggy. On the vast expanse of the ocean, the pirate ship Oro Jackson soared like a magnificent golden bird in the sea breeze. The prison transport ships that had been pursuing it were now left far behind, their cumbersome forms and slow speeds starkly contrasting with the agile vessel. Standing at the bow, Jinbei gripped the helm tightly, glancing toward the figure rummaging through the gunpowder store beside him. He exclaimed loudly, "By the way, where exactly did you acquire this ship? Did you discover it, Jinbei?" Buggy replied, his head popping out from the gunpowder store, hands clutching a pile of disassembled ammunition, a proud grin on his face. "After all, I've been with that esteemed figure for so long. Is it too much to leave me a little inheritance? Just kidding. Am I supposed to inform you that I possess a system? Fortunately, my body's history is rich enough. Deceiving you, you fatso, is a piece of cake." Buggy privately rejoiced, yet pretended to speak earnestly. "Captain Roger once intended to groom me as his successor, but I declined." He gestured towards Luffy, who was still sorrowful over Von Clay's departure. Otherwise, how could that hat possibly end up on his head? Upon hearing this, Jinbei slightly furrowed his brow before relaxing it again. "I see. In any case, you've granted me the opportunity to rescue Mr. Ace. I truly owe you a great favor. As a reward, I will ensure your safety at the naval headquarters." "Wait." Arlong, who had been dozing off, suddenly straightened up. "Did you just say we're heading to the naval headquarters?" As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere in the cabin froze, akin to an ice sculpture. All the prisoners, who had just begun to relax, halted their actions, their gazes fixated on Jinbei, faces etched with astonishment and unease. "Isn't that akin to walking into a trap? I've heard that Whitebeard is about to wage war against the naval headquarters, rather than going to such a place. Wouldn't it be better to return?" Panic ensued, and the cabin erupted into chaos. "Stop this mad ship at once." After barely escaping from that hellish prison, who in their right mind would willingly head towards the naval headquarters to meet their doom? In a corner, a trembling prisoner raised his weapon, soon followed by many others. Inching closer to the bow, "What are you shouting about?" Crocodile tossed aside his spent cigar, hands conjuring a trickle of sand, and impatiently emerged from the shadows of the cabin. "If you dare to act, you'll all remain here." "Just what I wanted, boss. I've long found that stinking fishman unbearable." Mr. One licked the blade that had formed from his arms, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. "If you dare to touch a single hair on Dragon's head, I'll turn you into meat paste." Akin, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes, standing resolutely at the forefront of the rebellious crowd. Boom! Just as tensions escalated between the two factions, a cannon on the deck erupted with a deafening roar. Moments later, a massive column of water surged into the air, followed by a gigantic vortex of flames rapidly spreading across the sea, scorching the surrounding air. The powerful waves caused the entire Oro Jackson to tremble, and the prisoners on deck recoiled in fear, some even losing their footing and falling to the ground. "Is that Captain Buggy?" A prisoner who had fallen struggled to rise, pointing toward the cannon, his voice filled with terror and disbelief. "Indeed, the Buggy bomb, infused with nitrocellulose and black powder, combined with your special wax, is truly beyond imagination, Mr. 3. Buggy dusted off his clothes, casting a proud glance at the scorched sea, delight radiating from his face. With the appearance of this familiar vessel, fragments of memory began to piece together in his mind. Upon reflection, he realized that the so-called Buggy bomb was, in fact, a special cannonball invented by Jabba during the Roger Pirate's reign. It contained a mixture of Zo's excrement and unique materials he had obtained from a mysterious island, enhancing its power several-fold beyond that of ordinary cannonballs. Originally disheartened after consuming a devil fruit, Buggy had developed a keen interest in explosives. Before disembarking, he had stealthily learned and simplified the technique of creating these special cannonballs. Though he could not fully replicate Jabba's exquisite methods, he had crafted his own unique version of the Buggy bomb. Speaking of which, that esteemed predecessor Jabba is truly remarkable. Buggy murmured, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He recalled that in his previous life, it was precisely this dangerous explosive experimentation that had inadvertently triggered a safety mechanism in the laboratory, leading to a minor explosion and his subsequent journey into this wondrous world. Little did he expect that the knowledge he had once acquired would shine brilliantly in this realm. At that moment, his heart swelled with excitement. Even the seawater is ablaze. Mr. 3 gazed at the bizarre flames ignited on the sea by the cannonballs infused with his special wax, incredulity lacing his tone. "After observing that your wax could even withstand Magellan's venom, I was already convinced that this mixture would yield unprecedented results." Buggy suddenly stomped the ground. His knees lifted as if supported by an invisible force, slowly rising into the air as he bellowed. "Listen up, everyone. Upon emerging from the gates of justice, we find ourselves ensnared within a colossal vortex connecting the naval headquarters, Eni's lobby, and impelled down, the three great centers of power. To put it plainly, once this ship sets sail, there is no turning back. We are already aboard the pirate ship. He surveyed the stunned crowd and continued. The pinnacle of the world is within our grasp. To abandon this opportunity now means we shall forever remain insignificant players. Arlong, do you not seek to vindicate the fishmen? Akin, do you not yearn to discover the meaning of life? Each of us has endured a past we wish to forget, abandoned by the world, misunderstood by others. Yet it is these very experiences that compel us to cherish the opportunities before us and fervently desire to alter our fate. So, let us join forces to seize the world. Let those Marines witness what true pirates are. As his words faded, the deck fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. Moments later, the clattering of weapons hitting the ground echoed clearly. The prisoners' expressions shifting from fear and confusion to an indescribable fervor and passion. Captain Buggy, you speak the truth. Arlong, with red-rimmed eyes, was the first to step forward, determination gleaming in his gaze. For the freedom and dignity of the fishmen, I am willing to sacrifice everything. We have lingered too long in the darkness of hell, losing sight of our most precious treasures. Akin followed suit, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. No matter what storms lie ahead, I shall stand by your side. Yes, we must fight for ourselves, for the beliefs that reside within our hearts. The prisoners responded in unison, their voices converging into an unstoppable torrent that reverberated across the deck of the Ur Jackson, as if even the sea breeze were invigorated by this fervor, blowing with increased intensity. Splendid, it seems you have all discovered your cause for battle. The leader nodded in satisfaction, gently descending from the air to stand before the assembly. Let us, then, together challenge the naval headquarters to confront that so-called justice. A roar erupted. One cannot help but acknowledge that this fellow is indeed a natural-born leader. Above, a crimson bat circled the mast, emitting a sharp cry, as if it too were exhilarated by the impending conflict. Chapter 27. The Enigma of Ace's Heritage. The battle commences. How I long to see you soon. On the island of Batarilla, in a modest shack concealed in shadows, a woman with freckled cheeks curled up quietly on a dilapidated wooden box, gently caressing her slightly protruding belly, her eyes filled with tenderness and resolve. Now is not the time. A middle-aged man, clad in a sharply tailored suit and possessing a robust physique, furrowed his brow as he gazed out at the ceaseless patrols outside. The carefree demeanor and smiles he usually wore replaced by an indescribable gravity. Mr. Garp, the woman whispered, her voice trembling. Roger spoke of you countless times as his most respected rival and a rare friend. Therefore, I beseech you to protect this child, ensuring he lives a peaceful life. Having spoken, she slowly turned her head, her gaze falling upon a newspaper beside her. Its bold headline glaring back, Pirate King Roger, the end of a legend. Tears welled in her eyes as she choked out, the girl's name shall be Anne. The boy's name shall be Ace. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. In a somewhat disordered office in Marineford, a naval colonel burst through the door, hurrying towards a desk bearing a slumbering figure. Wake up. The criminal Ace has been brought to the execution platform. Rogers. Garp's eyes reddened as he suddenly looked up, sweat beading on his forehead. What is the situation? He staggered to his feet, draping on the cloak of justice that symbolized honor and responsibility, his voice laced with urgency. Has Sengoku not returned yet? The 5 monitoring ships dispatched by headquarters sank as soon as they set sail. The Whitebeard pirates seemed to have vanished. The naval colonel saluted with one hand, his voice betraying a hint of panic. As for the marshal, before he could finish, the office door swung open once more, and a man with frog-like glasses, blood-stained and staggering, rushed in, his face pale. At this time, why are you still here, Garp? Did I not instruct you to be on standby? Taken aback, Garp recognized the man before him after a moment's pause. What happened to you? Did Sakazuki and the others not already go? Even this old bone of mine could use a rest. Sengoku removed his glasses, hastily wiping the blood from his face, and shouted furiously, What nonsense are you spouting? That is our old adversary, Edward. Moreover, a significant number of prisoners have escaped from Impel Down. If they join forces with Whitebeard, it could spell unprecedented catastrophe. You risked violating orders to quell a rebellion, and yet they still escaped. Garp furrowed his brow. That truly presents a problem. Let me first find Tsuru. I will go down with her shortly. He turned to push open the door, but just as he was about to step out, Sengoku halted him. Wait. There is one more matter to inform you about Ace's lineage. I intend to reveal everything to the world. Garp was momentarily stunned, then with a powerful punch, he shattered the door, exclaiming, "Is that truly necessary? I cannot accept this. Do not forget your position." Sengoku took the pristine marshal's uniform handed to him by an officer, donning it slowly before stepping in front of Garp. This public execution is not merely a simple broadcast. You should understand its profound implications for the future direction of the world. Having said that, Sengoku left without waiting for Garp's reaction, gently patting a sheep engrossed in munching on documents, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. "Kneel, you filthy pirate. Did you not hear me? I command you to kneel." At the execution platform, two naval soldiers roughly shoved Ace, attempting to force him to the cold ground. Yet, he stood tall, indifferent to their pushing and even physical blows. His gaze fixed ahead with cold detachment. "Stand aside." With steady and powerful footsteps, Sengoku ascended the steps of the execution platform under the watchful eyes of countless Marines. At such a moment, unnecessary violence is unwarranted. "Marshal, why are you here?" The soldiers, though reluctant, stepped aside. "Before the execution, I have something to inform everyone." Gripping a transponder snail tightly, his voice resonated through Marineford and reached all those watching the live broadcast across the globe. Port Gas Ace. The significance of this man's death here today. Sengoku cast a glance at Garp, who stood below with clenched fists, trembling. He continued, "Many years ago, we received intelligence indicating that a certain island may harbor the bloodline of that man. We devoted all our resources to a comprehensive search for qualifying infants and their mothers, but to no avail. Yet, this is not surprising." His gaze shifted to Ace, who appeared to be in agony, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. "Your birth was paid for by your mother's life. In order to conceal her identity, she bore you for a full 20 months. Only when we were certain that the child no longer existed did she finally bring you into this world. A year and 3 months after your father's death. Thus was born a child inheriting the most sinister bloodline. As for your father, he was none other than the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger." Upon uttering these words, the square of Marineford fell into a profound silence, soon erupting into a cacophony of thunderous discussions and gasps of shock among the crowd. Across the globe, those watching the broadcast were equally stunned by this heart-wrenching revelation. Fire Fist Ace is the son of the Pirate King. This explosive announcement resonated like thunder, igniting the crowd in Sabaody Archipelago into a frenzy. "This is sensational news. Quick, inform headquarters and prepare a special edition." On the fringe of the crowd, a man clad in a black top hat, resembling an albatross, widened his eyes, swiftly pulling out a small piece of paper from his pocket, furiously scribbling down this momentous occurrence. His mind raced with countless ideas, contemplating how to disseminate this explosive news to every corner of the world in the most captivating manner. Mama. In the opulent palace of Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, lounged lazily on a throne constructed of soft cakes, her eyes fixated on the screen, gleaming with greed and curiosity. "Roger's lineage still survives," she murmured, her fingers lightly tapping the armrest. "If united with him, what formidable offspring might arise? Mother, should we?" Charlotte Perispero, her eldest son, cautiously began. "No, now is not the time." Big Mom devoured a donut beside her, her expression turning serious. "The battle between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates is on the verge of igniting. I've heard that even Kaido and Shanks are stirring. We have no need to entangle ourselves in this now. However, Ace, if he miraculously survives, I will undoubtedly claim him for my own." Mama. Chapter 28. The Appearance of the Grand Fleet. The Whitebeard Pirates. Silence. On the execution platform, Ace trembled, his hands bound by sea prism stone cuffs, veins bulging from the strain. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting mottled shadows on his resolute visage. Sweat and tears intertwined, cascading down his chin like pearls from a broken string, ultimately splashing onto the wooden planks beneath him, producing a faint yet resolute sound. "My father, from the very beginning." His voice quivered with fury and determination, each word erupting from the depths of his heart. "Only Whitebeard." As his words echoed, the entire Marineford began to quake violently. A piercing alarm shattered the air, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of naval soldiers and the panicked cries of civilians. The island seemed to tremble under an invisible force. What is happening? Below the execution platform, the naval commanders exchanged anxious glances, their unease growing like rampant weeds. At that moment, on the horizon, a massive, ominous cloud swiftly approached. accompanied by thunderous roars. This was not a natural storm cloud, but a fleet of pirate ships. A dark armada surging towards Marineford with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf pack. Each vessel proudly displayed the skull and crossbones, fluttering ominously in the wind, heralding their arrival. "They are coming!" A lookout soldier shouted in terror, his voice trembling to the point of near incomprehensibility, nearly dropping his telescope. How on earth did they breach the gates of justice? The expression of Vice Admiral Dogman was one of disbelief and anger, his brow furrowed deeply. He had assumed that the formidable defenses would suffice to inflict heavy casualties on the Whitebeard pirates. Yet they had managed to break through the layers of protection with astonishing speed, closing in on the heart of Marineford. It is the grand fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku's gaze sharpened as he gripped his communicator tightly, roaring, "All personnel prepare for battle. Quickly, confirm the location of Whitebeard's flagship. Night Doma, Thunderlord Makugai, the Daicalban brothers, the Great Whirlwind Spider, Squard. Each is a top-tier expert, every one a renowned captain in the New World." From the communicator, the voice of Vice Admiral Styles trembled, revealing his shock at the sudden emergence of such a colossal fleet. Yet, he endeavored to maintain his composure and continued reporting. "Currently, we have identified 43 enemy ships, but we have yet to locate Whitebeard and the captains. What is there to panic about? Truly pathetic." In a shadowy corner, Zifa regarded the chaos unfolding among the naval soldiers and commanders with disdain and disappointment. He raised the half-empty bottle of liquor in his hand towards the distant fleet, saying, "Old friend, you have not disappointed me. For some reason, I find myself somewhat eager for you to win this battle." With that, Zifa swung his hand, sending the bottle arcing gracefully towards the tumultuous sea, splashing into the waves. Suddenly, the sky darkened, the previously sparse clouds converging as if even nature held its breath in anticipation of the impending clash. The sea breeze grew fierce, flags snapping in the gusts, and even the naval ships rocked violently upon the waves, heralding the approaching storm. It is eerily quiet, too unnatural. Hancock, who had been absorbed in Ace's fate, now sensed the tension and unease permeating the air. Her captivating gaze slowly shifted from Ace to the dark ocean of pirate ships. This is truly exhilarating. Nearby, Doflamingo, clad in his signature pink feather coat, squatted atop a high building adjacent to the execution platform, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Come forth, old man. Let me witness your strength," he muttered softly, his hands trembling slightly, causing several elite naval soldiers to unconsciously edge closer to the sea. Just then, the circular bay of Marineford erupted in massive ripples, concentric waves spreading outward at an astonishing speed. Accompanied by a deep, resonant rumble, the entire bay seemed to boil under an invisible force. Could it be the undercurrents? On the viewing platform, a woman with simple ponytails and graying hair, Tsuru, gripped her telescope tightly, her expression grave as she focused intently on the roiling sea. "No. This force is." Beside her, Garp crossed his arms, his brow furrowed. "It appears this fellow remains unchanged." As their words lingered, the sea suddenly erupted. A massive column of water shooting skyward, accompanied by a thunderous roar as a ship resembling a white whale, adorned with lavish decorations, burst forth from the depths, sending waves cascading like torrential rain into the sky, adding to the grandeur and shock of the scene. That is, the Moby Dick. Among the panicked naval ranks, a pink-haired youth wearing a vibrant scarf, Kobe, recognized the legendary pirate ship with incredulity-laden tremors in his voice. "No way. It's really here." Beside him, Balumber widened his eyes, his grip on the sword hilt tightening with anxiety. "I see now. All their ships emerged from the depths after being coated." Sengoku rapidly pieced together the logic of this unfolding scenario, stumbling as he issued commands. "Prepare to fire." At that moment, 3 towering water columns erupted from the sea surrounding the Moby Dick. Another 3 have appeared. A giant admiral stationed near the harbor wiped the sweat blown away by the sea breeze from his brow, his gaze fixed incredulously upon the relentless surge of enemies. "That is, 1st Division Commander Marco?" "No, all 14 commanders have arrived." "Gulalala. It has been decades, Sengoku. There is no need to arrange such a grand welcome for me." Accompanied by heavy footsteps, an elder with a long knife and a crescent-shaped white beard strode toward the bow of the ship, laughing heartily. "I trust my dear son is unharmed." Chapter 29. The Power to Annihilate the World. The terrifying strength of Whitebeard. As the familiar figure suddenly emerged, Ace's eyes brimmed with tears, and he shouted hoarsely, his voice amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, resonated with an unusual clarity. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the surrounding tumult faded away, leaving only the profound bond between him and Whitebeard. 5 years ago, in the vicinity of Fishman Island along the Grand Line, an elderly man, Whitebeard, was reclining on a soft couch in the cabin, his body adorned with 4 drips and oxygen tubes. Clutching a jug of liquor in one hand, he lightly tapped the newspaper before him, a smile gracing his lips. This little brat dares to make a name for himself at my expense. How audacious. You must be speaking of that newcomer named Ace. As the cabin door gently swung open, Sachi entered, carrying a platter of fruit. Upon noticing the jug in Whitebeard's grasp, he shook his head in exasperation and quickly approached to carefully retrieve it. Father, please refrain from drinking any more. The doctor has repeatedly advised you that your health requires rest. The old man, initially irked by Sachi's action, shot him a glare before his gaze returned to the newspaper. He has no sense of restraint. What great accomplishments can one achieve with such impatience at a young age? Sachi sighed, placing the fruit platter on the table beside the bed. I heard he even turned down an invitation from the 7 warlords. What a character he is. Oh. Whitebeard's brow furrowed slightly as he finally set aside the newspaper. Truly an unsettled young man. Almost immediately, the door burst open, and a frantic pirate, his face charred, rushed into the cabin, barely managing to close the door behind him. Father, trouble is brewing. A freckled man has come seeking your head. Jimby has gone to intercept him, but the situation appears grim. Oh, even he cannot handle this intruder? Whitebeard sat up straight, glancing at the wanted poster's image in the newspaper. A slight smile forming on his lips. It seems I am indeed growing old. Father, let me. Sachi began, but Whitebeard stood up, raising his hand to interrupt. No need for further words. Sachi, prepare yourself. Let us go and confront this unexpected guest. Outside the cabin, the sounds of battle intensified. With a series of deafening booms, the 2 combatants fell to the ground simultaneously. That is, countless onlooking pirates, initially buzzing with excitement, fell silent in terror as they noticed a towering figure slowly appearing on the deck, retreating in fright, trembling uncontrollably. I've heard someone seeks my head. Very well. Let us indulge in a game. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, scattering all the pirates present. Everyone, cursed be. On the ground, a weary man suddenly sprang up in despair, waving his hands and shouting, Flame net. In an instant, searing flames erupted like a massive net, rapidly encasing the advancing elder and everything around him. Ace, Captain, what are you doing? A pirate, pressed to the deck by the earlier force, looked up in horror. Flee. Within the flames, Ace's figure appeared resolute. What is the matter? At this juncture, are you going to falter? Whitebeard shook his coat. What happened to your earlier bravado? I implore you, spare my comrades. Ace raised his head, meeting the elder's gaze. In exchange, I shall remain here. Flame of the sun. Before his words could conclude, his arms transformed into blazing flames, surging forward. However, just as he was about to strike, an immense force sent him flying, and the once ferocious flames flickered out like a candle in the wind. So this is the man contending for supremacy with that scoundrel who abandoned me. Ace struggled to rise again, but his body felt as if it were crushed beneath a colossal weight, immobile. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat and tears mingling as they streamed down his cheeks. Gurara, Whitebeard's laughter. Can you still rise, little brat? It would be a shame to let you perish now. Whitebeard stepped forward. Be my son. As he spoke, he bent down, extending a colossal hand to gently lift Ace from the ground. If you're not finished causing a ruckus, then use my name to wreak havoc upon these seas. Await me, Ace, at the bow of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard gazed intently at the distant figure still standing defiantly, shackles in place, his resolve unwavering. With a thunderous roar, he thrust his great sword into the ground. Raising both hands high, he pulled down suddenly, producing an ear-splitting boom. In an instant, the sea appeared to be torn apart by an invisible force. Monstrous waves rising like a furious beast, converging into unprecedented tsunamis that surged towards Marine headquarters at Marineford. Look quickly. The atmosphere has cracked. The Navy soldiers, who were poised to fire, stood aghast, their weapons momentarily forgotten as they turned their attention to the tumultuous sea, as if the entire world had trembled at that moment. The sea trembles. It has indeed shaken the ocean. At the execution platform, Sengoku's keen gaze fixed upon the roiling sea, sweat beading on his brow. This man's power remains astonishing. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, then shouted through the intercom, "Everyone, stay alert. The opponent possesses the power to annihilate the world. We cannot allow him to approach the execution platform." No sooner had he spoken than one of the three figures seated at the highest platform, Admiral Akiji, soared into the air, his hands emitting a chilling mist. Ice Age. As he bellowed, the temperature of the battlefield plummeted. With a sudden thrust of his hands, the sea was instantly enveloped in a thick layer of ice. The once turbulent waves frozen in time, suspended in midair. "Stop! Come to a halt. It's Admiral Kazan. Admiral Kazan has intervened." The panicked Navy personnel, who had been scrambling for safety, halted in their tracks, gazing in awe at the incredible scene before them, a flicker of hope reigniting in their hearts. "We possess the strongest admiral of Marine headquarters on our side. Indeed, Whitebeard's crew is not to be feared." Trembling, they raised their weapons, feeling a sliver of solace. "Do not dawdle. Fire upon the Moby Dick." In the chaos, Gecko Moria shouted loudly, attempting to rally the Navy's offensive. Yet, at that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, as if shrouded by a heavy cloud. Following this, a crimson ship, akin to a burning flame, descended from above, casting a shadow over the entire battlefield. Chapter 30. The Arrival of Buggy's Crew. The soaring Oro Jackson. Did it just fall from the sky? A Navy soldier clad in a cloak gazed upwards at the sudden appearance of the ship, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Is it a surprise attack from the Whitebeard pirates? Another Navy soldier, gripping his firearm anxiously, hurriedly sought refuge behind some cover. "No, wait. That vessel is." Kapu stared at the ship taking form in the sky, his voice trembling, disbelief clouding his eyes. The Oro Jackson. This ship was an old acquaintance, familiar as a long-lost friend. Countless times, he had driven its captain into despair, and he had even sailed aboard it, fighting alongside Gold Roger against the onslaught of the Rocks pirates in God Valley. He was intimately familiar with every scar on its deck. "It has been so long since we last met." "Old friend." On the Sabaody archipelago, a silver-haired elder adjusted his glasses, his eyes widening in surprise as he observed the scene broadcasted on the screen. "I never expected you would appear at such a moment." "Who could it be?" "Old Ray." Beside him, Shaki took a drag from her cigarette, her brow furrowed, her gaze fixed on the legendary ship displayed on the screen. "You. Don't tell me you're recalling something?" "Perhaps." A complex smile danced on his lips, a blend of nostalgia and concern in his eyes. "Wow, what a magnificent ship." Somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line, an unknown port, a man wearing a straw hat gazed at a dilapidated sailboat, his eyes sparkling with the joy of discovery. "I stole it." The young Rayleigh lounged on the deck, basking in the sun, lazily replied, "Don't you dare get any funny ideas." "Really? What is your name?" The man stroked his head. "Rayleigh." The former sat up, a hint of teasing in his gaze. "What, are you planning to report me?" "Of course not. Let us get acquainted. I'm Roger. Our encounter is destined, Rayleigh." The man extended his hand, laughing heartily. "Want to join me in overturning this world? Overturn the world?" "Ha ha ha ha." Young Rayleigh laughed heartily, sipping on rum, dismissing. "Who are you? A little brat, to suggest such a thing?" Yet the man remained unfazed, confidently adjusting his straw hat. "I've said we're going to overturn the world. Let us set sail, Rayleigh." "I think I understand what you mean now, Roger." Rayleigh's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed at the red-nosed figure on the Oro Jackson, standing calmly beneath its flagpole, murmuring, "The children you hold such high hopes for have already grown up." At this moment, the ship hovers 1,000 meters in the air. "Jinbei, steady the helm. Akin, lead everyone to secure the sails." In midair, Buggy fixed his feet to the railing with a knife, standing in an unusually stable yet precarious manner, shouting, "Everyone, hold on tight. Falling from here will turn you into fragments." 800 meters what nonsense is this? Why has this bunch suddenly ignited their fighting spirit? Mr. 3 clung tightly to the mast, his legs melting into a waxy substance, his face as pale as paper. The sudden tsunami earlier was one thing, but why is ice forming everywhere now? 600 meters, still don't get it? Crocodile's iron hook clung tightly to the ship, looking down at the increasingly close marine fort, his hoarse voice tinged with helplessness. "There are only a few things in this world that could cause such a scene. 400 meters, mommy. I want to go home." A prisoner curled up in the corner of the ship's cabin, tears rolling down as the ship trembled. Shut up, mister. One grabbed the falling man and roughly slammed him to the deck. What good is crying here? If you want to survive, straighten your back and prepare for battle. 200 meters, we're about to land. As the naval fleet and the towering Marineford fortress below appeared larger, a glint of fervor flashed in Buggy's eyes. Arlong. It's time. Got it. The latter abruptly bit through the mast, a powerful stream of water gushing from his mouth, stretching the sails taut. In an instant, the ship's descent slowed dramatically. 100 meters Akin, hurry. As he spoke, he and Akin exerted their strength, pulling the two massive canvas sheets embedded in the ship's structure, unfurling a triangular sail emblazoned with a red-nosed pirate emblem. Harnessing the wind, the entire ship executed a thrilling gliding maneuver, soaring through the sky like a gigantic seabird, elegantly and swiftly racing towards the heart of the battlefield. It's flying. Ivankov watched the seabird flying parallel, excitedly waving his arms. I didn't expect little Buggy's creativity combined with Mr. 3's abilities could yield such results. Ace, Luffy sat at the bow, gazing at the distant figure, grinning widely. Buggy, thanks. Next, let us cause a ruckus. That voice. Kapu, you bastard family member again. Beside the execution platform, Sengoku clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the pirate ship descending from the sky in an astonishing manner, and on the straw hat boy at the bow, laughing unabashedly. His expression as dark as water. Luffy, you little brat, if you dare come over, I want to let you off. Kapu struggled to suppress his laughter, but the pride and worry in his eyes were undeniable. Good grief, each one of you is as strong as a monster. The stunned Kizaru heard the shouts. Slowly rising to his feet, his gaze through his glasses fixated on the rapidly approaching ship. Time to move a bit. Leave that thing above to me. Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a brilliant beam of light. 8 Shaku kg. Accompanied by the incantation, the sky suddenly erupted with dazzling brilliance. Countless radiant projectiles cascading down like a meteor shower, aimed directly at the pirate ship gliding toward them with astonishing speed. Chapter 31, The Awakening of Mr. 3 and the True Nature of the Candle Fruit. The blinding light was overwhelming. Jinbei, who was steering the ship, suddenly lifted his head, his expression turning grave. What is that? That guy is from Sabaody Archipelago. At the ship's bow, Luffy quickly pulled down his straw hat, revealing a rare look of fear. Quick, hide. It's Kizaru coming. Before Buggy could finish his sentence, Crocodile, beside him, bit down hard on his cigar and swung his iron hook. Hey, I haven't even landed yet. How can I let you destroy this ship? As his words fell, a thick wall of sand coalesced at the ship's bow, stopping the meteor-like light projectiles just before they struck the vessel, creating a cacophony of explosions and scattering sand. The attack from an admiral was actually blocked. In the port square, Kobe and Balumeb stared in shock at the scene, their legs weakening. We should flee. Kobe's voice trembled, the sounds of battle and shouting around him pushing him to the brink. These people are monsters. I am too scared to do anything. What are you dawdling for, Marine? Dalmesia, commanding the battle, yanked Kobe, who was nearly collapsing to the ground. The fight has only just begun. We cannot be defeated by such fear. We Marines fight for the world's justice against pirates. Anyone seeking to survive at any cost will be the first I won't spare. With that, he hurled Kobe to the front lines of the battle, while his own hands transformed into claws, charging fiercely. Above, countless light projectiles continued to rain down like meteors, seemingly tireless. The once robust wall of sand was weakening under the relentless bombardment, the grains scattering as if on the verge of collapse. Being merely passive and taking hits is not a solution, Crocodile Boy. Ivanov, noticing the thinning barrier under the barrage of light projectiles, chuckled and shook his head. Why not ask for my help? He produced a mirror from nowhere, touched up his makeup, and then blinked his eyes. Hell seduction. As his voice faded, a tremendous energy erupted, ripping through the air like a violent storm, creating fissures. This force struck Kizaru, who was about to launch another attack, sending him flying. We hit him. Mr. 3, trembling in the corner of the ship, shouted excitedly. But in an instant, even more dazzling lights pierced the sky, coalescing around Kizaru's slender figure. Don't get cocky. There's no way I'm letting you through so easily. Kizaru flicked the dust from his suit, golden light gathering in his palm until it formed a brilliant sword. What a headache. If I don't stop you, the celestial dragons will say I am slacking off. With that he vanished, leaving only a golden afterimage flickering in place, reappearing above the Oro Jackson. Amaterasu. Accompanied by his deep voice, the wax wings that supported the ship were severed in a swift strike, causing the massive vessel to become unbalanced and plummet like a meteor. It's falling. Below, Jaws, the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, sensed the looming shadow beneath him and looked up just in time to see a massive ship descending towards him. "Marco, help them!" Whitebeard exclaimed, snapping out of his daze. "Got it, old man," Marco replied, and in an instant, a massive bird engulfed in blue flames soared through the sky, swiftly approaching in the form of the phoenix. He spread his wings wide, generating a powerful updraft to slow the pirate ship's descent, while his indomitable flames provided a buffer for the ship about to collide. "How can I let you be so arrogant right from the start?" Marco, enveloped in blue flames, rolled midair, skillfully using the updraft to stabilize himself beneath the trajectory of the falling pirate ship. "Whoa, blue flames! How terrifying, Whitebeard pirates!" Kizaru scoffed, crossing his arms as countless light projectiles erupted once more. Yet, Marco did not flinch, allowing the attacks to strike him, only to recover instantly. "Look, his wounds are healing." A giant marine officer below the execution platform stared wide-eyed at the blue figure in the sky. "That is the 1st Division commander, the immortal Phoenix, Marco, who can be reborn from any attack." Another marine major gripped the hilt of his sword, sweat streaming down his forehead. "Honestly, these guys are all derelict in their duties." On the high platform, a man adorned with a flower on his chest and wearing black leather gloves slowly stood, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the descending ship. "If we all attack, then who will protect this place?" As he spoke, a plume of black smoke rose from beneath him, his left arm glowing red, great fire, accompanied by a surge of heat. A torrent of molten magma erupted from his fist, as if from a volcano, the crimson flames tracing harrowing arcs in the air, aimed directly at the slowly descending pirate ship. "Damn it, there's no escaping." As the intense heat drew near, Jinbei turned to the composed figure with a red nose. "Are we abandoning ship, Buggy? Is this where it ends?" Buggy's eyes flashed with reluctance. "I was indeed too ostentatious. I should have made my entrance later." He muttered to himself, but then his gaze sharpened, turning to the trembling figure of Mr. 3, ready to abandon ship. "Mr. 3, do you wish to avenge little foam? Is this the time to talk about that? Hurry up and figure out how to escape." Mr. 3 replied, his voice quivering as he watched the encroaching molten magma. "System, extract the drum of liberation." Buggy murmured. "Ding. The drum of liberation has been placed in the host's hand. Here it comes. I hope I'm not wrong. Can the candle fruit be wielded like the mochi fruit of katakuri? Then, strike it." A white drum was thrown unhesitatingly towards Mr. 3, who, in a flurry, accidentally struck the drumhead with his arm, producing a deep and resonant sound. Hey, hey, are you trying to get me to accompany you? This isn't fun at all." Before Mr. 3 could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt an unprecedented power surging from within him, as if a certain ability was activated, undergoing a strange transformation. Is my vision deceiving me? He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at his hands. The hard candle he could originally shape was now pliable and elastic, capable of extending like tentacles to entangle surrounding objects. There is no time. Mr. 3, though unsure of what transformation had occurred, seeing the scorching magma about to engulf everything, Buggy finally lost his composure. "Arlong, throw him." With this newly awakened power, "Stop that magma." In a moment of crisis, Arlong, equally terrified, disregarded everything and seized Mr. 3, launching him like a cannonball towards the imminent molten magma targeting the Aro Jackson. "Ah, you scoundrel." Just before the impending contact with the molten lava, countless streams of waxy liquid erupted from Mr. 3's body, weaving themselves into a colossal protective net of wax that ensnared the searing lava, poised to devour everything in its path. The moment the lava made contact with the waxen shield, a hissing sound resonated. The intense heat caused the wax to solidify rapidly, gradually absorbing and dispersing the thermal energy of the lava, ultimately forming an indomitable barrier that completely sealed the formidable power of the molten rock. Chapter 32. Seeking Answers. Buggy's Path to Strength. With a resounding roar, accompanied by the muffled sounds of dust and lava being subdued, the Oro Jackson, aided by Marco, finally landed steadily in the square before the execution platform in Marineford. Although the vessel was severely damaged, it had narrowly escaped a fatal crisis. "Are we saved?" The prisoners slumped on the deck, exchanging glances filled with disbelief and relief at having survived. "Buggy, you bastard, you actually let them." A sticky sound echoed as Mr. Three's figure reformed beside Buggy. Clenching his fists, he furiously gripped Buggy's collar, only to be jolted by the sudden explosion nearby. This is not the time to assign blame. Jinbei shattered several incoming cannonballs with a punch, shouting, "We must leave immediately. The Marines won't grant us much respite." Ace! A loud shout pierced the air as a figure leapt from the deck like an arrow, charging heedlessly towards the execution platform. "You fool!" Buggy watched the battered silhouette weaving through the Marine ranks. Despite his scolding, a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. In his past life, he had witnessed countless instances of deceit and power struggles. Even the explosion that led to his reincarnation might have been a result of infringing upon someone's vested interests. Thus, since his rebirth, he had relentlessly pursued strength by any means necessary, whether in the damp, dark confines of a prison or on this perilous battlefield. As long as it meant becoming stronger and garnering more adoration, he was willing to sacrifice everything, including the so-called friendship and moral boundaries. It was precisely for this reason that he had unhesitatingly hurled Mr. Three to block the attack. However, the selfless bravery of Von Curii and the relentless advance of the man before him stirred an unprecedented fervor within him. There are indeed things worth protecting and fighting for, even at the cost of one's life. "Captain Roger," he murmured, his gaze falling upon the blood-stained straw hat, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him, as if resonating with a moment from his past. 38 years ago, in the New World, on Edwar High, countless pirate ships adorned with golden lion flags descended like locusts, encircling a magnificent red galleon. The sea surged tumultuously, and the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and the impending atmosphere of battle. "Captain Roger, life is paramount. Perhaps we should yield to the golden lion." A red-nosed youth trembled beside Roger, gripping his sword hilt tightly, his eyes darting between the predatory ships, filled with fear and unease. "Hey, Buggy." Shanks turned at the sound, patting the youth's shoulder. "You've become so tough you can't die. So what does it matter? But I have many weaknesses too." "You idiot," Buggy cried, tears mingling with his shouts, though the fear in his eyes had lessened somewhat. "By the way, Mr. Karokas, how is the captain's condition?" He suddenly remembered the elderly man with petal-like hair in the cabin and rushed forward, nearly pleading. "He surely isn't fit for battle, right? As a doctor, you must persuade him." The latter awkwardly shook his head, setting down the potion bottle. "Coincidentally, Buggy, Captain Rogers' condition is surprisingly good." Rayleigh. Just as he was about to say more, he was interrupted by hurried footsteps. The cabin's curtain was flung aside, and Jabba seized Buggy's shoulder, pulling him aside. "Don't complicate things. Captain Roger has made his decision. This battle is unavoidable. You must trust the Oro Jackson built by Tom." "Buggy," Rayleigh shouted while tightening the sails, then murmured, "Roger doesn't have much time left." On the other side, aboard a grand golden ship, a blond man stood proudly. "Though we have had our share of grievances in youth, let us forget him." He extended a hand towards the distant sky, madness gleaming in his eyes. "As long as you tell me the whereabouts of that weapon capable of destroying the world, coupled with my forces and my meticulously crafted plan, this world will be within my grasp. Become my right arm, Roger. How many times must I tell you? Shiki, I have no interest in that so-called domination." Roger smiled faintly, standing resolutely across from him. "If I do not pursue what I wish to do, then what is the meaning of being a pirate? So, no matter how much pressure you exert, I will not yield." The golden lion Shiki scoffed. "You mean for me to end your life with my own hands, Roger?" His fingers traced the air above, and in an instant, the sky seemed to darken with his fury, clouds gathering, winds raging, and the waves roared in response. "Come what may." Roger stood undaunted, gently tying the straw hat upon his head. "Don't say that, Captain. Do you know how many ships that guy has?" As the ship rocked violently, Buggy pointed in horror at the seemingly endless golden fleet, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Remember, there are some things far more important than life itself." The former chuckled softly, slowly drawing his sword. "Watch closely, Buggy. Shanks, I will only teach this once." Divine escape. As the words left his lips, a bolt of black lightning coiled around the tip of his sword, akin to a black dragon emerging from the sea, instantly splitting the ocean in two, revealing a bottomless abyss. The Golden Lion's fleet appeared diminutive in the face of this power. Even the sturdiest hulls began to tremble. Ding. Hidden task. Fallen Wanderer activated. Task details. Former Marine Admiral Zephyr, disillusioned by a significant event, has left the Marines to become a wanderer. He is filled with rage towards the corruption and inaction of the Marine High Command, as well as sorrow over the rampant piracy. The system detects that Zephyr is currently hiding in a port near Marineford, possessing formidable mastery of the six powers and numerous combat techniques, along with a group of discontented Marine soldiers. Task requirement. You must find Zephyr within 10 minutes and persuade him to join your cause to combat the corruption of the Marines and the tyranny of pirates. Reward. If you successfully complete the task, you will gain Zephyr and his crew's loyalty, unlock the special skill, Mastery of the Six Powers, and acquire a substantial amount of adoration points. Now, a hidden task at this moment, Buggy murmured, his gaze returning to the figure about to collapse. Yes, perhaps this opportunity is significant. Perhaps with Zephyr's help, my journey in this world would indeed become smoother. But some things are far more important, are they not? Everyone, return to your battle positions. Provide full cover for that straw hat kid's advance. Buggy picked up a dulled sword from the ground, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented determination. Divine Escape. Chapter 33. The Commencement of Annihilation. The Emergence of the Pacifist Legion. With a thunderous roar echoing through Marineford, the figure of Buggy seemed to overlap with the bygone visage of Roger. The sword in his hand, though showing signs of wear, appeared to be infused with a renewed spirit at that moment, transforming into a streak of black lightning that ruthlessly cleaved every inch of the path towards the gallows. Irrespective of the unyielding shields or the razor-sharp blades, they crumbled before this unstoppable torrent, reduced to mere dust. The naval soldiers who had initially besieged Luffy were now engulfed in terror, their defenses as fragile as parchment, easily torn apart. Captain Buggy. After a brief silence, the prisoners snapped out of their astonishment, erupting into a tumultuous cheer akin to a roaring tsunami. How audacious! The sheer force of this upheaval momentarily startled even the distant Whitebeard, who turned to observe Buggy, panting heavily, a smile illuminating his eyes. I thought Rayleigh had arrived. Turns out it's that little brat from Roger's crew. These two apprentices are truly remarkable, stealing all the limelight. Captain Vista of the 5th Division shook his head, crossing two swords over his chest. We are also family of Ace. We cannot allow them to belittle us. Captain Kiyoshi of the 14th Division raised his knight's spear and shouted, 14th Division, charge with me. In an instant, all divisions of the Whitebeard pirates responded, each fighting fiercely yet closely intertwined, resembling an irresistible flood assaulting the naval defenses. In the tide of this era, unexpected ripples of change were destined to emerge. On one side of the stands, a silver-haired woman caressed the fissures in the ground. Her gaze complex and profound. It seems the great pirate era that Roger awaited for so long is intensifying in ways we never anticipated. Elder Crane, the situation is dire. You should retreat. Beside her, a naval rear admiral looked at the escalating battle with concern, urging her, we shall handle this. You should rest safely in the rear. Enough of this bravado, you inexperienced brats, Crane retorted disdainfully, glancing at the indifferent Zephyr in the corner. Even if I retreat to the ends of the sea, there will be no safe haven. By the execution platform, Sengoku slowly emerged from his golden Buddhist state, his expression grave. Just moments ago, had he not intervened to deflect Buggy's thunderous strike, the naval line would have surely crumbled. Could such a young brat truly bolster their morale? It was time. He would immediately sever the signal of the Den Mushi. The frontline troops at the harbor, following prearranged instructions, began to reorganize their formation, gradually retreating. He murmured, this war was initiated by the Navy and the world government in absolute authority. Victory is imperative, regardless of the means employed. As his words faded, a series of covert and rapid actions commenced within the Navy. Some seemingly ordinary soldiers discreetly donned specialized gear, while others silently withdrew into concealed tunnels on the battlefield. What is that bastard Sengoku scheming? Whitebeard scrutinized the subtle shifts in the naval formations, his brow furrowed. Old man, there are reports that the Navy has ordered Ace's execution to be expedited. Amidst a roar of blue flames, a colossal firebird gracefully descended, transforming into a striking figure with a punk gold hairstyle. Now I see. Whitebeard paused for a moment, then urgently inquired, what is the situation with Squard and the others? They are entangled in a bitter battle at the bay, Marco replied, shaking his head. I'll fly over to assist them. Wait a moment. The former surveyed Sengoku, who stood resolute beside the execution platform. Deliberately leaking information to make us anxious must be part of that guy's plan. Such mistakes are not his style. The scene shifted to Marineford Bay, where fierce combat raged. Mole, Chateres, and other naval commanders clashed vigorously with several captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Sweat and blood intertwining to paint a tragic tableau of war. Captain Squard, the brothers can hardly hold on. A battered pirate stumbled towards another foe, desperation lacing his voice. Squard's eyes widened, sweat cascading down his weathered face as he gripped his sword tightly, valiantly cleaving through a naval soldier while shouting, "Even if we can't hold on, we must persevere. For the old man, for Ace." Boom. As he spoke, countless beams of lasers suddenly erupted from the darkness behind, catching both pirates and navy off guard, plunging the battlefield into chaos. What is happening? It's Bartholomew Kuma of the Seven Warlords. How can there be so many? The captains exchanged stunned glances, astonished by the extraordinary scene before them. Some captains, unable to restrain themselves, swung their swords in vain, only striking sparks against the mechanical monstrosities, leaving no marks behind. Finally received the orders. We've all been waiting impatiently. A figure clad in a red apron, wielding a massive axe, stepped forth from the shadows, followed by towering machines, each exuding a chilling metallic sheen. "Old man, the situation deviates from the plan," Waritimer grumbled, clutching the din mushy. "Wasn't it said that the pirates should have been driven into the bay by the time we mobilized? Now they are entangled in combat with the navy. What are we to do?" Enough of this. A strict order was issued to eliminate all obstacles on the battlefield. Kizaru's voice resonated through the din mushy, carrying an air of unwavering resolve. The former furrowed his brow, surveying the chaotic battlefield, a wave of helplessness washing over him. "Understood, old man." He inhaled deeply, then issued the command. "Pacifists, commence the extermination mission." With his order, the towering Bartholomew Kuma's eyes gleamed with an ominous light, no longer distinguishing between pirates or navy. All living beings on the battlefield became targets of their merciless assault. Laser beams, mechanical arms, and projectiles unleashed indiscriminately, transforming the bay into a blazing inferno. "Damn it! Has the operation commenced early?" Mole shouted amid the cacophony of gunfire. Witnessing comrades and foes alike fall to the onslaught of the pacifists, anxiety gripping his heart. "Retreat. Do not linger in battle." His urgent call was drowned in the thundering artillery, yet fortunately, a portion of naval soldiers and pirates heard the command. They began to seek their escape routes, striving to flee this realm of death. However, the pacifists showed no sign of halting their assault due to their retreat. On the contrary, they unleashed their firepower with even greater fervor, as if intent on erasing all life from this world. "Hey, you're Squard, right? Bring your men over here to take cover." Just as the situation grew dire, a torrent of molten lava erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly engulfing several of the relentlessly attacking pacifists. As the smoke dissipated, a figure clad in a Navy Admiral's coat, adorned with black gloves, appeared before the crowd with a smile. Chapter 34. The Scheme of Akainu. Who are you?" Bloodstained Squard's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the sudden apparition before him, his voice trembling with horror. "Akainu Sakazuki," the pirate lieutenant beside him exclaimed, his voice quaking as he recognized the identity of the admiral. "It seems the situation here is even worse than I had imagined." Akainu slightly lowered the brim of his hat, obscuring most of his face and revealing only his piercing eyes, which glimmered with a ruthless light. "You all fight desperately here, oblivious to the fact that you have already become pawns for others. How pitiful." Enough with the jokes. Squard gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his fingertips turning white from the strain. The bloodstains on his chest had dried, yet the fury in his eyes blazed like an unquenchable fire. "Do you think I would believe your words? Whether you believe it or not, the conclusion of this war has already been decided by those above." Akainu disregarded his rage, advancing step by step toward a severely injured Navy soldier. With a flick of his arm, magma erupted forth, instantly vaporizing the soldier. "No matter how you struggle, it will only lead to your demise." "Shut up. I won't fall for your tricks." Squard swung his sword forward, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. However, Akainu merely sidestepped with ease, delivering a swift kick that sent Squard crashing to the ground. "Do you still not understand? There is still time to awaken. If you think I'm lying, then watch closely." He coldly regarded the figure on the ground, as if observing a dying insect. "The impending concentrated assault will only affect you pirates under my command. The Navy will never strike at the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates." "And no, it can't be. Father, Squard collapsed onto the ground, his heart swelling with unprecedented fear and despair as he watched Akanu's retreating figure. Kanekanu, rocket cannon. With a deafening roar, a cloud of dust erupted on the battlefield as the Navy's meticulously constructed defense crumbled once more under Luffy's fierce onslaught. Fishman Karate, 5,000 tile correct fist. Jinbei followed closely behind, glancing at the roaring machines behind him, obliterating another formidable defensive barrier in an instant. Those terrifying foes are approaching. We must hurry. Countless bats spiraled through the air, coalescing into a colossal figure clad in a bat-collared shirt, who obstructed the path ahead. Straw Hat Kid, I won't let you pass. 4-4 split, Carnival Cannon. As Moria's voice fell, a pair of pitch-black iron fists crashed forward like cannonballs, sending his massive form flying several meters before he landed heavily on the ground. The further you go, the stronger the foes that will block your path. You should have known this by now. From within the smoke, Buggy gradually withdrew his hands and stepped out of the haze with steady strides. Take advantage of the Navy's retreat and strike directly at the heart. Yo, it seems the creature that unleashed that slash has arrived. This could be quite troublesome. No sooner had he spoken than myriad points of light converged before them, revealing Kizaru's form. His golden pupils glimmering with mockery, as if regarding each person on the battlefield as mere playthings. Be careful, everyone. That individual above has been given a lethal mission. Raising a finger, he unleashed a dazzling laser that sliced through the sky, yet at the moment it was about to strike, an unexpected white barrier appeared to block it. This is quite bothersome, but after all this time together, I can't simply ignore it. Mr. 3 emerged slowly from the waxen barrier, gently wiping his nose. His voice deep and resolute. Mr. 2 was still worried about you until the end. Since he has done me this favor, I must repay it. With a flourish of his hands, several identical wax figures materialized on the battlefield. I now feel an inexhaustible surge of power. You all should go on ahead. Kizaru is mine. Wax giant fist. As he spoke, his arm transformed into wax, and in an instant, a colossal wax fist, engulfed in roaring flames, crashed down towards the ground with unyielding force. It seems that the companions of that red-nosed brat are truly reliable. Amidst a chorus of coughs, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, his gaze fixed on the breathtaking scene unfolding on the battlefield, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Father! A series of soft footsteps approached from behind him, but suddenly halted as they drew near. Squard, are you all right? He turned. I've been unable to contact you since earlier. What is the situation at the bay? Not optimistic. Our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. Squard bowed his head. I took a shortcut to arrive here. Sengoku will show no mercy. Whitebeard's gaze deepened as he looked into the distance. Being ambushed from behind by the Navy suits my plans perfectly. All that remains is to charge through to the execution platform. I see. Squard fell silent for a moment before slowly drawing his long sword. All 43 pirate crews under your command owe you a great debt. For the sake of the Whitebeard pirates, we are willing to brave any danger. As the scene shifted, Buggy, amidst the chaos, rolled and inadvertently caught sight of the two conversing on the Moby Dick, his expression changing dramatically. That figure, could it be him? Oh no. In a moment of negligence, he had forgotten this detail. What follows will not. Damn it. I can't afford to think about that now. Buggy bomb. As he spoke, several tiny projectiles shot forth from his sleeves, tracing silver arcs through the air. Yet just before they reached the Moby Dick, they were effortlessly extinguished by blue flames. This guy's target has always been father. We've all been deceived. Marco flapped his wings and rushed over, his tone tinged with anger. This bastard. Meanwhile, the 3rd Division commander, Jozu, engaged in a fierce battle with Don Quixote Doflamingo, caught a glimpse of the attack in midair, his fury igniting instantly. Shining charge. With a furious roar, he unhesitatingly abandoned his opponent, his body crystallizing as he transformed into a colossal spinning diamond, hurtling toward Buggy with astonishing speed. With a thunderous crash, Buggy was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up dust and debris. To dare attack our captain, are we declaring war? From beneath the ice, Arlong revealed a sinister visage, suddenly bursting forth, dragging 2 Whitebeard pirates down into the depths of the lake. If only it had been this way from the start. I can hardly wait to claim that old man's head. Amidst the sandstorm, Crocodile solidified half of his form, rushing toward the rear. However, just at this critical juncture, the battered Buggy miraculously stood up despite his painful injuries. Old man, be careful. Hearing Buggy's shout, Whitebeard, who had been momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events, finally regained his senses. Yet, it was already too late. Unbeknownst to him, a remarkably sharp long blade had silently pierced his broad, robust chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a spring, swiftly staining the deck beneath him, creating a harrowing pool of crimson. Chapter 35. The True Strength of the Fugitives. The divided Marineford. Whitebeard has been attacked. The assailant is the captain of his own pirate crew, the pirate of the New World, the Great Whirlpool Spider. Both pirates and navy, even the indifferent warlords of the sea, were momentarily rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. The fierce battle that had raged on the battlefield seemed to have been paused, as all eyes turned to the slowly lifeless body of the former. The wind lifted Whitebeard's snow-white beard, and a glimmer of disbelief and faint sorrow flashed in his eyes, but more than that was a serene acceptance of fate. "Squard," he whispered, his voice weak yet filled with power, as if reproaching and forgiving at once. "What?" Squard suddenly drew his long knife. Hands clenched into fists. "To strike you once is already a miracle. I am prepared for the end. Just kill me." After saying this, he trembled and discarded his weapon. Continuing, "Put an end to this absurd farce. Haven't you already colluded with the Navy? Your Whitebeard pirates and Ace lives will be safe." What on earth is happening? What nonsense is Squard spouting? Outside the Bay of Marineford, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, relentlessly pursued by the pacifists, halted in shock, their bodies trembling. "Listen closely. We have all been deceived," Squard cried, tears mingling with laughter, his voice hoarse with desperation. "This man used the heads of 43 pirate captains as a trade, all to save Ace's life. This is how he colluded with Sengoku, right?" At his words, the captains realized they were only being targeted. Captain Pans, whose arm had been blown off, clenched his remaining fist, incredulity etched on his face as he roared in anger. "Father, please tell us it's not true. Father." The other captains echoed his cries, their voices filled with grief and fury, as if they sought to tear the skies apart. "A bunch of fools." Buggy wiped the blood from his face and stood unsteadily. "That old man has spent his life seeking family, yet he was so easily manipulated by a few words. How ironic." "Ajin," he called to Ajin, who was grappling with Jozu as flames surged around them. "Stop fighting. Lead the others to destroy those machines." "Understood, Captain." Ajin halted abruptly, the battle with Joju ceasing instantly. He quickly withdrew, leading a group of eager prisoners in a fierce charge toward the port. The long-forgotten fervor returned. "My name, Sabaka, is almost forgotten." A hulking, scarred prisoner laughed heartily, his massive club igniting like a volcano, and with one strike, he shattered a pacifist into countless fragments. "I've been stifled long enough. It's time to show the captain our true strength." Another prisoner transformed mid-run into a black rhinoceros, his immense body rampaging across the battlefield like an out-of-control tank, leaving terrifying cracks in his wake. "Haha, looks like everyone is not so bad." Amidst the barrage of gunfire, the prisoners showcased their unique abilities. Wielding sharp weapons or utilizing extraordinary powers from their fruits, engaging in a desperate battle with the pacifists, the battlefield echoing with cries of combat. The tide of battle shifted instantly. Once at a disadvantage, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates began to gain the upper hand as the prisoners joined the fray. "Oh no, it's those infamous pirates who escaped from Impel Down." A Navy soldier, hiding beneath cover to avoid indiscriminate cannon fire, cried out in terror, his voice trembling. "Even Leopard Ron has appeared. Wasn't he supposed to be frozen at the bottom of the deep-sea prison by Admiral Kazan?" Attracted by the sudden footsteps, the mole also noticed the battlefield change, his expression turning grim. "Footprints of the void," shouted Bartolomeo, extending his palm as a massive wave of air erupted from his hand, like an invisible hand forcing several prisoners attempting to approach him back. "Old man, the situation is dire. We cannot hold on much longer." He gripped the transponder snail tightly, sweat beading on his forehead. "This is quite an unexpected trouble." On the other side, hearing the commotion, Kazuru wielded his light sword, severing the candle-like arms that relentlessly struck before him, yet his face retained a nonchalant smile. "Too slow." Light kick. As soon as he spoke, he appeared behind Mr. 3, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing into a thick wall, producing a deafening roar. Having courage is not enough. If one lacks strength, no amount of effort will suffice. Kizaru slowly turned his head, positioning the transponder snail near his mouth. "First, let us save our lives. I'll go support you immediately." As he spoke, his body began to transform into a beam of yellow light. But just at that moment, a thick white liquid, resembling a sticky web, ensnared him, causing him to gasp in shock. Cough, cough. Amidst the smoke, Mr. 3, bloodied yet suddenly smiling, declared, I told you, your opponent is me. Until I fall, you shall not harm any of my comrades. At the bow of the Moby Dick, a blue phoenix rushed forth, pinning the kneeling Squard to the ground. You fool. You've been deceived, Squard. Why don't you believe in Father? Squard roared back. Even you are pretending, Marco. As the captain of the 1st Division, you cannot be unaware of any dealings regarding Ace and the Navy. Such utter foolishness, my son. Whitebeard gasped for breath, slowly loosening the grip on his wound, opening his arms. In the terrified gaze of Squard, he tightly embraced him. But even a foolish son, I still love. Don't joke. You are putting our lives. Yet, before Squard could finish, Whitebeard interrupted. Who is it that has led your devoted heart into darkness? He looked up at the coldly smiling Akainu in the distance, a flash of determination and fury in his eyes. Magma brat. Whitebeard slowly rose, suddenly leaping to the ground. To speak of selling my son's heads is unforgivable. With both hands clenched into fists, he swung them fiercely at the void before him. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth, rapidly pulling down with the motion of his arm. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. A dramatically exaggerated crack spread in all directions at a speed so swift it was almost unperceivable. This crack, unfathomably deep, seemed poised to tear the very earth into fragments. Simultaneously, a cataclysmic tremor erupted, its intensity so great that everyone present struggled to maintain their balance, falling in all directions. In that fleeting moment, the entire Marineford appeared to be struck by a calamity akin to the end of the world. The robust structure was violently torn asunder, transforming into countless fragments of rubble that scattered in every direction. Thick, billowing smoke surged into the sky, obscuring the sun and instantaneously shrouding the once clear heavens in a somber gloom. Chapter 36. The Operations of Encirclement. The Ambitions of Don Quixote da Flamingo. This is no ordinary earthquake. The island and sea are tilting. On the battlefield, terrified cries echo incessantly, and both the Navy and pirates appear diminutive and helpless in the face of this sudden cataclysm. Panic ensues, some rush to aid the injured, while others seek refuge in the crumbling structures. Enormous waves, stirred by the tremors, crash against the already battered docks, toppling vessels and dragging them into the depths. A truly chaotic old man. On a dilapidated building, Doflamingo stands tall, observing the extraordinary upheaval instigated by Whitebeard, a smirk of amusement gracing his lips. However, this presents a splendid opportunity. He saunters to a corner, gazing down at the gravely injured, unconscious Moria. Crouching beside him with a glint of mockery in his eyes, you can only blame yourself for being so weak. This war is far from over. Are you so eager? With the sound of heavy footsteps approaching, a towering figure emerges from the shadows, a man with a prosthetic right arm. This man cannot die yet. Our plans require his fruitability. Oh, it's you, old man. Doflamingo rises, his gaze piercing as he regards the newcomer. A cold smile curling his lips. The weapon you requested is in my possession, but when it will be delivered depends on your sincerity. Excellent. Your efficiency has always been commendable. The man raises his head, his tone steady, seemingly unfazed by the apocalyptic scene surrounding them. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements for Virgo's mobilization. What a delightful collaboration. Who would have imagined that a former Marine admiral would ally with pirates? Doflamingo laughs maniacally, turning to leave, but halts suddenly, as if recalling something. He points to the figure at his feet. In return, this fellow is yours. I must remind you, dealing with him is a top directive from above. No sooner had he spoken than the ground nearby began to tremble ominously. Steady, everyone. Hold your ground. Sengoku frantically calls through the communicator, but even the ground beneath him starts to shake violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. What on earth is happening? Is that thing not ready yet? Report. Marshal. The control room has informed us that the encirclement wall is blocked by ice. A Navy soldier, covered in mud and pale as a ghost, answers after crawling from the rubble. Damn it, time is running out. The Straw Hat Kid and that clown Buggy have already breached our defenses. The former looks up at the approaching figures amidst the chaos, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Shut down all machinery in the town immediately and redirect all energy to the power room. But, if we do that, the remaining residents on the island will lose all support from protective facilities, including lighting, communication, and even life support systems. A hesitant Navy officer cautions. We can't afford to think about that now. Sengoku glares fiercely at him. Execute the orders. I understand. The officer grits his teeth, ultimately saluting before turning to depart. Arlong, where on earth did those guys come from? They are far too strong. At the bay, Captain Octopus Karma stares wide-eyed in terror at the prisoners fighting valiantly against the pacifists beside him, his face etched with shock. Like Arlong, he was abandoned by his parents on Fishman Street and joined the Sun Pirates alongside him, braving the storms together. However, after the fall of their leader Fisher Tiger, the crew gradually began to fracture, and Karma ultimately found himself fortuitously joining the Whitebeard Pirates. Ha ha ha. What? Do you want to join us? We now serve under Captain Buggy. Arlong suddenly breaks through the ice from the lake, tackling a fleeing Navy soldier to the ground. Laughing arrogantly, if the captain orders an attack on you, I will show no mercy. By the way, that guy must have discovered something. Perhaps we misjudged him. The D. Carabin brothers collectively push back a pacifist, the elder brother panting heavily and looking grave. Indeed, the cavalryman Doma pauses. Recalling his encounter with Roger's crew, back when we fought them, I faced that guy as a trainee. I never imagined the gap would be so vast upon our reunion. Enough chatter. Let us seize the opportunity that Dad has created for us. The delayed 5th Division Captain, Flower Sword Vista, sees that the pacifists are already retreating. His expression shifting from shock to joy. We must rush in before the Navy regroups. Forward, Whitebeard Pirates. Do not underestimate us. Roar, everyone shouts in unison. Their spirits soaring as they advance toward Oris Square amidst the chaos of the earthquake. In the sky, dark clouds gather, thunder rumbles. As if nature itself is rallying for this unprecedented battle. The tsunami triggered by the quake ravages the coast, inundating the town and crashing against buildings with deafening roars. What is happening? Squard watches Whitebeard leading his men with reckless abandon, tears streaming down his face. Dad traded us to the Navy to redeem Ace. It should have ended there. But why is Dad still fighting now? This is not how it was supposed to be. He clutches his head in trembling anguish, the struggle within him surging like a tidal wave. If that's the case, what have I done? Dad, I'm sorry. Squard. Amidst the resounding battle cries echoing across Marineford, Marco slowly approaches. Can merely crying bring about vengeance? If you still consider yourself Dad's son, then like a man. Pick up your sword. As they converse, a violent tremor suddenly shakes the ground. Immediately, enormous steel walls begin to rise from the seabed, encircling the tumultuous battlefield. As if to forever immortalize the brutality and grandeur of this epic clash. Chapter 37, Trapped in Desperation. The Unyielding Shadow. In the Shambadi Archipelago. A mysterious isle standing at the crossroads of the New World, a peculiar and profound silence enveloped the scene. Just moments ago, the 3 grand public projection screens had been ablaze with vibrant imagery, but now they abruptly extinguished, leaving behind a glaring void of white. This unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd of pirates, bounty hunters, journalists, and adventurers in the square. Why did the images cut off? Restore it at once. Has the Navy truly struck a clandestine deal with Whitebeard? What connection does that red-nosed fellow have with the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger? The cacophony of voices, rife with discontent and curiosity, surged like a tide across the expansive square. Several Navy soldiers, clad in justice cloaks, positioned themselves at the forefront of the crowd, attempting to pacify the masses while exchanging bewildered glances, clearly caught off guard by this anomaly. Please remain calm. It seems there is a malfunction with the image snail over there, one soldier declared, waving his sword in an effort to carve a path through the throng. His voice tinged with nervousness. We will rectify the issue immediately, so kindly wait. However, the discontent within the crowd only intensified, escalating into a fervor. Pirates scoffed at the Navy's incompetence. Bounty hunters anxiously awaited new task announcements, while journalists sought to capture the news behind this sudden incident. Such tedious tricks from the Navy. It appears the entertainment has ended. Kid, the rebellious pirate captain with a fiery mane of red hair, stepped forth from the throng, his voice slicing through the tumult like a sharpened blade. It's ridiculous to suggest that Whitebeard would betray his comrades. It is precisely because he would not do such a thing that he has become a living legend. Meanwhile, at the harbor, a man adorned with a leopard-spotted cap and wielding a long knife, Trafalgar Law, slowly prepared to set sail. Ready the ship, Bepo, we shall see the scene for ourselves. Understood. Bepo. A comically endearing polar bear, excitedly responded, waving his fluffy paws. brimming with anticipation for the impending adventure. Suddenly, a panicked cry pierced the air, drawing the crowd's attention. A broad-shouldered woman with orange, curly hair had accidentally slipped from the shore, struggling helplessly in the waves as the surf relentlessly pushed her further away. Someone's drowning. Help! Quickly! Navy soldiers and a few well-meaning pirates sprang into action, racing toward the distressed individual. Yet, the dense crowd and the ongoing disputes over the interrupted images rendered the rescue efforts exceedingly challenging. Can you believe there are still those who can't swim here? What a bother! Law, who had one foot poised on the ship's rail, paused at this sight, furrowing his brow. He decisively turned back, sheathing his knife, and called to his crew, "Change of plans. We must save her first." Room. As he uttered the incantation, peculiar ripples emanated from his vicinity. The drowning woman seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, swiftly relocated from the tumultuous waves to the deck of the Polar Tang. Cough, cough. Hey, Ace, don't be afraid. The sudden shift left the woman feeling weightless, but after a fit of violent coughing, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Hey, hey. Bepo rushed to her side, perspiration beading on his forehead. Is she all right, Captain? She seems to have a fever, but fortunately, she appears robust enough. She should be fine. Law gazed towards the distant sea. Shachi, prepare some hot water and dry towels. Bepo, assist me in bringing her into the cabin. We must act swiftly. Elsewhere, on the battlefield of Marineford, the uproar was abruptly silenced as all eyes were drawn to the colossal steel wall that had risen from the depths of the ocean. Towering into the sky, these walls glistened with a cold metallic sheen, isolating the core area, the Oris Plaza, from the outside world, forming a vast prison. Let it begin. Akainu. Sengoku wiped the perspiration from his brow, gravely regarding the admiral beside him, who slowly raised his arm. With a slight nod, the admiral's arms flushed crimson. Thick magma enveloping them, emanating waves of searing heat. Whitebeard, your era ends now. Meteor volcano. With a furious roar, countless fireballs erupted from his arms like a volcanic eruption, streaking through the sky and staining the battlefield a deep crimson. Moments later, the blazing fireballs rained down like meteorites, carrying cataclysmic force that transformed the bay into a boiling hell of molten lava. Look, what is that in the sky? Everyone scatter. Don't cluster together. This is bad. The ice is melting in the lava. It's too hot. In an instant, lava and flames interwove amidst the chaos, creating an apocalyptic scene. The masses fled in terror, striving to escape this descending calamity. Yet, faced with such a devastating assault, many were inevitably struck by the searing fireballs. Shrieking in agony, Kanakana, giant battle axe, fishman karate, shark jaw punch, death glare. In the face of this gruesome slaughter, countless attacks converged on the imposing wall, seeking to shatter this iron prison. However, the seemingly fragile barriers proved as resilient as iron, repelling every assault, with some attacks disintegrating into nothingness upon contact with the wall's searing heat. Stand back. Before the words could fully escape, a powerful shockwave erupted from the battlefield's center, crashing against the steel walls with a thunderous roar. Yet, despite the tremors shaking the very ground, the iron giants remained unyielding, leaving behind only deep indentations. It's over. Even Dad's attacks are ineffective. Are we to helplessly watch Ace? Amidst the barrage of cannon fire and molten lava, many began to weep in despair, their fighting spirit wavering under the weight of unending fear. In the lexicon of pirates, the word despair does not exist. Yet, just as the tide seemed poised to turn, a gaunt figure staggered forth from the smoke and flames, scarred by the relentless barrage of cannon fire and bullets. Repeatedly knocked down, yet resolutely rising again to press onward. Buggy boy Buggy, Captain. The onlookers trembled, their grip on their weapons tightening. What on earth does that red-nosed brat intend to do? Through the haze of smoke, Whitebeard clutched his bleeding chest in astonishment, gazing at the figure that stubbornly emerged from the inferno. That reckless demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to Roger. He chuckled softly, then suddenly bellowed, "Whatever he intends to do, the Whitebeard pirates will protect him at all costs." Chapter 38, The Awakening of Fruit Powers. The pinnacle duel is about to commence. Is this truly the end? Sakazuki shows no mercy. Leaning lazily against the iron wall, Akiji gazed idly at the Oro Jackson, ablaze with the falling magma. The flames reflected in his languid yet profound eyes, as if stirring memories buried deep within. The remnants of Roger's crew are indeed troublesome. I wonder how my mentor dealt with these fellows back in the day. With that thought, he straightened his posture, resting his hands gently on his knees. Once this smoke clears, I shall meticulously plan another prolonged holiday aboard the Moby Dick. However, just as he was about to turn away, the sound of staggering footsteps pierced the surrounding silence like the chill before dawn. From the billowing smoke, a figure stumbled forth. Tattered garments resembling a flag torn by cannon fire, yet his large red nose and myriad wounds could not conceal the resilience and defiance in his eyes. "What a tenacious fellow," Akiji murmured. "Two-pronged spear." No sooner had he spoken than a chill suddenly enveloped the air. In an instant, sharp ice spikes formed mid-air, radiating a bone-chilling aura, resembling the scythe of death, hurtling towards the ground. Yet, at this critical juncture, a sudden surge of blue flames emerged like a guardian, intercepting the lethal ice spikes one by one. "So it is indeed you, Kazan, who employs such a soft and yielding technique." In the air, Marco descended beside Buggy with a carefree smile, his wings partially obscured in the smoke, the blue flames dancing around him as if to dispel all coldness and despair. "Why go through such trouble, Marco?" Akiji gently shook his head. "There is no suspense left in this battle." With a low roar, countless crystalline ice shards, glimmering with a cold light, erupted from Akiji's palm like a flood breaking through a dam, swiftly coalescing into an enormous iceberg that gracefully danced in the air, covering everything in frost. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier misunderstanding, Buggy. Pursue your desires. I shall handle things here." Marco's expression sharpened, enveloped in blue flames. He flapped his wings, generating a scorching gust, racing towards the colossal ice bird like a bolt of lightning. The moment fire and ice clashed, time seemed to freeze. Then, with a thunderous roar, a torrent of scalding steam erupted, enveloping the sky, as if to consume the entire world in a shroud of white mist. "I can do this. I have done it before," Buggy silently recited in his heart, seizing the moment to dash to the wall, pressing his hands firmly against it, gasping for breath as sweat dripped like rain. The split fruit is not only for escaping. With that, he took a deep breath, seemingly concentrating all his strength into his hands. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash a decisive blow, a deafening explosion erupted from the other side, clouds of dust obscuring all sight. "Oh my, how lively it is here." Accompanied by a light-hearted tone, Kizaru strolled out of the smoke, hands in pockets. Stepping over the unconscious Mr. 3, golden flashes shimmering around him, as if even the dust dared not approach. "You wish to break through from here? How navi." With a slight smirk, he suddenly appeared beside Buggy. "I am quite the handful, you know." Amidst the golden glow, Kizaru's right foot shot up with such speed that it seemed to distort the very fabric of space. However, contrary to the anticipated scene of Buggy being sent flying, Kizaru's foot was abruptly halted by a barrier formed from countless grains of sand, producing a heavy thud. It appears a formidable character has made an entrance. Missing his strike, Kizaru furrowed his brow for a rare moment, then with a flash of golden light, retreated to a fragment of stone. "That old man on the verge of death. I will deal with him later. Before that, I do not wish to see your jubilant faces." Amidst the swirling sands, Crocodile appeared, cigar in mouth. Observing Buggy with keen interest as he pushed against the wall, a playful smile curling his lips. "Moreover, I am quite curious to see just how far this fellow can go. Is it not said that Kizaru, the young one, was merely coasting through the Marineford War? Why is he attacking me with such fervor, even Mr. 3, who has awakened? Thankfully, old Sandy has arrived, truly deserving of being one of my future commanders. He stands firm at critical moments." Buggy's face contorted from exertion, sweat cascading down his red nose, evaporating instantly upon hitting the scorching ground. Damn it. Is relying solely on the system the only way out? Observing the battle from a distance, Whitebeard suddenly swung his blade, shattering incoming cannonballs, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "So that young lad intends to use that, does he?" he murmured. No wonder. Roger absolutely despised fruit powers, so he never disclosed it to him. With a sudden leap, he positioned himself behind Buggy, his massive naginata carving a brilliant arc through the air, imbued with unparalleled strength and dominance, crashing heavily against the wall, creating a vast fissure that sent Buggy staggering forward. "Oh dear, how terrifying." Kizaru steadied himself, sneering. "However, Whitebeard, you seem to have grown rather senile. With a physique like yours, you dare to lead the charge? If you wish to forfeit your life, do come down." The latter paid no heed to Kizaru's provocation, merely casting him a cold glance before refocusing on Buggy. "Youngster, did you not boast with such bravado before? Why the silence now?" He slowly raised a hand, drawing near to Buggy's trembling palm. Do you feel it? To fully wield the powers of the fruit, mere brute strength is insufficient. Only by merging your will with the fruit can its true power be realized. Cough, cough. Ugh. He violently coughed up blood, then suddenly swung his fist, causing the entire marine fort to tremble violently. If you continue this ruckus, this island will not withstand it any longer. Unbeknownst to him, a Kainu had quietly appeared at Whitebeard's side, his magma-like fury roiling around him. As if ready to erupt at any moment, Whitebeard, you are growing old. Dog bite Red Lotus. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from Akainu's massive, hardened fist. In an instant, a menacing, flame-spewing dog head surged forward with blinding speed. Yet, due to his injuries, Whitebeard's movements were slightly delayed, barely managing to sidestep this lethal strike. Though the heat still left burning marks on his skin. Father, Marco, who had been fiercely clashing with Akiji not far away, felt a jolt of alarm upon witnessing the perilous scene involving Whitebeard, and without hesitation abandoned his battle, unfurling his wings, transforming into a dazzling blue flame, swiftly retreating. However, the seasoned Akiji would not easily relinquish such a prime opportunity. With a vigorous sweep of his hands, a torrent of frigid air, akin to an overwhelming tempest, surged toward Marco. Swiftly, this formidable chill ensnared him, freezing him in place. This is no time for distractions, Marco, Akiji, and Apos. S voice resonated, as cold as the ice he wielded. It ends here, Whitebeard. Akainu, his eyes ablaze with fury, glared at the imposing figure before him, his teeth gritted as he roared, "Allow me to send you off." As his words echoed, an immense aura erupted from his being. Mago. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and molten magma spewed forth like geysers, coalescing in the air into a colossal, incandescent fist. This fist, wreathed in roaring flames, resembled an enraged, fiery dragon, bearing down with cataclysmic force. With a deafening roar, the battlefield convulsed as Whitebeard's location was consumed by an inferno, flames soaring skyward, and thick smoke obscuring the heavens. Pops. No. Marco's heart twisted in agony as he witnessed the scene. He struggled desperately to break free from Akiji's icy grip, but his efforts proved futile. Pops. Simultaneously, cries of dismay erupted from the assembled pirates, their faces etched with disbelief as they stared at the fiery expanse. Hey, we're still alive, no need to fret. A steady voice cut through the chaos as a radiant beam of light burst forth from the inferno. Two figures, one tall, one short, emerged, supporting each other. Their steps were resolute, as if the molten lava itself recoiled, vanishing in their wake. "Huh, thanks, you old coot," Buggy muttered under his breath as he gently lowered the massive figure beside him, ethereal light emanating from his hands. "Then, it's our turn to retaliate." His lips curled into a sly grin, his eyes gleaming with determination and ferocity. As if heeding his command, the encirclement walls surrounding the bay crumbled into countless fragments, raining down upon the battlefield. Chapter 39. Buggy versus the Three Admirals. A strike that severed all. The walls crumbled. The commanding figure of the ghost spider pointed towards the distant ruins, his face etched with fear and astonishment. How could this be? That was infused with the powder of sea prism stone. On the other side, the battered mole had finally returned to the headquarters, secretly relishing a moment of tranquility in the solace of tobacco when he heard the previous exclamation, nearly dropping his cigarette. "Is that Whitebeard?" He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on the collapsing ruins, his complexion turning ashen. Such terrifying destructive power. With this, the Navy's geographical advantage has evaporated. Zifa glanced down at the battlefield shrouded in smoke and flames, then turned to the blue-haired woman examining Moria and Apos' injuries. "Ein. How is the inspection of that batch of weapons going?" Upon hearing his voice, she swiftly set down her medical tools and replied, "Teacher, I have conducted a preliminary examination. The PX-1 batch sent by Joker is mostly stable, aside from minor damage due to the earlier tremors. However, considering the future investigations by CP, we may need to make modifications. There is no time for that now. Notify those on the list. We must depart." Zifa hoisted Moria onto his shoulder, glancing at the distant explosions, murmuring, "Roger. Truly one step ahead of us." The scene shifted, and the battlefield's dynamics evolved rapidly. As the encircling walls collapsed, the conflict between the Navy and the pirates intensified and became more chaotic. Just one more step, and ahead lies the execution platform. Amidst swirling petals, Captain Bista of the 5th Division wielded his twin sabers, fending off the encroaching Navy soldiers while striving to advance. The Navy's highest combat power had concentrated on Old Man and Buggy. If this opportunity were missed, it would be a grave loss. Although the pirates beside him were weary. Under his leadership, they pressed on valiantly, attempting to break through the Navy's final defense. The glory of justice must not be lost here. Betting on the name of the Navy's Vice Admiral, we shall not allow you to pass. Navy generals clad in uniforms stood resolutely before the execution platform, arrayed in formation. Their cloaks of justice billowing in the gale, their silhouettes rendered particularly resolute against the backdrop of smoke and flames. Shave. Moonwalk. Finger pistol. Midair. Navy Vice Admiral Steele and Dalmesia leapt down, navigating the battlefield and escalating the slaughter to a fever pitch. Kanekanu, stamping machine gun. With a roar, Luffy burst forth from the smoke and the Navy's encirclement, his rubbery arms moving like agile whips, tracing dazzling trajectories as he sent the obstructing Navy soldiers flying. No time to deal with these guys. Ace is still waiting for me. Gear second. As he spoke, his skin flushed crimson. Steam erupting from his pores as he surged toward the execution platform, but just as he was about to grasp Ace's handcuffs, a powerful force violently repelled him, sending him soaring like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. That is the legendary Marine, the hero Garp. Captain Lockhew of the 7th Division's eyes widened in despair. He is the one who captured Pirate King Joel D. Roger. It seems the situation is far worse than anticipated. As the pirates surged forward, Sengoku clenched his fists, his gaze radiating unprecedented determination and resolve. That guy Garp cannot be fully relied upon, he muttered to himself, then threw his cloak to the ground, shouting, "Do not wait. Immediately proceed with the execution of Portgas D. Ace." However, just as the executioner was about to swing the blade towards Ace, a thunderous roar echoed, and a beam of yellow light suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing onto the execution platform, causing the ground to collapse. Oh my, what a terrifying power! As dust billowed, Kazara slowly rose from the ground. His golden uniform dusted, but his face still adorned with that signature nonchalant grin. WH. What is happening? A pirate in the midst of battle suddenly halted, his gaze wide with astonishment at the swirling smoke above. Quick, look, it seems to be Captain Buggy. Incredible. He is actually facing off against the 3 admirals and has even sent one flying. Another escapee from Impel Down, clad in prison garb, also paused, following the direction of the sound, to see a ragged figure with a red nose, hands glowing white, continuously resisting the oncoming red and blue waves. Arrogant little brat. Truly fearless. Not far away, crimson magma surged like a raging tide as Akainu raised his right arm, a colossal magma fist coalescing, seemingly poised to engulf the entire space in flames. My target is Whitebeard. I have no time to play with you. Massive eruption. With his roar, Akainu's magma fist swung forth, the searing magma erupting instantaneously, and the white light that had been resisting ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of magma. The figure of the red-nosed Buggy vanishing in the torrent, leaving only a charred scent and the astonishment of the crowd. Captain Buggy. Buggy. The surrounding pirates stared in disbelief at the scene, many wanting to rush forward but being restrained by their companions. Do not worry, that little brat is still alive. Whitebeard gasped for breath, looking towards the corner ahead, struggling to rise. The next generation, which Roger placed great hope in, cannot be so easily defeated. Just as those words fell, suddenly, a tempest roared, as if thousands of ferocious beasts were howling in unison, rushing forth. The dust on the battlefield was swept up, swirling in the air, intertwining and colliding, gradually coalescing into a colossal vortex that obscured the sun. Under the gaze of all, moments later, a towering figure made of salvaged metal staggered out from the vortex. He raised a hand high, resembling a mountain, sword, come, with a thunderous boom. The scattered debris rapidly coalesced in the hands of the red-nosed giant, forming a massive iron sword that shimmered with an eerie glow, seemingly imbued with boundless destructive power. Divine avoidance, instant prison. As the words fell, a sudden surge of black and purple lightning wrapped around the sword's tip, accompanied by white arcs and deafening thunder, striking down towards Akainu like divine retribution. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp, piercing wail. With a resounding crash, the entire Oris square was forcibly split in two, a bottomless chasm appearing on the ground, billowing thick smoke that soared into the sky. Chapter 40. The Sudden Awakening of Conqueror's Haki. The execution platform is right before us. How could this be? I clearly evaded the direct blow. Yet why does my body still? As the smoke gradually dissipates, a shocking crimson magma slowly surges within the unfathomable chasm. Akainu, with only half of his head remaining, grits his teeth, desperately attempting to reassemble his shattered form. However, an inexplicable force seems to hinder his recovery. Each time he strives to consolidate a part of his body, it shatters once more. Akiji stands quietly at the edge of the chasm, gazing at the figure beside him, who, after delivering a cataclysmic strike, has collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, his eyes cold and detached. Though I do not wish to take advantage of your predicament, I must apologize. This is the path you, as a man, have chosen for yourself. He slowly raises his hand, a chill gathering in his palm. Iceball. No sooner are the words spoken than several chilling ice crystals solidify under his control, shooting forth like arrows towards the fallen Buggy. Is this the limit? Feeling the frigid aura rapidly approaching, Buggy slowly lifts his head. The excessive depletion of his strength causes the side effects of adrenaline to manifest prematurely. His muscles begin to tremble uncontrollably, rendering him incapable of lifting even a modicum of strength, helplessly watching as the lethal ice crystals draw ever closer. Yet, just before his body is entirely encased in ice, a powerful wave suddenly erupts from the side, shattering the hurtling ice crystals into a flurry of icy shards. Wasn't he it promised to take my head? Accompanied by the sound of dripping blood, a tall figure, battered and bruised, trembles as it emerges from the smoke. I am still alive. He speaks, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, staggering upright, his naginata striking the ground with force, raising a cloud of dust. Isn't it better to remain there obediently? Why must you act so strong? As he speaks, Akiji suddenly raises his hand, a more turbulent chill quietly freezing half of Whitebeard's body. That monster appears to be on the brink of collapse. Let us strike together. A naval officer, engaged in fierce combat with the captains, keenly senses this subtle shift on the battlefield. He swiftly swings his longsword, forcing back his opponent before darting like lightning to the battlefield's edge. Indeed, with Vice Admiral Garp here, if we can take down Whitebeard, we can decisively end this battle. Another naval rear admiral concurs, leaping alongside several elite Navy members skilled in the six powers, plunging their weapons into the battle-worn body. Cough, cough. Useless. Do you think? Whitebeard, impaled by numerous weapons, attempts to exert his strength once more to send those elite Navy members flying. But the excruciating pain and his internal injuries leave him powerless, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he kneels. A prime opportunity. Perish. Finger gun. From the shadows, Dalmatia's eyes flash with ruthlessness as he lunges forward, his fingertips gathering sharp energy, thrusting towards Whitebeard's heart. This old man has just taught me to use my abilities. How can he fall here? As the elder is about to be critically wounded, Buggy, in despair, screams hoarsely, "Stop!" No sooner has he spoken than a strange wave suddenly erupts from his body, darkening the sky in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the majority of the Navy and pirates in the battlefield feel their bodies grow heavy, collapsing in unison. What just happened? Dalmatia's attack halts less than a centimeter from Whitebeard's heart, his eyes wide with shock, before he suddenly falls to the ground in confusion. The few remaining Navy and pirates also cease their actions, the battlefield enveloped in an eerie silence. It is indeed the Conqueror's Haki. Garp, with reddened eyes, sends Luffy flying with a punch, staggering back from the recoil, gasping for breath. Is this the kid from Roger's crew? This fellow harbors an incredibly terrifying power. Sengoku furrows his brow, his gaze solemn as he watches the center of the battlefield. Bellowing, he must not be allowed to leave alive. Otherwise, he will one day become a tremendous threat to the Navy and the world government. Oh, let me take care of him. As the command is issued, Kizaru transforms into a golden flash, instantly appearing behind Buggy before anyone can react. His sword light cleaves him into several pieces. I should wear darker sunglasses, otherwise, if blood splatters on my face, it could indeed be troublesome. He smirks playfully. The Amatsukami sword slowly descending, its tip lightly touching the ground, creating ripples. However, just as he prepares to turn away, the severed body begins to writhe once more, reassembling under some mysterious force, lying intact once again, albeit with a slightly pale complexion. Oh dear, I forgot about this kid's ability. Kizaru sighs, his fingertips glowing yellow once more, a bunch of cowardly Navy, ready to mobilize against a mere child. With a thunderous roar, a massive hand suddenly slams Buggy down to the ground, the golden flash flickering in the dust before extinguishing. "Now, I shall be your opponent," Whitebeard declares. Turning to the slowly rising Buggy, his gaze resolute. "Go save Ace. I shall handle this." "Do you truly believe this old man can hold on?" Buggy, barely steadying himself, glances at the blue figure approaching from the lake. "Jinbei, come help." "Are you sure you want me to do this, Buggy-kun?" Jinbei trembles as he looks towards the direction Buggy indicated, hesitating before finally nodding. "Since you have made this decision, let us fight with all our might." Fishman karate, ocean current overhead throw. No sooner has he spoken than the tranquil lake surface appears to be stirred by an invisible hand. A colossal water column surging upwards like a dragon emerging from the sea, hurtling towards the crumbling execution platform. With a tremendous crash, the entire execution platform collapses under the force of this overwhelming power, the already dilapidated wooden structure completely submerged in the tumultuous waves. Amidst the splashes of water, a figure with a red nose suddenly leaps forth, standing resolutely before Ace with unwavering momentum. Chapter 41. The Fury of Dayton. The sky erupted in a blaze of fiery heat as a gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a refreshing coolness that quickly transformed the previously clear sky into a canvas of heavy, dark clouds. Soon, torrential raindrops began to mercilessly pummel the earth, as if determined to wash away all traces of dust and blood, adding a further layer of desolation and grandeur to the entire Marineford. How twisted I have become. Beside the collapsed gallows, Ace knelt in the mud, his fists clenched tightly, rain cascading down his resolute face, mingling with tears and obscuring his vision. In this moment, as my father, brother, and comrades bleed and sacrifice themselves, I find myself weeping with a strange sense of joy. He lowered his head, his shoulders trembling in the storm. The inner turmoil and agony raging within him like the violent tempest. It is only now that I comprehend the value of life, yet here I am, forced to pay for my stubbornness, unable to move. It was I who disregarded the warnings and ran out. Why do you all not abandon me? You are mistaken, Ace. At some point, Buggy had silently approached him, dragging his weary body to sit beside Ace. "Look up and see clearly." He extended a trembling hand, pointing towards the distant crowd engaged in fierce battle. "Those individuals fight with their lives on the line to rescue you from this dire predicament, without a hint of hesitation. We will never abandon you, Ace." In the distance, Raijin Makugai was locked in a fierce struggle with a mole, his body wounded in multiple places. Yet he showed no sign of retreat. "Just wait, I will come to save you soon." Meanwhile, Captain Lakey of the 7th Division swung his meteor hammer, fiercely clashing with several Navy rear admirals, blood and sweat intertwining, staining his garments. Yet he remained undaunted, each swing imbued with the determination of one willing to sink or swim. "Ace, hold on just a little longer. Success is near. We will surely bring you home safely." "Ace." In the midst of the storm, heartfelt and resolute shouts echoed continuously, like a distant lighthouse guiding Ace's heart. With trembling resolve, he slowly lifted his head, striving to pierce through the suffocating curtain of rain, finally glimpsing those familiar figures, each fighting for him. "Everyone," he whispered softly, the white-bearded tattoo on his back seemingly ignited by some mysterious force, shining brilliantly. That is. Oh no. Buggy the Clown has appeared at the gallows. A Navy soldier, just returned from the front lines and hoping to catch a moment's rest, was jolted awake by the sudden downpour. Upon looking up, he caught sight of the iconic red-nosed figure above and shouted urgently, "Quick, stop him. Fire, shoot now." Nearby Navy personnel sprang into action, swiftly adjusting their formation, their dart gun barrels all aimed upward, countless bullets tracing blinding arcs through the rain. "How could we allow you to harm the captain?" Ghostly combat technique, shattered rock. A figure wrapped in a headscarf burst forth from the Navy's flank, swinging twin staves down upon the ground. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, a powerful shockwave radiating outward from him. Those initially fierce Navy soldiers were caught off guard, reeling back from this terrifying force, with some falling to the ground, unable to rise again. "Now is the time to let our names resound throughout the world. Go for it, Captain Buggy." Amidst the rain and mud, a ragged yet spirited group of prisoners raised their makeshift weapons high, surging into the fray like liberated beasts. Their cries, the sound of their charge, in the rain merged into a stirring battle anthem. I will never stand idly by. In the torrential downpour, a towering figure suddenly emerged from the mire, his fists cloaked in a dense armament of hockey, radiating an overwhelming force as he swung down upon Buggy, who was busy unlocking Ace's handcuffs. causing the ground to shatter beneath the impact. At last, you remember your identity, Garp. Beside the shattered chair, Sengoku slowly rose, tending to the bandage on his right arm. Just moments ago, Buggy's frantic and determined strike had shot like a meteor across the night sky, aimed directly at the gallows. Sengoku had intended to intervene, but the sheer force nearly shattered his right arm. Since both are sins that should not exist, let them be buried here together. Before his words had fully escaped, he transformed into a golden giant Buddha, gently raising a hand, as the surrounding air appeared to freeze. A wave of destructive energy beginning to gather in his palm. However, just as this power was about to erupt, a familiar and steady voice thundered through the chaos. Interrupting his movements, wait. Garp stepped forward, placing himself between Sengoku and Ace, Buggy. Since both of these fellows are connected to Roger, let me personally put an end to this. He carefully removed the symbolic cloak of justice from his shoulders, folding it neatly and setting it aside. Leaning closer to Ace's ear, he whispered softly, no matter what, survive. Old man. Ace opened his mouth as if to respond, but found his throat constricted, unable to voice a sound. Garp suddenly lifted his head, eyes wide, roaring, don't look at me with those pitiful eyes. Ace. This is the path you chose. Yet, as he glared fiercely, one hand behind him subtly gestured to the exhausted Luffy nearby, a barely perceptible signal. Don't hate me. With that, he struck the ground beneath Ace's feet, a powerful gust launching both Ace and Buggy away, disappearing into the vast curtain of rain. Grandpa. Upon witnessing this, Luffy instantly understood, and, like a man possessed, he raced toward the direction in which they had vanished. Room. At that moment, a peculiar wave rippled through the air, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending forth layers of ripples. Following this, a towering figure materialized from thin air. Initially bewildered, she gazed at the now empty gallows, then surveyed the chaotic battlefield shrouded in smoke, her eyes reflecting a deepening sense of shock and despair. In an instant, the woman seemed to regain her senses, launching into a run, her steps unsteady, stumbling several times, yet she pressed on, charging toward Garp and delivering a fierce blow that sent him crashing to the ground. What have you done, you bastard? She screamed hoarsely, trembling with tears that fell like a torrential flood, each drop landing on Garp's weathered cheek, followed by a relentless barrage of punches. You were right there beside him. Why? Why did you let him go? The woman sobbed, nearly fainting, her voice choked to the point of incoherence. Is the mission more important than family? Dayton. At that moment, Garp's eyes were hollow and devoid of life, resembling a soulless shell, unable to utter a single word of defense. Lying there motionless, allowing the woman's fist to rain down upon him like a relentless storm. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his hand slowly, weakly gesturing to the eager Navy personnel beside him, who were restless and ready to rush forward to stop the woman and engage her in combat, urging them not to act recklessly. Return Ace to me. As the sky gradually darkened, Dayton let out a heart-wrenching cry that echoed across the vast, empty sea, lingering in the air. Yet, the only response she received was an oppressive silence. Suddenly, a sharp, acrid scent wafted into her nostrils. She quickly turned her head to look, only to see a towering inferno rising from the distant horizon of the sea. Dayton, it seems you have acquired more wrinkles. Chapter 42. The Past of Dayton. The cry of Ace. Garp, was this all deliberate on your part? Initially relieved, Sengoku's gaze fell upon a sudden pillar of fire rising into the sky, his pupils constricting in disbelief and fury. Do not stand there in shock. Everyone, immediately launch an attack on that flame. We cannot allow the source of this evil to escape. Understood. Everyone, rally yourselves. Even Fire Fist Ace, shackled as he is but an ordinary man. In an instant, the remaining Navy personnel raised their weapons, aiming cannons and guns at the raging inferno, meticulously adjusting their angles in a tense yet orderly fashion. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the heat of battle, each heartbeat resonating like war drums, shaking the very sea that had been scarred by conflict. Fire! At the command, a thunderous roar split the heavens, as countless shells and bullets wove together into an impenetrable net of firepower, charging toward the heart of the flames. Yet, just as the cannon fire was about to engulf the blaze, a towering figure emerged, using her flesh and blood to erect an indomitable barrier, repelling the overwhelming assault. Dayton. Garp, sensing something amiss, turned sharply, his heart surging with indescribable pain and urgency upon seeing that familiar silhouette. Everyone stop, he shouted. but his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of cannon fire. He recklessly dashed forward, fortuitously catching the collapsing form of Dayton. Why must you do this? Karp held Dayton tightly, silent tears streaming down his face, his hands feeling the warmth of life swiftly fading within his embrace. Choking back his words, he murmured, I did not stand idly by. Dayton, it was all a ruse. Ace will be fine. Commodore Karp. Karp looked upon the once heroic figure of the Navy, now cradling a battered woman who had fought to protect a pirate, momentarily stunned. The surrounding sailors halted their actions, their gazes fixated on the two, as the sounds of battle gradually faded, leaving only the howling sea breeze and the distant crashing of waves against the ship's hull. Cough. Cough, you old fool. You told me to take good care of him, and I think I have, Dayton rasped, her voice hoarse and weary, gazing at the approaching flames in the sky. That little brat is still the same as before, always causing worry. Old hag. With the sudden cessation of attacks, Ace finally sensed the anomaly. Dragging the semi-conscious Buggy, he emerged from the remnants of the flames. The swirling heat around them resembled an enraged dragon, coiling and twisting, accompanied by a pungent smoke and the mournful cries of the burning inferno, culminating in a fierce descent. I'm back. He rushed to Karp's side, kneeling on the ground and grasping Dayton's powerless hands tightly. Why were you so foolish? Did you forget I am a Logia-type devil fruit user? Regret filled Ace's eyes. You little brat, couldn't he possibly care less about your life or death? Dayton managed a faint smile, summoning her last ounce of strength to gently tap Ace on the head. However, upon catching sight of the iconic red nose of the unconscious Buggy nearby, her gaze trembled slightly, and her hand slowly fell. Dayton, the air around them seemed to freeze, the sea breeze turning heavy with a tinge of sorrow and melancholy. Ha 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 ha, look at you, causing trouble again, Ace. At the foothills of Galbo Mountain, amidst the lush forest, a hearty laugh broke the surrounding tranquility. A large and a small figure sat cross-legged, busily competing for a freshly roasted game, the aroma tantalizing. Who asked you to meddle, old man? Give me back my meat. Young Ace, with a bandage on his head, feigned displeasure, muttering, I'm still too small. Once I grow up, I will definitely settle the score with that old hag and reclaim the dignity I lost today. Karp laughed heartily, gently patting the boy's head. You little rascal, you have quite the ambition. But you are right. You are destined to become the strongest Marine. That woman's skills are nothing compared to what you will face in the future. He tore off a piece of meat, chewing with satisfaction and pride. But before that, you must learn how to protect yourself. Dayton, she was actually most afraid of the sea, Karp said mysteriously. Afraid of the sea? But she isn't a devil fruit user. Ace was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Old man, are you joking with me? You little brat. Are you itching for a fight again? Karp suddenly punched Ace on the forehead, forcing him back to sit properly. That fiery old woman was actually quite gentle at times. Would you like to hear a story? With a sigh, he gazed into the distance, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. 10 years ago, while on leave, I unexpectedly received orders from the Navy headquarters to escort the princess of the Dodoria Kingdom to Wano. A princess? You escorted a princess? Ace rubbed his forehead, inquiring. You little rascal, don't interrupt. Let me finish. Karp glared at young Ace. That night, amidst a tempest, our ship was beset by monstrous waves. Coincidentally, the infamous Rocks pirates were also caught in the same storm. As the luxurious ship drew near, a rookie Kaido mistook it for a treasure-laden vessel and incited a fierce attack against us. In the heat of battle, I was gravely injured, powerless to prevent the innocent princess from being taken by the pirates. This is one of the reasons I have consistently refused promotions and remain on the front lines. I cannot forgive my impotence at that moment. Karp's voice grew somber, laced with an imperceptible tremor. And then, what does this have to do with that savage old hag? Young Ace, captivated, pressed on eagerly. It can't be. You guessed it right. Dayton is the princess of the Dodoria Kingdom. Karp interjected, his tone heavy with emotion. What? The roasted meat in Ace's hand fell to the ground as he shook his head in disbelief, attempting to dispel the absurdity of this revelation from his mind. That rough, boorish woman, always shouting at us, was a princess? Karp paused, finally nodding as he continued. After that battle, we pursued with all our might, but we could never find their trail. And with no news, Dayton inevitably lost her former identity and status. Years later, while I was chasing Roger, I stumbled upon a mountain bandit group. Karp's voice faltered, and at that time, She had already transformed into a water-fearing, wine-loving bandit. As the memories ebbed away like the tide, Ace gently carried Dayton on his back. He stood tall, the flames wrapping around them, his gaze piercing through the smoke-laden air as if transcending the barriers of time, witnessing the trials and tribulations that the former princess, now Dayton, had endured. Old hag. Let us go. I'll take you home. Chapter 43. A Miraculous Survival. The final command of the captain. On the battlefield, after a brief silence, the sounds of combat once again echoed through the skies. However, this time, the Navy's offensive was no longer blind. Hesitation and uncertainty flickered in their eyes. Ace's rescue, along with the profound emotional bond between Carp and Dayton, left every soldier present feeling an indescribable shock. Ah, what a touching scene of maternal love and filial piety. In a corner of the shattered square, Doflamingo lounged lazily on the ground, toying with a sticky den mushy. He pretended to wipe his eyes, yet a wild, unrestrained smile curled at the corners of his lips as he mockingly whispered, "Let them go. The world will be far more interesting this way." Enough with the jesting. The honor of the Navy must not be tarnished. Suddenly, a mole burst forth from the smoke, his form flickering like a specter. As several pirates attempting to flee were instantly felled by his blade, Don Quixote, whatever trickery you are up to, if you dare to be negligent again, prepare for reckoning in the future. Haha, I'm so afraid. Doflamingo lightly flicked his finger, and the battling mole abruptly stiffened. His long knife spun out of control, threatening his comrades. The surrounding Navy soldiers gasped in shock, their offensive momentarily thrown into chaos. Consider this a small lesson. Do not forget to report my merit to Sengoku. He grinned wickedly as he rose, brushing off the dust and casting a piercing gaze toward the distant, crumbling harbor where a warship quietly slipped away. He leaned closer to the den mushy. It seems they have departed. Treble, how are preparations on your end? He, Dillinger and the others have been monitoring. The signal strength is perfect, young master. The voice on the other end brimmed with excitement. Caesar has surprisingly come through this time. The trackers are hidden in unexpected places, allowing us to keep tabs on their movements. Excellent. I've taken care of another matter as well. Do not forget to inform Virgo that he may commence operations. With that, Doflamingo wore a chilling smirk, turning to vanish into the ruins, leaving behind a disquieting laughter that echoed in the air. Meanwhile, not far away, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the partially melted ice surface shattered like glass, enormous ice fragments splashing everywhere, creating a mist that resembled swirling snowflakes. Amidst this sudden chaos, a submarine silently surfaced from the fissures beneath the ice. Slaughterhouse. With a low murmur, the space seemed to warp, and a man donned in a spotted hat, clutching several hearts, appeared above the submarine's deck. Beepo, why have you arrived so late? Ah, my apologies, Captain. The area below was inexplicably filled with rocks, which delayed me. The hatch opened, and Beepo scratched his head, looking apologetic as he stepped inside, followed by the stern Jinbei and the exuberant Chopper. At least we've made it. It was unbearably hot down there, he exclaimed, sticking out his tongue and collapsing onto the deck, panting heavily. Well, safety is what matters. Gazing at the raging flames and billowing smoke in the center of the battlefield, Law suddenly shouted, "There's no time to waste. Ace, bring that woman over here." No sooner had he spoken than he crushed the heart in his hand, causing several elite Navy soldiers attempting to ambush Ace to fall in unison. Though I have only met her once, a fateful connection is still a connection. It would be far too dull to let her perish like this. I am a doctor. While there is still hope, allow me to take charge. Dayton. Hearing his name, Ace clenched his fists, turning to the faint figure behind him, his body trembling slightly, yet his gaze grew resolute. Please, flame of mirrors, he roared, his arms swinging fiercely as a wall of searing flames surged forth, forcing the surrounding enemies to retreat in haste. He then leaped and hurled Dayton away. Leave it to me. Room. Dayton nodded slightly, raising one hand as if invisible forces twisted the space, securely catching Dayton and instantly transferring her to the submarine's medical chamber. Too much blood loss. Beepo, prepare blood bags. We need to transfuse. Oh, it seems I've arrived at an inconvenient time, everyone. Just then, a beam of yellow light suddenly streaked across the sky before landing steadily on the submarine's deck. Even at this moment, you still have the leisure to concern yourself with others' lives? Aren't you being a bit too carefree? Kizaru scoffed, lightly raising a finger, and in an instant, A dazzling golden light nearly burst forth. However, just as he was about to unleash it, a powerful gust of energy struck him, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Don't get too carried away, kid. I'm still here. Not far off, Whitebeard, his fist raised, trembled as he gasped for breath, bellowing, "Listen well, Whitebeard pirates. I am now issuing the final command of the captain." What? What does final mean? Old man, what do you intend to do? The joy that had enveloped Marco and the other commanders upon Ace's successful rescue froze instantly at the elder's words, replaced by terror and confusion. Now that our objective has been achieved, we have no further business here. He seized the unconscious Buggy before tossing him among the fighting prisoners. Continuing, you and I part ways here. Everyone must survive and safely reach the new world. Before his words had fully settled, he gathered strength and, with a mighty punch, struck the ground. A deafening sound erupted, and a formidable shockwave surged forth like a raging tsunami, splitting the previously connected lines between the Navy and pirates in two. Old man, do you intend to die here? Old man. Amidst the echoes of sorrowful cries, Whitebeard slowly turned, his gaze piercing through the crowd to land on Buggy, who was being tightly surrounded, retreating slowly. His lips moved slightly, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately, only a barely audible whisper escaped. Live on with Ace. Kid, if you inherit the will of the captain and Roger, bear witness to the future of this era. At that moment, the torrential rain that had been pouring suddenly ceased. Sunshine broke through the clouds, illuminating him and stretching his shadow to its utmost. He stood like an indomitable mountain. You say you want to die, Roger? At the end of the Grand Line, on an unknown island, beneath a cherry blossom tree, petals danced in the wind as two figures sat cross-legged. Yes, not much time remains. A man in a red coat spoke slowly, his expression a mix of relief and reluctance. Shall I tell you how to reach Laughtail, Newgate? Upon hearing this, the latter took a hearty swig from a bowl of sake and slowly shook his head. Even if I were to know, I wouldn't go. After all, what I desire has never been this. Ha ha ha. Among those who hail from that ship, you are the only one who sees the broader picture. Roger laughed heartily, filling a bowl with wine for his companion. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed since the battle in the Valley of Gods, and your old comrades, Lingling and Kaido, have each carved their own paths. Indeed, time flies swiftly. Whitebeard accepted the bowl, downing its contents in one gulp, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. If I had not gotten lost back then, the outcome might have been quite different. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. I've heard you ended up with a child. Is that right? How does it feel to have an unexpected addition to your family? No, that's not quite it. Roger paused for a moment, then smiled as he gazed into the distance. It's not one, but two. You, what did you say? Have you been drinking too much, Roger? The other's eyes widened in astonishment, causing the jug of wine in his hands to slip and tumble beneath the cherry blossom tree, splattering tiny droplets of mud. This matter must remain a secret, you understand. Roger finished the remaining wine in one gulp, turning to wave his hand. After all, that fellow's father was once your captain. Suddenly, a fierce gale ravaged the sea, raising towering waves as if the heavens themselves were being torn asunder by this force. A cherry blossom petal danced in the wind, traversing the tumultuous waters, finally settling gently upon Buggy and Appo's iconic red nose. Let us set sail, my young friends. Whitebeard smiled, a look of relief washing over his face. I am but a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new age that can carry me. Chapter 44. The Establishment of the Enio Navy. Akainu's ruthless pursuit. At the headquarters, it is about to collapse. Help, help, stop. As the former's fists swung relentlessly, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a hissing sound as it sliced through. In an instant, all the buildings began to tremble, debris and dust obscuring the sky. The Navy soldiers fell like kites with severed strings, plummeting into the fissures of the ground, their screams and cries for help echoing all around. Old man, come back. I don't want to leave the old man behind. We promised to go home together. On the other side, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates was in a state of panic, helplessly watching the towering figure fight alone amidst the smoke and rubble, their hearts aching as if torn apart. What? Are you going to defy the captain's orders? Whitebeard suddenly turned, his eyes filled with fiery bloodshot veins. Get out of here, you bunch of fools. He swung his massive naginata, each slash accompanied by a howling wind that forced back the approaching Navy soldiers as if reaping wheat. But in a moment of distraction, a strike from a Navy vice admiral sliced through his left arm, instantly staining his sleeve with blood. Old man, A one-armed pirate desperately attempted to rush forward but was tightly held back by his comrades. His hometown had been destroyed by the celestial dragons due to an inability to pay the heavenly gold, and it was Whitebeard who had stood up to protect it with his renown. At this moment, tears and rage intertwined in his eyes, nearly bursting forth. Are you really going to leave the old man all alone? Have you forgotten everything he has done for us? He struggled to break free, but another strong arm held him down like an iron clamp. At this point, any hesitation would only bring shame to the old man who was already prepared for the worst. Captain Jozu of the 3rd Division held back his tears, firmly restraining one after another crew member who wanted to rush back to the battlefield. If you don't understand this, then you might as well end your own lives. As he spoke, a more violent tremor came from across the shore. Amidst the smoke, countless figures were hurled into the air, and the entire Marineford Island seemed to be torn apart at that moment. The sea gushed forth from the enormous crevice, forming terrifying walls of water that engulfed everything in chaos. This damned Whitebeard, even after suffering such severe injuries, still retained that kind of power. At the forefront, Doberman was nearly thrown off his feet. He plunged his sword into the ground to steady his swaying body. Roaring in anger, does he intend to take the entire island down with him? The honor of the Navy does not allow us to retreat here. The ghost spider pressed forward against the flying debris, his disheveled hair billowing like a battle flag in the wind, wielding several blades to swiftly slay soldiers attempting to flee. Do not worry, that monster is nearing his limit. Just charge ahead. The scene shifted to a tumultuous sea, where the winds howled furiously. Several warships rocked violently amidst the giant waves. A group of young elite Navy soldiers stood on the deck, gazing at the distant Marineford Island shrouded in smoke and tsunami, their eyes filled with heaviness and sorrow. Teacher Zephyr, are we really going to leave at this moment? Doing nothing? A blue-haired woman gripped the hilt of her sword, her voice tinged with struggle and reluctance. Opposite her, Zephyr, wrapped in an old-style Navy coat, stood at the bow, casting a complex glance at his prosthetic right arm, his expression resolute. Ein and everyone. He began slowly. I was once like you, filled with righteous fervor, vowing to uphold justice, believing that donning this uniform would protect the peace of the sea. Yet, what was the outcome? Those pirates who committed heinous acts could transform into law-abiding citizens simply due to their strength, while those who upheld justice but lacked power could only silently endure injustice and suffering. Zephyr's gaze grew colder. I have tried to change the status quo, but failed. If that is the case, let them accompany Whitebeard to their graves. This batch of Navy has long since rotted. While there are exceptions like T-Bone, they are merely a drop in the ocean. But the former trembled in response, only to be ruthlessly interrupted by Zephyr. There is no but. I have decided to rebuild the Navy with you as the core, code name in EO. Wait for it, pirates of the New World. The future seas will be guarded by us. As soon as the words fell, half of Marineford completely sank beneath the continuous roaring, the seawater swiftly flooding the former center of power, washing away all traces without a trace. At this moment, a surge of molten lava violently trembled within the cracks of the ruins, ultimately erupting forth, slowly converging into a blazing river of fiery red. To have caused such devastation and yet wish to leave unscathed, accompanied by the rolling heat wave. A figure clad in a bright red suit slowly emerged from the smoke and debris, half of his face dripping with lava-like sweat, appearing exceptionally sinister. General Sakazuki, your face. Doberman felt the suffocating heat behind him and involuntarily turned around. Just a fleeting glance filled him with an indescribable horror. Step aside, it's just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about. Akainu replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over the panicked fleeing pirates, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. To rescue Fire Fist Ace and then retreat immediately, the Whitebeard pirates really do gather a bunch of cowards. He bent down to pick up a broken pirate flag, trampling it underfoot with force. But then again, if the captain is so incompetent, how can his subordinates be any better? Whitebeard, after all, was merely a failure of the past era. Failures. Ace, who was retreating with the others, paused at the words, a flicker of flame beginning to dance in his hands. Don't mind him. Jinbei, keenly sensing Ace's emotional turmoil, quickly stepped forward to dissuade him. Stopping now would play right into his hands. That guy is insulting the old man. How can I stand by and do nothing? Ace roared as he turned around, a torrent of flames erupting from his hands, only to be effortlessly intercepted by the lava beside Akainu before it could reach him. Am I wrong? Akainu laughed heartily, half of his face appearing even more sinister in the glow of the lava. Your father, Joel D. Roger, conquered the Grand Line, using his life to ignite the era of pirates. As a Navy officer, I may not say much, but he truly deserves the title of Pirate King. He paused, gazing at Ace with a playful expression, continuing. In contrast, what kind of character is Whitebeard? Think about it. He is truly a pitiful fellow, revered by a bunch of lackeys, calling him old man while engaging in childish antics on the ship, only to be stabbed by the son he sought to protect at the end of his life. Tragic and laughable. Shut up, Ace shouted, trembling with rage as a dense flame gathered at the tip of his fist. Whitebeard is the great pirate who pioneered this era. His life and glory are beyond your comprehension. Before his words fell, two deep crimson flames collided violently, fire and lava intertwining in the air, erupting in a deafening roar. Chapter 45. The Diminishing Power of Life. The frenzy of hormones reignited. With a thunderous roar, amidst the shroud of thick mist, a bare-chested figure was violently propelled from the swirling smoke and flames. It traced a breathtaking arc before crashing heavily into the back of the fleeing Akin, who was burdened with Buggy. The three of them tumbled into the dust, stirring up a cloud of chaos. Believing oneself to possess the power of one of the most esteemed natural-type devil fruits, one grows oblivious to the true depths of the universe. As the last embers of ash slowly dissipated, Akainu emerged, his countenance serene. You are merely ordinary fire, whereas I am magma capable of consuming even flames. Our abilities are not even in the same league. He spoke as he seized Ace from the ground, his molten hand gripping the latter's neck tightly. Your bloodline is tainted with sin, destined to meet its end here. But do not fret. I shall ensure you are not alone in your demise. After I deal with you, that red-nosed fellow will not escape either. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was already exhausted under the relentless assault of the Navy's elite forces. He attempted to rise for assistance, but was abruptly interrupted by a blinding flash of yellow light, which pierced through one of his arms. Huh, I actually struck you head-on, old man, Yellow Monkey chuckled, appearing from thin air with a nonchalant grin. Take care of yourself first. I cannot allow you to interfere. Before his words concluded, countless laser beams erupted from his fingertips like dazzling stars, shattering the battlefield into fragments. Sarasaki dared to. Seeing Ace's breath grow weaker under Akainu's tightening grip, Garp's expression darkened as he pushed through the surrounding chaos, his arms inexplicably turning black. Enough. Today just as he prepared to unleash his fury without restraint, a sudden figure slammed him to the ground, creating a deep crater. Have you lost your mind, Garp? Sengoku roared, his voice trembling. Out of respect for our long-standing friendship, I spared you once. But should you dare to attack a comrade openly this time, no one will save you. Stop me if you must, Sengoku. Garp's eyes were bloodshot, his muscles straining with effort. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee I won't kill that brat. In a moment of crisis, a blue figure suddenly surged from the crowd, enveloping Akainu in a torrent of water. The powerful impact forced Akainu to release his grip on Ace, redirecting his full attention to the impending assault. Do not waste your efforts to delay, Jinbei, Akainu bellowed, delivering a punch that instantly shattered the water flow. As a former Shichibukai, you should understand my strength. Before his words could fade, a searing stream of magma erupted from his palm, surging forth with destructive force towards Jinbei. Yet, despite his skin sizzling from the heat, Jinbei did not retreat an inch. Go ahead and strike. I have long since cast aside the fear of life and death, he gasped, his voice resolute and calm. If sacrificing myself can save Ace, then this life, even if it ends here, is worth it. As they resumed their fierce clash, waves of scorching air mixed with heat surged around them, sending debris and ash swirling into the sky, as if to engulf the sea itself in endless chaos. Cough. Cough. In a corner, a scalding volcanic rock, propelled by the howling heat, brushed against Buggy's nose as he lay unconscious on the ground. The sudden pain jolted him awake, his bleary eyes searching the surroundings, gradually focusing on the two combatants locked in fierce battle not far away. What? How is this possible? Isn't sit-up a unique passive of Monkey D, Luffy? Buggy muttered, clutching his still aching nose, struggling to rise from the ground. However, just as he began to stand, a wave of fatigue crashed over him, forcing him back to the ground. This is Colonel Nika reporting the capture of the fugitive leader Buggy. It appears he has lost the ability to move. A Navy colonel, dodging arrows and explosions, stumbled through the rising mist, regaining his balance as he glanced down in shock, hastily grabbing his radio to report the dire situation. What a fortuitous opportunity. Eliminate him on the spot, Colonel. No, Major, you are in luck. A brief silence followed on the other end of the radio before Dogman's excited voice erupted, brimming with anticipation for the impending achievement. Understood. Despite witnessing the terror of the figure before him, the immediate weakness and the allure of rank compelled the Navy colonel to tremble as he raised his weapon, aiming at Buggy's trembling back. Oh dear, this is troublesome. They've all scattered. At that moment, a languid and confident voice broke through. A massive figure clad in a tight red outfit emerged from the mist, colliding perfectly with the Navy colonel, sending his weapon flying. Apologies. It seems I've interrupted your good fortune. The newcomer scratched his head lazily, inadvertently catching sight of the distinctive red nose beside him. Taken aback. Be Buggy boy? Why, you are the Okama king, Ivankov. The colonel stood up in terror, his radio nearly slipping from his grasp. No matter, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. With gritted teeth, he quickly drew another weapon from his waist. What a restless fellow you are, Ivankov chuckled lightly, lifting a finger. Embriano, female hormones. Suddenly, the colonel's chest swelled, his limbs grew slender, and his once robust physique gradually revealed graceful feminine curves, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground. Welcome to the realm of the new Okama kingdom. Ivankov laughed heartily, then turned to the astonished Buggy, winking. My methods are rather effective, aren't they, Buggy boy? Since we crossed paths, I shall reluctantly assist you. I just saw that arrogant fishman from your team seize a Navy ship. We can leave together. W8. Just as Buggy was lifted, he suddenly grasped Ivankov's ankle. Ivan, use that, inject me again. What did you say? Ivankov was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting. Isn't it better to leave now? The frenzy hormone is merely a temporary measure. If you continue to numb your body like this, you will lose your life. There's no time. Buggy abruptly looked up, his gaze fixed on the fallen Jinbei and the encroaching Akainu. Determination in his eyes. That old man is willing to perish here to reclaim what he values. How could I stand idly by? Let me fight, Ivankov. If I must die, so be it. Very well, as you wish. As Ivankov's words fell, Akainu had already raised his searing arm high. But just before it could descend, a piercing white light severed it in an instant. Chapter 46. The Blade of Dawn. The Supreme Great Blade. Victor. Look. That monster's arm. It's Captain Buggy. He has stood up again. In that moment, all those present on the battlefield, including the pirates who had sunk into despair, collapsed on the ground, or surrendered, seemed to be reinvigorated by an invisible force. They widened their eyes, gazing in disbelief at the figure with the red nose, who straightened his back once more amidst the smoke and flames of war. Clink. Admiration value 1000. From Pirate Black Hand Tygo's respect. Admiration value 500. From Pirate Hook Carl's acknowledgement. Admiration value 2000. From Newcomer Demon Colonel Nika's fervor. Admiration value 600. From. Countless notifications rapidly rolled before Buggy's eyes, each increment representing a life on the battlefield that revered and recognized him. Just as he became dazzled by the barrage of numbers, an intense white light suddenly erupted from his waist, followed by the emergence of a hilt entwined with a faint aura of dominance, as if a mysterious hand was slowly reaching out from the void, quietly appearing at his side. Congratulations, host's admiration value has risen to level 4. 100, 0001, 000. Reward, Blade of Dawn, Victor. Description. This sword is hailed as one of the 12 strongest supreme great blades in the world, sharp enough to cleave the seas, and embodies the unfinished ambitions and indomitable will of its original master, the ocean overlord, Rox D. Jibek. Reminder, this blade is composed of 72 fragments, each carrying a legendary tale of Rox. To unleash its true power, one must infuse it with their will. This is actually the sword of the mysterious pirate, Rox. The description states that it requires the infusion of will to use. It surely won't automatically attach itself like Enma from Wano. As Buggy was immersed in infinite reveries about this enigmatic sword, he was abruptly jolted awake by a sudden tremor, nearly stumbling to the ground. The headquarters fortress. It is moving. A logistics officer of the Navy, who was nervously transporting supplies, inadvertently caught sight of the colossal shadow moving beneath his feet and collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he shouted. What nonsense! In the rear, Commander Dogman frowned at the sound, just about to bark a reprimand, when he suddenly noticed a giant figure grinning at him from above, his complexion turning pale. No. That can't be. That guy is. The giant battleship, St. Juan Wolf. He staggered back in terror, his face etched with fear. It is said that he single-handedly obliterated the king's army of the entire Mississippi nation and then mysteriously vanished. How could he possibly appear here? Ha 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 ha, have I been discovered? A rugged man with a toothless grin leaned against the crumbling ruins, turning his head with a mocking expression. I told you to be careful. The show over there has yet to conclude. That is. The ghost spider, shaken by the residual shockwaves of Whitebeard's attack, followed the voice and broke into a cold sweat. The tyrant king Bartolomeo Pizarro, the drunkard Bacchus Choate, the string hunter Katarina Devon, and the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain. As he spoke, he staggered back, his steps faltering. Each one of them is an ultimate criminal hidden away due to their cruelty. They have all gathered here. Ha 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 ha. It's been a while, everyone. How is my dear old dad? Blackbeard stepped out from the crowd of pirates, his sinister laughter echoing. I came specifically to attend his funeral. Can you all step it up a bit? Teach. The already exhausted Whitebeard, upon hearing this name, suddenly tensed, his left hand sinking as an earth-shattering wave of power erupted from his fist, sweeping forward with unstoppable force. However, just as this destructive energy was about to reach Blackbeard, an exceptionally sharp slash, like the dawn's light, emerged, forcefully blocking the wave. What a chaotic old man. A man clad in a prison uniform, with blood seeping from his mouth, painfully rubbed his arm. Even in such a state, he remains formidable. Shiryu, you scoundrel. How did you end up here? Sengoku roared from afar, his gaze piercing through the smoke. What happened at Impel Down after I left? You could just go check that accursed place yourself. The latter's lips curled into a cold smile. If you're still alive after this. You bastard. Sengoku's face turned ashen, a golden aura beginning to emanate from his body. But just as he was about to transform, a sudden commotion interrupted him. Commander. It's bad. A Navy soldier responsible for communications stumbled forward, his face filled with urgency. We just received a report that the Justice Gate has been reopened. It is said that Chief Instructor Zifa has left with several elite members and researchers without authorization. What did you say? Sengoku bellowed, his voice brimming with anger and confusion. He truly picked a sensitive time. What does he intend to do? What about the CP in charge of surveillance? Why was there no information beforehand? Just moments ago, communication from headquarters suddenly cut off for some reason, and we have been unable to contact them since. The soldier lowered his head, his voice trembling as he continued. We suspect there might be internal issues, after all. Only that warlord dressed in a pink feather coat entered the communications room. As he spoke, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. Ivan, take Ace and leave first. In the center of the flames, Buggy shimmered with white light, continually splitting the encroaching magma from all sides. The fire rained down, turning the surrounding land into a scorched red wasteland, as people collapsed under the omnipresent heat, wailing in agony. Even our own people are not spared. After being disassembled, his body floated in midair, dispersing a block of magma that was about to fall upon an unconscious Navy soldier. You preach about justice, yet engage in such cruel acts. Do you not find it absurd? The lamentations of the weak are merely the dust beneath the feet of the strong. Just then, a Kainu, with only half his body remaining, slowly emerged from the magma. His half-covered form was engulfed in lava, while the other half still bore the insignia of the Navy Admiral. But the searing red seemed to become his new armor, exuding a terrifying aura. Those innocents caught in this chaos are merely sacrifices for your capture. Their existence serves no purpose other than as tools. With his roar, his stature grew larger, resembling a lava giant returning from the depths of hell, scorching everything around him. Help, help! Admiral Sakazuki, don't come any closer. A Navy lieutenant trapped in a fissure watched the surging magma, desperately crying out, his voice trembling in the heated air, nearly drowned out by the surrounding roars and wails. Damn it, hang in there. Beside him, a young pirate, who was about to flee the fiery inferno, suddenly halted in his tracks amidst the cries. He gritted his teeth and turned back, plunging once more into the inferno, as if he wished to cast aside the very notion of his own mortality. Quick, grasp my hand. The terrifying heat waves and the roar of the molten rock nearly drowned out the voice of the young pirate. Yet he persevered, striving towards the trapped naval lieutenant. However, The surging lava had already reached the lieutenant's feet, and the searing gusts seemed poised to devour everything in their path. It's too late. You must flee. The naval lieutenant trembled with tears, declaring, I am Lieutenant Trump of the G2 Naval Base. Brother, if you ever find yourself in the East Sea, please deliver this to my dear mother. With that, he handed over a blood-stained photograph. Just as the two were on the cusp of being consumed by the molten tide, a slashing strike, accompanied by the sound of tearing wind, surged forth, cleaving the tumultuous lava and the naval fortress behind it in two. You are mistaken, Sakazuki. True strength does not regard the weak as mere dust. Real power lies in protection, not in oppression. Amidst the smoke, Buggy had, unbeknownst to anyone, drawn the victor. Its faint blue glow shimmering, as shadows elongated in the wake of the strike. Chapter 47. The terrifying power of the dark fruit. The force to resolve all. The magma has ceased. It seems. Salvation is at hand. A gentle breeze caresses the battlefield, carrying wisps of smoke, akin to the tender hand of nature, instantaneously soothing the chaos and clamor of war. The young pirate and the naval captain, who moments ago teetered on the brink of death, now embrace in tears, their faces smeared with ash and sweat. Yet their eyes sparkle with the joy and disbelief of having survived. A naval soldier, pursuing the fleeing pirate, suddenly halts. His gaze falling upon the crumbled remnants where Akina lies incapacitated, his weapon slipping silently from his grasp. Medical team. Hurry, don't just stand there. Ha ha ha. That was close, truly a near miss. From beneath the rubble, a hand adorned with jewels slowly emerges, followed by Blackbeard, who staggers to his feet and gazes at the neatly severed fortress behind him, his expression icy. This guy is indeed concealing his strength, just like me. Had I known, I should have dealt with him back then. As he speaks, he brushes his fingers over his missing teeth, a cruel smile curving his lips. However, it matters not. Once I obtain that thing, we will settle our accounts. You're still alive. Teach. Whitebeard, ensnared in the naval encirclement, slowly withdraws his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems that little red-nosed brat left quite an impression on you. He pauses, his eyes sharpening. It is time to put an end to this. You have violated the only ironclad rule aboard my ship, and I shall take your worthless life to grant Sachi some peace. Before his words fade, a surging wave of energy begins to emanate from him, sweeping away the debris, dust, and unsuspecting Navy personnel in its path. Just as it approaches Blackbeard, it is suddenly ensnared by a dark vortex, dissipating in an instant. Ha ha ha. My powers are quite impressive, aren't they, old man? Blackbeard cackles, his arms spreading wide as black liquid surges forth from his body, swiftly enveloping the ground and devouring everything within reach, including the fleeing Navy soldiers and pirates. What is this? I'm slowly sinking. A chorus of wails rises, as the crowd struggles in vain, helplessly watching their bodies succumb to the encroaching darkness. If it weren't for circumstances beyond my control, I would not wish to kill that cook. A cruel smile dances on Blackbeard's lips, but what a coincidence he happened to acquire that fruit, even if I am reluctant. I must send him on his way. Shut up. How dare you even mention that? Whitebeard, half submerged in the endless dark water, his eyes reddening, struggles to support himself with his naginata, his other hand suddenly exerting force, shatter the stars. With his roar, the air seems to tear, visible shockwaves erupting from his fist, sending the surrounding dark waters crashing like tempestuous waves. Yet, just before it could strike Blackbeard, it is thwarted by a single hand. Futile. It will yield the same result. Time and again, my darkness can devour and nullify all devil fruit abilities, including your quake fruit. Blackbeard boasts, landing punch after punch on Whitebeard's bleeding chest. How pitiful. Old man, you've grown frail. Rather than embarrassing yourself here, let me send you off on your final journey. As he speaks, a denser darkness coils around his arm, mingling with his ominous haki, and drives toward Whitebeard's throat. Father, don't. In a moment of desperation, a faint blue light pierces through the surrounding chaos, steadfastly blocking Blackbeard's lethal strike. Shattered sword fragments miraculously reassemble under the impact of the dark fruit's powers, exuding an inexplicable depth and mystery. It seems my last lesson wasn't sufficient for you, Teach. Buggy struggles to grip Victor with one hand while his other transforms into darkness, splitting apart, shatter cannon. Almost instantaneously, his split black arm grasps a Maki gun, swelling like a cannonball, and just as it nears the dark waters enveloping Blackbeard, It erupts in a thunderous explosion. The flames shoot skyward, illuminating the battlefield and engulfing Blackbeard entirely. The powerful shockwave sends the dark waters quaking, temporarily dispersing the despairing blackness. Cough, cough. As the flames subside, Blackbeard trembles as he stumbles from the smoke, blood trickling from his lips. How could this be? My dark waters. I need not explain myself to you. Just as Buggy aims to capitalize on the moment, he is suddenly halted by a pair of powerful hands. Little red-nosed brat. Whitebeard gasps, relieved. No matter what, you must not intervene. Since this scoundrel once claimed to be my son, it is my duty to end his fate. With great effort, he rises, though his body sways from injury, his gaze unwavering. Do you agree? Teach. Ha ha ha. Then let it be, old man. If you seek death so ardently, how could I possibly refuse? Blackbeard roars with laughter, wiping the blood from his mouth, and raises his arms as black liquid surges forth once more, rushing toward Whitebeard like a torrential flood. Arrogance and recklessness, these are your weaknesses. Whitebeard gently closes his eyes, and upon sensing Blackbeard's approach, he suddenly draws forth his cloud cutter, wielding it with force, a brilliant blade of light striking down like lightning, sending Blackbeard sprawling to the ground. If you happen to see Sachi below, please ask him, am I a worthy father? With that, he seizes Blackbeard by the throat, his fingers pulsating with tremors of energy. Stop, stop it, old man. I am your son. Are you truly going to kill me? Blackbeard trembles, clutching his neck. Yet as he notices the hesitation in Whitebeard's eyes, he unhesitatingly pulls the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberates, causing Whitebeard's body to shudder slightly. His gaze turns icy and resolute, as if he has made a final decision in that moment. However, just as he resolves to deliver a fatal blow, Blackbeard's crew surges forth from the shadows. A torrent of attacks descending like a storm, instantly staining the ground with blood. Father, old man. In that moment, the chaotic Marineford seems to have pressed pause, as all sounds and movements freeze, leaving only the sporadic gunfire and subdued gasps echoing in the air. Chapter 48, A Legend's End. Memories of God's Valley. 36 years ago. West Blue, God's Valley. Corpses lay scattered, strewn across the once tranquil landscape like autumnal leaves. A deathly silence permeated the air, thick with the mingled sense of carnage and valor, a truly suffocating atmosphere. Bang! A gunshot shattered the stillness. Number 432. A woman, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, gracefully holstered her firearm. She then stooped over the bullet-riddled corpse, gently stamping it with a vibrant crimson seal. Galling to Garen Saint, just you wait. This championship is mine. Without a doubt, she erupted in laughter, preparing to reload, when a sudden tremor caused her to stumble. Footsteps echoed from the distance, growing closer with each passing moment, accompanied by labored breaths and the clatter of weaponry. A man, his hair styled in a crescent shape, emerged from the shadows, clutching a blood-soaked wound. My, didn't you receive the signal? The competition is over. What are you still doing here? He wheezed, collapsing to the ground. Time is short. Quickly, tend to my wounds. Those wretched pirates have infiltrated the valley. Saturn Saint, that old coot, ordered our entire company to cover the others' retreat. What nonsense. The woman rummaged through her satchel, retrieving a roll of bandages with a dismissive air. This competition was specifically secured by the world government. The surrounding waters are teeming with battleships to prevent those scoundrels from escaping. Who would be foolish enough to barge in here seeking death? As she skillfully bandaged his wound, her face contorted in derision. Galinga, are you fabricating this tale because you're on the verge of defeat? Garen Saint offered a wry smile, the pain from his injury causing him to wince. I nearly sacrificed my newborn son. Do you believe I would jest about such a matter? The Rocks pirates and the Roger pirates, having somehow learned of our presence, have both arrived. His words were abruptly interrupted by a tremor emanating from a nearby boulder. A delicate hand seized a towering, blonde-haired man by the arm, dragging him into view. Newgate. Did you hear? Roger is here as well. She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. I told you to seize those crates. Yet you insisted on meddling with those damned slaves. Now, not only are we lost, but we've also incurred the wrath of Linlin and Kaido. You're utterly useless. Now, Stussy, keep your voice down. The young Whitebeard gently patted her hand. That swordsman seems formidable. It's best not to invite trouble at this juncture. Rocks, that imbecile, upon encountering Roger, will undoubtedly be consumed by recklessness. We must hasten to assist him. Hold on. Why should we aid that buffoon? Wouldn't it be more prudent to pilfer some treasure? Seeing him stride away, Stussy stamped her foot. Despite her protests, she reluctantly followed. Help! Help me! He's just a child. What crime have we committed? The pair traversed the crumbling ruins, witnessing the aftermath of battle. The lamentations of the wounded and the desperate cries of the dying mingled with the surrounding flames and smoke, painting a harrowing tableau of hell on earth. Honestly, I merely intended to seize some riches, yet it has devolved into this. What on earth are these celestial dragons playing at? They're even more depraved than that Shiki fellow. Stussy muttered as she walked, inadvertently colliding with the suddenly halted Whitebeard. Hey, why the sudden stop? Have you had a change of heart? She chuckled, only to be silenced by a large hand. Hush, it's that boy from earlier. In the flickering firelight, an elderly man in a suit, sporting a voluminous white beard, arrogantly plunged his cane into the chest of a portly boy. The boy's face was etched with terror and agony, while the surrounding celestial dragon nobles smirked, reveling in the cruelty. A buccaneer child. Your life offers only two paths, death or servitude. Such is the decree of history. The elder coldly withdrew his cane. No one can alter it. Mister, are you a person of authority? You possess power from birth. It's so peculiar. He struggled to rise, his eyes filled with confusion and rage. Who conceived this notion of lineage? It's utterly meaningless. The boy glanced at his chubby hands, rendered so by his devil fruit. If I were to acquire power, I would emulate Nika, doing everything in my capacity to rescue those as wretched as myself, to shatter this unjust fate. As he spoke, his hands began to shimmer with bubbles. However, the moment his gaze met the elder's, an unseen force of gravity bound him, forcing him to his knees once more. It seems you pilfered the Nikyu no Mi. Intended as a prize. That seals your fate. The elder advanced, raising his cane once more, but just as he was about to strike, he was thwarted by a surge of darkness. He. Original laughter. Saturn Saint. Why torment a child? A disheveled man, his hair unkempt and his body covered in blood, staggered from the shadows, his grin appearing grotesque in the dim light. Return what is mine, or I shall condemn every celestial dragon on this island to perish. Rocks, you're still alive. Saturn Saint's eyes widened, then narrowed into a monstrous spider form. His visage horrific. It seems Roger and Garp showed you mercy after all. However, in your current state, do you truly believe you remain the overlord of the seas? With a gust of wind, the spider's legs lunged forward, only to be severed by a torrent of black liquid. Cough, cough. I can't deceive this old codger. Kid, run. Your survival depends on your luck. Rock's face was ashen, blood gushing from his chest wound, clearly at his last gasp. Mister, watch out. Seeing the hideous monster regenerate and attack once more, the boy trembled and cried out, powerless to prevent the icy appendage from piercing the man's chest. Captain. In the throes of life and death, a white figure flashed past. Whitebeard Newgate swung his Naginata, Murakumajiri, carving a brilliant arc through the air and bisecting Saturn Saint's body in an instant. Stussy, take the captain and the child and flee. He turned, but received no response. Stussy, no need to call. That last is rather pragmatic. As a mocking voice echoed, Saturn Saint's body miraculously reformed, now larger and more menacing. His gaze filled with malevolence. Perish here, and history shall forget your names. With that, the spider's colossal legs slammed into the ground, creating a cloud of dust and debris, as if the entire island trembled beneath his might. No. With a shout, the boy's hands erupted in a blinding light. Whitebeard felt a sudden darkness engulf him. When he opened his eyes, he found himself on a deserted island. Cough, cough. Newgate Rock struggled to support himself, leaning against the wall. Captain. Whitebeard's heart tightened, and he hurried forward to assist. Listen to me. Rocks shook his head. Roger. That lad has been misled and turned against me. Do not hold it against him. After my demise, the government will surely erase my existence. Yet, the will of D must not be extinguished. In the future, a gentle breeze stirred up the dust, enveloping the battlefield in a veil of haze, obscuring the vision of all present. The battered Whitebeard gazed at the raging flames before him. A subtle sorrow and acceptance reflected in his eyes. The man the captain awaits shall not be you. Teach. He paused, the images of Buggy, Ace, and Luffy echoing in his mind. One day, someone will arise to inherit the will of D. Even if bloodlines are severed, their flames shall not be extinguished. Moreover, in the days to come, there will emerge a person capable of bearing the weight of centuries of history, challenging this world. When that time comes, the world shall be overturned, Such a day will surely come. Whitebeard smiled faintly, glancing back. One Piece truly exists. Thus, the legendary life of Whitebeard comes to a close. In this battle, he endured 267 sword wounds, 152 gunshots, and 46 cannon blasts, yet his silhouette remained upright, filled with dignity and glory. Chapter 49, Undercurrents. The true aim of Blackbeard. A significant revelation unfolds. In a corner of the battlefield, disguised as a naval officer, Morgans hides amidst the ruins, ecstatic as he brandishes his quill, his eyes fixated on the dissipating smoke of the battlefield. This is a headline that will shake the world. The title of King of News is undoubtedly his this time. At the age of 72, he has met his end. Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. A man who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the pirate king in these waters. During the climactic battle between the Whitebeard pirate fleet and the Marine headquarters. Alongside the warlords of the sea, he tragically fell in battle. He reads aloud the sensational headline he has just penned. Each word imbued with profound impact. Captain Buggy, with his red nose, though unexpectedly caught in this decisive clash, undoubtedly adds an unpredictable hue to this tragic battle. Whether he can emerge as a navigator of a new era or merely become a speck of dust in the annals of history remains to be seen. Having spoken, Morgan swiftly rolls up the manuscript and carefully places it in the carrier pigeon's pouch. However, at the very moment he is about to release it, a blue hand suddenly grips its wing. "Old man, you've written quite the news," Akiji remarks, swallowing the pigeonhole, licking his lips, madness and greed glinting in his eyes. "But the part about our captain is far more than mere happenstance. You'd best ponder it further." The scene shifts to outside the gates of justice, where several warships are racing at full speed, their navy flags inexplicably inverted, as if announcing to the world that an unprecedented event is imminent. "We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent report. The legendary pirate Whitebeard has perished." The ship's loudspeaker suddenly blares with breaking news, its echoes resonating across the vast sea, capturing the attention of all naval soldiers. "Newgate, you have truly departed." Zephyr, dressed in casual attire and clutching a wine bottle, stands alone at the railing of the deck, gazing toward the receding marine ford with nostalgia. "It is a pity not to have witnessed your final moments." He gently shakes the wine bottle, raises it in a toast to the distant sky, and then drinks deeply. "Old man, even the strength to bid farewell to a former rival is nearly depleted." A young naval officer approaches, softly offering consolation. After all, Whitebeard was a pirate opposed to justice. His death may not be a misfortune for the peace of the seas. "Foolish." Zephyr turns, his gaze profound. "Have you forgotten how I taught you to see beyond the surface? The New World is a domain ruled by the four emperors: Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom. With one eliminated, the balance is inevitably disrupted, and no one knows what may transpire." Just as his words linger in the air, a phone bug wearing sunglasses and clad in a pink coat suddenly rings, shattering the sea's tranquility. "This bastard really is like a tenacious adhesive. Were it not for that group from Mariawa, I would never have collaborated with you." How intriguing. What could that old man want with the explosive rock? At the docks, Don Quixote Doflamingo lightly taps the shell of the phone bug, a sly smile curling his lips. "Did you think avoiding my call would allow you to escape me? Truly naive." He muses quietly, turning to his approaching subordinates with a cold smile. "It appears our plans need to be expedited. Whitebeard's downfall has drastically altered the landscape of the New World. Those pirates once overshadowed by the four emperors are likely stirring with renewed ambition." Doflamingo, regarding Kaido. A man wearing a fringed hat and a red cloak steps forward, concern evident in his tone. "Diamante, there's no need to fret. Caesar mentioned the first batch of fruits has been produced. Though merely a prototype, we should send it along. It ought to keep him subdued for a time." Doflamingo raises a hand, a deck of cards featuring various portraits slipping through his fingers, fluttering into the air. "Remember to ask for less berries. Those items are merely tools to bind Kaido to our ship. Our target encompasses the entirety of the New World." As his words fade, smoke rises once more on the battlefield, an unprecedented force sweeping in from the distance, causing the entire sea to tremble. Is it the clown Buggy? He toys with a blank pattern joker card, a glimmer of mockery and curiosity in his eyes. "Let us set sail. First, we return to Dressrosa." Halfway through, he suddenly halts, turning to command. "If that fellow manages to escape, send someone to make contact. After all, having more chips increases the odds of winning." "Phew, ha ha." That stubborn old fool has finally kicked the bucket. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the battlefield, Blackbeard struggles to withstand Buggy's relentless attacks. A mixture of excitement and trepidation curling his lips into a smile. Now, let me show you the ultimate spectacle that will shock the world. It is about to commence. Dark hole. With a low murmur, countless tendrils of black mist emanate from his palm, swiftly coalescing into a massive black vortex that engulfs everything in its vicinity, including a portion of Buggy's divided body meant for assault. This is bad. Is that bastard planning to seize the old man's power? Buggy grips his weapon tightly, dark lightning wrapping around it instantaneously. You shall not succeed, Teach. God, before he can complete his sentence, a figure appears behind him, cleaving him into segments. Apologies, but no one can disturb our captain at this moment. Shiryu exhales a puff of cigar smoke, the sword's tip swaying gently. In truth, I have observed you for quite a while. Your attacks are indeed powerful, but your speed is lacking. While you may barely manage against Sakazuki, I happen to strike quite swiftly. Buggy Captain. The Whitebeard pirates and prisoners on the opposite shore, witnessing this scene, shout in fury, yearning to offer aid, but before they can reach halfway, they are all intercepted. Wahaha. Don't waste your energy. There's no way we'll let you through. Champion Bagus, having drawn forth a massive black cloth, swiftly conceals Blackbeard and Whitebeard's forms entirely. Chapter 50. The opening performance, a strike with utmost effort. Little Ghost, remember how you used to boast so confidently? Why are you silent now? Roger had high hopes for the next generation, and they could not be easily defeated. No matter what, I must not strike again. Since that bastard once was my son, his fate should be concluded by me. A gentle breeze swept through, silently carrying away wisps of indistinct smoke. Buggy's form slowly reconstituted amidst the surrounding chaos. Countless sounds surged into his ears like a tide. Yet only the words once spoken to him by Whitebeard resonated like a tolling bell. In the world I once belonged to, people have always revered the dead as great. He silently gazed at the body of Whitebeard, shrouded in black cloth, his throat constricted as if something lodged within. His voice trembled involuntarily. That old man, though he was as stern as they come, he was the only warmth I felt after arriving in this world. Therefore, even though I knew he would die in battle, how can I allow you to so insult his remains? Teach. In an instant, the earth trembled, a deep black light swirled around Buggy, as if the very air was being torn apart by this immense power. Humph. How many times must I say it? Your movements are too slow. Shiryu disdainfully lifted the hilt of his sword, his form once again becoming a blur. However, unlike last time, even with his lightning-fast speed, Shiryu could always skillfully separate his body at the last moment, evading the sharp edge of the attack. Kobe. Is my vision deceiving me? At this moment, Bellamy was crouched behind a wall, fear etched on his face as he rubbed his eyes vigorously, trembling fingers pointing toward the distant flickering light. What is happening? It's as if he predicted it in advance. It's a high-level application of observation hockey. Nearby, a mouse stared wide-eyed, disbelief written all over his face. He has actually reached a realm where only the top-tier warriors can foresee a fleeting future. How is this possible? No time for spectators. The ghost spider bellowed, leaping towards the dazed pirates. Let us take advantage of their infighting and eliminate them all. After a brief moment of shock, the Navy and pirates plunged back into fierce combat. However, the focus of the battlefield had quietly shifted to the confrontation between Buggy and Shiryu. Every clash between the two was accompanied by the tearing and reshaping of space, as if the very air trembled in response to their duel. Time was running out. Buggy seized the moment, evading Shiryu's lethal strike, swiftly reconstituting himself in midair. The victor in his hand gleaming with radiant white light. Everything hinges on this blow. Split. Void. Shatter. With a whispered incantation, the white light surged upward like a dragon, charging towards the figure concealed beneath the black cloth, igniting the air in its wake. Meanwhile, Shiryu, having missed his strike, narrowed his pupils, but as a top swordsman. His reflexes were lightning fast. The blade traced an elegant arc through the air, attempting to intercept the white beam capable of altering the course of battle. However, upon contact, the famed sword thunderstorm shattered completely, leaving Shiryu to watch helplessly as the white light pierced through his right arm and continued forward, leaving shock and awe in its wake. How is this possible? Captain, watch out. Just as the lightning-like white beam was about to strike Blackbeard, An unprecedentedly powerful shockwave erupted from the front, the immense force diverting the lethal blow from its path, crashing into a nearby towering structure and reducing it to ruins in an instant. Ha ha ha, too late. With the darkness that can obliterate everything and the earthquake ability capable of annihilating all, I have it all in my grasp. Blackbeard laughed maniacally as he stepped out from beneath the black cloth, his hands radiating with dazzling black and white waves of light, the terrifying powers of the dark fruit and the quake fruit intertwined. In the haze of smoke, his visage appeared particularly ferocious and wild. From now on, this will be my era. What is happening? ISNT that Whitebeard's power. A trembling Navy soldier fell to his knees, his voice laced with terror. How can someone possess the abilities of two devil fruits? Another Navy officer, bloodied from battle, halted in shock, as if struck by lightning, too fearful to act. In an instant, the battlefield seemed to freeze. All eyes were riveted on Blackbeard's sinister and triumphant grin. The fight between Navy and pirates appeared to pause momentarily due to this sudden turn of events, enveloping the world in a brief silence. You, how dare you? Buggy's eyes blazed crimson, his voice hoarse from rage and despair. Even so, I will never back down. He gripped the now dim victor tightly, attempting to rise, but his legs suddenly buckled, collapsing weakly among the ruins. Oh no, Buggy's strength has reached its limit. Ivankov shouted in alarm, striving with all his might to rush to his aid, only to be met by a cold ice pillar that stood like a chasm before him. Revolutionary Army, Ivankov. I regret to inform you that you must remain here. Akiji flipped through a small booklet, calmly emerging from behind the ice pillar. His tone devoid of warmth. A death warrant has just been issued, and your name, alongside Buggy's and Ace's, is prominently listed. How infuriating. Even you, cold-hearted man, must stand with Blackbeard? When did the Navy's justice become so twisted? The former glared fiercely, darting and evading among the ice pillars. Yet the chilling frost relentlessly pursued him, continually constricting his space for movement. Don't waste your effort. Justice is not immutable. At this moment, stopping you is my justice. Akiji shook his head gently, waving his hands lightly as countless tiny ice crystals began to coalesce in the air. Ice Age. As his words fell, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze instantaneously, countless ice crystals converging into a surging ice river that swept towards Ivankov, completely engulfing him beneath the frigid waters, leaving behind a profound silence. Ha ha ha, so this is where it ends. What happened to the momentum just now? In the center of the battlefield, Blackbeard sneered as he stepped forward, lightly kicking the fallen Buggy, his eyes filled with scorn and disdain. What a disappointment, this so-called hope for the next generation. Let me sink you in Marineford into the depths of the sea forever. As soon as the words left his mouth, the air around his right fist began to violently distort, accompanied by the sound of cracking and the roaring of torn air, causing the ground to tremble violently. Chapter 51. The Arrival of Shanks. The peak showdown has finally concluded. I must say, you have truly surprised me, Buggy. Just as the fateful punch, destined to determine Buggy's fate, was about to land, the sky suddenly tore apart, revealing a colossal rift. Following this, a figure, enveloped in black lightning with flowing red hair, surged forth like the dawn's first light, piercing through the lingering smoke and flames, and steadfastly intercepting the potentially fatal blow. Rest well for now. The next part is up to me. The individual smiled faintly, and in an instant, a dense aura of Conqueror's hockey emanated from him, spreading outward like an invisible tsunami, instilling an indescribable pressure upon the surrounding Marines and pirates. It's red-haired Shanks. A voice in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring ripples of commotion. Soon after, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd, all eyes fixated on the legendary figure who had appeared so unexpectedly. Could it be that the war was about to escalate once more? The ghost spider tightened his grip on his weapon, subconsciously increasing the pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Why is one of the 4 emperors of the New World here? Ha! You've become more manly, red-haired. Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback by the sudden pain, but this was swiftly replaced by a sinister grin. Troublesome fellows keep appearing one after another, but that scar suits you. He licked his lips, crossing his arms as a torrent of dark liquid and shockwaves erupted from within him like a raging flood. However, Shanks merely paused momentarily. The nearly tangible aura of Conqueror's hockey coalesced instantly, forming an invisible barrier that repelled all darkness and shockwaves. In that moment, it felt as though space itself was torn apart, and the surrounding Marines and pirates felt an overwhelming pressure, their legs growing heavy as if leaden, almost collapsing to the ground. Yo, didn't the CP just report that the red-haired pirates were engaged in battle with Kaido? How did they arrive here so quickly? At the harbor, the lazy Kizaru, tasked with pursuing Zifa, observed the sudden turn of events with a flash of surprise in his eyes, though he soon resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Just as he was about to turn away, he caught sight of a man draped in a deep blue cloak, leisurely dangling his legs from the mast of a warship, aiming a gun at him. "Where do you think you're going, Kizaru?" The man slowly lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before exhaling. "Don't move. I don't get trigger happy, Ben Beckman." Kizaru raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, his tone laced with a mix of sarcasm and resignation. "Finally, I can take a breather." Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion erupted at the heart of the battlefield. Amidst the smoke and flames, two figures intertwined, resembling twin bolts of lightning weaving through the night sky. Surrounding structures crumbled under the tsunami-like shockwaves of their battle, dust and debris soaring into the air, obscuring the sunlight and plunging the entirety of Marineford into a twilight of chaos. "Teach, stop this now. I am here to end this war." As the smoke gradually dissipated, Shanks carried the unconscious Buggy, the tip of his sword gently touching the ground, standing as if to quell the storm. If this continues, it will only lead to an infinite increase in losses for everyone. "Ha. Are you afraid? Then let us call it a day." Blackbeard Teach gasped for breath, his injuries becoming evident in the clash of hockey. "I've already obtained what I desire. It's too early to fight you now." He cast a furtive glance at Buggy, then turned away, waving his hand dismissively. "Tell those boring pacifists, along with the world government and the pirates, this is merely the beginning. We're leaving, brothers." With that, he and his crew quietly retreated, disappearing into the chaos and smoke. "Teach," Shanks murmured softly, sheathing his blade, his piercing gaze sweeping across every corner of the battlefield like a hawk. "Everyone, I hope you can grant me this favor. If there's anyone left who hasn't had enough of the chaos, let us entertain you." As his words fell, all members of the red-haired pirates materialized behind him, each pair of eyes resolute and fervent, emanating an undeniable strength. Both pirates and Marines were awed by their authority and presence, halting their actions, and a brief silence enveloped Marineford. After a moment, Shanks directed his gaze toward the still-standing figure. "Additionally, please allow us to handle Whitebeard's funeral. The war's footage has spread across the world. I will not permit anyone to tarnish his death." "Damn it. What does it matter if he's one of the 4 emperors? You're acting on your own." A bloody dogman bellowed in rage, wiping the blood from his hands. "Only by displaying that old man's head can we claim victory for the Marines." "That's right. We will not allow anyone to stain our success." The fervent Marines echoed in unison, their shouts rising in a crescendo. "It's all right." Sengoku, rising from beside the command platform, spoke softly, yet his voice cut through the surrounding clamor. "You can take care of it, red-haired. I will bear the responsibility." He surveyed the shattered Marine headquarters in the ravaged battlefield, suddenly resolute, bellowing with all his might, "The war is over." As his words echoed, a brief silence fell over the previously tumultuous battlefield. But just a fleeting moment later, Marineford erupted like a powder keg, a thunderous cheer resounding throughout. Some were so overcome with joy that tears streamed down their cheeks, while others embraced one another, celebrating the conclusion of this arduous battle. Those who were able, assist the medics first, prioritizing the transportation of the severely injured. Garp emerged from the rubble, his eyes reddened. "We cannot allow any more casualties on this battlefield." Captain Garp," upon hearing the call. A dusty Marine soldier stumbled over, urgency etched across his face. "We've located the straw hat." "The whereabouts of the straw hat boy?" "What? Speak quickly." Garp's spirit surged at the news, gripping the soldier's shoulders tightly, his eyes glinting with anticipation. The soldier winced under Garp's grip but hastily responded, "Yes." According to eyewitness reports, Straw Hat Luffy, along with the severely injured Buggy and Ace, was rescued by an unidentified force and is currently escaping towards the harbor in a peculiar submarine. Admiral Kazan has already gone to intercept them, but no news has come back yet. "Is it that newcomer from the North Blue, Trafalgar Law?" Garp inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing through the smoke-shrouded harbor, murmuring to himself, "Roger. I think I understand now." Thus, the greatest battle since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the Marineford Summit War, has drawn to a close. And all of this shall be forever etched in history. Chapter 52. The Dark Justice. Accusations from the Supreme Government. In the profound periphery of the naval headquarters. Beneath the azure abyss, a bright yellow submarine glided silently through 100 meters of shadowy waters. Its gleaming shell shimmered like a shooting star, leaving a faint trace that pierced the infinite silence of the dark seabed. All right, let us commence. Bepo prepares several more towels. In the medical chamber, Law's voice was calm yet resolute as he donned specialized gloves, his gaze unwavering on the flickering medical equipment before him. He had just treated a reckless lunatic, and now 3 gravely injured individuals were being brought in. It seemed this day would be a strenuous one for his hands. Regardless, treat Luffy first, otherwise, I shall not spare you. As he spoke, the door was abruptly flung open, and a tall woman dressed in a cheapao rushed in, her hair disheveled. Upon seeing the bloodied figure on the sickbed, her eyes reddened. Poor Luffy, it seems his intestines have been ruptured. If only I could bear the burden for you. Interrupted by the sudden intrusion, Law sighed softly, continuing his work while reassuring her. Hancock, you've misunderstood. If I'm not mistaken, the one on that bed is Buggy. The Straw Hat Captain merely sustained minor injuries. It would be best if you step outside for a moment. I will ensure his safety. As he spoke, he accepted the tools handed to him by Bepo, skillfully cleaning the blood and grime from Buggy's arm, while keeping a peripheral eye on Hancock's reaction. I understand. Hancock's expression faltered, a hint of embarrassment and relief flickering in her eyes. She glanced anxiously at the figure on the other bed before covering her face and slowly retreating. The door closed softly behind her, leaving a trail of light footsteps echoing in the corridor. How enviable, to have the pirate empress care for him so deeply. Indeed, even I cannot help but feel a twinge of jealousy for that fellow. For a moment, the sudden wave of emotion brought a sense of levity and laughter to the otherwise tense medical chamber. Do not relax too much. The surgery is far from simple. Law's voice rose suddenly, his gaze resolute, his movements accelerating. One is Ace, who bears the will of the Whitebeard pirates, having just lost his captain. Another is Luffy, the grandson of a naval hero and the son of Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. And the last is Buggy, whose true prowess has been revealed and who has been entrusted to our care by the red-haired emperor. If we fail, we shall all accompany them to the grave. As his words fell, a collective gasp of realization echoed in the chamber. The atmosphere turned solemn once more, the only sounds being the hum of various instruments and Law's steady breathing. Suddenly, a series of urgent alarms shattered the tranquility. The submarine began to shake violently. What is happening? Law's brow furrowed, yet his hands never ceased their frantic work. It's the external monitoring system. We detected an ice layer rapidly approaching us. Bepo reported anxiously, his fingers darting across the control panel, sweat glistening on his fur. Ice? In these deep-sea regions? Law's voice was tinged with disbelief. Think of a solution. Bepo, the surgery is at a critical juncture. In an instant, accompanied by the harsh sounds of metal scraping against ice, the submarine's tremors intensified. It felt as if an invisible giant hand had gripped it, threatening to tear it apart at any moment. Now, you should feel at ease, right? At the harbor, Akiji's hands were encrusted with frost, wisps of blue smoke swirling around him. His gaze pierced through the thick sea mist, a blend of anticipation and concern in his eyes. If they can survive this, it can only be said that their luck is exceptional. Let us hope so. Nearby, a man clad in a pristine white suit, with a pigeon perched on his shoulder, held a telescope, his intense gaze occasionally shifting to the flickering phone bug at his side, his demeanor cold. Rest assured, I will report all actions truthfully to the higher-ups. Seizing the opportunity is your own responsibility. Rob Lucci, can you enlighten me? Everyone knows that the old man has ordered the cessation of hostilities. Why must we continue to eradicate? His tone was somber, tinged with dissatisfaction and doubt. Obey the commands from the pinnacle of power. That is all you need to do. Lucci turned, gently patting the shoulder of Hattori, his eyes sharp. I can reveal this much. The impeachment of that old fool will commence in 3 days. His unauthorized departure from the naval headquarters, his indulgence of Admiral Zephyr's escape, and his unilateral decision to halt the war. These irrefutable accusations will ensure he can no longer maintain his position as Fleet Admiral, no matter his past accolades. How can this be? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Akiji fell silent for a moment, his voice trembling. Just as he was about to speak, Lucci coldly interrupted him. Do you require me to elaborate further? Kazan, This political game is not one that individuals like us can easily comprehend. Sengoku may have once been a hero, but in this world, where power reigns supreme, it is often the heroes who become the first pawns to be sacrificed. He cast a glance at a nearby naval soldier bandaging an injured pirate, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Chafe. As his words echoed, Lucci vanished from sight. And in the blink of an eye, blood holes appeared suddenly in the chests of the two men, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground, crimson staining the floor. What are you doing? Akiji's pupils dilated, a chilling aura emanating from him once more. The weak have no reason to survive. Those who sympathize with the weak are equally expendable. This is the rule of this world. Lucci licked his bloodied fingers, a cold smile gracing his face. Contemplate this. That fellow Sakazuki is nearly incapacitated, and Borsellino, Kazu, is always so slippery. Who else is more suited for that position than you? With that, Lucci donned a black coat, turning to wave his hand dismissively, leaving behind a chilling remark that lingered in the air. Next time we meet, do not harbor so many questions, my dear Fleet Admiral. The Celestial Dragons favor obedient hounds. Chapter 53. Action. The Directionless Buggy Pirates. From the final results displayed on the signal, it appears that this is indeed the location. Across the vast expanse of ice, a naval icebreaker struggles to break through the thick layers of ice, moving forward slowly. At the bow, a young naval lieutenant is intently operating the monitoring equipment. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as the screen sporadically lights up with signals. The ice is too thick. The radar signals are intermittent, making it challenging to accurately determine the submarine's exact location. Time is of the essence. Lieutenant, a man with a mohawk hairstyle beside him tightly grips his binoculars, his brow furrowed with worry. That order comes directly from the world government, and the pressure is immense. His words reveal a deep concern as he occasionally glances at the naval flag flying on the ship, his eyes filled with helplessness and indignation. By the way, how can those celestial dragons bypass the Navy headquarters and issue commands directly? They increasingly disregard the Navy's regulations. Before he can finish, a deafening roar suddenly erupts from nearby. The ship begins to shake violently, throwing everyone off balance and scattering objects across the deck. Major Mouse, it appears a pirate ship has surfaced over there. A sharp-eyed naval lookout suddenly points toward the distance, his voice trembling in the frigid sea breeze. Damn it, could it be the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates? The man's complexion changes dramatically as he swiftly raises his binoculars to peer in the direction indicated. There, a ship adorned like a circus floats amidst the icy waters. Firing shots in all directions, the glaring red-nosed emblem dazzling under the sunset's glow. But we can't move. What should we do, Sister Yerlita? A man with his left eye obscured by hair and wrapped in a scarf anxiously gazes at the ice. If we delay any longer, Captain Buggy will be executed and impelled down. What's the fuss? Wasn't it you who insisted on coming here in the first place? Yarlita, the woman in question, smirks coldly, her large stick lightly tapping the deck, producing a dull thud. That's the world's most formidable prison, impossible to infiltrate or escape. You might as well give up. The fate of the clown Buggy is sealed. That's impossible. Captain Buggy isn't the type of man to perish from something like this. Machi clutches a crying lion tightly, his eyes reddening. Ricky, you must be worried about the captain too. We must follow Captain Buggy to find Captain John's treasure island. We can't just abandon him. Indeed, I heard that Ace, who held a banquet with us recently, is there as well. We must rescue them. In no time. The crew members gathered around, wiping away their tears, seemingly resolved. Do as you wish. I, for one, will not seek death. Yarlita snorted coldly, turning to leave the deck. But her steps halted abruptly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. However, once you leave, this ship, the Giant Head, will belong to me. It can't sail away now, and I won't allow it to remain here for the Navy to discover. How can you do this? This is Captain Buggy's ship. No matter how you put it. Accompanied by the plaintive cries of seagulls, a flustered Kabeji's face flushed as he waved his arms, shouting loudly. However, before he could finish, a newspaper fell from the sky, interrupting him mid-sentence. It twirled a few times in the air before slowly revealing a corner, displaying an extremely eye-catching headline. The fall of the old emperor, the rise of the new emperor. Clown Buggy sweeps the Navy headquarters. In an instant, the raucous deck fell eerily silent as if a mute button had been pressed, plunging into profound stillness. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the newspaper. Even Yarlita paused, staring at the headline with her mouth agape. unable to close it for a long while. It seems to be news about the captain. Machi, the one who reacted the quickest, dashed forward to seize the newspaper. His eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets as he scrutinized every word. Reading aloud, the Sea King, Clown Buggy, effortlessly crushes the 3 admirals of the Navy. The white-beard pirates bow to him. His voice trembled with disbelief. In an instant, Kabeji and the crew members rushed over, clamoring to read every word of the newspaper. Their tears had yet to dry, but at this moment, they were so stunned by this sudden news that they forgot to weep. Is it really our captain mentioned up there? Kabeji's voice quivered. Crushing the 3 admirals? Even the white-beard pirates. This must be a mistake. Yarlita couldn't help but murmur to herself, but when she snatched the newspaper and saw the photograph, her expression turned complex. There, the Buggy depicted was no longer the clownish pirate with a silly grin and flamboyant attire, but a figure clad in a black cloak. His eyes radiating an unprecedented resolve and dominance. That red nose belongs to the captain. It cannot be mistaken, Machi exclaimed, excitedly kissing Ricky, the lion, who was confused. I knew he was hiding his strength. I never expected. Truly never expected. Wait. He suddenly paused, then shouted, the new emperor has risen. Does that mean I've become the vice-emperor? Once again, the surroundings fell into silence. The crew members were first taken aback, then erupted into jubilant cheers. Yes. Machi is right. Long live Captain Buggy. Long live the Sea King. The crew's spirits soared, and even Kabeji, who had been somewhat hesitant, was swept up in their fervor, brandishing his sword and shouting loudly, what are we waiting for? Forward, to welcome our captain. Just then, amidst the enthusiastic cheers, countless cannonballs rained down from the sky, striking around the giant head, sending up clouds of ice shards and water. We've identified it. That flag belongs to the Buggy pirates. They must be here to retrieve that guy. Fire. Sink them. With Major Mouse's furious shout, the naval ship unleashed another barrage, the powerful fire shaking the entire ice surface. Ice chunks exploding and scattering in all directions. Why? How can there be navy here? Yarlita's complexion darkened severely. Everyone, first. Don't back down, lads. We are the crew of the Sea King Buggy. Let those navy scum witness our might. Exactly. Our captain is now the new emperor of the sea. Let us counterattack. Before the previous speaker could finish, Machi's fervent shout interrupted, leading the crew members to seize their weapons and leap onto the ice, charging forward. Yet, just a few steps in, they were forced to retreat, wounded and battered. You fools! Yarlita bellowed, rushing towards a fast-approaching cannonball. Her unique, slippery body moved like a nimble loach, evading the cannonball's direct impact in an astonishing manner, successfully redirecting its trajectory. With a resounding boom, the cannonball exploded upon striking the hard ice, the powerful shockwave causing the surrounding ice to shatter, sending countless ice fragments flying like snowflakes. The ice is shattered. Quickly, set sail. We must leave this cursed place at once. You shall not escape. With a whisper from the mole, a fleeting shadow suddenly appeared on the ice, reaching the bow of the giant ship in an instant. However, just as he was about to draw his long knife from his waist to deliver a fatal blow to the escaping vessel, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's hockey surged from the distance, its suffocating intensity nearly causing him to collapse. Truly, the ship sank in the tempest. All we could do was swim our way here. Beneath the fading glow of the setting sun, an elderly man wearing glasses slowly ascended to the deck. His drenched garments clinging to his body, droplets of water incessantly cascading down. Chapter 54, The Emergence of Bondywald. The terrifying world destroyer. The blade of the weasel quivered in a tight grip, blood trickling like fine threads past fingertips, the pain akin to needles, yet he persisted, refusing to succumb to the abyss of unconsciousness. How? How could this be? Wasn't the Roger Pirate's crew supposed to be captured? As the first mate, you should have faded into obscurity with the sunset of the era. Why do you appear here? Is there a problem, Navy? Soaked to the skin. Rayleigh bent to wring the water from the hem of his clothes, casually leaning against the ship's railing, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Do not pluck the tender sprouts. Their era has only just begun. As he spoke, he nonchalantly spread his right hand, his gaze fixated on a sheet of white paper drifting slowly. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. Before his words could settle, the ice beneath trembled violently, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a bright yellow submarine burst forth like a colossal beast breaking through ice, sending sprays of water soaring, coming to a steady halt beside the vessel where Rayleigh stood. There, alive. With a loud bang, the hatch opened, and a drenched Bepo emerged, collapsing onto the deck, gasping for breath. Out here is definitely more comfortable. Is it all right, Bepo? Shachi peeked from the other side of the submarine. Worry etched across his face. The captain just underwent surgery. His body is still weak. We must find a safe place for him to rest. This is... As he turned, he caught sight of Rayleigh standing at the bow, the atmosphere thick with tension. His eyes widened in alarm. Oh no. Quickly notify the captain. Boom. As he spoke, countless cannon fires rained down like a tempest, instantly engulfing the submarine in smoke and flames. Who authorized you to fire? Don't you see Admiral Weasel is nearby? On the warship, a naval commander pounded his fist on the table, his eyes glued to the chaotic battle unfolding on the screen. Yet, the cannon fire did not cease. Instead, it intensified, as if intent on tearing the entire ice field apart. Are your ears deaf? Cease fire immediately. In the absence of a response, he roared, preparing to storm out and intervene personally, only to be knocked down by several men in black suits, their faces obscured by sunglasses. Colonel, since the target has appeared, there is no need for further delay. You. Who are you? CP. The former struggled to rise. Indignation painted across his face. When did you infiltrate? You are not entitled to know our operations at your level. The lead CP agent spoke coldly. What you need to do now is obey orders. That ship carries the world's unparalleled evil, and it must be eradicated. We are prepared to sacrifice a few insignificant lives if necessary. He paused, casting a glance at the figure still attempting to break free, a cruel smirk creeping onto his lips. Including you, Colonel. Gunfire. Before his words could finish, the lead CP agent's finger shot forth like lightning, piercing the colonel's chest, blood instantly staining his righteous cloak. Why can't you understand? The will of the divine is unassailable. He turned silently, aiming his mouth at the communicator, about to speak when a colossal shell whistled toward him, obliterating the warship into fragments. Flames shot into the sky, illuminating the night as brightly as day. Looks impressive, Captain Walt. Gurgle. The scene shifted to reveal a gargantuan ship, where a robust, rugged middle-aged man stood proudly at the bow, hands gripping a cannon, a smug smile etched upon his lips. I've been cooped up for too long. It feels a bit rusty. In no way, just one shot, and that specially designed warship was utterly destroyed. On board, a rotund pirate swallowed hard, trembling fingers pointing toward the distant, firelit sky, his eyes wide as saucers. Just a gentle nudge, and it turned so terrifying. Another tall, lanky pirate nearly collapsed, his legs shaking, murmuring in sheer shock. What's the big deal? The captain has consumed the multiplication fruit. A tall fishman wearing sunglasses proudly thumped his chest. If it weren't for those damned CP agents 30 years ago. Enough. Sebastian. The middle-aged man abruptly turned, a fleeting shadow of gloom crossing his gaze. There's no need for these newcomers to know about those old tales. With this ship, coupled with this giant cannon, along with my powers, even the world government and Mariewa will be reduced to nothingness in an instant. He waved his hand, gesturing toward the colossal figure swaying in the water. But before that, there are a few troublesome pests to deal with. With that, he seized the rifle from a nearby pirate, the Roger Pirates. Humph, merely a bunch of outdated relics. Multiplication, 100x gun. With a roar from Walt, the rifle in his hand seemed to swell with an invisible force, inflating to the size of a hill. The once insignificant bullets transformed into colossal projectiles, imbued with the terrifying power to obliterate all, soaring forth with a fearsome rush. What was that attack? Just as the crowd regained their senses from the shock of the warship's explosion, a figure leaped into the air, wielding a longsword to cleave a massive black sphere in two. Yet, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a powerful shockwave surged forth, raising the sea around them into towering waves. Ricky, hold on tight. The explosive winds caused the ship to rock violently. Machi clung tightly to the nearby lion, urgently shouting, "Who is this old man? What kind of whirlpool have we been drawn into?" Room. Slaughterhouse. In the nick of time, Law appeared midair, casually waving his finger, as if the surrounding space warped. The shattered bullet instantaneously transferred elsewhere, away from all ships and personnel. Buggy sensed your presence nearby. Stay as far away as possible. Law landed steadily, his gaze sweeping over the distant warship's fluttering flag, his tone carrying an undercurrent of gravity. It seems we have arrived just in time. Gurgle. From afar, Wald observed with a flicker of surprise, soon replaced by disdain. 3 minutes to finish. Binjak, keep count. Wait. Wald, look. Just as the latter was about to respond, his eyes suddenly narrowed, pointing in terror at the direction behind Law. Beneath the night sky, the once empty sea was now teeming with naval warships, dark and foreboding, like ominous clouds looming overhead, encircling the surrounding waters without a gap. Chapter 55, The Lost Dream. Pursuing the freedom of the sea. Sweeping away the Navy headquarters? Humph. This Morgan truly dares to write anything. On the vast and boundless sea, warships stand like a forest. On the flagship's deck, an elderly man, donned with frog-eyed glasses, wore a grim expression as he furiously tore apart the newspaper he had just read, the shreds dancing in the wind. Immediately arranged for all divisions to retrieve these reports, ensuring not a single copy falls into the hands of the public. If such absurdities were to spread, what dignity would the Navy hold? Where would the trust of the people lie? As soon as these words left his lips, the ship suddenly lurched violently. Soon after, a pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air, and distant cannon fire roared like thunder, shattering the tranquility of the sea. Admiral Sengoku, it seems we have entered the firing range of the Wald pirates. A Navy soldier stumbled forward, his face ashen with anxiety and fear. Vice Admiral Smoker's ship has suffered heavy damage. The situation is critical. It was still so far away. How could this happen? Sengoku gazed at the trembling horizon amidst the cannon fire, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Damn it, what kind of monsters has Blackbeard released from level 6? Years have passed, and the Navy remains so fragile. Several dozen nautical miles away, Wald stood at the ship's bow, shells spinning and leaping at his fingertips as if they were mere toys. He disdainfully observed the Navy fleet being engulfed by cannon fire, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Bingjak, prepare that for me. I want to blow all their ships away at once. That's too reckless. If we fire now, we too will be sunk by the shockwave. Bingjak trembled as he cautioned, only to receive a cold glare in return. Less talk. Do as I say. Wald crushed the shell in his hand and waved dismissively, piercing through the bodies of several crew members who hesitated in fear of the Navy. I do not need those who cannot follow orders. Not even if they are my brother. I understand. Bingjak trembled, fully aware that there was no turning back from Wald's ruthlessness. He suppressed his fear and quickly relayed the orders, even though it was a gamble with their lives at stake. Hurry, move faster. Delays will get you killed. The crew of the Wald pirates exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both terror and fervor. They swiftly took action, pushing specially crafted enormous shells into the cannon. The deck bustling with tension and urgency. Just like that, leave the rest to me. The winds howled, and towering waves surged. The flagship of the Wald pirates resembled a monstrous beast, undulating amidst the tumultuous waters. Wald stood at the bow, his eyes gleaming with madness, as if he could already envision the magnificent scene of obliterating the entire Navy fleet in one shot. However, just as he was about to give the final command, he was taken aback to find his crew collapsing, frothing at the mouth. You haven't changed a bit, Wald. From the shadows emerged a figure with bare arms, illuminated by moonlight, revealing a face marred by scars, yet exuding unwavering determination. Rayleigh. Wald's face turned pale. I heard Roger was executed. Why are you not hiding away in a corner to enjoy your old age, but instead rushing here to meet your demise? You are mistaken, Wald. Rayleigh replied with a calm smile, his gaze traversing the night towards the polar submarine not far away. The captain is still alive. Before he could finish, a cross-shaped flame erupted from behind him, forcing the taken-aback Wald to retreat. Then, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing steadily on the deck of the Wald pirates' flagship. Mr. Rayleigh, long time no see. I wonder how everyone is doing. Amidst the smoke, the bandaged Buggy was the first to charge forward, swinging his hands as several shells, resembling small mountains, were instantly shattered into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. This old man is my father's right-hand man. He doesn't even compare to him. Ace scoffed, following closely behind as searing flames erupted from his fists, transforming into a raging fire dragon, sweeping towards the recently awakened crew of the Wald pirates, driving them into despair. Granny Roo, giant battle axe. With a thunderous roar, Luffy appeared in midair. His enormous fist, accompanied by a tempest, came crashing down upon the flagship's deck. This strike caused the entire ship to tremble violently, splintering the planks on the deck, while the pirates were thrown about by the force. Damn brats, how dare you? Wald hardened his body and roared as he struggled to rise from the wreckage. only to catch sight of a glinting sword on his shoulder in the moonlight, its tip resting lightly against him, yet bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens, nearly suffocating him. "Let us end this, Wald." Rayleigh gazed at the approaching fleet of Navy ships, his voice low and resolute. "Surely, you do not wish to return there. Wald, be careful." Suddenly, a fiery streak illuminated the sky, revealing an astonishing shell, blazing like a meteor, hurtling towards him with thunderous momentum. Bing Jack, just regaining consciousness, trembled at the sudden danger. Yet, without hesitation, he resolutely tore off the foredrip beside him, using all his strength to push Wald aside, rolling to the ground, helplessly wide-eyed as he watched the fatal shell explode before him. In an instant, an overwhelming shockwave surged forth, slamming into him like a feather caught in a storm, violently crashing against the ship's sturdy railing, blood instantly staining his clothes. "Bing Jack!" Wald exclaimed in horror, rushing towards the place where Bing Jack had fallen, pulling him up from the edge of the ship, only to find Bing Jack's face as pale as a sheet, blood trickling from his lips. "Why? Those shells should not harm me." His eyes widened in fury as he glared at the massive cannon at the bow. "I will make everyone pay for this." With that furious roar, Wald's rage ignited, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. He rose abruptly, the air around him becoming chaotic with his fury. Yet, just as he was about to take a step toward vengeance, a faint, nearly inaudible voice echoed, "Wald, do not do this." It was Bing Jack's voice, weak yet filled with pleading and hope. Wald's movements froze as he looked down at Bing Jack, who was gazing up at him with eyes full of trust and reliance. Our journey, did we not say we would pursue the freedom of the sea together?" The surrounding cannon fire seemed to still at that moment. Beneath his furrowed brow, Wald's gaze began to soften, as if touched deeply by an invisible force. "Pursuing the freedom of the sea," Wald murmured, memories flooding back like a tide, the laughter and tears of their shared adventures in the endless ocean, the trust and support they held for one another in the face of formidable foes. However, as the years have passed, these sentiments have been shrouded by hatred and ambition, nearly forgotten in the dark corners of memory until this very day. He slowly raised his gaze towards the night sky, stained red by the ravages of war, his heart swelling with a tumult of emotions that were difficult to articulate. The figures of Rayleigh, Luffy, Buggy, and Ace flickered in the flames, while the incessant roar of cannon fire and the deafening explosions seemed to freeze in that moment, leaving only the heavy thrum of Wald's heartbeat intertwined with the faint breath of Bing Jack. "Hey, Wald, let go of your hatred." Buggy had, unbeknownst to him, moved beside the former. Raising his hands, he caused the fragments within the ailing figure to disintegrate into dust, swiftly expelled from the body. "There is an excellent doctor over there. Perhaps there is still time." He pointed towards the distance where Law stood. His brow furrowed and a sheen of sweat on his brow, yet a smile adorned his face. Chapter 56. The Great Panic. A sudden assault. Days later, Rayleigh, Buggy, and the crew, having endured a gripping confrontation with the Navy, finally set foot on the land of Amazon Lily. This place, renowned as the Land of Women, is strictly reserved for females, and their arrival undoubtedly stirred quite a commotion. "Don't crowd. Let me take a look." A flamboyantly dressed resident of Amazon Lily, adorned with an extravagant feather headdress, pointed at Rayleigh and his companions. "Look, those fellows don't have chests, they're so stiff. How peculiar." Her voice was sharp and excited, quickly drawing a throng of women who gathered to gawk and whisper amongst themselves. Rayleigh and Law exchanged a knowing smile, bemused by the spectacle. However, Buggy was not as composed. He gazed at the enchanting women, their attire revealing and alluring, his weary eyes widening in astonishment as if he had stepped into paradise. What's going on? Despite having prepared himself mentally, he was taken aback by the attire of the women in this place. "Lu Fei, you must be hungry, right? I brought food for you." Hancock, leading a group of Amazonian maidens dressed in splendid garments, approached a hut, carrying a variety of delectable dishes and drinks. Inside, Luffy, Ace, Law, and Rayleigh were gathered around a large wooden table laden with an abundance of food, the atmosphere warm and lively. "Waldo, this meal isn't prepared for you. You can only have a bit." As Waldo hesitated at the door, the teasing yet affectionate remark came from the others. "What are you dawdling for? Do you need me to invite you in?" Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. Waldo's voice was deep and hoarse, marking his first words since being rescued. After several days of recuperation, Bing Jack's injuries had stabilized, and he felt the warmth and acceptance from his companions again, despite the physical pain still lingering. His spirit had been healed in ways he had never experienced before. Waldo, supported by others, Benjack slowly entered the hut, his gaze sweeping over each familiar yet unfamiliar face before settling on Waldo, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "Brother, come sit." The latter turned, their eyes meeting in the air, as if transcending time back to their days of shared struggles. In that moment, all grudges and animosities appeared trivial, almost insignificant. "Thank you all," he whispered, his voice soft yet filled with sincerity and gratitude. "Thank you for helping me find myself again. The sea of freedom, right?" Buggy clapped Waldo on the shoulder, beaming brightly. "Together. Indeed, the sea of freedom," Waldo replied, a long-lost smile gracing his face, emanating a sense of relief and determination from deep within. "All right, everyone, stop standing around. Come and savor the feast I've prepared for you." Hancock beckoned with a hint of gentleness and anticipation. "Luffy, be sure to eat plenty. Here's to new beginnings, to friendship, and to the sea of freedom. Cheers." Rayleigh raised his glass, and everyone echoed in response, the clinking of glasses resonating like a promise of boundless possibilities for the future. "By the way, Buggy, have you seen yesterday's latest newspaper?" Law suddenly turned, producing a slightly crumpled newspaper from his pocket and presenting it to the group. "I noticed some intriguing information that I believe will pique your interest." "What is it?" "You're being so mysterious." Upon hearing this, Luffy, who had been busy devouring food, reached out and snatched the newspaper from Law's hands. Without bothering to chew, he loudly read the headline. "Turbulence reignited. Buggy's pirate crew attacks world nobles." His shout reverberated through the room like a clap of thunder. Buggy, who had been idly glancing out the window, was jolted as if struck by lightning, his entire body trembling. How is that possible?" In the next moment, he darted forward, snatching the newspaper back from Luffy's grasp, scrutinizing the article closely. The headline screamed at him in large, bold letters: "Buggy's pirate crew attacks world nobles." Moreover, beside it was a hazy photograph, albeit unclear, depicting a towering figure of a saw shark man, grinning malevolently as he engaged in fierce combat. At that instant, time seemed to pause, the air in the room solidifying, creating a suffocating silence. The scene shifted to the latter half of the Grand Line, on a remote island at the entrance of the New World. The sea wind howled. A woman, wearing sunglasses and with a torn hood, was tightly bound to a sturdy tree trunk, surrounded by scattered jewels and shattered treasure chests. "You lowly scum! How dare you rob me? It is unforgivable." The woman struggled in fury, yet her efforts appeared futile. The surrounding pirates laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent to her outrage. "Bro, have we stirred up trouble?" This woman doesn't seem like an ordinary person. A burly pirate, clad in prison garb, cautiously surveyed the treasure on the ground, pointing at the woman tied to the tree with an anxious expression. "Those guards in suits and the weapons filled with sea prism stone. We might have landed ourselves in deep trouble. What are you afraid of? If you're scared, you might as well leave." Aaron interjected, pushing aside the timid pirate and stepping closer to the bound woman, examining her closely. "She's just a noble woman. What's the big deal? We've already got the treasure, and as long as we take care of these guys, who will know it was us?" He sneered, indicating the freshly made red-nosed pirate flag nearby, his eyes gleaming with greed and ruthlessness. "Don't forget who our captain is. It's Buggy, the man even the 4 emperors of the New World, like Shanks, must treat with respect." As his words fell, the surrounding pirates raised their weapons, erupting in cheers. "Let me go? My father and brother will never forgive you." The woman struggled more fiercely, but her cries were quickly drowned out by the sound of crashing waves and the pirates' raucous cheers. Aaron approached the pile of treasures, picking up a gem-studded necklace, his eyes glinting with avarice. "These treasures will last us several lifetimes. Brothers, hurry up and load the valuable stuff onto the ship, then let us get out of here." Amidst the chaos and clamor, Mr. 3, already uneasy due to Buggy's disappearance, felt his heart race as he prepared to slip away when an unusual sensation brushed against his feet. Looking down, he spotted a thin, shimmering piece engraved with mysterious symbols lying quietly beneath him. "SH. Charlia Palace. Is this the emblem of the celestial dragons?" As the former's gaze fell upon the words inscribed on the thin sheet, a jolt coursed through him as if struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily immobile. The golden piece in his hand felt as heavy as lead, threatening to slip from his grasp. Yet, before the shock could dissipate, an even more terrifying sight unfolded. On the distant horizon, Countless massive warships emerged like an ominous storm cloud, densely packed and stretching beyond the limits of sight, as if poised to engulf the entire expanse of the sea. Chapter 57. Significant Changes. A discussion from the highest authority. In the majestic palace of Mariewa, 5 elderly figures, known as the 5 Elders, the supreme rulers of the world government, sat silently upon thrones adorned with resplendent gems, as if awaiting the foreboding signs of an impending storm. Suddenly, the grand doors of the palace creaked open, and a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, his demeanor austere, entered quietly. "My lord, the operation did not go as planned." His words fell into the stillness of the palace like a cold stone cast into a serene lake, shattering the silence. "Speak, what has transpired?" The elder seated furthest to the left furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure and confusion flickering in his gaze. The man inhaled deeply and inclined slightly. "There was an issue with my intelligence. The one residing in the Sabaody archipelago acted and ultimately rescued the target entirely." "Silver's Rayleigh?" The bald elder at the center spoke in a low, grave tone. "It seems the situation is worse than we anticipated. This is the last time, Rob Lucci." The formidable warrior, Nazashiru, slowly sheathed his blade after polishing it. "Withdraw. I do not wish to hear your explanations." "Yes, my lord." The man responded respectfully, turning to leave, but paused as if recollecting something. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke again. "There is one more matter I feel compelled to report. The clown Buggy, who unexpectedly revealed his strength during the Marineford War. We have clarified his origins. According to our latest intelligence gathered from veterans of the God Valley incident, he appears to have intricate ties to the Rocks pirates." At this revelation, the atmosphere in the palace grew significantly more tense. The gazes of the 5 elders converged, as if in that moment the dust of history was gently swept away, unveiling the secrets hidden in the shadows. The Rocks pirates. The elder on the far right, known as the wise Saint Saturn, glanced at the conspicuous bounty poster of the red-nosed clown on the table and murmured, "A flame thought extinguished in history has rekindled. I did not expect so many to have slipped through the cracks." As he spoke, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the door, followed by a young naval officer clad in ornate military garb rushing into the palace, sweat glistening on his brow, his eyes reflecting unprecedented anxiety. "My lord, a grave situation has arisen. Lord Roseward has departed Mariewa with his captain slaves, claiming he intends to rescue Princess Shirahoshi personally." "What an imbecile!" Nazashiru furiously returned his polished blade to its sheath. "Did we not already inform the Navy to handle this?" Once again, that clown Buggy. His name has truly been cropping up with alarming frequency in our discussions. What are the Navy's intentions? Saint Saturn's gaze turned to the young officer, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. "Admiral Sengoku has ordered a full pursuit." The young naval officer responded, trembling slightly. "However, the war at Marineford has just concluded, and our elite forces have already departed. It may be difficult to assemble sufficient troops swiftly." "Humph, that old fool Sengoku is always dragging his feet." Nazashiru grumbled discontentedly. "Are we to sit idly by while the celestial dragons are humiliated? After this matter concludes, we should initiate his impeachment. To save face for the Navy, we shall simply declare it a voluntary resignation." Saint Vacheli, seated at the far end of the 5 elders, spoke slowly, a hint of chill lacing his voice. "As for this power vacuum, I suggest we have Sora take the reins. Dealing with the Revolutionary Army has already kept him busy." Saint Saturn shook his head, interrupting Vacheli. "What we need is someone who can swiftly stabilize the situation and is capable of confronting potential threats." He paused, scanning the palace. "Sakazuki is a promising candidate." As his words hung in the air, the palace fell into a brief silence. "The position of admiral is of utmost importance. Is that individual physically capable? His injuries from the Marineford War were severe. The Navy seems to favor Kazan more broadly." St. Pitt's sharp words sliced through the already delicate atmosphere within the palace. The 5 elders exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with complex emotions, each weighing the pros and cons, as if engaged in a silent game of strategy. This matter should await Lord Im's return for a final decision. One of the 5 elders finally spoke, breaking the silence. "After all, the balance of power among the 3 factions has been disrupted, and the vacant position of the 7 warlords urgently needs to be filled." St. Moss, the Enviro War God, gently tapped the armrest, his gaze profound. "I have an intriguing idea. These few unruly elements, perhaps they could be utilized effectively." In the calm belt, a vast ship, drawn forward by 2 colossal serpents, glided across the tranquil sea. At the bow, two figures cloaked in black stood against the wind, intently gazing at the bounty notice they had just received, their faces revealing little astonishment or joy. 1. 18 billion. The world government still holds me in high regard. Buggy chuckled heartily, tossing the bounty notice into the air before catching it deftly, as if playing with a trivial toy. Rayleigh, what has become of everyone since Captain Roger disembarked? Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Rayleigh gazed into the distance, a flicker of nostalgia and sentiment crossing his eyes. Since the captain sacrificed his life to spark the great pirate era, the Roger pirates disbanded. And the rest of us, myself included, scattered to the far corners of the world as per our own desires. Then, Rayleigh, have you ever considered setting sail again? Buggy's question rippled through the calm, stirring the waters of their conversation. Rayleigh's eyes widened momentarily in surprise before settling back into tranquility. He turned to Buggy, breaking into a hearty laugh. You cheeky fellow, are you trying to recruit this old man? As he spoke, he patted Buggy's shoulder gently. Let us not rush into such talks. Your injuries have yet to heal. Do not forget what you promised me before we set out, to avoid conflict as much as possible. The situation arose unexpectedly. We temporarily borrowed the ship from Amazon Lily. If something goes awry, this old body of mine may well be twisted apart by Hancock. Rayleigh's words incited another round of laughter from Buggy. Just as they were conversing, the ship suddenly lurched, followed by brilliant bursts of fire leaping into the sky, illuminating the once tranquil sea as if it were daylight. Chapter 58. The Fierce Assault of Admiral Kizaru. The desperate predicament of Buggy's crew. How slow it is. The warship has clearly arrived. Yet the old man always takes his time. On a desolate island shrouded in smoke, a man clad in a vibrant red apron and wielding a massive axe paced anxiously. It was clearly agreed that I would return to Egghead immediately. Yet I was unexpectedly diverted here to handle the celestial dragon's troubles. With a sigh, a hint of helplessness and agitation flickered in his eyes. Never mind. The prisoners have already begun to scatter. I must get to work. PX6, let's go. No sooner had he spoken than, accompanied by a deep mechanical rumble, beams of laser erupted from Bartholomew Kuma, illuminating the island as bright as day. The prisoners, already on edge due to Buggy's disappearance, were thrown into disarray by this sudden assault. Some scrambled for cover, while others attempted to fight back, but all were hopelessly suppressed by the overwhelming firepower of PX6. How did a mere robbery of a merchant ship escalate to this level? As Arlong dodged the flying debris, he muttered in disbelief, desperately attempting to gather some treasure to escape, but each time he lifted a piece, he was thrown off balance by the shock waves of nearby explosions, rendering his escape impossible. Ghostly combat style, flickering shadows. Just then, a figure clad in a scarf suddenly burst forth from the smoke. Wielding an iron crutch with swift motions that created a series of barely visible afterimages, striking a deep dent into the chest of the advancing PX6 and sending it flying. Brother Dragon, there's no time. Don't linger over those trivial possessions. Flee now. Weavy, you truly stirred up a hornet's nest this time. No, I can't. These treasures are earned with our lives. Arlong's eyes burned red as he frantically grabbed at the treasure scattered around him, trying to stuff it into a bag. Yet, the continuous explosions and the encroaching navy left him in a frenzy, and the treasure continued to scatter. At that moment, countless figures surged from all directions, surrounding the island and engulfing Arlong and his companions. Greedy fools, truly beyond redemption. Amidst the smoke, a torrent of yellow sand suddenly coalesced into sharp blades, instantly slicing several approaching Navy soldiers into pieces, staining the sand with blood. Just days after the war had ended, having barely salvaged their lives, they had unwittingly provoked yet another catastrophe. With a low, hoarse voice, Crocodile slowly emerged from the sandstorm, his feet crunching on the scattered treasure. Observing the chaos on the island with a mockingly amused expression, it appears our cooperation must cease here. Without Buggy, you are nothing but a rabble. He grasped Arlong, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chicken, his gaze icy as he surveyed the fleeing prisoners. Since you are so inept, allow me to bring this farce to an end. Crocodile turned to a tall man beside him, dressed in a black suit and sunglasses. Daz, take that celestial dragon. Exchanging her, and the true culprit for the Navy's retreat, should make for a fine deal. Understood, boss. The latter nodded quickly. But just as he reached out to seize Shalilia, a stout figure suddenly loomed like a towering mountain, swiftly interposing himself between them. Void Walker. With a resounding bang, Mr. One's body seemed to be struck by a colossal hammer. Despite transforming his body into steel, he was still sent flying, crashing heavily into the city wall. Is that the guy who appeared at Marineford? Who is he? Finally, clawing his way out from the mountain of debris, Mr. One was in disarray, coughing violently as he widened his eyes in disbelief. No matter how you ask, I won't tell you anything. With that, he cautiously shielded the still unconscious Shalilia behind him, declaring loudly, "Remember, I am the man with the tightest lips in the world, Sengoku." Humph. Has spending too long in prison made you rusty, Mr. One? Suddenly, Crocodile's voice echoed mockingly from behind Mr. One, a hint of derision lacing his tone. With a flick of his fingers, the yellow sand seemed to come alive, swirling and condensing into a sharp sand blade that glimmered ominously, aimed directly at Mr. One's back. Yet, at that critical moment, Mr. One displayed no sign of panic. With an almost superhuman agility, he sidestepped Crocodile's lethal strike. The sand blade grazed his clothing, leaving a faint but noticeable mark before dissipating like morning mist. Indeed, the attack was powerful, but my defense is the best in the world. Mr. One grinned, yet before he could finish his sentence, a violent sandstorm suddenly engulfed him, tossing him like a leaf in the wind. Fortunately, a brilliant golden light seized his ankle just as he was about to hit the ground, gently pulling him back to safety. How terrifying. You guys who emerged from Impel Down are all like monsters. As the dust settled, a man in a yellow and white striped suit, Kizaru, strolled forward leisurely. However, this little scuffle should come to an end. Let me entertain you for a while. With a gentle wave of his sword, the Amatsumi Kaboshi, the tip traced a dazzling golden arc through the air, cleaving the entire valley, including Crocodile, in two. The mountain has been split. Quick, quick, run. The prisoners and Navy soldiers alike stood agape. Many of the prisoners, initially prepared to escape amidst the chaos, halted in their tracks, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Help, help me, you despicable pirate, let me go? The fierce wind billowed the yellow sand, and as it cleared, Shalilia, the celestial dragon, was ensnared by a massive sandy hand, her screams shredded by the gusts. Let's make a wager, Kizaru. Crocodile inhaled deeply from his cigar, the smoke swirling around him, his gaze revealing an indescribable resolve. Guess which is faster, your light or my sand? No sooner had he spoken than Kizaru's arm whipped out, flinging Shalilia like a discarded doll, while he transformed into a stream of yellow sand, whisking Mr. One away in an instant, leaving only a roiling sea of sand and stunned onlookers. Oh ho ho, as expected of the former warlord of the sea, this is quite troublesome. Kizaru chuckled, shaking his head with a smile as he deftly caught the flying Shalilia, gently placing her on the ground, then casting a sharp gaze around, as if to encompass the smoke-shrouded island in its entirety. Don't just stand there. Take this chance to flee. Arlong suddenly shouted as he broke free from the assault of several PX-6, using every ounce of strength to dash in one direction. However, barely a few steps into his escape, a beam of golden light pierced through his chest, freezing him in place before he collapsed helplessly. It's too late now. A bounty of 170 million on your head, Arlong. It is truly a pity that someone must be held accountable for this assault. The yellow ape sauntered forward with his hands tucked into his pockets, and then, with a graceful lift of one leg, a dazzling golden radiance erupted from beneath his foot. Yet, just as this brilliance was poised to descend, a shadowy foot abruptly landed upon his own. Lord Borisolino, your wounds have healed remarkably swiftly. Chapter 59. The mysterious figure appears. The vanished companions. Captain Buggy. Saved. In an instant, the remaining prisoners erupted in joyous cheers amidst the haze of smoke. That iconic red nose shone like a blazing flame under the setting sun, capturing everyone's attention. I never expected you to still be alive. This complicates matters. The golden light beneath Kizaru's feet vanished in an instant, in a moment of clarity. He seemed to sense something and turned his gaze towards a figure in the nearby jungle, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Oh. So it was you who brought him here. Now everything makes sense. However, since Sabaody Archipelago, you have repeatedly sheltered these yellow-haired kids. You truly are as sharp as ever. Mr. Rayleigh, if you could retract the bounty, I could retire in peace. Rayleigh gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let them go, Kizaru. This is merely a misunderstanding. You may take the celestial dragons with you. Spare me, for that one is watching right behind us. Kizaru's voice carried a hint of resignation and mockery as his light sword coalesced once more. If we do not apprehend these rascals, we shall lose face before the celestial dragons at the marine headquarters in Mariawa. No sooner had he spoken than his figure transformed into a streak of yellow light. However, just as he was about to take flight, an invisible force abruptly yanked him back, crashing him heavily to the ground and sending dust flying. Cough, cough. I won't let you pursue them. Buggy clutched his abdomen, swaying precariously. The previous strike had reopened his wound, and the pain rendered him nearly unable to stand. Arlong, hurry and take everyone away. The battle here is beyond your capability to intervene. Captain. Arlong trembled, not even bothering to collect the treasures scattered around him, merely repeating in a quaking voice, how can we? Hurry. That is an order. Your presence here will only distract me. Buggy raised his voice, enduring the pain, and shouted with all his might. Arlong wished to argue, but upon meeting Buggy's gaze, all words were abruptly swallowed. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth, staggeringly lifting Jean, and with the remaining prisoners, fled as swiftly as possible into the distance. Gradually, these figures grew smaller, finally disappearing entirely into the depths of the dense jungle, leaving no trace behind. How outrageous! You sluggish lackeys. If you let those despicable pirates escape, prepare to feed the fish. On the other side, the just-awakened Shalilia Palace stood furiously, her eyes blazing with wrath as she fixed her gaze on the fleeing pirates. As if wishing to incinerate their retreating figures, they dared to kidnap the bloodline of the world's creator. This is unforgivable. Lady Shalilia, please calm your anger. A Navy officer, cautiously bearing a weapon, said, General Borisolino is already in pursuit. Capturing them is merely a matter of time. Please wait a moment longer. However, Shalilia would not listen. She pressed her gun against the officer's head, continuing to scream, You worthless fools, unable to capture a mere few pirates. How do you deserve to be called the Navy? I will report you to my father and ensure you are all punished. Just as she spoke, a brilliant yellow light suddenly crashed down nearby, sending dust and debris flying. Kizaru struggled to rise from the dust, brushing off the grime with disbelief in his eyes. Just a few days, and this fellow has already improved his mastery of hockey. He paused slightly, surveying the astonished expressions around him, and for once, he refrained from his usual jesting, his demeanor turning unusually serious. This is quite a headache. I had come to this island in high spirits. After all, seeing Sakazuki get his comeuppance is rather delightful. But it seems I must take things a bit more seriously. Yada no Kagami. As soon as he spoke, a radiant wave of light, resembling a dazzling mirror, swiftly gathered in his hands. After a brief silence, the light erupted violently, refracting through the ruins, ultimately striking Buggy from behind and kicking him into the ground, dust and debris swallowing him whole. Do not underestimate the Navy Admiral. They can be quite formidable. Kizaru chuckled lightly, leisurely making his way toward the dust-shrouded area. Yet, just as he was nearing his target, a powerful gust of wind suddenly erupted, distorting the air around it violently. At the center of this tempestuous airflow, Rayleigh appeared in an instant, landing firmly in the center of the battlefield. It seems you are unwilling to let them go, Kizaru. This is incredibly frustrating. This fellow is always surrounded by protectors. As they spoke, both launched their attacks simultaneously, each collision accompanied by deafening roars, and the rubble and smoke on the battlefield were swept up by their tremendous power, forming a chaotic vortex. PX-6, the one called Jean, is already on the brink. Eliminate him first. The scene shifted to Bartholomew Kuma, directing a squad of pacifistas toward the fleeing Arlong and his companions. These enhanced, latest generation versions of Bartholomew Kuma possessed terrifying power capable of destroying a small ship with a single strike, instilling an unprecedented sense of despair in the weary pirates. Damn it! What on earth are these creatures? They look exactly like that warlord. A prisoner wielding a curved blade shouted in terror, despite having roamed the Grand Line for years. The sight before him still left him shaken and fearful. Is the gap truly this vast? Just a while ago at Marineford, another prisoner, with 4 arms, gasped for breath, his attacks proving futile against the machines before him. Every strike felt like hammering against an unyielding steel, causing his own arms to ache. Run. Brother Dragon, don't worry about me. Stop saying foolish things, Jean. We are comrades. I will not abandon you. Arlong gritted his teeth, preparing to exert his last ounce of strength for a desperate struggle against the approaching PX-6. However, as he ran, he stumbled over a piece of rotting wood, tumbling forward, causing Jean to slip from his grasp and roll aside. But astonishingly, just as everyone's fate hung in the balance, the foremost pacifista suddenly halted, their movements becoming eerily rigid, as if paralyzed by some invisible force. What is happening? The attack has stopped. No. Wait. Another one is appearing, amidst the blazing flames. A pacifista marked PX0 slowly emerged and waved gently at the fallen Jean, who instantly vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust and the astonished gazes of those around. Chapter 60. A Convergence of the Mighty. The vanished captains reappear. Hey, Akin. A long gasp escaped Aaron's lips as he stared in disbelief. You bastard. What on earth have you done? He bellowed, rushing forward, only to be repelled once more by an overwhelming force, vanishing amidst a dazzling blue light before the eyes of the onlookers. This fellow, is he not a member of the Revolutionary Army? What is he, an ally or an enemy? Amidst the thunderous echoes, clouds of dust rose high from the ruins, obscuring the sky. As the dust settled, Buggy emerged prominently before the crowd, wielding Victor, swiftly cleaving several frontline pacifists into fragments, their mechanical parts scattering across the ground. You are the clown Buggy, are you not? PX0 flickered into existence beside him, clutching a book. I heard from Ivankov that you assisted them in Impel Down. I have come to repay that kindness. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished again, leaving behind a barely perceptible ripple of energy in the air. In quick succession, the surrounding prisoners were hurled away one by one, and the once cacophonous island fell into an eerie silence, save for the whooshing of air and the distant roar of waves crashing against the shore. All have vanished. So this is the true warlord, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. The participating Navy officers exchanged glances, their shock palpable. Among them were those well acquainted with the warlords. Yet witnessing Kuma's extraordinary power and swiftness instilled an unprecedented sense of dread and reverence within them. Kuma, who gave you permission to act on your own accord? Trafalgar Law frowned, his heart aching at the sight of the mangled pacifists, his tone tinged with reproach. If I recall correctly, this is the second time. However, Kuma remained unmoved by the words, poised to strike Buggy again when a rocket-propelled grenade hurtled toward him. The force compelled him to sidestep, the missile detonating nearby, sending debris and dust flying. You damn trash, who allowed you to deal with the pirates that attacked my precious daughter? With an enraged roar, a man donning a bubble helmet, his hair spiked, stepped forth from the smoke of the explosion, countless collar-wearing figures trailing behind him, encircling Buggy and Kuma. Father. Recognizing the newcomer, Charlia rushed to his side, tears brimming in her eyes, clinging tightly to his arm. I was terrified. This journey has been utterly dreadful. My arm was twisted. Unforgivable. Who did this? The man followed Charlia's pointing finger to see a pale-faced rear admiral trembling in fear, clearly shaken by the sudden turn of events. Wait, Lord Rosward, let me explain. Go to hell with your explanations. Number 3, deal with him. Rosward coldly waved his hand, and from the crowd emerged a towering fishman wielding a massive metal hammer, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes reflecting only indifference and obedience. In an instant, he smashed the admiral into a pulp. Admiral Liverpool, that man is the infamous water disaster OPAC, a notorious pirate wanted by the world government for the destruction of multiple islands a decade ago. Who would have thought he has become a slave of the celestial dragons? Witnessing the gruesome scene, the surrounding Navy personnel gasped in horror, instinctively retreating, with some soldiers dropping their weapons in fear, losing the courage they once possessed. Something feels amiss over there. Amidst the ongoing battle, Rayleigh noticed the chaos in the distance, halting his assault and turning his gaze toward the heart of the turmoil. Aren't you going to intervene? Enough with your prattle. Sengoku did not inform me that celestial dragons would be involved in this operation. Kizaru smirked, his eyes filled with resignation. Yet, to be concerned about others in the presence of an admiral is quite an underestimation of my capabilities. With that, he accelerated, his body shifting into particles of light, creating a dazzling display of chaos with swirling sounds and flashes of blades throughout the battlefield. Meanwhile, the celestial dragon Rosward's expression grew increasingly sinister as he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze finally locking onto Buggy and Kuma, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Today, everyone must learn the consequences of angering the great progenitors of our kind. You filthy slaves, capture that pirate and the warlord alive. Chapter 61. The Fusion of Memories. The sudden awakening of the Destiny Man, Buggy. Freedom. In the midst of this chaos, Buggy's expression was remarkably serene, his gaze piercing through the tumult before him, as if glimpsing a distant shore. The cacophony of voices and the chaos of battle transformed into a hazy backdrop in his eyes, leaving only the clarity of his unwavering resolve. 26 years ago, East Sea, Rogue Town. The day of GOLD, Roger S. execution. The rain poured down relentlessly, as if the heavens wept for the fall of this legendary pirate. On either side of the street stood two boys, soaked to the skin yet oblivious to their predicament. "Shanks, do you think Captain Rogers' last words were true?" Buggy asked, his eyes reddening as he gazed at the fallen figure on the execution platform, his voice quivering slightly. I don't know, but the captain never valued treasure during his life. Therefore, that place is undoubtedly more than just a treasure. Shanks replied, pulling his straw hat low as raindrops dripped from its brim, obscuring his vision. The captain once said that pirates are the freest people in the world. Perhaps he left behind not merely a clue to a treasure, but a yearning for freedom and an exploration of the unknown. If we find that treasure, maybe we can discover true freedom. As the rain began to lighten and the crowd on the street dispersed, only the two boys remained, silent in the downpour. "I've made up my mind. I want to go to Raftel." Shanks lifted his head to gaze into the distance. "I don't want to sail just for a treasure. I want to experience this world in my own way, to pursue my own adventures, just like Captain Roger did." He paused and extended a hand. "Join me, Buggy." "I refuse to be your subordinate, you coward." Buggy's expression darkened at Shanks' words. "I misjudged you, Shanks. To abandon the dream of going to the final island and the treasure for that ethereal freedom, you truly are a coward." With that, he turned abruptly and strode away, splashing water behind him. "Remember, the next time we meet, we shall be enemies." The scene shifted, the image of young Buggy merging with his present self, still standing amidst the chaotic battlefield. Yet within his eyes, a newfound clarity began to emerge. "Flee, Buggy, before my consciousness is completely erased." Nearby, Kuma's colossal form resembled a shattered statue on the battlefield, various weapons embedded within him. "I have signed an agreement with the world government. My time is running short." As his words trailed off, a torrential downpour of attacks descended upon him, battering the semi-mechanical Kuma, threatening to bring him to his knees at any moment. "This big guy seems finished. At last, I can go home and never set sail again." A cyborg, entirely encased in metal, cackled maniacally, brandishing a chainsaw towards the struggling humanoid weapon in a bid to end its life amidst the chaos. However, just as the razor-sharp blade was about to make contact, a shadow struck with lightning speed. A dull thud resonated as a sharp and powerful claw unexpectedly pierced the cyborg's chest. In an instant, scarlet blood gushed forth like a flood, splattering everywhere and staining the ground a shocking crimson. "There are only two spots available for freedom. How could I allow scum like you to occupy one?" The chilling words echoed as a bird-like figure with wings descended, surveying the frenzied slaves below with cold disdain, a smirk gracing his lips. The scene descended into further chaos as the slaves, desperate for the precious opportunity of freedom, attacked each other like wild beasts. Some wielded crude weapons, while others engaged in brutal combat using their mutated abilities. The air was filled with shouts, screams, and the clanging of metal. "Shanks, you always outpace me, but this time, I will not fall behind." As Buggy's memories of his former self resurfaced, a new self-awareness began to take shape within him. He surveyed the chaotic battlefield and whispered, "Stop." In that instant, a powerful conqueror-esque hockey erupted from him, sweeping across the battlefield like a tempest. Those who had been locked in combat, slaves and marines alike, fell in mass under its influence. "Disperse. Dance like 1,000 birds." With a press of his hands, Buggy-esque form shattered into countless fragments, soaring like butterflies in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the collars that had symbolized endless humiliation and pain around the necks of the enslaved shattered one by one, the sound of their breaking echoing through the chaos. The shackles have vanished. Amidst the clamor, a young slave trembled, running his fingers along the spot where the collar had once constricted him. Now, there was no trace of restraint, only a faint red mark barely visible. The other slaves, awakening from their stupor, lowered their heads to inspect their necks. As they truly felt the suffocating bondage had disappeared, the fear and despair that had once marred their faces were replaced with an indescribable joy and relief. Some were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their cheeks. Others stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding scene. "Kill that bastard celestial dragon." A battle-scarred middle-aged pirate roared from the crowd. Once, his black-gray pirates had merely passed through the waters where the world nobles docked, only to be deemed a provocation. Their ship was sunk, crew members perished or captured, and he himself was reduced to slavery, enduring humiliation and torment. Indeed, they must not be spared. My life has been ruined by these dogs. Amidst the furious roars, the liberated slaves and remaining pirates seized their weapons, charging towards the Celestial Dragon's flagship like frenzied beasts. Unthinkable. You filthy slaves, dare to revolt. Startled by the sudden turn of events, the pale and trembling Saint Roseward pointed his gem-encrusted scepter at the approaching figures. Guards, quickly, stop them. Don't let these filthy creatures near me. Yet, what answered him was not the loyalty of the Marines, but the soldiers' panicked retreat. Even the few remaining guards, though they fought valiantly, could only retreat step by step against the onslaught of the reawakened captains, unable to halt their advance. The situation appeared dire. Just as victory seemed within grasp, a flash of yellow light erupted, and the figure of Admiral Kizaru materialized before Saint Roseward, lazily raising his hand as laser beams shot forth, exploding amidst the crowd and pushing back the leading slaves and pirates. Yes, it's the Marine Admiral, but so what? He is but one man. After a brief setback, the nearly frenzied slave captains surged forward once more, many of them wielding a certain arrogance that afforded them some measure of resistance against Kizaru. Why are there so many of you? Can I surrender? Kizaru's voice dripped with mockery. However, do you truly believe you can disrupt the order of the world with such a meager force? How naive. Yada no Kagami. Just as he spoke, he leaped high into the air, casting his hands outward as countless waves of light cascaded downward. The entire battlefield was enveloped in a brilliant radiance, with explosions echoing all around, smoke billowing into the air. That's it, bring them all to me. Roseward Saint was about to speak when he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. As he turned, a sharp blade pressed against his neck, the cold sensation silencing him instantly. Father! Father! Charlia cried out in terror, the continuous shocks causing her to faint. Now, shall we converse, Borsalino? Buggy said with a faint smile, as a thin trickle of blood slowly slid down the blade. Chapter 62, Hellish Training. The Future Plans of the Seven Warlords, Buggy. 1 month later, northwest of Snake Princess Island, on the island of Ruskana. At this moment, Buggy stood atop a towering cliff, gazing across the shimmering sea, his heart swelling with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and determination. Since that day when he single-handedly rescued slaves on a desolate island, stunning both the Celestial Dragons and the Navy, his name spread like wildfire through the underworld, rapidly becoming a new legend. However, surprisingly, this newly minted legend did not seize the opportunity to expand his power, chasing after the torrents of influence and wealth. Instead, he chose a radically different path. He calmly accepted the title of warlord granted by the government and then withdrew gracefully, embarking on a journey of cultivation alongside strong allies such as Rayleigh and Luffy. Eureka! Wait, Captain Buggy is resting. Resting? Resting my foot. If we don't act soon, that Vegapunk will strip our treasure bare. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried and chaotic voices broke the serenity of the cliff. A woman clad in resplendent attire dragged Machi and Kabeji up the cliff, panting as she stopped before Buggy. Don't think just because the government bestowed upon you the title of warlord, you can do whatever you please. That's a hard-earned 10 billion berry you extorted. She brandished a large stick, slamming it onto a map laid on the ground. What the hell is this so-called smartphone? That old coot took half of our treasure. And now he wants to buy more rare metals to perfect this so-called communication system? That was supposed to be my retirement fund. Ever since Rayleigh unexpectedly rescued the former Buggy pirates outside the gates of justice, they had entrusted Buggy's life paper to them. Yet, despite this, the existence of the comm belt kept them at a distance. Fortunately, when Buggy and his companions returned from the deserted island, they happened to encounter them, and together they arrived at this mysterious island. It seems that the Celestial Dragon is indeed trustworthy. Vegapunk is quite impressive, with just the blueprints and descriptions we provided. He has begun crafting such an unprecedented communication device. In stark contrast to the group's panic, Buggy gazed at the ship laden with treasures drifting further away and wore a satisfied smile. Eureka, just wait and see. 10 billion berry is nothing. This device will be the key to unlocking a new world. The unstable transponder snail should have been discarded long ago. Soon, you'll be counting money until your hands cramp. How much wealth can mere plunder bring? Communication, entertainment, gambling, these are the true levers that can reshape the world. Just wait. Now, I, Buggy, have people, technology, and even the covert support of the celestial dragons and the government. My era is bound to arrive, and at that time, the entire pirate world will gravitate toward me without my intervention. Buggy murmured, only to be interrupted by a cacophony of noise. At the foot of the mountain, a uniquely designed small boat equipped with jet engines was bustling with figures busily transporting heavy boxes while engaged in animated discussions. Ace, can't you stay here and train? Why the rush to leave? Luffy's voice echoed from below, tinged with confusion and a hint of desperation. He had just pulled himself away from training and was filled with reluctance upon seeing Ace preparing to depart. Luffy, to be honest, I would love to stay and grow stronger with you, especially after being defeated by that scoundrel. Teach Ace forced a smile, his gaze reflecting both reluctance and acceptance. But I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. I have yet to avenge our father, and I bear my own mission and responsibilities. With that, he tightened his grip on his belongings and stepped onto the small jet-powered boat, waving back at the crowd. Uncle Rayleigh, Dayton, Buggy, Luffy, Walt, we shall meet again in the New World. As Ace's small boat gradually accelerated, the roar of the jet engine echoed in the sea breeze, and his words seemed to drift away with the wind, ultimately disappearing into the distant horizon. Ace is gone, Dayton. At some point, Walt had approached Dayton, who was softly weeping, holding a bottle of unopened liquor. The two, having just arrived, quickly became familiar due to their similar ages. What's wrong? Are you sad? He gently patted her shoulder and handed her a handkerchief. Go, a man's farewell always carries a tinge of carefree reluctance. I was the same in my youth. What are you saying? I'd prefer that scoundrel leave sooner. Dayton took the handkerchief, hastily wiping her eyes, striving to sound fiercer. Always as unreliable as in childhood. Just causing trouble. It's better he's gone. I won't have to worry every day. With that, she feigned calmness, shaking her head and tossing the handkerchief aside. Turning to leave. Yet, Walt caught her arm and smiled, saying, by the way, Ace asked me to tell you that when you're ready, you're always welcome to visit the Whitebeard Pirates. He also said he misses your cooking. As soon as the words left his lips, Dayton could no longer hold back her tears. She abruptly turned, covering her face with her hands. Who said I'd cook for him? That fool. Don't think I'll forgive him so easily. Meanwhile, at the summit, Rayleigh sat leisurely on a large rock, holding a long pipe, his deep-set eyes gazing into the distance. It's time to set sail. Buggy, have you handled all your tedious affairs? After all, Luffy has already begun his training for quite some time. He flicked the ash from his pipe. If you wish to catch up with Shanks, there's much for you to learn. That kid's talent is the strongest I've ever seen. Just then, a massive red elephant burst forth from the forest, crashing into Eureka and the others who were entangled with Buggy, causing a commotion. Try to defeat it without using your devil fruit powers, Buggy. Rayleigh smiled nonchalantly. Are you underestimating me, Mr. Rayleigh? You should have experienced my strength firsthand. Upon hearing this, Buggy's arms turned pitch black, and with a shout, his figure transformed into several afterimages, his fists raining down like a tempest upon the elephant's back. However, despite Buggy's fists imbued with powerful haki striking the elephant's solid body, it merely stirred up clouds of dust, as if it felt no pain whatsoever. The elephant merely swayed its enormous body, letting out a long and deep bellow, and then, with incredible agility, turned around and effortlessly tossed Buggy into the air with its long trunk. How is this possible? Struggling in midair, Buggy adjusted his posture and landed steadily, his face filled with disbelief. That's quite impressive. At least it had some effect. Luffy had no chance to retaliate the first time. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses as a surge of dark lightning began to coil around his right arm. With a resounding bang, the once mighty elephant began to tremble under Rayleigh's seemingly effortless punch before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Actually, you accomplished this quite easily back in Marineford. You may have forgotten. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intensity. In terms of time, 2 years may seem rather brief. However, the experiences you have shared with us throughout a series of battles have already laid a solid foundation. I shall exert every effort to elevate your strength within these 2 years to a level that allows you to traverse the new world with ease, at the very least, not falling short of the prowess exhibited by Shanks. Therefore, brace yourself, for your exceptional training commences now. As he spoke, the sky had already darkened, and countless ferocious beasts began to emerge from the surrounding dense forests, casting an eerie and foreboding shadow over the entire valley. Chapter 63. the master and the self-redemption of the demon, akin. In the enigmatic seas, on Frost Moon Island, a dim yet tidy cottage stands quietly. Inside, an elderly man with one arm sits beside a worn wooden table, meticulously mending an old coat by the flickering candlelight. His face exudes a gentle warmth, yet his eyes betray a resolute wisdom shaped by countless hardships. "You have awakened, young man," the elder remarks, lifting his gaze towards the doorway, where a disheveled man stands, still dazed and wary after regaining consciousness. This man is akin, washed ashore the previous night by the relentless waves, now clutching the doorframe. A mix of confusion and curiosity evident in his eyes as he adjusts to the unexpected turn of events. "Where's this?" Akin's voice is hoarse, still recovering from his stupor. As he prepares to inquire further, his gaze inadvertently falls upon a corner of a naval cloak on the table, his expression shifting to one of alarm. You are a naval officer," he exclaims, drawing a rusted dagger from his waist. His movements unsteady, yet his hostility unmistakable. However, the elder merely smiles gently, placing his intact hand upon Akin's arm. "Relax, young man. Cough, cough. Strictly speaking, I should no longer be considered a naval officer." A hint of self-mockery laces the elder's words as his gaze shifts from Akin's dagger to the moonlit sea outside. You remind me of a former student of mine. Had it not been for that sudden assault, he might have become an exceptional naval officer by now." A flicker of sorrow passes through his eyes, quickly replaced by tranquility. "But that is all in the past. Once your injuries heal, be on your way swiftly, lest I change my mind." As soon as he finishes speaking, hurried footsteps echo from outside, followed by a figure resembling a ninja bursting into the cottage, like a gust of wind, and standing before the elder. "Zifa. Master Zifa, I just received the newspaper. Probably news regarding the naval forces or the world government post-war on the summit. Right, Binns? Is there really a need for such haste?" Zifa waves his hand dismissively. "Set it aside for now. I will read it later." "That's not it, Master. The newspaper contains information about that guy." The ninja, identified as Binns, appears pale, trembling as he holds the newspaper. "You should see it for yourself, Master." He hands the paper to Zifa, pointing to a headline that reads, "Newly confirmed Shichibukai, Edward Weevil. The second Whitebeard, officially joins, altering the marine landscape." How could this be? Zifa, previously composed, nearly collapses upon reading the article, his body jolting instinctively. This beast has actually entered the ranks of Shichibukai? He laughs bitterly, tears cascading down his cheeks. What of the blood shed by the Navy and innocent civilians over the years? They were merely pawns in the world government's game of power. Zifa's voice, thick with rage and despair, turns hoarse as he clenches his fists, enduring a torrent of inner anguish. "Since justice has been sullied, let it be destroyed together." As he speaks, a fierce killing intent radiates from him. Yet, before it can linger, a deafening explosion erupts, obliterating the cottage in an instant. Debris and dust scattering like a tempest. Did it succeed? Amidst the smoke, a tall figure clad in a black suit, face shrouded in shadow, emerges slowly. Designation LP-0004. Chief Instructor Zifa of the Navy. Due to your unauthorized departure from the naval headquarters and your inappropriate remarks, I hereby represent the world government in announcing your death sentence. Until we see his corpse, we must remain vigilant. Maha. Another man, draped in a gray coat and donning a white mask, steps out from the shadows. The new officer promoted from CP9 is said to be rather difficult. We cannot afford to fail. That explosive was crafted from a mix of explosive rock and dispersing flour. Even an admiral would struggle to withstand it. However, as the smoke begins to clear, Zifa's figure does not crumple as they anticipated. He stumbles from the wreckage, his clothing tattered, skin marred by the explosion's aftermath, yet his eyes shine with unwavering brightness. "You just mentioned explosive rock?" Zifa grins, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "So, you must know where it is hidden?" "I was just lamenting the lack of leads, and now it falls into my lap." "Unexpectedly, you were right, Guernica. This guy is still alive." Ma's arm twitches, steel blades suddenly unsheathing, disdain evident in his cold smile. But it appears he is still oblivious to the situation, truly believing we have but one plan. "Shave." With a whisper, the air trembles violently as Maha vanishes, reappearing with his blade plunged deep into Zifa's side, blood gushing forth. "Master Zifa." The recently awakened Binns gasps, attempting to rush to his aid, only to collapse, his body devoid of strength. My body is completely powerless." still unaware of the situation? That is no ordinary explosive. Guernica steps forward from the shadows, his tone laced with mockery. The powder from the dispersing flower temporarily seals one's strength and muscle response, specifically prepared for you. Quite the experience, isn't it? Enough of this nonsense. The island is teeming with their people. We cannot delay further. Maha withdraws his bloodied blade, lunging once more at Zifa. Yet, just as the blade is about to reach its target, a powerful hand seizes the blade like a vice, blood pouring from the edge. How unfortunate. I owe another a debt of gratitude. Akin, having moved to Zifa's side, firmly grips Ma's blade, his eyes radiating an unprecedented determination. Whether it be Captain Creek, that chef, or Captain Buggy, along with this old man, I must repay the kindness shown to me. Devil's Fist. With a roar, Akin accelerates, unleashing a flurry of punches that slice through the air with a hissing sound, aimed directly at Maha and Guernica. Iron wall. Yet, facing Akin's sudden onslaught, Maha remains unperturbed. He stands firm, bellowing, as a layer of impenetrable black membrane envelopes his body, deflecting Akin's blows effortlessly. Though I know not why you were unaffected by the poison, your strength alone is woefully inadequate. Maha sneers, leaping into action, his blade carving into Akin's chest, rendering it a shattered mess. Akin's youthful voice echoed behind Maha, followed closely by a blue-haired woman who hurled a massive mechanical arm and a vial of azure liquid forward. Ein, your timing is impeccable, Zephyr remarked, slowly rising to affix the mechanical arm onto his right limb. Without hesitation, he consumed the blue potion in one gulp, exclaiming, "You two are the perfect candidates to test this upgraded crushing arm." His gaze turned icy as he regarded the two slightly panicked figures before him. Crushing strike. With a fierce shout, Zephyr swung his mechanical right arm with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that engulfed Maha and Guernica, who attempted to evade. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted as the formidable energy wave released by Zephyr's mechanical arm consumed the pair entirely. Debris and dust flew in all directions, and the entire scene trembled as if shaken by a minor earthquake. Ein, Binz, take these two away, but remember, do not let them perish. As the smoke cleared, Zephyr stood atop the ruins, gazing at the mangled form of Akin, lighting a cigar for himself. As for this brat who lacks even the spirit to fight back, let me take the time to educate him. He smirked, slowly exhaling a wisp of smoke. A man who steadfastly upholds his beliefs throughout his life is rather admirable. Isntihi. With that, Zephyr hoisted Akin onto his shoulder and turned toward a dense thicket behind a small cabin. Oh, and remember this, Zephyr is no more. From now on, you may address me as Z. Chapter 64. The City Forged from Gold. The Great Desoro. Victory upon victory. 30 million berries already. Truly, it is beyond belief. Since entering the casino, he has scarcely lost a hand. The resplendent hall is filled with a diverse array of gamblers, each exhibiting excitement, tension, or anticipation, all fixated on a tall, serrated fishman. He sits confidently at the head of the table, deftly manipulating his chips. Each wager akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring gasps from those around him. Ha ha ha. What is this? Listen up. Today's drinks are on me. With a hearty laugh, he pushes all his chips to the center of the table, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the casino, where patrons cheer and raise their glasses, reveling in this rare moment of jubilation. The speaker is none other than Aaron, whose life has undergone a radical transformation since being thrust into this golden metropolis known as the Great Desoro. Initially, he felt like a solitary vessel, navigating treacherous seas in search of a mere glimmer of survival. This bustling city, to him, is a treasure trove of opportunities and a pitfall of dangers. Every step must be taken with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to being consumed by the unforgiving reality. Yet, fate has a penchant for playing tricks. Just as Aaron was on the verge of surrender, a fortuitous discovery revealed that this seemingly ordinary city was littered with glimmering gold. This astonishing revelation ignited a fervor deep within him. Coincidentally, the city's ruler, Gilded Desoro, upon learning of Aaron's past as a trusted cadre of the Buggy pirates, unexpectedly took a keen interest in him. Not only that, this influential figure generously lent Aaron a substantial sum as gambling capital, granting him unique privileges in his opulent casino. The only stipulation was that Aaron must continue to win one game after another. As time passed, Aaron, armed with his exceptional gambling skills and remarkable luck, triumphed repeatedly. transforming from an inconspicuous figure into the most dazzling star of the great Tesoro Casino. Due to his astonishing, undefeated record, more and more gamblers began to regard him with awe. They referred to Aaron as the Dragon King of gambling, believing that such a formidable title was the only one worthy of his extraordinary prowess. Each night, as darkness enveloped the city, illuminated by brilliant lights, the casino pulsed with life. Countless individuals, harboring dreams of sudden wealth, surged in, eager to witness firsthand how this legendary figure created miracles at the gambling table. Captain Buggy would surely be astonished to learn of my winnings. After victory upon victory, Aaron's gaze grew distant. He stared at the towering pile of chips before him. Yet within him stirred an unprecedented emptiness. Just a little longer, let me win a bit more, then I shall seek you out. I will set sail with my brothers from Fishman Street, and we shall rebuild our homeland on the continent, proving to all that fishmen possess dignity and strength. Just as Aaron indulged in his hopeful visions of the future, a commotion erupted from another corner of the casino. A statue made entirely of gold fell from a great height, producing a deafening crash, shattering the golden pieces and abruptly shattering the casino's revelry. Is it possible that someone who has caused such havoc in Marineford could be rattled by such a trivial scene? A woman, clad in a magnificent gown and adorned with dazzling jewels, gracefully entered the center of the casino. Her sharp gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on Aaron. Her lips curling into a playful smile. I am Baccarat, the chief advisor to Lord Tesoro. I merely taught a disrespectful subordinate a lesson. And I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment, Dragon King of gambling. The newcomer slowly removed her gloves, revealing exquisitely maintained hands that gently rested on Aaron's shoulder. The warm touch, as if it could penetrate the depths of his soul, made Aaron shiver momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure. Miss Baccarat, you flatter me. I am but a simple man. Such scenes are commonplace and hardly surprising. Aaron replied with an air of feigned calmness, laced with a hint of formality and detachment. However, she seemed unfazed by Aaron's wariness, elegantly moving to the side of the table, casting a glance at the chips. Her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The Dragon King of gambling certainly lives up to his reputation. These chips must amount to several 100 million berries if exchanged, yes? A person of your stature cannot remain on the periphery forever. Would you be interested in delving deeper into this vessel and challenging yourself with higher stakes games? What did you just say? This is a ship? Aaron stammered, momentarily taken aback, his gaze involuntarily sweeping across the opulent, seemingly endless hall. A wave of indescribable astonishment surging within him. I assumed you were already aware. It seems I overestimated the Dragon King of gambling's network of information. Baccarat chuckled softly, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Indeed, the great Tesoro is not merely a city of gold. It is a colossal pirate ship adrift upon the seas. What you are currently inhabiting is simply its outer public casino. Within its depths lie treasures, power, slaves. Everything you can conceive of is available for trade here. As she spoke, she waved a golden key, her tone dripping with temptation. By the way, even the custom-made, pure gold mobile phone recently released by your former employer awaits its destined owner in the internal trading area. Why, you said what? A mobile phone? Aaron exclaimed, gripping Baccarat's arm with urgency, his eyes flashing with desperation. Where are Captain Buggy and the others now? What is the current situation like? Baccarat was taken aback by his sudden fervor, but quickly regained her composure. She gently extricated herself from his grasp, addressing him with a blend of elegance and a hint of mockery. Oh dear, the Dragon King of gambling exhibits such a loss of composure. As for the whereabouts of Buggy and his crew, it is hardly a secret. Leaning slightly closer, she whispered into Aaron's ear, her voice low enough for him alone to hear. However, this information is not free. It carries its own value. From what I can see, your current chips are far from sufficient. What exactly do you want? Aaron's eyes sharpened, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Though he gradually relaxed his grip. I understand now. The internal casino will possess the chips I require, correct? Baccarat nodded with satisfaction, a charming smile gracing her lips. Very astute, Mr. Aaron. Now, please, follow me. With a gentle wave of her fan, a golden light illuminated a passageway leading deeper into the ship, revealing itself to Aaron. Moments later, the two entered this enigmatic corridor, vanishing from the astonished gazes of onlookers. Inside the passage, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the opulence outside. It felt more profound and clandestine, as if each step traversed the seams of time. The walls, adorned with embedded gems, emitted a soft and mysterious glow, illuminating their path, while a faint fragrance permeated the air, invigorating yet elusive in origin. At the pinnacle of that winding road, a figure clad in opulent attire sat regally upon a throne forged from pure gold, his gaze imbued with a hint of mockery as he surveyed the world below. After such a prolonged build-up, the time to enter the fray has finally arrived, he murmured softly, his words tinged with an unmistakable excitement. Suddenly, as if recalling an amusing anecdote, he erupted into laughter. Speaking of which, the fellow named Buggy remarkably managed to triumph over the formidable Sakazuki, which truly took me by surprise. As he spoke, he idly toyed with a lavish smartphone, also crafted from gold, before raising it gently to his lips. The grand spectacle is about to commence. Deus, prepare yourself. I find myself rather impatient. Guffawing with glee. Chapter 65. The Burden of Enormous Debt. The dream of the fishman Arlong shattered. Welcome. It seems yet another esteemed guest has arrived. As Baccarat gracefully guided Arlong to push open the gilded door leading deep into the casino, a melodious and enigmatic welcome echoed softly in the air, woven from countless delicate notes. Beyond the door lay a world entirely distinct. Its opulence exuded a deeper, more elusive aristocratic aura compared to the glittering splendor of the outside world. Inside the casino, various gaming tables were arranged with precision, each surrounded by affluent patrons from across the globe. They exhibited a range of emotions, excitement, anxiety, cunning, fully immersed in the thrill and exhilaration of the games. Suddenly, Arlong's gaze was drawn to a peculiar display. There stood a fishman woman, shackled in chains, being escorted by several elegantly attired attendants. Positioned before a table adorned with an array of rare jewels and ancient gaming artifacts. This was the casino's latest exhibit, the Mermaid Princess, Sherry. Baccarat explained softly, her tone laced with an almost imperceptible sympathy, yet predominantly marked by indifference towards this spectacle. She possesses the ability to foresee the future, yet fate has been cruel. And now she serves as our casino's golden goose. What? Is she someone you know? Baccarat inquired with a half-smile, her eyes fixed on Arlong. No, not at all, Arlong replied with difficulty. Yet, within him, emotions surged tumultuously. The woman before him was his half-sister, whom he had parted ways with years ago due to differing beliefs about humanity. However, years of imprisonment had dulled Arlong's hatred and prejudice towards human society. Now, all that remained was an overwhelming sense of guilt and worry for his sister. It seemed Sherry sensed the complexity in Arlong's gaze. Her body trembled slightly as disbelief widened her eyes. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. Hey, Arlong. Sherry finally managed to utter, her voice frail, imbued with a multitude of emotions, surprise, anguish, despair, and a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of hope. Arlong's heart felt as though it had been viciously tugged. He took a step forward, only to halt abruptly. Mr. Arlong, what troubles you? Baccarat's eyes sparkled with amusement, as if observing his reaction. Are you feeling unwell? No, it's nothing. I merely feel a sense of nostalgia upon seeing a fellow kin, Arlong replied, struggling to suppress his emotions and striving to maintain a calm demeanor. How much longer until we reach our destination? I am eager to proceed. Baccarat smiled slightly, inadvertently brushing against Arlong as though unfazed by his urgency. Fear not, we shall arrive shortly. At last, Baccarat paused before an intricately carved door, gently pushing it open and gesturing for Arlong to enter. He inhaled deeply, crossing the threshold. Inside the room, the lighting was soft and warm, starkly contrasting with the cacophony of the casino. A large gaming table was set at the center, draped in green velvet, with an array of exquisite gaming implements arranged meticulously. Ah, you have arrived. In one corner of the room, a muscular man stood, grinning broadly. Indeed, Lord Dees, Mr. Arlong is here, Baccarat responded respectfully, stepping aside. I expected someone of great stature, yet it is merely a fishman, Dees remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before being swiftly replaced by disdain. He strode up to Arlong, arms crossed. What would you like to wager? As long as your chips suffice, anything can be gambled. Arlong cast a cold glance at Dees. Despite the man's imposing physique and aura, a fierce flame ignited within him. I demand the whereabouts of Captain Buggy and the freedom of that fish girl outside. Oh, that will require quite a sum, Dees chuckled, a knowing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he circled to the opposite side of the table, seated himself, and began tapping his fingers lightly against the surface. That jester Buggy has become a new legend upon the seas. His capture is worth far more than you can imagine. As for the fish girl outside, she is our star attraction. Her daily earnings could pile into mountains. Do you truly believe you possess sufficient chips for such an exchange? Dees, Arlong is my friend. You must treat him with respect. A sudden voice interrupted, revealing a striking middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes, flanked by several distinguished attendants, each exuding an air of authority. Lord Desoro, why have you come down personally? Dees's demeanor shifted immediately to one of respect upon seeing the man, bowing slightly. I have not troubled him. It is merely that his chips are far too few. No matter, whatever the shortfall, for my sake, lend him the difference. The man waved his hand dismissively. I possess an abundance of funds. Take what you need. Understood. Then let us commence. Dees grinned, seizing 2 enormous dice, shaking them casually before slamming them onto the table. I hear you excel at this. Take a guess? Single. No. Double. A wave of unforeseen events sent beads of sweat cascading down Arlong's brow. The confidence he usually possessed faded into nothingness. Is that so? But no cheating now. With Dees's proclamation, he dramatically lifted the cover of the dice cup. The 2 dice lay still, their faces revealed odd numbers. I lost. The once invincible gambling king, Arlong, had finally stumbled. Whispers rippled through the onlookers like an undercurrent, mingled with laughter and merciless jeers, slicing through Arlong's fraying nerves. His complexion paled, a wave of dizziness surged within him, as if the entire world were collapsing in that moment. Ha ha ha, what a delightful performance, Baccarat. A raucous laugh shattered the room's silence, as Desoro clapped his hands, emerging from the shadows. It was worth my time to witness such an entertaining spectacle. How unfortunate to have spent so long in the company of such a lowly fishman. I must cleanse myself upon returning. Baccarat softly covered her mouth, a smile gracing her lips. 30 billion berries. Once this deal is concluded, I can finally enjoy a well-deserved respite. 30 billion berries. Arlong staggered, his voice hoarse from shock. How could it possibly be that much? It was merely, what? Are you attempting to renege? Desoro wiped his golden phone, his eyes glinting with amusement. The entire process has been recorded, using your captain's own device, no less. Just imagine. If word spreads that the newly emerging jester Buggy has such an untrustworthy subordinate, his reputation would surely be tarnished. You bastard! Arlong roared, propelling himself off the ground like a cannonball towards Desoro. Yet, just as he was about to strike, a golden liquid barrier emerged, encasing half his body in solid gold. Fool, I am the wielder of the gold fruit. Anything touched by my hand can be commanded as I wish. Desoro scoffed with contempt, casually gesturing his fingers, causing Arlong, ensnared by gold, to glide away as if pulled by an unseen force. Do you truly believe your gambling skills are exceptional? Everything is merely an illusion, a product of your membership in the Buggy Pirates. He spat disdainfully. You wretched fishmen are unworthy even to be my slave. Davis, take this scoundrel to the underground arena and make him a gladiator, ensuring he no longer profits us. With the illustrious addition of this Buggy Pirate member, the spectacle will certainly become more entertaining. As his words faded, Davis callously seized the golden bindings around Arlong, dragging him like a heavy sack towards the exit. The jarring sound of friction echoed throughout the casino, momentarily stilling the raucous scene. Truly, this place has opened my eyes. In a corner, a blind man leaned on his cane, slowly rising to depart. To be blind is a blessing. The world is rife with repugnant and vile creatures. Do not speak so. Fujitora, I too yearn to intervene, yet this is, after all, a neutral zone. Chapwarren closely followed. I have already sent word to the former Shichibukai Jinbei, as you requested. Let us indulge a little longer. As they conversed, their figures gradually faded at the casino's exit, leaving behind a receding echo of footsteps, akin to a final sigh, reverberating within this realm of greed and desire. Chapter 66. The New 7 Warlords. In a mysterious sea of the New World lies a dreamlike place known as Sweet Island. This enchanting locale is not only a paradise for travelers, but also a sacred haven for dessert enthusiasts. The island's inhabitants have dedicated generations to the art of confectionery, passing down their skills and continuously innovating, which has earned Sweet Island its global reputation for exquisite desserts. From the melt-in-your-mouth chocolate mousse to the intricately layered fruit tarts and the richly textured tiramisu, each creation is a work of art, transporting one into a vividly colorful dream world with every bite. Amidst this enchanting realm stands a quaint little house, constructed from vibrant candies, its windows aglow with warm light, illuminating the faces of a bustling and joyous group. I am immensely grateful, Brother Garatino. With your candles, we can finally complete these desserts on time, exclaimed Lillian, a young woman with a sweet smile and nimble fingers, the island's premier pastry chef. Just 3 days prior, an unexpected storm had devastated the island's electrical system, plunging this renowned tourist destination into unprecedented turmoil. The impending order for a tea party from the legendary pirate emperor, the Big Moan pirate crew, loomed ominously, and failure to deliver on time would spell unimaginable disaster. The urgency weighed heavily on the island's residents, each striving with utmost effort to triumph in this race against time. Yet, the power outage rendered their task exceedingly arduous. Without light and heat, the creation of desserts became a daunting challenge. However, amidst the gloom, the arrival of a mysterious man brought a glimmer of hope. Rescued by the islanders from the seaside, he unexpectedly arrived with a plethora of candles. These candles filled the previously dim kitchen with a gentle flickering light, each one exuding a subtle fragrance of honey and lavender, infusing the tense atmosphere with warmth and optimism. As long as I can be of assistance, it's the least I can do after all the care I've received these days, the mysterious figure, none other than the recently flung Mr. 3, remarked, having sensed the impending trouble while stranded on the deserted island. He had discreetly departed when others were preoccupied with salvaging treasures. Yet, he found himself cornered by countless Navy officers at sea, only to be saved by the hasty intervention of Bartholomew Kuma, which led him to this whimsical, yet perilous sweet island. Indeed, you have alleviated our considerable dilemma. A young chef interjected excitedly, busy adorning an exquisite cake, the candlelight casting a warm glow upon his face. By the way, why has Uncle Water Buffalo returned yet? Lillian pondered aloud, her brow furrowing slightly. He has seemed rather somber since he came back from that place. I wonder if something is troubling him. I heard that his father, the renowned Whitebeard, fell in battle not long ago. Could that be the reason? An elderly chef, grinding flour, paused to share, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. Athamos has been an orphan since childhood. After being adopted by that great figure, he has always regarded him as his true father. If that is the case, he must be deeply pained. As discussions ensued, a sudden, frantic clamor of footsteps echoed from outside. In rushed a bloodied young boy. Staggering with terror and helplessness etched across his face, Uncle Water Buffalo. Uncle Water Buffalo Before he could finish, a deafening explosion reverberated in the distance, accompanied by maniacal laughter, as if the entire little house trembled in response. All of you are utterly foolish. A rotund man with a crescent-shaped white beard exclaimed, glaring at the figures behind him, his eyes red-rimmed. Mother, I am Whitebeard's son, right? My beard is white. Indeed, my son. The Whitebeard pirates are merely child's play. An elderly woman, small in stature and adorned with wrinkles, approached the corpse before her, fondly caressing it. Only you truly inherit the bloodline of the world's strongest pirate, Whitebeard, and I am the woman he loved. Therefore, you must summon your strength, my treasure. She began to place the coins she gathered into a cloth bag beside her, tenderly stroking the rotund man's head, her gaze filled with a mix of adoration and madness. We shall root out the remnants of Whitebeard, led by the immortal Marco, and seize everything. Then, the immense legacy left by your father, Newgate, shall be entirely yours. That is true, but I still seek vengeance. The rotund man, Edward Weevil, exclaimed fervently, his eyes flashing with intensity as he clutched the elderly woman's hand. His voice trembling with determination. I must kill Blackbeard, the one who murdered my father. I will never forgive him. The elderly woman's eyes narrowed with a hint of malice, yet she continued to soothe him with a tone of affection. Silly child, revenge is no longer in vogue. You won't even touch a single berry. What matters now is the money. We must inherit the estate. But I cannot let it go. Weevil's agitation grew as he unsheathed a massive sword with a resounding clang, slicing through the walls of the candy house, splintering wood and scattering candy fragments. Who is that guy? Hey, Athamos, he has been killed. It's over. Everything is ruined. The cake we painstakingly created is now destroyed. The onlookers within the house gazed in horror at the scene, many collapsing in fear, paralyzed by the dread of impending doom. Weevil, calm down, Stussy admonished sharply, rushing to restrain his trembling shoulders. Do not forget our plan. Now is not the time. Under Stussy's command, Weevil's fury seemed to wane slightly. Though the flames of anger still flickered in his eyes, his gaze burning with intensity. He glared at the occupants of the little house as if wishing to devour them all, yet he gradually lowered his sword. "Mother, I understand," he replied in a low voice, laced with reluctance and suppression. Seeing this, Stussy nodded in satisfaction, turning her gaze towards the others within the house, a cold smile creeping across her face. That individual on the ground was indeed Athamos, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 13th Division. "You best hurry and hand over the inheritance left by Whitebeard," she threatened, "or you shall not like our response." But we have no inheritance," a young chef stammered, his voice trembling audibly. "If you say so." Stussy's eyes grew sharper as she approached the young chef, a chilling smile forming on her lips. "Weevil, unleash your fury." "Very well, mother." As Stussy's icy words fell, a fierce blaze of fury ignited once more in Edward Weevil's eyes. He strode forward, the glint of his blade shimmering ominously, poised to cleave the young chef in twain. Yet, at that critical moment, a wall formed of candles suddenly rose before the onlookers. "Hurry, flee. I cannot hold on much longer." Mr. 3 strained to uphold this makeshift barrier. Though fissures marred the candle wall under the onslaught of the blade, it ultimately remained intact. It was then that the occupants of the small dwelling comprehended the peril, surging toward the exit in search of salvation. A power user, indeed? I suspected there was something hidden here. Stussy squinted, scrutinizing Mr. 3 with a sly smile playing upon her lips. "I recognized you from the live broadcast of that war. You were trailing behind that jester-like fellow. He certainly had much to discuss with Whitebeard. Weevil, seize him. It seems we have a lead on our treasure." Chapter 67. The Power to Foresee the Future. Mr. 3 drifting away from Cake Island. Mother's obsession with food has escalated to alarming heights. She now fails to recognize her own flesh and blood. Who could argue otherwise? If it weren't for the timely arrival of Brother Katakuri, the situation might have spiraled into utter chaos. Upon the tumultuous sea, a pirate ship adorned with the family crest surges through the waves. On the deck, several members cloaked in black, sporting distinctive pirate hats, engage in hushed conversation, their expressions somber. If we fail to procure the desired dessert this time, Mother may completely lose her composure, and the consequences could be dire. A burly man mutters, his voice fragmented by the wind, yet the fear and concern resonate unmistakably. "This time, we shall succeed, Brother Owen," interjects Charlotte Flampy, a young girl crowned with a floral wreath, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "We have discovered the legendary desert island, and it is said that Brother has already savored its delights. It is precisely what Mother has been yearning for." "Let us hope so," Owen sighs, casting his gaze towards the horizon. "Katakuri possesses the most refined palate among us. If he affirms it, we can trust his judgment. But where is he? Probably hiding away in his room, indulging in afternoon tea." Flampy's face pales with fear. "I heard Sister Chiefing say that last time." Several chefs vanished after inadvertently disturbing him while he was tasting desserts. At that moment, the conversation on the deck is abruptly interrupted by a massive wave that violently rocks the pirate ship, as if it were destined to be swallowed by the ocean. "Look, we must be nearing our destination." Owen quickly points towards the distance, where a faint yet distinct outline emerges at the storm's edge, a mist-shrouded island exuding an alluring, sweet aroma that seems to penetrate even the fiercest winds and waves, reaching deep into the heart. "How beautiful! The fabled desert island." Flampy's eyes sparkle with excitement, her floral wreath trembling slightly in her grasp. All hands prepare to disembark. Owen commands loudly, signaling the crew to adjust their course towards the enigmatic island. As the pirate ship draws closer, the island's landscape becomes increasingly vivid. Lush candy forests, streams flowing with honey, and houses constructed from various confections, all breathtaking in their splendor. What's happening? Why is it so quiet here? The first few pirates to disembark tread cautiously upon the dessert-laden streets, their footsteps echoing back in an unsettling silence. Owen and Flampy follow closely behind, surveying their surroundings. The once vibrant desert island now lies in eerie stillness, as if the very winds hold their breath. On either side of the street, the meticulously crafted houses of chocolate, cookies, and candy stand intact, yet an ominous silence pervades the air. "Mother, this stubborn fellow has already fainted twice and still refuses to divulge the treasure's whereabouts." Amidst a commotion, two figures, a tall and a short one, emerge, dragging a ragged, battered individual from behind a candy house. Behind them, pirates who had just finished bowing to the mast gloat, carelessly feasting on the sweets they had plundered from inside. Just as I thought. That old coot will certainly entrust his legacy to a stubborn fool, Stussy remarks, counting the coins in her hand, a smirk forming on her lips. But no matter, we have time and means to make him talk. Just then, she collides with a solid figure. As she looks up, a wave of heat washes over her, accompanied by an overwhelming presence that compels her to step back. You lot dare to wreak havoc in Mother and Appos as territory? Owen's body flushes crimson, the ground beneath him seeming to crack and emit steam as if scorched by flames. Heat wave punch. With a furious shout, a searing gust of wind bursts forth, sending Stussy flying, coins scattering across the ground. Mother. Weevil, momentarily stunned, hurriedly abandons Mr. 3 and rushes to assist the fallen Stussy. His eyes filled with concern and rage. Cough, cough. It seems they are after Whitebeard's legacy. If it weren't for my skills still being intact, that blow might have cost me my life. Stussy struggles to sit up, her gaze hardened. Weevil, are you really going to just stand by? I can't believe I've raised you all these years for nothing. Understood, Mother. With a thunderous crash, Weevil's form suddenly expands, and with a powerful leap, Owen finds himself on the ground. Owen, brother. Flampy screams, shaken by the chaos, her small frame trembling with fear. Don't come any closer. We are the big MOM pirates. Mother will not spare you. To harm Mother. Unforgivable. Weevil shows no mercy, wielding his large sword to slice through an entire row of dessert houses, cleaving them in two. Did we finish them off? Stussy chuckles darkly. They dare to provoke the bloodline that merges mine with Whitebeard's. Truly, before she can finish, her gaze inadvertently falls upon a tall figure emerging from the mist, cradling the young girl, as fragments and dust swirl around him, seemingly parted by an unseen force. Brother. Owen and the desserts have been. Flampy's voice quivers, clutching Katakuri's garment, recounting their recent ordeal in broken sobs. What are we to do? Mother is still awaiting the desserts. Are you referring to that batch of cakes? A faint voice rises from the ground beside them, where Mr. 3 struggles to emerge from the debris. Fear not. I safeguarded them with my wax walls. We cannot allow such an island to be destroyed. Oh, I see. I owe you a favor, for we indeed require it. Katakuri nods slightly, his expression calm as he regards the oncoming Weevil. However, before we claim those treasures, let us first resolve the current predicament. No sooner had he spoken than Katakuri's figure seemed to meld into the air, becoming indistinct. Weevil, swinging his sword and roaring in fury, finds his strikes landing futilely against mere air, unable to touch Katakuri's essence. Sticky rice spike. Katakuri's voice echoes in Weevil's ear, though he is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a sharp spike formed of glutinous rice springs from Weevil's blind spot, narrowly grazing his cheek and embedding itself into the candy wall behind him, leaving a deep gash. How dare you play me for a fool? Weevil rages, his fury ignited by the evasion. The sky seems to freeze at that moment before convulsing violently, and his sword glows with a blinding light, erupting into a colossal white shockwave that cleaves a long gash in the ground. If we continue down this path, the entire island will be reduced to rubble. Frampe gazed at the devastation before her, her voice laced with sorrow. Enough, Weevil. Stussy wore a similarly exasperated expression for now. We are unable to contend with someone who has developed their observation hockey to the level of your father. Let us proceed. Our objective is Marco, and we cannot afford to squander time here. With that, the two vanished into the thick fog, leaving behind a dilapidated street strewn with debris. Candlemask. As Katakuri stood momentarily stunned, a stream of white wax surged toward his face. Just as he instinctively prepared to retaliate, he realized that the scarf that had been covering his mouth had mysteriously vanished. Miraculously, the wax solidified at the last moment, forming a flawless mask that perfectly concealed his mouth and nose. Since the moment you appeared, I noticed you have always hidden your mouth, even in battle. Mr. 3 slowly raised his head. I surmise you wish to keep the secret of your mouth hidden from others. I have an affinity for clever individuals. Katakuri's eyes narrowed slightly, but soon returned to a calm demeanor. Frampe, take this fellow along with the desserts back home. We must not keep Mother waiting. Chapter 68. An invitation from the Golden Lion. The Buggy pirates set sail again. As the scenes shift and time weaves its tapestry, 2 years have swiftly passed. On the island of Rizaquena, a brand new harbor stands majestically, the sea breeze carrying a hint of saltiness that caresses every corner, as if whispering tales of the past and future. Beside the harbor, uniquely designed pirate ships, their flags fluttering boldly, are docked in an orderly fashion. Busy pirates on the decks are mending sails, organizing supplies, or engaging in hushed conversations, animatedly sharing their adventures and thrilling challenges in the new world. Amidst this bustling harbor, a striking young man clad in a black trench coat, with two gleaming western swords at his waist, stands out. He gazes intently into the distance from the deck of a pirate ship named the Buggy, his deep-set eyes reflecting a maturity and resolve beyond his years as the sea breeze tousles his silvery hair. I wonder how Captain Buggy is doing. He promised we would set sail today. Following the cataclysmic battle 2 years ago, which reverberated throughout the world, the Buggy pirates had gone their separate ways. One faction, led by Buggy, journeyed far and wide to train and recruit new members, seeking to establish a foothold in the new world. The other, under the command of Yarlita, remained on Rizaquena Island, laying the foundations for the communication empire envisioned by Buggy. Don't be so impatient, Kabaji. That guy always has his own plans. Yarlita's teasing voice drifted from the cabin door. Tall and fiery-haired, she wore a confident smile, her figure having grown more robust over the 2 years, reflecting a significant leap in her strength and wisdom. By the way, I have news about the matter you asked me to investigate. Yarlita approached Kabaji, handing him a crumpled note filled with scribbled writing. Someone spotted your chief master, the Flower Sword Vista, near Fishman Island. It seems he has sustained serious injuries, but was rescued by a fishman named Princess Shirahoshi and is currently recuperating in a secluded area of Fishman Island. What did you say? My master is injured? Kabaji's voice trembled slightly, the note in his hand suddenly feeling unbearably heavy. He clearly said he was going to seek revenge on Blackbeard with the entire crew. I'm not sure of the specifics, but this is the information I received from my informant. Yarlita's tone turned serious. After all, our communication and intelligence gathering capabilities are severely limited underwater. She glanced towards the distant trembling valley, her brow furrowing. I heard that Ace is also there. I wonder how he is faring. But don't worry. I've already sent Machi to gather comrades skilled in underwater combat and familiar with Fishman Island. Once things here are settled, we'll launch a rescue. Thank you, Sister Yarlita. Kabaji relaxed his tightly clenched fists, his nails almost digging into his palms. No matter what, I must go and bring him back myself. Oh, when did you become so polite, just like Buggy? Yarlita teased. By the way, who exactly is this Shiki? Why has he suddenly invited numerous notorious pirates, including Buggy, to his territory? He was the only one who escaped from Impel Down before the battle. Benjak emerged from the shadows of the cabin, leaning on his cane. I had some dealings with him when I was younger, along with Walt. His ability to defy gravity has caused us considerable trouble in the past. What you have there is Yarlita suddenly noticed the red paper in Benjak's hand, momentarily taken aback. I see it seems you received an invitation too. Indeed. Walt has already begun preparations. Benjak nodded gently, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. I wonder what he is up to this time. It seems the sea is about to be stirred into an unprecedented storm. Just as the group engaged in lively discussion, a series of deafening roars erupted from the nearby valley, like a monstrous beast bellowing, sending surrounding wildlife scattering in panic and raising clouds of dust. I need to try a few more times. Luffy, I've told you, I've seen through all your moves. Amidst the swirling smoke, Buggy leaned nonchalantly against a shattered boulder, a calm smile on his face. Calculating the time, it's almost time to meet up with the crew. I must hurry back. How is this possible? Luffy, surrounded by steam, wore an expression of disbelief. My attacks they've all been evaded. Is it observation hockey? Rayleigh, observing the battle, smiled broadly. This kid truly possesses extraordinary talent. Even Roger needed years to master observation hockey, yet he grasped its essence after just a few glimpses. Damn it. In that case, let us see how you handle this move. Gear forth. As he spoke, Luffy's arm turned pitch black. He bit down and began to blow air forcefully, his upper body swelling into a massive black balloon, muscles rippling with formidable power. Goma Goma no King Kong gun. With a fierce roar, Luffy's inflated form lunged forward, his colossal fist carrying a tempest of force, like a meteor crashing to earth, tearing through the air with a thunderous boom. Seriously, Luffy, are you trying to destroy this island? Buggy's expression sharpened, momentarily serious. It seems you want to give up until you're defeated. Split elephant gun. Before his words could fade, a surge of black lightning enveloped the air. Then, the ground around Buggy began to crack, fragments rapidly coalescing around his right arm, forming an enormous black fist that towered like a mountain, meeting Luffy's King Kong gun head-on. Boom. The tremendous noise shook the heavens and earth. shock waves rippling outward like a tidal wave, instantly reducing surrounding rocks and trees to dust. Amidst the smoke, two figures staggered backward, Luffy bleeding from his mouth, his expression grave, while Buggy, with a slight smile, revealed a playful glimmer in his eyes. What just happened? Did we come under attack on the island? The clamorous noise at the harbor suddenly intensified. Pirates paused their tasks, staring in astonishment and curiosity towards the valley shrouded in smoke and tremors. Enough standing around. Set sail. Machi. Amid the chaos, Buggy had somehow reached the bow of the Baikodop, shouting towards Machi, who was busily directing the crew in their final preparations. See Captain Buggy. The sudden appearance startled Machi, but he quickly broke into a radiant smile. Everyone, hold on tight. Our destination is the East Sea, let us go. Chapter 69, A Convergence of Forces. The Ambition of the Golden Lion. Months later, in the East China Sea, an island resembling a bear's paw gradually awakens in the soft glow of dawn. The landscape is drastically altered from what it once was. Remnants of walls lie in ruins, and enormous beast footprints are deeply imprinted in the shattered ground, seemingly narrating a recent cataclysm. According to the only surviving witness, on that fateful night, the very center of the island inexplicably ascended into the sky. A naval captain clutched a report tightly, recounting the events to two middle-aged men, his face etched with disbelief and profound shock. It is utterly absurd. The only man capable of such a feat is one I know all too well. Sengoku, dressed in casual attire, bent down to touch the footprints on the wall. Is it not better to fade into legend? Has he returned for vengeance against the world at this very moment? Kong, furrowing his brow, interjected. The conflict between the Kazan faction and the Sakazuki faction at headquarters remains unresolved, and in the New World, the newly ascendant Yonko Blackbeard is stirring. Now, with this development, the situation is becoming increasingly intricate. Reflecting on the past, Sengoku's gaze turned profound. This survivor from the Roger era has been silent for 2 decades. Where has he vanished? He straightened up, his eyes sweeping across the island's center, murmuring, if only I were still the admiral, this would indeed be a considerable headache. As he spoke, the sky suddenly darkened, followed by the sight of countless warships plummeting from above, crashing into the surrounding ocean and stirring up towering waves. What is that? Ships, flying in the sky. The naval soldiers, engulfed in terror, scattered in all directions. Some desperately climbed the warships to escape, while others hid behind the ruins, wide-eyed with fear and despair, as chaos and clamor engulfed the island. Ha 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 ha. This is merely the beginning. Above, a golden-haired elder stood proudly at the prow of a colossal pirate ship, a distinctive helm embedded in his head, laughing maniacally. Wait for it. It shan't be long before the entire world grovels at my feet. Captain Shiki, Desoro has arrived early and insists on seeing you. A pirate henchman rushed in, his face a mix of anxiety and reverence. The god of wealth has come. I must make ample preparations. Shiki inhaled deeply from his cigar, exhaling a cloud of thick smoke, his eyes glistening with greed and cunning. Change course. Let us welcome our esteemed guest. As he spoke, his body floated gracefully toward the control room. With a gentle swipe of his finger, a massive steel door opened soundlessly, and the pirate ship, as if guided by an invisible force, elegantly altered its direction and sped forth. Indigo, how are the preparations coming along? Shiki stepped toward a pallid-faced man concocting potions. I have invited all the significant figures from the underground world. Should anything go awry, you know the consequences. Rest assured, Captain. Indigo's hands trembled slightly, but soon steadied. He raised his head, a confident smile emerging on his face adorned with peculiar patterns. The venue, accommodations, catering, and entertainment are all meticulously arranged, awaiting the arrival of our guests. Excellent. That puts my mind at ease. Shiki nodded. Roger, watch closely. This world shall ultimately belong to me. He turned, murmuring to himself, gazing through the ship's window toward the increasingly clear horizon. There, vessels from all corners of the globe swiftly converged, their flags fluttering vibrantly, yet emanating an undeniable air of menace. On the surface, ships of varying factions intertwined, maintaining a respectful distance as if a grand banquet were on the verge of commencement. Amidst the tumult, a pirate ship marked by a prominent red nose stood out, its towering mast proudly reaching for the sky, becoming the focal point of these waters. Sister Yalata, are we ready? If not, let Kabaji give it a try, Machi remarked, observing the figures climbing above as waves crashed around them, blood streaming from his nose. Spare me the chatter. Yalida hung upside down from the mast, adjusting an antenna. The magnetic field here is causing our communication devices to falter. However, if that fool Buggy believes this is useful, it must be of value. As she spoke, a colossal rhinoceros beetle suddenly appeared, and before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, it obliterated several small vessels queued to enter the island's waters in an instant, scattering debris across the sea, plunging the scene into chaos. What? What kind of monster is that? Has it mutated? How can it be so powerful? Panic-stricken cries erupted among the crowd, each face pale with fear. Just as I remembered. Hearing the commotion, Buggy emerged from the cabin, squinting at the beetle, his expression a mixture of complexity. It seems this time, escape will not come easily. His upper body suddenly propelled high into the air, ready to strike, yet he was interrupted by a thunderous roar from below. Captain Buggy. Allow me. Machi, wielding a steel whip, exclaimed excitedly. I haven't been idling these past 2 years. I've secretly honed my skills. In an instant, he leaped toward the beetle, the steel whip slicing through the air like a serpent, wrapping around one of its massive legs. With a resounding thud, the enormous creature was dragged to the ground, creating a vast crater, dust and debris swirling around. As the smoke cleared, the crowd was astonished to find the once ferocious beetle now submissively lying on the ground. Its eyes glazed, seemingly tamed by some mysterious force within the whip. This is. High above, Shiki, observing the scene, dropped his cigar in shock, but soon erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, this is the power. It seems even the heavens are aiding me. Chapter 70, Sudden Assault. Beastmaster Machi captured. Am I seeing things? Machi actually managed to. Kabaji's eyes widened in disbelief as the words tumbled in his throat, stammering out, that is a creature impervious even to cannon fire. I never dreamed you all could become so powerful. Is this really the original Buggy pirate crew? Yarlita gracefully descended from the mast, fiddling with the nearby intricate devices. It works indeed, Buggy. Where on earth did you learn all this? Her gaze was fixated on the flickering display screen. The signal, though fluctuating, had finally been restored. 105, 106, 107, she exclaimed, astonished that so many ships could be summoned at once. What schemes could this golden lion be plotting? Ha, little baby. It seems you are quite interested in me. With a hearty laugh, a golden-haired figure descended slowly from the skies. Dressed in a magnificent golden robe embroidered with intricate patterns, he seemed to tread upon invisible clouds with every step. Long time no see, Renault's brat. The newcomer turned his gaze towards Buggy, a mixture of disdain and nostalgia in his eyes. When we first met, you were merely a sniveling child hiding behind Roger. Yet now you have ascended to the ranks of the warlords, directly descended. Such an intimidating aura. The minions, busy handling the sails, involuntarily halted their tasks, their eyes wide with terror at the sight of this legendary pirate descending from the heavens. You've changed quite a bit too, Shiki. Buggy stepped out from the shadows nonchalantly. I must say, your hairstyle is rather unique. You little brat. How dare you mock me? Shiki's expression darkened at the remark. The helm atop his head was once a mark of shame, and being ridiculed in public was intolerable. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Roger. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, his robe billowing in the wind. An overwhelming presence emanating from him, as if the very air trembled in his wake. Viper. With a low chant, several approaching ships suddenly floated in midair, then plummeted towards the Baikadaupu, crashing down like meteors, a terrifying pressure leaving everyone breathless. Still relying on those old tricks? Can't you come up with something new? Buggy slowly removed his gloves, and with a flick of his wrist, the descending ships shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the sea and creating spectacular waves. Just as the rumors suggested, your strength has indeed transformed beyond recognition. Shiki grinned widely. However, this is what befits being my brother, Shiki. He gently caressed the ship beneath him and glanced at Machi, who was watching from a corner, his eyes brimming with excitement. The trial is over. You need not queue in this crowded place anymore. Individuals of your stature naturally deserve a special passage. As if on cue, the Baikadaupu began to ascend, as if lifted by an invisible force, soaring towards the heavens. What is happening? Our ship is flying. The minions gasped in astonishment, gripping onto anything stable to avoid being thrown overboard. The tumultuous waves of the sea seemed to swell even more violently, complementing this unbelievable spectacle in the sky. Oh, so this is where the captain's meeting is held, in the sky? Buggy murmured, gazing at the receding horizon. The ability of the float fruit is indeed formidable. Now we need not fear the Navy's pursuit. Haha, how about that? Pretty impressive, right? If only Roger had agreed to collaborate with me back then, the world would have been mine by now. Shiki laughed triumphantly. But it's not too late. After this captain's meeting concludes, the treasures and power of the entire world will be within our grasp. Look, over there in the clouds. Islands. Machi pointed into the distance, his voice trembling with disbelief. Above the rolling sea of clouds, massive islands appeared, as if a dreamlike city floated in the air. This is merely a small kiss. Shiki floated closer, his eyes revealing disdain and confidence. No matter how colossal, once I touch something, it will remain buoyant, even if it is an entire island or something even larger. As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed Machi and soared upward. Time is of the essence. Enjoy yourselves here. As for this fellow, I shall take him with me. Curse you. Machi, Buggy sensed something amiss and instantly split his body, soaring into the air, only to discover that the Baikadaupu was plummeting like a kite with a severed string. With no other option, he redirected his course, desperately lunging towards the faltering ship. Helplessly watching as Shiki carried Machi further into the clouds, becoming a mere shadow, he actually attacked the invited guests. What does this relic of an era intend to do? Not far away, upon a floating island, Doflamingo raised his hand slightly, countless invisible threads intertwining in the air, weaving an intricate net to catch the plummeting Baikadaupu. Beside him, several cadres clad in pink suits observed the unfolding events through telescopes. Doflamingo, should we withdraw? The situation seems precarious. Torpol wiped his nose, worry etched across his face. If you're scared, leave on your own. The young master will not flinch. Pika scoffed. You've spent years with that little girl Sugar. Your courage has long since faded. Torpol was momentarily speechless, about to retort when Doflamingo interrupted. Enough. What are you bickering about? Since we are here, we must see what secrets this gathering conceals. With a firm tug, the massive ship was drawn to the edge of their island, the tremendous force sending ripples through the surrounding air. Yet Doflamingo maintained control without a hint of panic on his face. Come, let us welcome the one who shone brightly during the Marineford War. Chapter 71. The True Purpose Emerges. A terrifying killing weapon. This fellow, is he even human? He has used fragments of his identity to protect each crew member. As Don Quixote Doflamingo and his entourage slowly advanced, the thick smoke enveloping the Baikadaupu ship gradually dissipated, revealing the crew members still immersed in terror. Floating before each of them was a piece of Buggy's disintegrated body, resembling guardian spirits, gently shielding them from the harm of the fall. Yet, despite such protection, some crew members clung tightly to the railing while others helplessly slumped to the ground, their eyes filled with shock and fear from the harrowing scene they had just witnessed. Am I seeing things? That guy actually took Machi away. Kabaji murmured, disbelief lacing his voice. His gaze flickered between the slowly reforming Buggy and the vanishing figure of Shiki, as if seeking answers from these two. That lecherous old man. I have long suspected he was no good. With a resounding crash, Yarlita painfully crawled out from the rubble. How could I be foolish enough to attend such a gathering, given that he is a notorious pirate? No more complaints. Yarlita, quickly check if our communication devices are still functional. After all, our ship doesn't have wings, and getting down is still a significant issue. Buggy's expression darkened like a stormy sea as he locked eyes with the approaching Doflamingo, their exchange laden with an unspoken understanding. It seems our communications king has encountered some trouble, Doflamingo observed, crouched beside the damaged equipment, his fingers gliding over the broken parts with a playful smile. Need help? How fortuitous. I have an expert in this domain nearby. It appears some wiring is problematic. It should be fixable. Gladius, a user of the bomb fruit and a member of the Doflamingo family, stepped out of the crowd, donning his signature goggles, exuding focus and confidence. Wait, can this eccentric actually repair it? Before Yarlita could finish her thought, the previously inert communication device emitted a faint electrical hum, and the screen flickered back to life miraculously. How about that? My subordinate skills are quite commendable, aren't they? Doflamingo grinned widely. Shall we discuss matters now? Our opponent is a figure renowned alongside Joel D. Roger. Even you may find it challenging to contend with. What exactly are you planning, Doflamingo? No, I should call you Joker. Buggy's gaze sharpened. As far as I know, you have no grievances with Shiki. As expected from a communications expert, your intelligence network is indeed impressive. Doflamingo applauded, a more mischievous smile spreading across his face. But the underworld does not require two spokesmen. especially when one possesses the power to upend the entire order. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Moreover, I have received word that that scoundrel Desoro has already made contact with that old coot. Thus, I cannot afford to remain passive. I just remembered, Doflamingo. Torpol squeezed through the crowd, his corpulent form glistening with a sticky substance, his face contorted with indignation. That bastard took the gold fruit from me when I was unprepared. I have yet to settle that score. Found them, Master Shiki. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room filled with surveillance screens and intricate devices, where a subordinate in a black uniform reported to Shiki. On the screens, images flickered like a revolving lantern, displaying the movements of Buggy and Doflamingo's fleets. They've entangled themselves with Doflamingo. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Shiki mused from his spacious leather sofa, idly toying with an ancient coin. Now, are you reassured, Machi? I told you, they're doing just fine. No. That is not sufficient. I want to see them leave here alive with my own eyes. Machi, bound and restrained, felt the ropes tightly constricting his wrists. Do you think you have the right to negotiate with me, boy? Shiki sneered, pressing a button on the remote. The surveillance feed trembled as several colossal sea beasts thrashed about, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, rapidly closing in on Buggy and Doflamingo's group. Once more, my patience is limited. The former turned with a grin, his gaze fierce. Indigo, did you bring the items? I have been waiting for this moment, sir. A slender figure in a white lab coat emerged from the shadows, holding a seemingly ordinary, yet faintly glowing box. Shall we begin now? Indeed. Let us showcase this to our soon-to-be ally, Shiki instructed, gesturing for Indigo to place the box on the central table. He then slowly opened it to reveal a green vial, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Behold, you are the first outsider to learn of this substance's existence. He leisurely lifted the verdant potion, gently shaking it before approaching a delicate birdcage housing a vibrant, petite parrot. When he was just a few steps away, Shiki halted, raised the vial, and sprayed the parrot with a light mist. Instantly, a pale green liquid erupted from the bottle, rapidly expanding into a thin, soft fog that enveloped the parrot. As soon as the mist touched the parrot's body, an astonishing transformation began. With a deafening roar, the previously docile parrot expanded at an incredible rate, soon becoming a monstrous beast. Now unrecognizable, the parrot opened its gaping maw, emitting low, terrifying growls. Powerful gusts erupted from its mouth, creating fierce whirlwinds that swept through the vicinity. The once sturdy cage now appeared fragile before this giant creature, and with several cracks. It splintered into pieces. What have you done to it? Machi gasped, his eyes wide with fear. It seems distressed. Make it stop. This is precisely why I brought you here, even at the expense of turning against that rising clown, Buggy. Shiki slowly approached Machi, patting his shoulder. Listen closely. This drug is called SIQ. Administering it to animals induces astonishing combat evolution. Prolonged injections can enhance their ferocity, ultimately creating an unstoppable army. And I possess numerous such vials. This means I can forge an invincible beast army that will make the entire sea tremble. Shiki's eyes sparkled with zeal, as if envisioning the moment of his dominion over the world. Yet such power comes at a price. His gaze lingered for a moment on Machi's terrified face before shifting to the rampaging monster. Observe it, for although its combat prowess has been immensely augmented, the cost has been the loss of its very essence, transforming it into a mere beast driven solely by the instinct to fight. A tinge of regret colored Shiki's tone. And your abilities, precisely, can remedy this. Thus, become my ally Machi. In due time, you shall attain all that you desire. Wealth, power, fame. Everything shall be within your grasp. You shall not succeed. Machi abruptly raised his head, to harm innocent creatures for your own ambitions. A person like you is unworthy of anyone's allegiance. Do not speak too soon, young one. Shiki gradually ascended into the air, the twin blades of Sakura and Muku gently swirling at his feet, causing the previously frenzied monster to abruptly cease its assault. Its body trembled violently before ultimately collapsing to the ground in utter defeat. Ha 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 ha. Wait for it. One day you will beg me to join forces. Chapter 72. A Grievous Betrayal. Unmatched Power. I remarked upon your attire. Do you truly believe you can attend the captain's gathering dressed in such a manner? I suspect these are merely unsophisticated youths, naive to the grandeur of the occasion. It baffles me why the illustrious Shiki does not exercise a modicum of discretion in extending invitations. Within a resplendent tavern, adorned with opulence, dazzling lights intertwined with exquisite decorations, creating an enchanting interplay of shadows. On the thick crimson carpet, Several pirates, clad in lavish garments, whispered among themselves, casting disdainful glances toward the entrance, their eyes betraying a hint of contempt. These scoundrels dare to belittle us. Yarlita clenched her small fists, her face flushed with indignation. Since taking charge of the Buggy Communications, her exceptional intelligence-gathering prowess and shrewd business acumen had caused the Buggy pirates' wealth to swell like a tide, freeing her from any worries regarding berries. Yet, both Shiki's unexpected ambush and the disdain she faced in this lavish tavern ignited an unprecedented sense of anger and humiliation within her. Kabaji, swiftly fetch my battle attire. Today, I shall demonstrate to them the folly of underestimating the Buggy pirates. Calm yourself, Yarlita. Buggy surveyed the surroundings. Our objective is to rescue Machi. This so-called captain's gathering is but a venue for ostentation and trade. We need not allow their prejudices to provoke us. Oh ho ho, this fellow speaks rather grandly. A burly pirate, his face twisted into a sinister grin, mocked, lightly drumming his fingers upon the table, the sound echoing like a deliberate provocation, truly pitiful. They aspire to stand alongside us while donning such tattered garb. Before he could finish, one of his companions suddenly leapt to his feet, drawing his blade and lunging forward, interrupting the pirate's taunts with a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the tavern. Samba, why? The stricken pirate cried out in terror, his voice laced with despair and confusion. It's not. Brother, my body is no longer under my control. Samba, the pirate's name, stared horrified at the knife in his hand and the lifeless form of his companion, disbelief and panic flooding his words. The abrupt turn of events rendered the tavern's atmosphere frozen, all eyes riveted on the gruesome tableau, the music abruptly ceasing. To gather so many inept individuals. It seems I overestimated that old fool. Accompanied by a chilling laugh, a man clad in a pink feather coat sauntered into the tavern from behind Buggy. I had hoped for a quiet discussion, but it appears this place is rather boisterous. He grinned widely. Perhaps we should eliminate them all, to restore tranquility? How infuriating, another arrogant individual. I shall summon Thunderhand went it to teach these oblivious fools a lesson. A cacophony of shattering glass and overturned furniture erupted as a robust man donned in blue attire surged from the crowd, poised to strike, only to be forcibly restrained by a companion. Captain, that man appears to be the king of Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo. As his words fell, silence engulfed the tavern, all movements seemingly suspended in time, breaths held in trepidation. Ah, the red-nosed one. He must be the recently ascendant Shichibukai, the clown Buggy. Someone gasped, their voice trembling with awe. These legendary pirates, all gathered here. Another echoed, astonishment and shock coloring their tone. Indeed, it has grown rather noisy. Buggy and Doflamingo's gazes clashed in the air, both unleashing a formidable wave of energy. In an instant, the once lively tavern seemed to be torn asunder by an invisible force, revealing a scene of fallen patrons. The air thick with the scent of blood and an indescribable tension. Now, it is much quieter. Yarlita, procure us some sustenance. Let us converse over there. Buggy lightly brushed off the dust from his attire, strolling toward a secluded corner of the tavern, a place more discreet, yet hidden. Really, must I attend to such matters myself? Though she grumbled, Yarlita acted with remarkable swiftness, shaking off her shock and hastening toward the kitchen without a hint of hesitation. Mon, you two prepare. We must not breach etiquette. Doflamingo adjusted his glasses, offering a glass of wine, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now, let us discuss business. That fellow is reputed to be a pirate admiral. Have you devised a plan, young one? Simply charge through. The rest will follow naturally. Buggy had just sipped his drink, eager to elaborate on his strategy when suddenly, a tremendous force shattered the tavern wall. Debris flying as a figure clad in a black coat and broad-brimmed hat rode in on a three-headed black bull, landing squarely in the tavern center. Machi, you're unharmed. Kabaji, who had been preparing to sit, sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. What is this colossal creature, and how are you riding it? As he spoke, Kabaji was suddenly overcome by dizziness, collapsing to the ground. Curse it, Kabaji. Machi's face turned anxious as he shouted. Captain Buggy, we've been deceived. Doflamingo and Shiki have long. Ha ha ha, foolish boy, it is too late now. Accompanied by a manic laughter. The tavern was swiftly surrounded by numerous figures clad in suits, armed with sharp weapons, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense. I have treated you so well. And yet you escape without a word. How it wounds my heart. Shiki emerged from the throng, a cold smile gracing his lips. Look at these fools. What about them is worth your longing? Silence. You deceitful old man. Yarlita, returning with food, slammed her plate to the ground in fury, ready to charge forward. Only to be halted by Mon, a knife pressed to her throat. This ends here, Buggy. I shall only ally with the strong. You are simply too naive. Doflamingo gently swirled the wine in his glass. The opponent is a legendary figure in the pirate realm. Do not overestimate your worth. The sea recognizes only strength. If that is the case, it is quite manageable. Buggy slowly rose, black lightning coiling around him. Song of the Nightingale, shattering spear. His arm transformed, splitting into countless sharp black lightning spears that rained down upon an unsuspecting Shiki, leaving multiple gaping wounds in his chest. You scoundrel! Doflamingo. Was poison not part of our agreement? The latter clutched his injury, his voice hoarse with pain. If so, do not blame me for not offering you a chance. Lion's might, earthquake. As his words fell, the ground surged violently, massive waves of earth morphing into ferocious lion heads, mingled with rubble and dust, instantly overturning the tavern. Chaos erupting amidst screams of terror. So, have you made your decision, Machi? Shurji grinned maniacally, his smile brimming with madness and pride. It has been quite some time since I last took action, and these bewildered fools are truly a source of exasperation. Chapter 73. The Desecration of the East Blue. A looming confrontation. 10 days hence, within an opulent palace, a grand banquet commenced. Dignitaries adorned in impeccable suits and gleaming leather shoes were arrayed across the extensive floor, some lost in contemplative silence, their furrowed brows betraying inner deliberations, while others engaged in hushed conversations, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. At the heart of the palace, a resplendent gold display screen awaited the crucial moment, its surface shimmering with ethereal light. Have you heard? Our esteemed figure vanquished the Buggy pirates just days ago. A middle-aged man in a lavish uniform remarked to his companion, his voice laced with awe. Is that credible? His companion exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Weren't they the rising stars among the 7 warlords? This revelation is quite explosive. The world of pirates operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Though the Buggy pirates once enjoyed prominence, they ultimately succumbed to his formidable power, the middle-aged man lamented. As the murmurings subsided, the display screen erupted in a burst of light, illuminating the palace. A serene image materialized, a tranquil island near Windmill Village in the East Blue, where gentle breezes caressed the land, and windmills turned lazily under the bright sun. In an instant, a deafening roar shattered the idyllic tableau. The camera zoomed in to reveal a horde of grotesque beasts emerging from the shadows. Some were clad in iron armor, resembling colossal metal behemoths. Others sported horns, evoking ancient mythical creatures. Still others were engulfed in flames, as if spawned from the infernal depths. The island was instantly plunged into chaos, as terrified villagers scattered in all directions, their cries for help echoing through the air. What manner of monstrosities are these? Truly, Shiki is ruthless. The palace was filled with gasps of shock and terror. The assembled guests, hardened veterans of the pirate world, were nonetheless shaken by the sudden, catastrophic scene. Greetings, esteemed guests. An authoritative voice boomed, silencing the room. A golden-haired elder in an ornate robe ascended the dais. The appetizer has been served. Now, for the main course. He gestured for silence. Tesoro, if you will. A sinister-looking man in extravagant attire emerged from the side door and snapped his fingers. A bevy of scantily clad attendants entered, each carrying a golden bowl brimming with glittering gems and coins. The dazzling light captivated the guests, igniting a fervent desire within them. Distinguished guests, assembled here from the darkest corners of the underworld, the elder announced, his eyes scanning the crowd. Among you are notorious pirate captains, formidable bounty hunters, clandestine merchants, and covert government allies. Regardless of your affiliations, tonight, we are united. Tonight, I offer an unprecedented opportunity, he continued, his voice dripping with allure. A chance to cast off our shackles and forge a new world together. He smiled cryptically and gestured to the display screen, which split into 9 panels, each depicting a scene of devastation. Ruined landscapes were overrun by monstrous creatures. Perilous islands teemed with danger. Subterranean caverns concealed treacherous currents. Each scene featured a rampaging beast at its center, wreaking havoc and sowing terror. As you can see, the East Blue, the weakest of the seas, bereft of influential figures, holds treasures and secrets that could ignite the world. Soon, these riches will be ripe for the taking. He paused, his tone hardening. But first, you must pledge allegiance to me, becoming my loyal allies. The atmosphere in the banquet hall shifted. The guests exchanged wary glances, weighing the proposition. While the promise of wealth was enticing, swearing fealty to Shiki meant surrendering their autonomy. Pledge allegiance? A scarred pirate captain sneered. We are hardened veterans of the underworld. Why should we obey you? The choice is yours, Shiki replied with a smile. The doors are open. The Black Rose pirates bowed to no one. A lithe woman with piercing eyes declared, Shiki, your ambition is vast, but you are not worthy of our allegiance. Well said. A grim bounty hunter slammed his fist on the table, his voice resonating through the hall. We seek freedom, not servitude. We refuse to be bound. Several guests rose to leave, but before they could reach the exit, blades emerged from the shadows, piercing their bodies. Blood splattered across the opulent carpets. Silence fell, broken only by the guests' terrified gasps. Dofi, what should we do? An ashen-faced treble whispered. Do we truly? Fuff-fuff-fuff-you-fu, Doflamingo chuckled, glancing at the gloating Tesoro. The spectacle is just beginning. As he spoke, the doors exploded inward, and a powerful aura swept through the hall. The guests turned to see a group of men in black suits and sunglasses, led by a figure with a prominent red nose. Surely you didn't think we'd miss such a lavish gathering, Shiki. Chapter 74, The Pinnacle Showdown. The true power of Jester Buggy. To think it would be you. How astonishing indeed. Shiki narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the unexpected guests before him with a playful gaze. You little rascal. I never imagined you could escape that ordeal and still dare to cause trouble here. He slowly raised his hand, observing their stance. Surely, you do not intend to oppose me with just this motley crew? Before his words had fully settled, the sound of footsteps erupted around him like a thunderous drumbeat. A cadre of suited henchmen, donning sunglasses, seemed to respond to an unspoken summons, surging forth from every corner of the banquet hall, encircling the space entirely. This hardly resembled the hospitality one would expect from a seasoned elder. In the center of the crowd, Buggy slowly lifted his head, and in that instant, a formidable aura radiated from him, akin to a tempest sweeping through the surroundings, causing the henchmen to falter and kneel in submission. What an illustrious elder! Did Roger not teach you to steer clear of me? Shiki took a leisurely puff from his cigar, the swirling smoke enhancing the ominous and cunning expression on his face. Or do you believe yourself powerful enough to challenge me? As he spoke, a surge of regal energy erupted within him. Rivaling that of Buggy, a kingly presence forged through the passage of time, starkly contrasting Buggy's newly awakened conqueror's haki. The air in the banquet hall seemed to freeze. Guests holding their breath as this sudden confrontation plunged the space into an eerie silence. The opulent chandelier trembled, as if the very light were destabilized by this overwhelming force. Captain, among the kneeling figures in the front row, a muscular and scarred fishman jerked his head up, startled by the sudden commotion, his voice quivering imperceptibly. What is it, Arlong? Can't contain yourself? DeSoloro interjected coldly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Think of your sister. Don't allow yourself to regret this. Doflamingo, you were aware they would come, were you not? Torbold gently nudged Doflamingo beside him, casting a furtive glance. I truly cannot fathom which side you have wagered your chips on, nor why you chose not to disclose it beforehand. Ha ha ha, what a splendid stage this is. DeSolaro suddenly burst into laughter, curling his finger as the golden sculptures within the hall appeared to awaken, coalescing into great shields that stood between the guests and Shiki, offering them a fleeting sanctuary. His abilities have indeed awakened, Doflamingo mused, his expression sharpening as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of his chair. Gladius, what is the situation with the Navy? Why has no news arrived? He turned to a bushy-haired man beside him, his tone tinged with discontent. Currently, it is known that the demon-slaying order has been issued, but the exact execution time remains uncertain. As you are aware, sir, internal factions within the Navy are clandestinely vying for the position of admiral, which inevitably hampers efficiency, the man replied cautiously. Doflamingo scoffed, seemingly unperturbed by the Navy's delays. Humph. It is the same treachery wherever one looks. He surveyed the banquet hall with a keen gaze, then murmured, prepare yourselves. If the Navy continues to remain inactive, we shall take matters into our own hands. DeSoloro has lived too luxuriously. It is time he tastes the consequences of crossing us. Just as he spoke, the entire banquet hall began to tremble violently, as if the very earth quaked beneath them. Countless stone and debris-formed lion heads surged forth from every direction, coalescing in midair with deafening roars, charging towards Buggy and his companions like feral beasts. How dare you harm our captain at the outset? Kabaji suddenly appeared beside Buggy, petals scattering around him as he wielded two long swords, slicing through the oncoming stone lion figures with astonishing speed, each strike igniting brilliant sparks, shattering the seemingly fierce stone lions. However, Shiki's assault showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified. Towering lions continuously emerged from the corners of the banquet hall, as if intent on filling the entire space. Despite Kabaji's valiant efforts, he gradually felt overwhelmed by the sheer density and ferocity of the attacks, sweat trickling down his cheek. Do you understand why I hold this grand assembly, boy? Shiki hovered in midair, grinning maniacally. Every inch of this island is within my grasp. It amplifies my power infinitely. Every stone, every speck of dust is a weapon I can wield against you. Here, I am invincible. Lion's thousand cuts. As he intoned, the scene within the banquet hall transformed into an apocalyptic vision. Countless slashes erupted from beneath Shiki's feet, each possessing the power to cleave mountains, reducing the hall's decor, furniture, and walls to mere fragments. Kabaji, take everyone to find Machi. I shall handle this. With a flash of his blade, Buggy's Victor effortlessly cleaved through the stone lions and their accompanying slashes as if slicing through paper, debris scattering everywhere. Let us see if you can withstand the fruits of my training, Shiki. Shattered seas. Buggy's longsword Victor suddenly splintered into countless shards, forming a colossal storm of tiny blades, radiating boundless sharpness and destructive potential, surging skyward. Humph, I am the king of this era. Shiki's dark mist roiled around him, transforming into myriad black lions that roared through the air, colliding with Buggy's shattered seas storm. The energy fluctuations between the two were akin to a tsunami, shaking the very foundations of the island. Chapter 75. Unbelievable. The daring of Gold Lion Shiki. Within the banquet hall, the clash of blades and the roar of the black lion intertwined, creating a chaotic battlefield where the very fabric of space twisted under the shockwaves of energy colliding. The titans of the underworld, caught in this sudden tempest, fled in a panic, desperately seeking refuge, while Disaro's golden shield momentarily withstood some of the onslaught. It began to show cracks under such fierce assault. Had the powers of these two reached this level, even the residual force was. A flicker of disbelief flashed in Disaro's eyes as his words were mercilessly interrupted by the sudden intensification of tremors. The dome of the banquet hall began to collapse in large chunks, debris and dust cascading like a waterfall, enveloping the entire space in chaos. Aaron, do not forget your promise to me. The former shouted, pointing at the phone screen, his voice hoarse as he cried out behind him. Once this is over, I will ensure her safe departure. Surely, I cannot. Aaron's words fractured amid the cacophony, his gaze wavering between hesitation and resolve. Ultimately, he trembled as he grasped a pitch-black iron rod, resolutely stepping toward the heart of the battlefield. You little brat, your power has grown unexpectedly. Shiki, marred in blood and shrouded in black mist, appeared even more fearsome. I must concede, in nurturing the younger generation, Roger indeed surpasses me. You cowardly old man. You are unworthy to be compared to Captain Roger. The blade in Buggy's hand reformed, droplets of blood sliding down the tip, pooling into a shocking crimson stain on the banquet hall floor, glaringly conspicuous. You have aged, Shiki. Why not return to being a wealthy gentleman? Ha 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 ha. You dare mock me, old man? When I single-handedly battled at Marineford, you were likely still in your diapers. Shiki slowly shed his tattered coat, revealing scarred yet robust muscles, and suddenly burst into laughter. By the way, you also hail from the East Blue, right? Let me tell you a secret. This weakest sea will soon cease to exist. As he spoke, the floating islands began to draw closer, as if obeying some unknown gravitational force, intensifying the chaos and violence within the banquet hall. What's happening? Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Exclaimed the lone shark King Dufeld in terror, as he looked up to see the previously shattered ceiling now filled with a dense darkness, as if the very sky had been devoured. It's the islands. The islands are approaching. In a corner, the News King Morgans, who had been quietly documenting the events, dropped his camera in horror, his eyes wide with fear as he trembled and pointed outside the hall. Windows shattered violently, and through the massive gaps, everyone could clearly see islands resembling colossal meteors slowly advancing in the darkness, their distance narrowing as if to obliterate this solitary isle completely. Old man, have you lost your mind? Those brutes are your guests. If they perish here, the entire underworld will unleash a frenzied vengeance upon you. As the massive islands drew ever nearer, Buggy glowed with a white light, his fragmented abilities causing the ground beneath him to crack, yet his expression remained grave as iron. Or perhaps, did you intend for us all to perish together from the start? Spare me your theatrics. I am far from finished with this life. A cold smile crept across Shiki's lips. In the future, people will only know that the clown Buggy wreaked havoc at the captain's banquet, slaughtering guests, with no connection to me whatsoever. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the banquet hall. An island finally collided with the solitary isle, rocks tumbled, and waves surged. The entire banquet hall trembled under this cataclysmic force. I understand now. However, it suffices to deal with you before this island completely collapses. The long knife, Victor. In Buggy's hand gleamed with dazzling white light as his body split into a ghostly illusion, rushing towards Shiki with astonishing speed. Each swing of the knife was accompanied by the sound of tearing space, as if even the air was being sliced apart. Yet this time, Shiki seemed transformed, merely evading and unwilling to confront directly. The power of the float fruit allowed him to drift like a feather, effortlessly navigating through Buggy's fierce onslaught. He appeared on the ceiling at times, and at others, concealed within the cracks of the floor. Each emergence was accompanied by swirling black mist, making it challenging to discern his whereabouts. Captain, Aaron's voice cut through the chaos, distinctly jarring. Clutching the iron rod, he slowly approached Buggy from behind. I am here to help you. Aaron, Buggy spun around abruptly, feet firmly planted as he stood back to back with Aaron, a complex smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought we would meet again here? Truly, life is unpredictable. But now is not the time for reminiscing. You must take everyone, and, before he could finish, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his chest, and he crumpled weakly to the ground. The shocking scene froze everyone, including Shiki, who momentarily halted his assault, staring in disbelief. Amid the turmoil, Aaron's iron rod had embedded deeply in Buggy's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, rapidly staining his garments. The vivid crimson stood out starkly against the dimly lit banquet hall. Cough, cough, why? Buggy's eyes brimmed with shock and confusion as he turned back, his voice weak and trembling. Ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Desaro laughed maniacally at the sight. That rod is forged from sea prism stone. This grand performance is finally coming to an end. Captain, I am sorry. Aaron pressed his hand against Buggy's bleeding wound, tears rolling down like pearls from a broken string. Rest assured, Desaro promised he would only make you stop. He would never harm your life. So it was you. Did you orchestrate this? Shiki slowly floated down, his gaze piercing as it swept over Desaro, his expression dark as if it could rain. My dear brother, what era do we live in? In this age, problems that can be resolved with intellect should not resort to antiquated dueling. Desaro gazed defiantly, a smug grin curling at his lips. That fellow is now at his wit's end. You should act quickly. Scoundrel! Shiki roared, seizing Desaro by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. You dare to act in the shadows. My hard-earned reputation on the seas is nearly ruined because of you. Before he could finish, with a swift motion, he hurled Desaro onto the debris-strewn ruins like discarded refuse. A thunderous crash echoed as dust erupted, leaving Desaro sprawled helplessly on the ground, momentarily unable to rise. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Shiki, expressionless, glanced at the trembling attendant beside him, then unhesitatingly snatched the dagger from his grasp. With a flash of cold light, the sharp blade aimed straight for his own waist, blood trickling down the blade and plopping onto the ground, the sound resonating eerily in the still air. Yet, Shurji's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if the wound inflicted by the blade were non-existent to him. Kid, I owe you nothing now. Chapter 76, Emergency Assembly. The Buggy Fleet. Indigo, acting as an aide, gaped in disbelief at the scene before him, his voice trembling as he implored, "Let me bandage you. Your condition is already." Cough. Cough. Less chatter. Keep your focus, and do not allow anyone to disturb our battle. Shiki dismissed his concern, casually discarding the knife he held, letting blood stain his clothes. Roger's sudden surrender has already left me regretful. I never imagined Whitebeard would also depart without a word. The familiar faces on this sea are dwindling. He muttered, staggering a few steps forward, his gaze honing in on Buggy like a hawk. I no longer view you as inferior. If you wish to prevent the East Blue from perishing, then unleash your full power. Hey, Haha, just wait and see. I will prevail. Buggy exclaimed, pulling out the blood-soaked short staff embedded in his abdomen and cheerfully handing it to Arlong. What are you standing there for? Take it and do what you must. Captain, I understand. Arlong stammered, trembling as he accepted the iron staff. Tears welling up in his eyes, before abruptly rising and vanishing into the howling sea winds. Let us settle this, Shiki. For .5 splintering, Eagle King gun. Buggy wiped the blood from his lips, dark purple lightning instantly enveloping him as he charged forward once more. Let me see how you can be the hope placed upon by those two. Shiki laughed maniacally, lion's song, giant lion cannon. As his words fell, every object within a radius of several dozen miles began to levitate slowly, rapidly converging above Shiki's head. Then, a colossal entity, a gigantic lion's head formed from various debris, stones, and even seawater, suddenly took shape. Let this technique shatter all your fantasies, boy. Shiki's voice echoed like thunder, accompanied by the roar of the giant lion cannon. The immense lion's eyes glimmered with a ruthless light, as if ready to devour everything, before it unleashed a deafening roar, descending with an overwhelming pressure. Let us see about that, Shiki. Buggy fearlessly charged forward, his form becoming a blur as black-purple lightning surged through the air, colliding with the enormous lion's head in a spectacular explosion of sound and blinding light. In an instant, dust and debris scattered, as the battlefield seemed to be torn asunder by this cataclysmic force. The sea churned violently, massive walls of water rising, only to crash back down like a waterfall, creating billowing waves. As the dust settled, Buggy and Shiki re-emerged, both appearing utterly exhausted and battered. Buggy's dark purple lightning had dimmed, while Shiki was covered in dirt. His complexion pale, yet the fervor of battle blazed like an unquenchable flame in his eyes. Boy, it appears your conqueror's hockey is still somewhat unrefined. Shiki gasped, leaning against a makeshift giant sword pulled from the rubble. But that is to be expected. Even one as formidable as I only mastered the essence of this power through countless life and death struggles. As he spoke, his gaze pierced through Buggy's tattered clothing, landing on a blood-red birthmark, and his eyes widened in shock. That mark is, before Shiki could delve deeper. A series of rapid and violent gunshots erupted behind him, shattering the tranquility of the air like thunder. As he turned, several golden tendrils sliced through the air, ensnaring his body tightly. Ha! Old man, I gave you a chance. Desaro cackled madly from his throne among the ruins. Behind him, Shiki's former subordinates had turned against him, wielding firearms, smoke curling from their muzzles, eyes reflecting both fear and resolution. Do you still not understand? You and your outdated dreams are no longer relevant, Desaro taunted. This world now belongs to money and power. Why, you scoundrel? Shiki struggled in fury, yet his strength seemed to wane. Desaro's laughter echoed in his ears, slicing through his pride and dignity like a sharp blade. How could I be defeated by a petty man like you? Before he could finish, another barrage of gunfire erupted, and Shiki's body trembled violently in the grip of the golden tendrils, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he defiantly straightened his back, unwilling to yield, though his vision began to blur. Despicable! Buggy suddenly shouted, forcing himself to endure the pain as he gathered dark purple lightning once more, preparing to charge at Desaro. However, just as he was about to surge forward, a towering figure descended upon him like a mountain, striking him down heavily onto the ground. Umit. Recklessly engaging this newly appointed warlord will significantly impact your shipping business. Stussy, the queen of the pleasure district, in truth a clone, remarked with a hint of amusement and warning, glancing at the terrified underworld titans surrounding her. The outcome remains undecided. Betting recklessly could lead you into a precarious position. My friends, isn't the situation clear enough? That old madman intended for us to be buried alongside him. Umit, known as the deep-sea current, scoffed dismissively. Moreover, I have received word that the Golden Lion's crew has entirely defected under Desaro's monetary allure. Given that, why not align ourselves with the victors sooner? As they spoke, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and the entire island plummeted rapidly, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the world itself were collapsing in that instant. What is happening? Is Shiki's power fading? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of fear and confusion. Kid, take my treasures and flee. Amid the chaos, Shiki had somehow freed himself from his bonds, lifting the stones beneath Buggy into the air. Those are the fruits of my labor over the past 20 years. I cannot let them be buried here with me. Still struggling? Look around. You are utterly alone. Desoro sneered at Indigo, who was attempting to escape, a cruel smile curling his lips. All these treasures will belong to me. No one will escape. As he spoke, the island crashed into the sea, and the fog enveloping the ocean dissipated, revealing countless ships that surrounded the island, leaving no room for escape. Wait, Captain, something seems amiss. A subordinate aligned with Desoro suddenly pointed towards the distant sails in terror. Admiral Akin of the Inyo Navy. Big Mom's Candle Minister Galadino. The World Destroyer, Bondi Walt. The Red Count, Baralik Leadfield. Fake Boy Opape. Black Shark Flaminka. All of them are renowned captains from the New World in the past 2 years. Why? Why are they all here? Chapter 77. The Turn of Events. DeSoloro's All-or-Nothing Gamble. Ajin, do you truly believe that Buggy is here? At the bow of a vessel lavishly adorned with confections, Mr. 3, donning a pink chef's hat, hastily protruded his head. His voice, transmitted through a loudspeaker, sounded somewhat distorted. Yet the urgency was unmistakable. I barely managed to escape while my mother was asleep. Please don't make me return. Rest assured. The information has been verified by the teacher. The captain is indeed here. Ajin, holding a telescope, fixated on the island that was gradually sinking. Strange. I distinctly recall that the flag of the Flying Sky Pirates did not resemble this before. Why have the ships that just attacked us and the flag flying on that island changed their emblems? Simple enough. A skirmish must have erupted ahead. A familiar occurrence on the high seas. A robust man with a scruffy beard shouted from the bow of a vessel engulfed in flames. This individual was none other than Wald, who casually wiped the blood from his shoulder and strode forward. Look at this. That stubborn old Shiki has fallen as well. As he spoke, he leaped back to his own ship, gazing at the countless vessels and the chaotic battlefield, momentarily lost in thought. Hey, has that little rascal Buggy really amassed such influence? Just look at this spectacle. Even the 4 emperors would find it challenging. What is happening? Where are our reinforcements? On the opposite side of the battlefield, DeSoloro's countenance turned ashen as he stared wide-eyed at the approaching ships. An unprecedented panic rising within him. Hand me the communicator. If I can summon my great DeSoloro, all will be well. He snatched the phone from a trembling subordinate, his fingers shaking with anger and anxiety, nearly unable to press the buttons accurately. Save your breath. Did you forget that this device was invented by my family? Arlita sauntered over, dragging the beleaguered shipping magnate Yumit, who was trying to flee. You foolish man. Every conversation of yours has been monitored since the beginning. By the way, do you wish to know where your precious ship is now? She leaned closer to DeSoloro, dialing the number with a sense of triumph and mockery in her eyes. Along. At 25 degrees east and 40 degrees north, sink all vessels under the shipping magnate's banner. How dare they attack our captain? They're living on borrowed time. Understood. Sister Arlita, I will ensure the task is completed. As the coarse voice on the other end abruptly ceased, a breathtaking scene unfolded. A colossal vessel, entirely forged from resplendent gold, the great DeSoloro, surfaced from the vast ocean like a mythical beast emerging from the waves. However, this gleaming behemoth did not come to DeSoloro's aid as he had hoped. Instead, it unhesitatingly turned its bow, directing the multitude of formidable cannons adorning the gilded city towards the opposing sea. In that direction lay the extensive fleet commanded by the formidable leaders of the underworld. DeSoloro, stop your ship immediately. Those are my loyal subordinates who have served me for decades. They are my life's work. Yumit, now engulfed in despair, howled, desperately attempting to break free from Arlita's grip. Yet, her seemingly delicate arms were as unyielding as iron, rendering his struggles futile. In an instant, the deafening roar of cannon fire erupted, as if to rend the very heavens. Countless golden flames, imbued with apocalyptic energy, streaked across the boundless ocean, leaving dazzling trails in their wake. Following this, a series of earth-shattering explosions ensued, resonating through the air. The vessels aligned with Yumit were mercilessly struck one after another, their fragile hulls obliterated into countless burning fragments. Where's Bakera? Can someone explain why? Why is this happening? DeSoloro's pallor shifted from ashen to ghostly white, the surrounding chaos and clamor momentarily frozen, leaving only his labored breaths. Even so, you are still in my grasp. The outcome remains unchanged. In a frantic attempt, he removed his coat to reveal a small remote hidden within, his trembling finger poised over the button, his eyes gleaming with desperation and madness. I did not rise from nothing to this point through mere luck. Did you think I would generously bestow so much gold upon that old coot shiki for no reason? As his words faded, the ground trembled violently, and streams of golden liquid began to converge upon DeSoloro, ultimately forming a colossal golden giant. It loomed majestically above the sea, its eyes blazing like twin suns, staring down at the assembly with a sinister grin. Nearby, on a small island, lay a multitude of fallen beasts and shattered weapons, a clear indication that a fierce battle had recently transpired. Admiral Fujitora, the Marines from Mariawa, have called again. They claim that this upheaval has garnered widespread attention, and we cannot allow the situation to spiral out of control. A naval soldier rushed in, clutching a telegram, sweat trickling down his forehead. The lookout ship has reported an unusual surge of energy in the target area. We fear it may be some ancient weapon or unknown pirate technology. Let them wait. Rather than act as the world government's janitor, it is far more pragmatic to assist the civilians with their immediate calamities. Fujitora chuckled quietly, standing at the island's edge, addressing the naval soldiers behind him. His blind cane gently tapping the ground. Should anything go awry, I shall bear the responsibility. As he spoke, he turned, his gaze penetrating the distant horizon, where the golden giant was unleashing a thunderous roar, causing the entire ocean to tremble. The esteemed navy, reduced to executing commands from 2 pirates. If I were to comply with your wishes, what significance would my conscription hold? With that, Fujitora's expression hardened, and he drew his blade, sending a massive meteor hurtling from the heavens towards the golden giant, creating a tremendous splash and shockwave. Ah, the navy has finally arrived. Doflamingo's fingers twitched slightly as he deftly stitched up the wound on Buggy's body, observing, in just 2 short years, this fellow has assembled such a force. It seems the entire New World's balance will soon require a thorough reshuffle. As he noticed his opponent rising slowly, he calmly stood atop the ruins, his gaze piercing through the dense smoke, fixating on the distant ships still engaged in battle, a playful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 78. The Demon Slaying Order commences. The panicked underground titans. Was it you? Bucky slowly straightened his posture, his gaze transcending the figure of Doflamingo before him, reaching towards the distant horizon where familiar silhouettes loomed. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Strangely enough, although the Bucky communication system is operating at full capacity, theoretically, all signals should be within our purview. How did you manage to circumvent the extensive surveillance and relay messages to them? Galadius's premonition was indeed correct. Your equipment has not malfunctioned, has it? The latter smirked. Everyone has been dancing to your tune. I must admit, I underestimated you immensely before. Speaking of which, that explosive-haired fellow truly possesses remarkable insight, managing to foresee our movements in advance. However, before Bucky could finish his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by DeSolaro's relentless assault. A colossal arm, forged from pure gold, descended upon them like a collapsing mountain, wielding a terrifying force capable of shaking the entire sea, obliterating a corner of the island they stood upon, as dust and debris swirled violently. Hey, how about we join forces to take him down? Doflamingo, for once, donned a serious expression, his usual nonchalance stripped away. In return, the Don Quixote family, of which I am a representative, will support you in becoming the new voice of the underground world. At that time, whatever you desire will be at your fingertips. As he spoke, he forcefully hurled the birdcage in his grasp into the air, unleashing a multitude of nearly imperceptible threads that spread out from all directions, ensnaring the entire island tightly. What on earth are you doing? Is this to prevent his escape? Bucky's body began to emanate an eerie crimson hue, faint steam rising and distorting the surrounding dust and rubble. It doesn't take such hassle to deal with him. I alone am sufficient. No sooner had he spoken than his figure dissolved into mere afterimages. When he reappeared, DeSoloro's golden chest bore a massive gaping wound, blood and shards of gold spraying forth. I am a god in this world. How could I possibly lose? The latter's eyes widened in disbelief and resentment. Moments later, his golden giant form trembled before finally collapsing with a thunderous crash, stirring up clouds of dust. Stella, I have amassed considerable wealth now. Will you return? Amidst the swirling dust, DeSoloro struggled to rise, yet his body felt as weak as a withered tree, helplessly succumbing to the earth, allowing the dust to bury him. In that moment, it seemed that all his riches and power had transformed into nothingness, leaving him with an unfillable void and profound loss. If my memory serves me right, That fellow is recognized by the world government as the king of an independent kingdom. Morgans gripped his camera tightly, his expression grave. Even the 7 warlords would likely attract considerable trouble if they acted impulsively against him. What does it matter? Right now, survival is paramount. The king of usury, Feld, trembled as he pointed towards the horizon. With such a commotion, the Navy's ships are undoubtedly en route. We must leave this place at once. However, just as he prepared to retreat with his entourage and the crowd, the fastest pirate at the forefront suddenly halted. His body inexplicably sliced into several segments before the eyes of all, blood gushing forth and staining the ground red. What just happened? How did Captain Kelha suddenly? Panic surged through the already frantic crowd, amplifying their terror, and no one dared to act recklessly. It's the threads. Stussy gently traced a faint scratch on her neck, murmuring, only someone like Joker could possess such means. Whoever he is, anyone who dares obstruct us now shall be annihilated. The head of the prominent funeral society, Drag Picro, one of the titans of the assassination world, raised his scythe, unleashing a wave of dark energy that cleaved through the air, shattering everything in its path, be it hard rock or lush trees. Yet, despite this, the invisible threads remained unscathed, merely bearing faint, fleeting cracks. It seems Brother Crow's spirit has been drained by women. The Emperor of the Storage Realm, Giberson, commanded his subordinates to hoist a rocket launcher, targeting the invisible threads and firing incessantly, kicking up clouds of dust. Every minute wasted costs me millions of berries. No one better expect me to attend the next cursed meeting. He accompanied by a bizarre laugh. Doflamingo emerged from the smoke, dusting himself off. The banquet has only just begun. Why the rush to exit, my friends? As he spoke, the birdcage behind him began to retract with astonishing speed. The threads slicing through everything on the island, rocks, trees, even sturdy buildings, reducing them to fragments in an instant. What are you doing? Someone cried out in terror. The entire island is ensnared by this damned birdcage. Fear and despair spread like a plague among the crowd, the air around the island thickening, filled only with the sharp sound of threads cutting through objects, and the frantic, trembling breaths and heartbeats of the people. Oh dear, how could I almost forget to mention something important? Doflamingo raised his hand, pointing towards the several Navy ships gradually appearing in the sky. In less than half an hour, the demon-slaying order will descend upon this island, turning everything here into nothingness. What did you just say? Morgans's voice turned shrill with shock, nearly dropping his camera. Before these earth-shattering news can be disseminated, I do not wish to die here. Very well, let everyone go, Doflamingo. Buggy hoisted the severely injured Shiki, making his way towards the center of the crowd. By the way, does anyone here know medicine? He requires immediate treatment. Have you lost your mind? That foul old man nearly led you to your demise. Eureka grumbled, straining under the weight of 2 heavy golden statues. Yet her feet did not falter. She closely followed Bucky's lead. With that energy, you might as well help me carry some things, if we end up being blasted to smithereens. That would be a colossal loss. Haven't I earned enough money these past 2 years? Bucky ignored Eureka's complaints, scanning the crowd anxiously for someone capable of healing Shiki. However, due to Shiki's previous misdeeds, very few harbored any goodwill towards him. Most opted to distance themselves, some casting angry and hostile glances his way. If you trust me, allow me to give it a try. Stussy rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward from the crowd. But before that, we need a safe place to administer treatment. Otherwise, even if I temporarily stabilize his injuries, subsequent infections and complications could prove fatal. No sooner had she finished speaking than a deafening roar echoed from the distant horizon. The Navy's ships becoming increasingly distinct, their cannons resembling deep black holes, poised to devour all life and hope on the island at any moment. Chapter 79. The Mysterious Birthmark. The Stopped Demon-Slaying Order. Report. The Intelligence Department has clarified the situation. On the deck of the naval warship, a lieutenant hurriedly approached Fujitora at the bow, holding a report and wearing a grave expression. The target island, in addition to well-known figures from the underworld such as Golden Lion Shiki and Nightmare Doflamingo, conceals a civilian village. What did you say? The latter, deep in thought, suddenly turned around. A civilian village? Are you certain? It should be true. The lieutenant's voice trembled slightly, yet his tone remained resolute. According to the data, the village has existed for many years, established by Shiki to assist his old, weak, sick, and bereaved crew members. Due to its remote location, it has remained undetected until recently, when our reconnaissance aircraft inadvertently captured its traces. This is troubling. We must halt the combat plan. Fujitora frowned at the news. In that case, we should send a rescue ship to ensure. Boom. Before he could finish, a deafening cannon blast shattered the tranquility of the sea. Moments later, several shells streaked across the sky like angry meteors, hurtling toward the target island. What is happening? Who fired without authorization? Fujitora's face turned ashen, and he swiftly turned to the distance, witnessing the island engulfed in flames and smoke. It seems it was the ships under Vice Admiral Doberman that initiated the attack, possibly misjudging the situation. The naval officer responsible for communication rushed over with a grave expression, tightly gripping his communicator, his voice laced with urgency and helplessness. Vice Admiral Doberman reported that their scouts detected large movements on the island, initially believing it to be enemy forces gathering, hence they adopted a preemptive strategy. However, it appears now that those moving individuals are likely civilians attempting to flee the inferno. The officer added, anxiety evident in his tone. This fool. Fujitora's clenched fist trembled slightly. Does he not realize that I am the overall commander of this operation? Immediately notify all fleets to suspend all attacks. Yet, the cannon fire continued unabated, like a rampaging beast, intensifying rather than diminishing. The entire island seemed to be consumed by raging flames, transforming into a hell on earth. Such foolish compassion, a mere general promoted through world conscription. What gives him the right to command? Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Doberman stood on the bridge of his flagship, coldly observing the distant battle through a telescope. A disdainful expression on his face. These monsters created by these beasts have already destroyed several islands. To completely eradicate them, we must sink this place. Compared to the safety of the entire East Sea, what does sacrificing a few innocent civilians matter? His aide hesitated but still cautioned, but Vice Admiral, if we harm civilians, the public backlash will be severe. Admiral Sakazuki is at a critical juncture. Civilians? Doberman scoffed. They are merely a cover for pirates. How can true civilians reside in such a place? Stop being so sentimental. Execute the orders. I will explain to Sakazuki later. Why yes, I will. The aide's words were cut short as the ship suddenly fractured, accompanied by a tremendous roar, with seawater rushing in as the vessel began to sink rapidly. Teacher Z was indeed correct. A significant portion of the Navy has lost its original sense of justice. Amidst the billowing smoke and the roaring waves, a figure clad in a black cloak emerged from the wreckage of the damaged ship. It was Akin, his eyes filled with determination and fury. Before the captain emerges, I will not allow you to act recklessly any longer. That flag is Neo Navy. Doberman, recovering from his shock, glared, his face darkening. A group of deluded traitors dares to meddle in my affairs. In a flash, Akin vanished, leaving behind dazzling afterimages on the deck, and in an instant, he closed in on Doberman, a chilling blade of light descending upon him. Yet it struck an impervious barrier, rebounding with an invisible force. Iron. No, this cannot be so resilient. Doberman paused, astonishment flashing in his eyes. Much more than that. Behold, moonwalk. Akin smiled lightly, as if stepping upon invisible steps, elevating himself instantly. Here comes my technique, finger gun. As Akin's words fell, a sharp energy coalesced at his fingertips, shooting forth with a sound that cleaved the air, shattering Doberman's sword into fragments that scattered across the ground. This kid, has he grown to such a level without my notice? Mr. 3 removed his chef's hat, peering through his glasses at the approaching naval fleet. I cannot afford to lag behind. With that, his arm began to morph into a multitude of thick wax liquid. He struck a match and tossed it skyward. Candle technique. Flame machine gun barrage. As his words echoed, countless fists formed from the wax rained down upon the surrounding warships, each punch exuding a searing heat, instantly melting the decks they struck, flames and smoke intertwining, rendering the battlefield chaotic with anguished cries. Are they stopping the attack? On the island, Stussy, now relocated to a relatively safe area, observed the suddenly chaotic naval fleet in the distance, her eyes reflecting astonishment and confusion. It seems they have encountered some obstruction. Not far from her, Morgan stood firmly atop a towering platform, holding a finely crafted telescope, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the movements on the sea. Logically, an operation of this scale, capable of devastating strikes, would require at least 10 well-equipped warships. Each ship would be staffed with 5 exceptionally powerful admirals as the backbone. Not to mention the potential presence of an admiral or a commander of equivalent strength overseeing the operation to ensure its flawless execution. But the scene before me seems somewhat amiss. He paused, recalibrating the telescope to capture more details of the ongoing firefight. Wait, I see it. Those ships are all flying the Buggy Pirates flag. What did you say? A burly man with a face full of flesh gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide. The others around him mirrored his astonishment, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Could it be a mistake? Buggy was just beside us. Someone stammered, pointing toward Buggy, who was leisurely toying with a pure golden lion seal. In an instant, the previously raucous scene fell silent, all eyes magnetically drawn to Buggy. Unbeknownst to the attention on him, Buggy remained immersed in the enjoyment of his prized seal. Kid, be careful, that is my token. A treasure that countless pirates dream of possessing. As Shiki gradually regained consciousness, his complexion appeared ashen, seemingly filled with a tinge of sorrow. Turn around for me. Let me have another look at the birthmark on your back. Birthmark? Buggy was taken aback for a moment before complying. How come I was unaware of such a thing? Indeed, it was confirmed. The captain's child was still alive. With this revelation, everything began to fall into place. Shiki trembled as he gently touched the other's back, his eyes shimmering with fervent excitement, as if he were witnessing his former self and those legendary days of piracy. Chapter 80. The Disappearing Truth. The Revelation of Buggy's Origins. 40 years ago, on the island of Hive, a place shunned by countless pirates, an extraordinary tranquility settled quietly. A boy was born. Inside a humble yet warm wooden cabin, a tall woman sat by the bed, drenched in sweat, tightly cradling a newborn in her arms, her face radiating maternal brilliance and boundless joy. Is Lingling and Osha all right? Outside the cabin, a burly middle-aged man, his sun-kissed skin etched with the lines of time, paced anxiously. His gaze alternated between the heavens and the closed wooden door, his fists clenched, betraying his inner tension and anticipation. Rest assured, Captain, both mother and child are safe. The door creaked open gently, revealing Sherlock Lingling, who cautiously peeked out, holding the infant close, her expression filled with care and caution. Not even your child. And look at you, so nervous. How embarrassing. A young Kaido teased from the crowd, a smirk dancing on his lips. Yet, in his deep-set eyes, a flicker of envy and warmth was hard to conceal. In this pirate-shunned realm of Hive, the arrival of each new life appeared all the more precious and extraordinary. You little intern, do you wish for your own demise? Sherlock Lingling shot a glare at Kaido, tenderly stroking the baby's little face. I plan to have 10 or 8 more myself. Let us see if you dare to jest then. She burst into laughter, filling the cabin with joyous sounds. Quiet down, Rocks, let me see our child. A woman with pink curls stretched her weak hand from the edge of the bed. A blue snake coiling around her wrist, shimmering with an ethereal glow, adding an air of mystery to the tender scene. Do not rush. Your health is paramount. The latter hurried to the bedside, presenting the infant. This little one has a birthmark on his back, shaped like a blooming black lotus. It's truly remarkable. Rocks observed the birthmark with wonder and affection. However, the warmth of the moment was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Captain, Wang Ji and the others report they have found the fruits we lost during our last ambush at God Valley. It seems the celestial dragons are holding some gathering there. A youthful Shiki burst into the cabin, a cigar still emitting wisps of smoke at the corner of his mouth. This is a splendid opportunity for revenge. I must say, Osha has just given birth and is in a weakened state. Venturing out now would be unwise. The ever-concerned Whitebeard, Newgate, furrowed his brow. Furthermore, due to the historical texts, misunderstandings have arisen between the Roger pirates and us. Returning to God Valley now would undoubtedly complicate matters further. Let Osha and the captain remain here. We others shall go and resolve this swiftly. Kaido shrugged, his excitement palpable. If we miss this chance, the fruits we have painstakingly gathered will be lost forever. I see you are particularly keen on that azure dragon fruit. Kaido's words elicited a wave of laughter. Sherlock Lingling, while playfully teasing the infant, scolded. You only think of enhancing your own power, not considering the time we are in. We must first ascertain what the celestial dragons are plotting. Rocks gazed at the slumbering infant for a moment, then scanned the faces of the crowd, finally settling on the tardy Wang Ji. Do not hold back. Tell us everything. Wang Ji nodded gravely, stepping into the center of the cabin as the others formed a circle around him, listening attentively. 3 days ago, a child named Ginny inexplicably leaked news, claiming she stumbled upon a secret gathering of the celestial dragons at God Valley. according to her. They plan to host a grand murderous game soon. They will gather pirates, criminals, and what they deem inferior races from around the world, using this bloody game as entertainment. The victor shall receive 6 top-tier devil fruits and boundless treasures. Is this information credible? A killing game. How dare they? The atmosphere within the cabin turned heavy and oppressive. Shiki nearly dropped his cigar, his eyes wide with disbelief and anger. Rox, let us all go. Gloriosa slowly rose. Since our rise in the new world, the world government has smeared our name in every way possible, especially yours, saying all kinds of things. Now that an opportunity presents itself, if we can ambush the celestial dragons and rescue the slaves, the world will surely see us in a new light. Osha Rox approached her, gently taking her hand before standing tall. I understand everyone. Inform all the pirates on the island. The Rox pirates set sail. With his command, Hive Island bustled with activity as pirates sprang into action, preparing ships and organizing their gear, a scene of exhilarating chaos. Gloriosa carefully entrusted the infant to the blue snake, allowing it to carry him into the cabin, following closely behind, her heart filled with a mixture of reluctance and resolve as they embarked on their impending journey. Under Rox's leadership, the core members of the pirate crew swiftly assembled, boarding sturdy vessels, braving the surging waves as they headed towards God Valley. Each member bore a serious countenance, yet the glimmer in their eyes revealed an unwavering resolve and courage. Days later, in the turbulent waters surrounding God Valley, a chilling atmosphere prevailed. The information was indeed true. So many warships are stationed here. On a massive pirate ship, Rox stood at the bow, his brow furrowed. Newgate, you will lead the charge. By the end of today's battle, you shall be the vice captain. He spoke while scanning the golden shape of a ship approaching through the waves. His body gradually enveloped in smoke, vanishing from sight. Roger has indeed arrived. Hey, wait, Rox, when did I become your subordinate? Whitebeard Newgate scoffed, shaking his head, his arms sweeping wide as the ocean split in two, shattering the Navy's defenses into chaos. Newgate, truly, how can you speak to the captain like that, Miss Backen? Stussy whispered from his shoulder. If you truly become vice captain, the treasures you gain will be a significant share for us. How superficial, Stussy. All you think of is gold and riches. Charlotte Lingling laughed heartily beside them. In comparison, those precious fruits are of far greater value. Those things hold no significance for you. Do they, Lingling? Kaido leapt forward, wielding his spiked club, being the first to set foot on the island. After all, you have already consumed one. Charlotte Lingling shot Kaido a glare, feigning anger. Who says I want to eat them? I intend to collect them, to display them across my entire island in the future. Enough of this bickering. Whitebeard gazed at the distant billowing smoke and frowned. That fool Rox must have forgotten our objective. Let us split into groups and move swiftly. Don't put on airs as if you're the leader. With a sudden lift of his hands, Shiki commanded several warships to be hurled towards the supporting navy, warning them to be cautious lest he should send them all flying. Stealthily seizing what he desired before making his escape was the plan. Charlotte Linlin flickered momentarily and vanished from sight, leaving behind only the echoes of her voice. You fools shall see. Wait, Linlin, those fruits are mine, Kaido shouted, hastily following her disappearance. Really, everyone is so impatient. The Silver Axe King was the last to exit the cabin, waving a hand towards John, who was drinking in the back. John, I leave OSA in your care. Ensure her safety. Rest assured, replied the pirate named John, hiccuping as he continued to drink. Aren't we still on Hive Island? It's perfectly safe here. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. This guy, truly unbelievable. Deep within the ship, Gloriosa listened to John's drunken ramblings and sighed helplessly. Tushi, go help carry him over. The blue serpent Tushi slithered out of the cabin, deftly wrapping around the inebriated John and placing him in a spacious corner. Gloriosa followed, finding some solace in Tushi's attentive guard over John. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the group had yet to return. Their solitary ship swayed gently upon the sea, resembling a lone vessel adrift in an endless ocean. That despicable pirate is truly formidable. The surrounding navy seems to have been defeated. Suddenly, several figures staggered from the direction of God Valley, their tattered garments and wounds revealing the aftermath of a fierce battle. Wait, that ship is the flagship of the Rox pirates, exclaimed a man with fiery red hair styled like a crescent moon, his eyes widening in surprise. Gallant saint, are you certain? Inquired another man, adorned in a mask and opulent robes, his gaze fierce. These filthy pirates dared to ambush us. Their main force is currently occupied by Garp and Roger. This is the perfect opportunity to strike. As he spoke, he brandished his long knife, unleashing a flurry of blade light that sliced through the air. Lion's Might, Snow Dragon Tornado. At that critical moment, a lion's head formed from a mound of earth surged forth from the side, intercepting the oncoming blade light. "OSA, are you all right?" Amidst the smoke and dust, Shiki emerged, bloodied and staggering. "That brat Roger actually joined forces with Garp. The captain sent me to bring you back." "What? What did you say? What happened to Rox?" Gloriosa's complexion drained of color, nearly causing her to faint from the sudden turn of events. "In any case, we must leave at once," Shiki gasped, assisting her as he prepared to depart. Yet, a powerful slash struck his shoulder, causing blood to cascade down. "You have provoked the Knights of God. Do you think you can escape unscathed? Truly a delusion." Galen Saint's expression was cold as he raised his blade once more, one sword style, silver moon flying fox. With the sound of air being cleaved, a silver light shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Fortunately, just before the attack could strike them, the drunken John staggered to his feet, tossing his bottle, which fortuitously struck Galen Saint's wrist, diverting the blow so that it merely grazed Shiki's clothing. "Is this guy truly intoxicated?" Shiki thought, eyes wide as he observed John, who seemed to still have utility in this critical moment. Don't mind me, I can still drink." John slurred, swaying as he attempted to sit down, only to plop down on the ground, eliciting wry smiles from Shiki and Gloriosa. "Damn it, there won't be a second chance." Galen Saint's face darkened, once again raising his blade, now enveloped in a faint silver aura, evidently prepared to unleash his full strength. "I shall not allow you celestial dragons to oppress us." Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. Despite his injuries, he wielded his two renowned blades with fervor against Galen Saint's onslaught. The clash of their formidable powers sent shockwaves through the air, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris. "We cannot delay any longer. We must flee." Shiki raised a finger, and the flagship of the Rock's pirates suddenly soared into the sky, its massive hull resembling a mobile fortress, casting a shadow over the setting sun. "They are escaping. Quick, open fire to sink them." Galen Saint bellowed, as several Navy vessels swiftly adjusted their cannons, preparing to unleash a volley. However, just as they were about to fire, countless weapons, crates, and stones rained down from above, striking the ships with precision and causing explosions to erupt across the sea. "Wait. Shiki, the child, where's the child?" Gloriosa exclaimed in terror, a foreboding sense rising within her. "I was with Rock's son on that pile of crates." What did you say?" Shiki's face paled at her words. He glanced down at the gathering Navy vessels and the raging fires below, ultimately resigning to vanish into the horizon. Chapter 81. No More Avoidance. The King of the Underworld. Thus, it appears that the captain is the child of Rox. Kabaji, who had been listening intently, was momentarily stunned by Shiki's words, which struck like thunder, leaving everyone present in speechless shock. Since then, the Rox pirates have disbanded, and Osha harbors resentment towards me, returning alone to Amazon Lily, never to emerge again. Furthermore, that fellow John, burdened by guilt, subsequently pursued treasure instead. At this point, Shiki's gaze became profound and complex, as if that memory was both painful and precious to him. "I gathered the remnants of pirates on Hive Island and founded the Flying Sky Pirates, launching wave after wave of crazed retaliation and destruction against the world government." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Buggy, his eyes reddening. "Yet, every deep night, I reminisce about that child and Captain Rock's final instructions." Shiki's voice trembled slightly, as if that deeply buried memory were surging forth like a tide, nearly overwhelming him. "Child, remember, no matter where you are or what name you bear, your surname is eternally engraved with. Although Captain Rox has passed, his will and dream must be continued by you." Does this mean that the fearsome Rox is also a member of the D clan? This revelation is indeed earth-shattering news. Morgan, eavesdropping nearby, suddenly brightened with excitement, his pen swiftly recording the information as if he had uncovered the most astonishing secret. Wait, if Buggy is truly the child of Rox, then his identity is far more than just that of a warlord, a descendant of the D clan, coupled with Rock's legacy. What a tempest this shall be. He, thus, among the emperors of the New World, aside from the fallen Whitebeard of Marineford, half were once crew members of Rox. Doflamingo sneered, tossing aside a horned den mushy that continued to chatter, which he callously disregarded. However, This aligns perfectly with my intentions. With this secret weapon, we can unite and rewrite the map of this sea. Cough, cough. You certainly have a knack for scheming. Shiki struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After the captain's disappearance, Linlin and Kaido each carved out their own territories. One became the Big Moom, one of the four emperors, ruling over Whole Cake Island. The other became the captain of the Beast's Pirates, also one of the four emperors, commanding storms in the New World. Yet, they seem uninterested in reconstructing the Rock's pirates. As he spoke, he turned to survey everyone present, a faint smile gracing his lips. Nevertheless, I believe Doflamingo is not entirely mistaken. We should seize this opportunity to consolidate the entire underworld. No sooner had he spoken than all eyes turned to Shiki, their faces etched with surprise, confusion, and a subtle hint of anticipation. Are you joking? You want us to follow someone else? The king of usury quivered in his chair, his small eyes glinting with cunning and discontent. Why not simply let us go? Whatever you want, I can provide. Don't say that, Felt. The queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy, elegantly seated nearby, gently flicked her hair, a charming smile gracing her face. Actually, uniting could be quite beneficial. In the New World, we need not endure the wrath of those sea emperors, and we can collectively oppose the oppression of the Navy and the world government. Don't think I'm unaware of your background, Stussy, Morgan interjected suddenly. His pen darted across the paper as if recording crucial information. You were once an undercover agent for CP0, fully aware of the inner workings of the Navy and the world government. Would you truly be willing to join this alliance? I have no objections. I merely wonder how the profits will be distributed, mused the Undertaker, Pietro, as he gently caressed his pipe. After all, each of us harbors our own ambitions and agendas. Do we not? Enough. Buggy suddenly clutched his head, shouting in anger, the confusion and astonishment on his face swiftly replaced by rage. Did anyone consult me before deciding this? He gazed out at the familiar faces clashing with the Navy on the distant sea, his expression filled with dissatisfaction and fury. I only wanted to live peacefully as a wealthy man, enjoying a leisurely life. You suddenly tell me I am the child of rocks, and now I must inherit his will, leading you against the Navy, the world government, and even the four emperors? Have you considered my feelings? When did I agree to shoulder such a burden? As his words faded, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Buggy's eyes. He abruptly turned to leave, only to be struck down by a striking figure. At this point, what childishness are you still displaying? Eureka gasped for breath. Since you emerged from Impel Down, you have changed entirely. I do not care whether you were acting before, but now, you must pull yourself together. As she spoke, she yanked Buggy by the collar, pointing at the pirates battling on the sea, her eyes glistening. Each one of them you have saved or aided, now fearlessly fighting the Navy, including Kabaji and Machi. Do you know how they have fared these past 2 years? You left the train, leaving behind a mess for us to clean up. Eureka's voice quivered with emotion, yet remained unwavering. Everyone needs a leader. Now is the time for you to step up and take on this responsibility for them, and for all of us. Indeed, Sister Eureka speaks the truth, Captain. Kabaji also stood up, his usual light-hearted demeanor replaced with earnestness. The brothers fear neither the Navy nor the four emperors. Although you have often been unreliable, preoccupied with treasure, you have always been loyal and courageous. Now that you know your lineage, you should lead us to achieve great things. Well said. Let us forth, Captain. The elite members of the former Buggy Pirates rallied in support, their eyes ablaze with fervor and unwavering determination. The Buggy who once reveled in treasure hunting has now grown in their hearts to become a trustworthy and dependable leader. Chapter 82. The Establishment of the Cross Guild. The crisis of the East Sea comes to an end. Everyone. Baki's voice quivered slightly, as he gazed affectionately at the familiar faces surrounding him, each etched with resilience and tenacity. I understand, but this may very well be a path fraught with thorns. The sovereigns of the New World would never idly watch us encroach upon the vast enterprises of the underworld. That is a tantalizing prize they would not relinquish lightly. Are you truly prepared for what lies ahead? Enough with the chatter. It would be more prudent to contemplate what name we shall adopt after our union. We cannot continue to bear the outdated banner of the Baki Pirates. Yarlita's gruff voice interrupted Baki's hesitation. As she candidly proposed her suggestion, I think Red Heart Grand Fleet sounds rather cool. I've been wanting to use that name for ages. Forget it, Sister Yarlita. Kabaji murmured from the side. What about Rock Sun's Pirate Alliance? That name sounds more formidable and better reflects our heritage. Too straightforward. it would invite unnecessary troubles. Stussy shook her head, her words always calm and strategic. We need a name that is neither overly ostentatious nor easily forgettable. Wait, I haven't agreed yet. Feld was about to speak when he suddenly caught sight of Buggy turning around abruptly and hastily closed his mouth. The Cross Guild. Buggy's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the crowd. From this day forth, the Buggy Pirates shall officially be renamed the Cross Guild. Within the guild, all members shall stand as equals, sharing both benefits and burdens. You may join freely, without compulsion, since in a past life, Buggy ascended to the rank of the 4 emperors under this name. In this life, I, Buggy, shall likewise invoke the name of the Cross Guild to stir an unprecedented tempest in the new world. That name sounds invigorating. Shiki excitedly slapped the table. A glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Ahem. Let me express my stance. From this moment, the Flying Sky Pirates shall join the Cross Guild. These forces should rightfully belong to you. He, our Don Quixote family, is also willing to lend a hand. Doflamingo cast a glance at the incessantly chattering snail in the corner, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Those who fail to adapt, no matter how powerful, will not go far. The Flying Locust Pirates join. The Bellamy Pirates join. The Stork Pirates also come on board. The entirety of my Pleasure Street is equally willing to fight alongside. Stussy smiled at the restless Feld, shrugging her shoulders. This is all voluntary, after all. It's a free shelter for our sisters. Why not embrace it? As long as greed does not overwhelm us. I too shall agree to join. The great hand mortician, Pietro, grinned. After all, my assassins require a stable backing now. The Cross Guild sounds just right. Now, we have communications, arms, entertainment, assassination, shipping, and intelligence networks, all in place. Morgan's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. If I join, will I no longer have to worry about my news being intercepted or altered? As long as you refrain from fabricating stories. Yarlita chuckled. Recalling your article about the mysterious disappearance of the Soul King Brook, it left me quite vexed for some time. Amidst the jubilant discussions, Kabaji found himself lost in thought, scanning the surroundings and murmuring. Odd, isn't Machi supposed to be here as a guest? He ought not to be absent on such a significant day. Oh no. Shiki's expression suddenly changed, slamming his hand on the table. Under my threat, he should still be rampaging in the East Sea with the Beast Brigade. On an island that had become half ruins, strewn with debris and boulders suspended in midair, like dark clouds blotting out the sun. Below, a group of towering beasts fled in a frenzy, their eyes filled with terror and confusion, as if escaping from a dreadfully terrifying entity. When did the Navy produce such a figure, capable of levitating those colossal creatures like Shiki? It seems I truly am doomed this time. A man clad in a plush coat, riding a flamingo, desperately fled ahead of the beast horde, his eyes wide with fear and despair. Tawanzi. You take Ricky and head out from the other side. They shouldn't trouble you. Absolutely not, Uncle Machi. The girl, known as Tawanzi, whose arms were feathered, clung tightly to the man's waist, her face a mask of confusion. Why is it that you, who intervened in the chaos, are being pursued by the Navy? This matter cannot be easily explained. Machi gazed at the approaching debris above, urgency coursing through him. Ricky, take her away. Before his words were finished, the magnificent lion Ricky beside him suddenly bore several gaping wounds on its chest, letting out a mournful roar before its great body swayed and collapsed to the ground. Kid, you cannot escape. Fujitora emerged slowly from behind the floating rubble, his eyes closed, his cane seemingly imbued with world-shattering power. Several islands have been utterly devastated. This must be your doing. Ricky, with a cry of anguish, Machi abruptly halted, hesitating for a moment before producing a capsule from his pocket and swiftly injecting it. Instantly, the unconscious Ricky was enveloped in a soft blue glow, its wounds healing at an astonishing rate, its body swelling as a pair of wings miraculously sprouted forth. Hush, be quiet. Ricky, it's me, don't be afraid. Machi wiped away his tears, gently caressing Ricky's newly formed wings. Don't pretend to be asleep. Take her away first. Roar. Remarkably, Ricky seemed to understand Machi's words, letting out a low growl before carefully lifting Tawanzi and soaring into the sky. This should be the last of them. The East Sea is finally safe. Watching Ricky and Tawanzi safely depart, Machi sighed with relief, lazily reclining on the ground, his eyes glistening. I wonder how the captain and the others are doing. I truly hope to see them again. Just as he thought this, the ground suddenly trembled violently, countless figures rushing towards him from afar. Though they appeared chaotic, There was an inexplicable resolve in their movements. Awaken, Machi. Don't let him escape. Hurry and set sail. We will chase you to the sea. As the scene zoomed in, an uncountable number of islanders approached, all wearing smiles as they ran towards Machi. They waved various items in their hands. Some held flowers, others raised flags, and some brandished homemade banners, inscribed with words of gratitude for Machi, the hero who protected their homeland. As long as we follow Machi closely, this ruthless navy cannot allow the debris to fall. An elderly islander exclaimed as he ran, his eyes shimmering with trust and hope. Indeed, if it weren't for him suddenly halting those beasts, my home would have been lost. A middle-aged woman cradling her child expressed her gratitude, exclaiming, Machi, you are our benefactor. What is happening here? Fujitora's brow furrowed. He had never witnessed such a peculiar sight. The islander's attitude towards Machi was in stark contrast to the animosity he understood existed between pirates and the populace. He closed his eyes, attempting to perceive his surroundings through the power of observation hockey. Yet all he encountered was a tumultuous swirl of emotions filled with gratitude. Could it be that I have misjudged this young man? Chapter 83. The Golden Rain, the beginning of a legend. The urgent report arrived from the warship, relayed by Major Bastiu, as Rear Admiral Fujitora received word. Amidst the vast crowd, a Navy soldier, his face blackened by gunpowder, staggered through the desolate streets, his voice trembling. The signal from Vice Admiral Dogman and the others has suddenly vanished. How could this happen? Are they afraid I might stop them? Never mind. It should be fine. No one would be so arrogant as to attack the Navy while executing the demon destruction order. Fujitora slowly turned, feeling the genuine joy emanating from the islanders, and sighed, informed the remaining naval personnel on the island to prepare for departure. Depart? Depart? The soldiers' gaze fixated on a figure at the center of the crowd, incredulous. Are we not continuing the pursuit of those pirates? The current situation had exceeded our expectations and control. Fujitora chuckled abruptly. The populace harbored an extraordinary trust and gratitude towards the pirate known as Machi. Continuing the chase would only incite greater public outrage. Moreover, he paused, seemingly pondering something. From various signs, Machi's actions did not appear to stem from malice. He controlled these ferocious beasts, perhaps for reasons unknown to us. But, Rear Admiral, this is a serious violation of the law. The Navy soldier appeared agitated. If we let him go like this, how do we explain ourselves to the naval headquarters? Fujitora closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. The justice of the Navy is not merely about blindly pursuing pirates. It is more crucial to protect the safety and interests of the populace. At present, Machi has become a hero in the hearts of these islanders. Our forced intervention would only shatter the fragile peace we have worked so hard to establish. Additionally, there is a doubt in my heart that requires personal resolution. With that, Fujitora slowly opened his eyes, which gleamed with profound light. He gazed skyward, as if penetrating the clouds to glimpse a distant future. You go inform everyone. We will temporarily retreat to the coast and remain vigilant, but there is no need to pursue Machi any further. As for the headquarters, I shall explain to the acting Admiral Kong myself. Understood. The Navy soldier saluted and hurried away, leaving Fujitora standing alone amidst the ruins. His silhouette rendered solitary yet resolute in the twilight glow. Why the sudden retreat? I don't know. But at least we won't have to deal with those terrifying beasts. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As night fell, the naval fleet readied itself by the coastline, yet a stifling atmosphere pervaded the air. Soldiers busily traversed the deck, ostensibly executing the retreat order. But many harbored doubts and unease within. What could Mr. Smile be contemplating? How long does he intend to keep the rubble afloat in the air? In a corner of the warship, Bastiu stood alone by the railing, gazing at the massive stones blocking the sky. Filled with confusion, this was a pivotal moment for his promotion to admiral. It was one thing not to align himself with the candidates for fleet admiral. But why relinquish such an easily attainable achievement? Could it be that someone truly does not care for their career? Look, what is that? Just as Bastiu fell into contemplation, a sharp-eyed Navy soldier suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the distant sky. Everyone followed his gaze, witnessing the floating debris suddenly crumble into dust, which then erupted in a dazzling display across the night sky, cascading like a meteor shower. Countless pirate ships gradually revealed their outlines against the backdrop of the heavens. Uncle Machi, we have come to take you home. Accompanied by a clear and resolute voice, a serene and lovely little girl, riding a majestic lion with outstretched wings, gracefully emerged from the array of pirate ships, her small hand waving high. The battle is over, and Lord Shiki has decided to grant everyone a reprieve. We are finally free. Tuanzi, and Ricky. The scene shifted to Machi, who, weary and awaiting the end of his fate, suddenly lifted his head upon hearing that familiar and endearing voice. His gaze pierced through layers of mist, spotting the increasingly distinct figures in the sky, along with the imposing pirate fleet bearing the emblem of the red-nosed mark. His eyes glistened with tears, and the captain, everyone is safe. That's wonderful. Impressive. At your age, you can still lift everyone's ships. It's impossible not to admire you. The sea breeze ruffled Bondi Wald's cloak as he stood at the ship's bow. Turning to look at Shiki, who was directing the crew in transporting treasures, his tone filled with reflection and respect. Stop flattering me, Wald. Wald took a deep drag from his cigar. I truly cannot fathom that the first task of the Cross Guild, after its establishment, is to deliver gold to these civilians. No sooner had he spoken, when it began to rain gold from the sky. Golden light cascaded down, gently brushing over the sea like a fine rain, landing on the deck with a crisp, melodious sound. This sound, is it raining? No, it is gold. Everything falling from the sky is gold. This sudden shower of gold astonished everyone, and they all looked up at the sky, where some pirates were tossing bags of gold from their ships, letting them drift with the wind. What transpired today is enough to astonish even the annals of history. Stussy stood at the bow of a lavishly adorned pirate ship, arms crossed, her gaze flitting between the swirling gold and the crowd below. Our chairman is truly an enigmatic fellow. You know nothing. I will not let this go to waste. Morgan transformed into his albatross form, soaring into the air, wings flapping gently as he hovered in the golden rain. This is unprecedented news. The golden rain, the pirates' redemption, the Navy's retreat. Each element is enough to shake the world. Our Cross Guild will soon be renowned. With his proclamation, the pirates of the Cross Guild erupted in cheers, raising their cups in celebration, laughter and shouts intertwining, echoing across the sea and sky. What manner of being is this fellow named Buggy? On an isolated island, the sea breeze lifted Fujitora's cloak, imbued with a hint of melancholy and resolution. He gazed into the distance, as if conversing with a voice within. I wish I had not closed my eyes. I truly want to see your face. It must be gentle. Thus, the Cross Guild, destined to be renowned across the seas, officially ascended to the world stage at this moment. Its myriad legendary tales spread rapidly like wildfire, unleashing an unprecedented storm upon the Grand Line. Chapter 84, The Battle for Fleet Admiral, a clash of ice and fire. Months later, Punk Hazard Island. Upon a desolate wasteland cloaked in perpetual ice and snow, two figures clad in black trench coats and wide-brimmed hats ambled forward. To presume a battle would unfurl on this island based solely on a few fragmented whispers Morgan gleaned from the Marines. Is Buggy not being overly presumptuous? Alvida tightened the collar of her coat, her voice trembling slightly in the frigid wind. Furthermore, what concern is the appointment of a Marine fleet admiral to us? The Cross Guild is burdened with myriad affairs demanding my attention. I scarcely have the leisure to partake in this spectacle. Now, Alvida, cease your lamentations, Mr. 3 soothed. He deftly deployed a series of small, sophisticated surveillance devices across the terrain, simultaneously conjuring layers of protective wax barriers to ward off the biting cold. Buggy took his men to Fishman Island to rescue his chief master, and Jin returned to Enyo Navy to stop the old madman who tried to destroy the New World. When the message arrived, everyone was coincidentally absent. We are the only reliable people in headquarters, so you can't blame Buggy. Oh, have you taken to defending that odious fellow? Alvida glared at Mr. 3, feigning offense with a pout. Don't forget who smoothed things over and erased your tracks when the Big Mom pirates were hunting you down some time ago. Of course I recall, but I am merely being objective, Mr. 3 stammered, scratching his head sheepishly. Though Buggy is occasionally impetuous, his intuition is usually spot on. Perhaps our presence on Punk Hazard will indeed yield something. Before he could complete his thought, the ground beneath them convulsed violently. Subsequently, two opposing currents of frigid and scorching air erupted from the island's core, colliding in an instant to form a colossal vortex that swept up the surrounding ice, snow, and vegetation. The heavens and earth were instantly plunged into chaos by this immense force of nature. What is transpiring? Alvida cried, clutching Mr. 3's arm in terror as the gale threatened to tear them asunder. Fortunately, Mr. 3 swiftly transmuted waxen tendrils, anchoring them securely to a jutting rock formation, thus stabilizing their position. Unclear, but this does not appear to be a natural phenomenon, Mr. 3 muttered, squinting as he strained to discern the surroundings through the tempestuous storm. Could it be? Before he could finish, the rock formation succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, shattering into fragments. The two were forcibly drawn into the eye of the vortex, where all was blurred and indistinct, as if they had been cast into a primordial void. Sakazuki, at this rate, our battle will obliterate the entire island. A resonant, forceful voice echoed through the heart of the storm, accompanied by an even more intense surge of energy. Spare me your feigned concern, Kazan. You and I both know that this confrontation is inevitable. Besides, this island is uninhabited. After all, another voice retorted icily. As the words faded, two figures flickered into view within the storm's core, their forms obscured by the swirling chaos. Crimson and azure lights intertwined, the direct clash between Admiral Akina Sakazuki's Magu Magu Nomi and Admiral Akiji Kazan's High Nomi abilities. Punk Hazard had become their arena. Half consumed by searing magma, the other by boundless ice, creating an extraordinary spectacle of natural extremes. That Buggy is truly prescient, Mr. 3 gasped, struggling to regain his breath amidst the storm's aftershocks. His words trembled with cold and trepidation. Alvida, check if the surveillance equipment is functional. Attempt to contact headquarters. Alvida? Receiving no response, a sense of foreboding washed over Mr. 3. He turned his head with great effort, his gaze sweeping across the raging storm in search of Alvida. But he could discern nothing beyond the churning air and swirling snow. If you wish to preserve your life, it would behoove you to lower your voice. A low, composed voice sounded close to Mr. 3's ear. Startled, he turned to see a figure draped in a black fur coat, a cigar clenched between his teeth, standing beside him. Elord. Mr. 3 stammered, his voice hoarse with surprise and fear. What are you doing here? It has been a long time, Mr. 3. After offending the celestial dragons on the desert island, I didn't expect you to survive. I'm impressed. The newcomer's iron hook gently snagged the unconscious Alvida, lifting her with ease and placing her gently beside the former. However, Daz relayed a tidbit of information to me. The Big Mom pirates have been coveting your head for quite some time. The man's words held a hint of jest, yet Mr. 3 detected a palpable threat. Sweat beaded on his brow as he forced a smile. You don't jest. I am but a trivial character. Surely the Big Mom pirates would not truly concern themselves with me? Do you truly believe your transgressions remain concealed? That woman harbors the deepest resentment for family members who abandon her embrace. Crocodile's gaze, as sharp as a hawk's, fixed upon the communicator at Mr. 3's waist, his expression darkening. Take me to see Buggy. In exchange, I will ensure your safe passage from this place. Even as he spoke, countless grains of sand surged from the ground, swiftly coalescing into a sand wall, temporarily shielding them from the raging storm and providing a brief respite for Mr. 3 and the unconscious Alvida. I fear that is impossible, Mr. 3 stammered, his eyes darting nervously. After Mr. 2 spared no effort to ensure our escape from that desolate place, I came to comprehend the true essence of piracy. Therefore, I shall never betray the chairman. Chairman? Crocodile scoffed, a fleeting glint of admiration flickering in his eyes before being replaced by cold indifference. As I suspected, the Cross Guild is indeed the work of Buggy. However, you underestimate me. My intention is to discuss a proposition. Move aside, Mr. 3. Sweet Logue. Suddenly, accompanied by a gust of wind, the newly awakened Alvida swung her spiked club with savage force toward Crocodile, the impact quaking the very ground beneath them. Did it work? Alvida smiled faintly. I heard everything you said just now. That composure and calmness in the face of danger is really like a man. No, not at all. Mr. 3 and Apos. S face flushed slightly as he began to respond modestly, but he suddenly looked up and saw Crocodile transformed into a whirlwind of sand, recondensing, his iron hook tightly strangling Alvida's neck. Chapter 85. The world's strongest swordsman. The wings of the king gather. Stop, please stop. If anything happens to her, the Cross Guild will not spare you. Mr. 3 shouted in terror, attempting to rush forward to halt Crocodile. But the sandy ground beneath him felt like quicksand, hindering his progress. Threatening me, Mr. 3? You've certainly grown bolder, Crocodile remarked, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he tightened his iron hook. Alrida's face flushed crimson, her breathing becoming rapid and labored. Considering you've been with me for so long, you should know my temperament. Do not test my patience. I said, do not act rashly. Mr. 3 hastily replied, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Buggy. Buggy has gone to Cricana Island. Cricana Island? Isn't that Mihawk's territory? What business does he have there? Crocodile's eyes flickered, as if a forgotten memory had been stirred, and he slightly eased the grip of his hook, allowing Alrida's complexion to regain some color. Nevertheless, it seems we finally have a lead. Since the conclusion of the Summit War, Crocodile and Mr. 1's movements had become exceedingly clandestine. They had been secretly plotting to revive the Baroque works, seeking to re-establish their dominance in these tumultuous seas. However, perhaps due to their prolonged absence from the New World S stage, their endeavors faced numerous obstacles. On one hand, the people of Alabasta still harbored deep-seated hatred towards Crocodile, and the assets of Baroque works had been almost entirely seized by the government, making the accumulation of resources a Herculean task. The former Desert King, Crocodile, naturally despised preying on civilians, which further constrained their operational freedom. Simultaneously, the New World was undergoing tumultuous changes, with new pirate crews sprouting like mushrooms after rain, while old powers were continuously being reshuffled. Although Crocodile had once been one of the 7 warlords, possessing a degree of renown and strength in the New World, he was no longer the formidable figure he once was. Pirates regarded him with a mix of awe and wariness, lamenting the fact that he had been defeated by the fledgling Straw Hat Luffy, which made recruiting new members and establishing new strongholds exceptionally challenging. In desperation, Crocodile began seeking limited alliances with other pirate crews or factions to compensate for his lack of resources. The Cross Guild, an emerging titan of the underground world, was led by none other than Buggy, who had once intersected paths with Crocodile. This presented Crocodile with an unprecedented opportunity. Given the circumstances, it seems I must pay a personal visit, Crocodile said with a grin, his gaze piercing through the storm, resting upon the 2 admirals engaged in fierce combat in the distance. By the way, what is Buggy sending you here for? Is it to stage a covert assault on these 2? Cough, cough. Mr. 3, you scoundrel. Selling out Buggy's whereabouts, I disdain you. Alrita coughed as she glared at Mr. 3, her eyes brimming with fury and disappointment. Enough chatter. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Buggy will understand. Just then, Mr. 3 thrust his hands into the ground, causing the snowy terrain to tremble slightly. A sharp wax blade, akin to a serpent emerging from the earth, swiftly severed Crocodile's iron hook that bound Alrita, scattering it into grains of sand. Run. I'll handle this, Mr. 3 declared, his form flickering as several wax clones surged towards Crocodile from all directions, attempting to buy Alrita precious moments to flee. Indeed, once the boss changes, the resolve becomes far more formidable. Crocodile's expression darkened instantly, a small sandstorm brewing in his palm. Sandstorm, accompanied by a howling wind. A deluge of yellow sand surged forth like a tempest, engulfing Mr. 3's wax clones and staining the surrounding snow a vivid yellow. Mr. 3 struggled against the storm, desperately seeking an escape, but the ferocity of Crocodile's sandstorm overwhelmed him, soon rendering his breaths labored and his vision blurred. Damn it, Mr. 3, Alrita, sensing the commotion behind her, gritted her teeth, about to turn back when a razor-sharp sword aura suddenly descended from the heavens, splitting Crocodile's sandstorm in 2 and revealing a clear passage. Is it you? Crocodile's nonchalant demeanor vanished, his gaze sharpening as he looked towards the source of the sword energy. There stood a swordsman, clad in a black trench coat, brandishing a long sword, proudly suspended in midair. His eyes were like keen hawks, the sword tip trembling slightly, as if still resonating with the power of his recent strike, instilling a sense of reverence. Is that the fellow who appeared at Marineford? Is he truly the world's strongest swordsman? How terrifying. Mr. 3 managed to steady himself amidst the remnants of the storm, catching sight of the newcomer, gasping in awe. Why can't you remain comfortably in your castle, Dracula Mihawk? What brings you here? Crocodile's expression turned grave, his body tense and poised for battle, seemingly anticipating the imminent confrontation. It was I who summoned him here. A calm yet commanding voice suddenly interrupted the standoff between Crocodile and Mihawk. Everyone turned in surprise to see a man with a red nose, dressed in an old-style navy coat devoid of insignia, slowly emerging from the snow. Buggy, Alrita, and Mr. 3 exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished that behind this seemingly tranquil situation lay Buggy's meticulous scheming. As you can see, I simply lost a bet with this guy. Mihawk sheathed his sword, a hint of resignation in his tone, yet his gaze remained clear, as if this wager were merely a trivial matter to him. How did you manage to deduce the battlefield of these two admirals? Given the Navy's secrecy, you should not have had prior knowledge of such intelligence. Now, do you believe me regarding what I told you, my hawk? Buggy assisted the weary Mr. 3, brushing off the snowflakes from his shoulders, then turned to remark, considering the time. It should be imminent. The warlord system will surely be abolished. As soon as the words left his lips, all present fell into stunned silence. Chapter 86. Foretelling the Future. The Gathering of the Strong at the Cross Guild. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. It is improbable that the world government would allow the delicate balance among the three dominant forces to be easily disrupted. Crocodile scoffed, breaking the surrounding silence. Since there are free henchmen willing to serve, why would they destroy themselves? Initially, I too was skeptical. My hawk gazed at Buggy, slowly extracting a slip of paper from his chest. However, this fellow, since the onset of the war at the top, has accurately foretold every event, from the fall of Whitebeard to the rise of Blackbeard, and even the turmoil within the Navy. Rewinding 2 years to Marineford, where flames of war raged. The air was thick with gunpowder, and every corner of the battlefield was drenched in blood and carnage, where life was as fragile as fallen leaves. The hatred between the Navy and the pirates had transcended rational bounds, leaving only endless clashes of blades and a struggle for survival. Yet, on the periphery of this chaotic battlefield stood a solitary figure, seemingly out of place, like an observer detached from the turmoil. Dracula, my hawk, how long do you intend to watch? Sengoku turned slightly, his voice tinged with urgency and dissatisfaction. Do not forget your identity. The government did not bestow upon you the title of Warlord of the Sea merely for you to be a spectator on the battlefield. Understood, I shall intervene. My hawk sighed softly, withdrawing his gaze from the chaos of battle to focus on Buggy, who was relentlessly penetrating the Navy's defenses, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. I am sorry. Shanks, I will show no mercy. Before his words faded, he slowly unsheathed the long sword from his back, its blade gleaming like a crescent moon, reflecting the blinding light of the battlefield. Damn it, that reckless eagle eye is actually preparing to join the fray. Is that the legendary Black Blade? To be precise, it should be called Black Blade, Yoru, one of the 12 supreme grade swords in existence. Its pitch-black edge belonging to the renowned blade of the strongest swordsman. The moment he drew his sword, the entire battlefield held its breath, the blinding green light seeming to cleave the very air in two. Finally, it has appeared. Feeling the dazzling sharpness ahead, Buggy inexplicably began to feel a surge of excitement. However, you would do well to behave yourself for now. Strangely, in the face of this unparalleled swordsman, who instilled fear in others, Buggy, thanks to his unique split-fruit ability, felt no dread towards the impending strike, even experiencing an odd sense of familiarity. Amidst the fiery chaos, he boldly faced Mihawk's slash, the fierce blade instantly cleaving his body into several segments. Yet in the blink of an eye, those severed pieces miraculously reassembled, leaving him unscathed, no matter how Mihawk swung his blade. Even with Haki covering it, it cannot inflict any harm. Mihawk frowned slightly, sheathing his sword and creating a gust of wind that swept away the surrounding smoke and dust. If that is the case, perhaps a different approach will suffice. I do not wish to be your enemy, Mihawk. Accompanied by the howling winds, Buggy suddenly appeared behind him, interrupting his unfinished words with a voice only the two could hear. After all, we will inevitably become allies in battle. There is no need for us to quarrel here. What nonsense are you spouting? Mihawk spun around abruptly, his gaze piercing, as if attempting to see through Buggy. Allies in battle? With a pirate who relies on his split-fruit ability to evade combat? Why not? Rather than being hunted down by the Navy in the future, it is better to make new plans now. Buggy handed over a pre-prepared slip of paper, gesturing toward the distant execution platform. If you do not believe me, just wait and see. The contents foretell various events to come, beginning with the emergence of Blackbeard Teach. Every prophecy will come to pass. Since you are here, it means everything Buggy said has come true, right? Yarlita crossed her arms, her gaze flitting between Crocodile and Mihawk before finally settling on the tardy Buggy. Her tone mingled with disbelief and barely contained excitement. You actually possess such capabilities. Why didn't you mention it sooner? You've made me toil endlessly for our hard-earned fortune. Show me what you've got. Crocodile bit down on his cigar, snatching the paper from Mihawk's hands to scrutinize it closely. His expression shifted from initial skepticism to seriousness, ultimately settling into deep astonishment. It states here, That straw hat will become one of the 4 emperors of the sea. Are you jesting? Shanks, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido. And the newly cunning Blackbeard Teach, how could he possibly shake any of them? Is it Luffy? Let me take a look. Mr. 3 retrieved a pair of small glasses from his pocket, struggling to put them on before leaning closer to the paper in Crocodile's hands, studying it intently. His eyes danced across the text, occasionally exclaiming in awe. It truly is that kid. It seems I should get closer to him in the future. Mr. 3 murmured to himself. Just as he was about to return the paper, he suddenly turned to Buggy, his mouth agape in surprise. Wait. One of the new emperors of the sea. Cross Guild. Buggy the Clown. What? Is it so hard to believe? Buggy busied himself checking the damaged surveillance equipment around him. Those 2 have seen it long ago. They remain far more composed than you. To be fair, the current Cross Guild, based solely on its superficial strength, indeed possesses the qualification to vie for the title of Emperor of the Sea. Mihawk touched the ring given to him by Shanks, his gaze profound. If the warlord system is indeed abolished, this would be an excellent place to hone one's swordsmanship. Is that what you think too? Crocodile exhaled a puff of smoke. However, in terms of depth and means, it still appears somewhat juvenile. Indeed. Buggy observed the 2 as they attempted to maintain their composure while confronting reality, deliberately not providing them with an easy way out. Instead, shifting his gaze to the horizon. What if we were to add a Marine Admiral to our ranks? As soon as the words left his lips, the scorching magma in the distance clashed violently with the frigid ice, and the rising steam swiftly enveloped the entire island in a shroud of mist. Chapter 87. The Decisive Battle. The Resurgence of Banned Substances. In the heart of Punk Hazard Island, the colossal volcano resembled a wound inflicted by nature itself, relentlessly spewing forth thick smoke and boiling lava, as if intent on consuming the very heavens and the earth. The sea breeze, infused with both scorching heat and frigid chill, seemed to rend the atmosphere asunder, creating a dichotomy. The island's flora, under the influence of these extreme forces, was bifurcated. Some were frozen into crystalline sculptures, while others were reduced to withered ash. Sakazuki your hair as the hazy mist gradually dissipated, the severely burned Akiji struggled to maintain his half-frozen stance. His gaze fixed intently on the approaching fiery figure, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Have you taken that substance? No wonder from the moment I joined the Navy. I understood that upholding justice comes at a price. Akainu's footsteps faltered slightly, a complex and profound expression flitting across his twisted face. He did not deny it. Instead, he silently nodded. In truth, I had intended to step back, much like Zifa-sensei did before. After all, the wounds I sustained 2 years ago still haunt me. Akainu gently stroked his suddenly graying hair, his countenance marred by hatred and helplessness. He then produced several pills, which were instantly transformed into wisps of smoke by the searing heat. Yet those old geezers in Mariewa sent me these, claiming they could temporarily suppress my pain and fully support my ascension to the rank of admiral. What did you say? This shocking revelation sent Akiji, who had fought tirelessly for 10 days, reeling as if the ground beneath him were collapsing. Yes, that kind of drug was explicitly banned over a decade ago. The world government is so unscrupulous, going so far as to resort to this forbidden substance to prop up their puppet. I only learned about it later. But it matters little now. As Akainu transformed back into molten lava, he advanced step by step, the air around him warping under the intense heat. Each stride accompanied by a slight tremor of the ground. Only by standing at a higher position can I more effectively realize my beliefs, even if it means sacrificing some principles, perhaps even my lifespan. Therefore you should not contest me for this position. Great eruption. With Akainu's roar, an unprecedentedly massive column of lava erupted from his arm, soaring skyward and painting the heavens a deep crimson, as if the very light of the sun were obscured by this overwhelming force. The temperature on Punk Hazard Island surged instantaneously, causing even the frozen ice sculptures to begin melting rapidly, merging into a cascade of water intertwined with lava, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape. Could I have misheard the esteemed Admiral of the Navy? Has he truly resorted to ES? The scene shifted to a peculiar structure, a blend of candles and sand, where several figures observed the distant battle, whispering amongst themselves. Have you heard about this? Dracul Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, leaned against a chair crafted from bones. His keen gaze fixed on the speaker, the astonished Eureka. Do you truly think I am to be trifled with? Eureka intended to chastise, but upon meeting Mihawk's hawk-like eyes and Crocodile's golden hook seeping with poison, her resolve wavered. Very well, I shall divulge. Not long ago, Kabaji went to Fishman Island in search of his master. He returned once, mentioning a fishman named Hody who had used this drug. It is said that even Straw Hat Luffy could not contend with him for a time. How did this long-extinct banned substance resurface? Crocodile furrowed his brow. To my knowledge, this drug was deemed extremely dangerous by the world government once MADS developed it, due to its life-threatening and mind-altering side effects. They ordered its complete destruction and prohibited any further research or production. Are you suggesting that someone has clandestinely retained this substance and may even be conducting secret research? Mihawk astutely caught the implication in Crocodile's words. Indeed. Crocodile nodded slightly, reigniting a cigar, the swirling smoke enhancing the profundity of his expression. Though MADS has been disbanded, their research findings have not entirely vanished. It is highly probable that someone has secretly preserved these materials, possibly even experimental samples. We shall address the issue of the banned substance later. With the current intelligence capabilities of the Cross Guild, I trust we will unearth some leads soon. Buggy clenched his fists, his gaze sharply fixed on the battle outside the window. This stimulant-like forbidden substance, should it flow into the dark currents of the black market or fall into the hands of the Navy and other factions, would undoubtedly pose unprecedented challenges and crises to his meticulously crafted plans. After all, in his past life, Akainu ascended to the rank of Admiral post-war of the best without ever resorting to such drugs. Yet now, it seemed the future of the pirate world had shifted dramatically. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from outside, interrupting Buggy's thoughts. He turned abruptly, gazing out the window to witness the volcano on Punk Hazard Island erupting once more, hot lava and thick smoke billowing forth, as if seeking to engulf the entire island. Your resistance ends here, Kazan. This world requires not hesitation and justice, but absolute power and determination. Akainu's voice resonated deeply amidst the rumbling of lava and smoke as he gradually withdrew his arm, which had melted half of Akiji's leg, leaning in to whisper, in truth. You were forsaken from the very beginning. All those associated with Garp will ultimately face reckoning. Before his words could fully dissipate, a colossal lava fist surged forth with destructive force, hurtling towards Akiji. Sakazuki, you have indeed progressed significantly since 2 years ago. In the nick of time, a black-purple slash suddenly cut through the void, precisely severing Akainu's lava fist in two, scattering the molten lava into fiery sparks across the sky. Chapter 88. The Emergence of Buggy, the Birth of the New Admiral. At last, you have chosen to step down. Seizing the moment's respite afforded by that strike, Akiji swiftly adjusted his breath and stance. Despite the searing pain radiating from his right foot, which furrowed his brow, he utilized the momentum of the blow to retreat, distancing himself from the suffocating heat wave emanating from his opponent. How laughable it is. A month ago I received your message, and I thought someone was sowing discord from the shadows. Little did I know that someone in my high position would be less accurate than your intelligence. The underworld, of course, has its unique laws and channels, capable of capturing secrets that your naval hierarchy finds elusive. Buggy seized the opportunity to strike again, his blade slicing through the air with a fierce gleam infused with division power, cleaving the surging magma of the volcano in two. That force would devour your sanity, Sakazuki. Withdraw now, while you still can. How dare a mere warlord meddle in the internal affairs of the Navy? Unbeknownst to him, Sakazuki had swallowed a silvery pill, his countenance growing ever more grotesque. Immediately, a torrent of magma energy erupted from within him, turning everything around into ash, leaving only the cloak of naval glory draped over his shoulder, which, though scorched by flames, still bore the word justice defiantly, fluttering in the wind. I once thought you noble, yet you have fallen to conspire with pirates, Kazan. In light of this, I shall not hold back any longer. Frenzied dog bites Crimson Lotus. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the volcano on Punk Hazard Island erupted with unprecedented ferocity, magma surging forth like a raging tide, transforming into a three-headed giant hound that stained the sky crimson. You boast of forbidden power. It is you who has fallen. Akiji, though weary, summoned countless tiny ice crystals around him. If justice is to be realized by someone like you, it would be the greatest tragedy for this world. Ice Age. Before his words faded, a chilling aura erupted from Akiji, the tiny ice crystals rapidly expanding into a blizzard that enveloped the entire battlefield. For a moment, the searing magma clashed violently with the biting frost above Punk Hazard Island. The three-headed hound formed of lava slowed its approach under the assault of ice and snow, each roar accompanied by plumes of steam that obscured vision and clouded the outcome of this battle. Could victory be within reach? At a corner outside the island, countless warships lay quietly anchored at the sea's edge, naval soldiers anxiously observing the island's movements. The atmosphere, so tense it felt as if it could freeze the very air. The struggle for the position of admiral had been ongoing for 2 years. From initial undercurrents to the current open conflict, the fissures within the Navy were now unmistakably clear. Need the outcome be stated? The last time we met, Admiral Sakazuki already displayed overwhelming strength. On board a warship, the Spider Demon, polishing his renowned blade, smirked coldly upon hearing this. His gaze fixated on the battlefield interwoven with ice and flames, his tone dripping with arrogance. Justice can only be manifested under absolute power, Admiral Kazan remains too weak. Represented by himself and Dogma, the Navy's hawkish faction has long adhered to blood and order, revering Sakazuki's hardline methods. In their eyes, Sakazuki is the hope for the Navy's future, a leader who can guide them toward a mightier and purer form of justice. That is not the case. Such cold and extreme justice will only lead the Navy to ruin. A clear and resolute voice interrupted the Spider Demon's rhetoric from behind. The crowd turned to see a young naval officer clad in a pristine uniform, bearing the rank of colonel, standing there with reddened eyes. Kobe, do you wish to court death? Terrified by the sudden turn of events, Krumburger rushed forward to grasp the young man's arm, attempting to pull him away from the treacherous topic. Yet Kobe stood firm, as immovable as a mountain. To pursue iron-fisted oppression while disregarding the Navy's original intent and the sentiments of the people is nothing short of foolishness. Amidst quiet sobs, the entire warship fell into a hushed silence. All eyes were fixed on Kobe, though his voice was soft. Each word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. Speak again, boy. The Spider Demon's expression darkened ominously. Being confronted so directly by a junior clearly embarrassed him. Do not think that just because you have Carp's protection, I would hesitate to deal with you. The Spider Demon tightened his grip on Kobe's collar, lifting him while his other hand slowly reached for the sword at his waist, seemingly ready to draw it at any moment. The air grew exceedingly tense, as if a string were about to snap. Admiral Spider, Brother Spider. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, onlookers began to intervene, and Krumburger, sweating profusely, desperately tried to pry the Spider Demon's hand from Kobe's collar while anxiously exclaiming, "Please, calm down. Just a moment. Admiral Spider. Kobe is still young and naive. Do not stoop to his level. I must teach this insolent boy a lesson today." No one shall. Before the Spider Demon could finish his threat, a familiar voice abruptly interrupted his furious tirade. What? Celebrating my victory in advance, are we? The crowd turned in astonishment at the sound, witnessing Sakazuki, battered and weary, staggering forth from the smoke and snow of the battlefield. Despite his tattered clothing, marred by magma and ice, his skin covered in burns and frostbite, his gaze remained resolute, as if the pain he endured were merely inconsequential badges of honor. Sakazuki. The Spider Demon's hand froze in midair, his expression shifting from shock to elation. Years of camaraderie allowed him to instantly discern the outcome of the battle, filling him with exhilaration. Indeed, it seems Sakazuki has emerged victorious. Very well, I shall relay the message. On another warship's mast, Rob Lucci gently placed down his transponder snail. While communication devices produced by Buggy had become commonplace, the world government remained cautiously vigilant towards such tools due to their pirate origins. Hello, where is Kazan? He glanced at the few strands of white hair peeking out from beneath the brim of the other's hat, his brow furrowing deeply. The Gorosei has stated that such power cannot be allowed to remain. At the very least, it must not be allowed to reach the opposing side. Enough chatter. I shall handle it. Sakazuki slowly turned, stepping down from the warship. Since I have successfully claimed this position, I am now the Admiral of the Navy. Now, I hereby issue the first command of the new Admiral. Sink this island with all available warships. Chapter 89. Escape from Death. The sudden incident at Rocky Port. The behavior of the Navy is indeed perplexing. They could easily secure a victory, yet they refrain from allowing others to intervene. The scene abruptly shifts to Yalata, who laboriously drags the unconscious Akiji, racing through the lush jungle alongside Buggy and the others towards the far side of the island. Every time I end up as the laborer, I swear I won't return again, she mutters. His burns are severe, and with no doctor at hand, they must rely on your slippery fruit to mitigate the secondary damage to his wounds. Buggy, while directing the group to dodge obstacles ahead, glances back and remarks, in truth, The Cross Guild is in dire need of a ship's doctor. He gazes at the Baiku Daopu moored at the shore, momentarily lost in thought. Mr. 3. In a few days, make a trip to Twin Cape. Remember to bring back some rare herbs from the New World. It would be splendid if we could enlist Uncle Coloccus. Even Captain Roger sang his praises. Boom. Just as he spoke, the pirate ship before them exploded, shaking the vessel violently, splintering wooden planks across the deck. Cannon fire. Crocodile's expression hardened as he swiftly positioned himself in front of the group, his sand-formed arm solidifying into a shield to block the subsequent barrage. It seems to be indiscriminate fire. The Navy intends to sink the entire island. Wait, have we been discovered? Mr. 3. His voice quivered with a hint of fear as he scanned the surroundings, seeking any sign of the Navy's approach through the dense foliage. But even so, as a warlord of the sea, we should be allies of the Navy. Do you not comprehend? Mihawk unsheathed a short dagger, deftly slicing through incoming cannonballs, which shattered into sparks. These attacks are evidently not aimed at us. Otherwise, they wouldn't be mere cannonballs. He then cast a glance at the unconscious Akiji and boarded a small boat. I wish to avoid complications before the warlord system is officially abolished. You all should hasten your departure. Wait, how can we? Yalada's protest was interrupted by Buggy. Forget it, let's board quickly. It's only the deck that's on fire. The Baikadaupu should still be usable. He then turned and extinguished the cigar Crocodile was smoking. Weren't we discussing collaboration? Why the hesitation? Quickly help put out the fire. We must avoid direct confrontation with the Navy at this moment. You scoundrel. Crocodile shot Buggy a dark look, but refrained from further comment. With a wave of his sand-formed fingers, a torrent of sand rushed towards the burning deck of the Baikadaupu, swiftly quelling the flames. Simultaneously, Mr. 3 utilized his wax fruit ability to hastily repair the damaged hull. The wax he created not only solidified quickly, but was as hard as iron, a testament to the careful tutelage of several commanders from the Big Mom pirates. Of course, this was also one of the reasons he had been relentlessly pursued since leaving without permission. Stop. Akiji is still there. Are you all insane? In the waters beyond the island, relentless cannon fire persisted, with Navy ships rising and falling like behemoths amidst the waves, their cannons trained on Punk Hazard Island, continuously unleashing a barrage of firepower. The Navy personnel who had initially supported Akiji were now stripped of their duties, temporarily confined within the ship's hold. Through the small iron windows, they gazed at the ceaseless cannon fire outside, filled with confusion and indignation. What is this all about? Must we face execution upon failure? Is this the Navy that upholds justice? A naval colonel pounded the iron bars in anger, his eyes bloodshot, clearly unable to accept this brutal reality. Doesn't Sakazuki understand? If Akiji comes to harm, the Navy will descend into chaos. Another naval major paced anxiously in the confined space, seemingly seeking a means of escape. At this point, only Captain Garp can put a stop to this madness. Kobe quietly retrieved a concealed phone from the corner, dialing a series of numbers with urgency. However, at the very moment the call connected, the entire ship, including the phone in his hand, was split in two. I will reiterate, my patience is limited. If you do not clear a path, I will take matters into my own hands. On the vast sea, a solitary small boat stood firm, a glint of blade flashing from within, casting a silvery sheen across the water. That blade belongs to Hawkeye Mihawk. How did he end up here? The exclamations of the naval officers were drowned out by the cannon fire, yet their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. However, Mihawk offered no response, standing silently in his boat, the black blade in his hand radiating a chilling light. The Red Dog, tormented by the side effects of ES, scowled as he was about to erupt, only to be interrupted by a sharp, piercing buzzing sound. That telephone bug. It seems to be the exclusive communication method of Mariewa. Beside him, Doberman's expression sharpened as he swiftly turned to report to Akainu. Admiral, should we take the call? Bring it here. After all, it is my duty. Akainu pondered for a moment, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze, but he ultimately nodded. This is Sakazuki. What is the situation? Immediately cease all actions and organize forces to Hive Island, came the low and urgent voice from the other end. The Rocky Bird is under siege. And according to internal sources, the young princess of the Roseward family is aboard. Must the Navy always be burdened with such trifles? What is CP0 doing? Akainu's eyes widened in fury as he surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Rob Lucci's nonchalant expression. We have no time. We have yet to resolve matters here. You seem to lack the authority to negotiate. If I can have you don this fine uniform, I can just as easily have it removed. The voice on the other end grew increasingly cold and unyielding before abruptly terminating the call. After a moment's hesitation, the naval fleet surrounding the island ultimately chose to change course and speed away. This decision would later leave Akainu bewildered in his final moments, unable to fathom why he had so easily relinquished the opportunity to pursue Akiji and what consequences that choice would bring upon him and the entire Navy. Chapter 90. The Onslaught. Black Arm Zephyr takes action. Days later, on an island in the New World, an astonishing scene unfolded. The streets, chaotic and disorderly, resembled an unfinished revelry. A few naval soldiers, despite donning solemn military caps, lounged bare-chested against a weathered wall, their lips curling into inexplicable smiles. Their eyes glazed as if entranced by a phantasmagorical dream. Some among them shouted boisterously, gesticulating wildly, seemingly eager to release the pent-up frustrations and repressions of the past. Look, it's the G5 Navy. The words of passers-by mingled with a sense of helplessness and mockery. What a disgraceful bunch to behave like this in broad daylight. One person indignantly chastised. How could they have fallen so low? An elderly man ambled by, leaning on his cane, shaking his head in dismay. His eyes filled with disappointment and confusion. His grandson clutched at his sleeve, gazing at the unruly sailors with a mix of curiosity and fear. Grandpa, aren't the Navy our protectors? Why are they indulging like this? The boy's voice was tinged with innocence and bewilderment. The old man sighed, offering no direct response, merely murmuring, this world is often shrouded in shadows that sunlight cannot penetrate. Perhaps their sense of justice has been obscured by something. Not far off, the door of a tavern stood ajar, from which emerged even louder sounds, clinking glasses and raucous laughter. Occasionally, muffled complaints could be heard, seemingly regarding recent orders, supply shortages, and a high-level decision gone awry. I heard the orders from above have gone awry. This batch of G5 sailors were once under the command of former Admiral Kazan. Since his defection, those close to him have faced exclusion and oppression. A young man in civilian clothes whispered to his companion, a glimmer of sympathy in his eyes. It's truly tragic. Once our protectors, now they resemble abandoned children. His companion sighed, and they exchanged glances filled with unspoken emotions. A group of wastrels, squandering resources. The Navy headquarters dedicated immense effort to nurture you, not for you to languish in depravity here. Amidst this chaos and confusion, a solitary figure glided through the crowd, a one-armed elder clad in black military attire. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, surveying the out-of-control sailors within the tavern. Filled with disappointment and fury. You've merely changed your workplace. How can you abandon justice so easily? Old fool, who do you think you are? Quit your blathering. A drunken sailor stumbled to his feet, pointing a shaky finger at the elder, his words laced with provocation. Yet, before he could finish, the elder's piercing gaze compelled him to retreat. Truly, the younger generation is worse than the last. Seeing you like this eases some of my guilt, the elder remarked bitterly. The previously raucous sailors lowered their heads under the weight of the middle-aged man's authoritative presence, too intimidated to meet his eyes. The atmosphere in the tavern shifted to one of solemnity, even the boisterous patrons instinctively lowering their voices. Emergency assembly. All G5 members return to base immediately. A significant mission is at hand. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and several neatly attired naval soldiers rushed past, their faces etched with tension and seriousness. An officer shouted, "Intelligence reports indicate that NEO Navy Leader Z has appeared in nearby waters. Headquarters commands us to act at once. This is our chance to earn merit and regain respect at the headquarters. It hinges on this battle. Indeed, it's time to show those who look down on us." The once jovial soldiers, upon hearing this, instantly changed their expressions, quickly tidying their attire and following the directive. The chaos of the streets was swiftly replaced by an atmosphere of urgency and order. Teacher Zephyr, should we perhaps take a moment to avoid this? Amid the turmoil, a young man in casual attire approached against the tide, tugging at the elder's sleeve, concern evident in his eyes. Avoid? Why should we avoid? The elder took a swig from a bottle on the tavern table. Akin, how many times must I tell you? The old Zephyr is dead. I am now Z. As he spoke, he stood and gazed out at the tumultuous sea, wiping the remnants of liquor from his lips. Weren't you supposed to return to the Cross Guild? Why meddle in my affairs? Staying with your former employer is far preferable to lingering here to die. Don't say that, Zephyr. No, Teacher Z. Had you not saved me back then, Akin would likely have perished on that small island, Akin retorted. snatching the bottle from Zephyr's hand and taking a hearty swig before slamming it down on the table. I've made up my mind. Since I cannot sway you, I will fight alongside you to the end. Regardless of the outcome, I wish to stand by your side. You rascal. Your temper mirrors that of the old ones. Zephyr shook his head in frustration. It's a pity. He is gone. Perished at the hands of that wretched Edward Weevil. I shall never forget this. Upon mentioning Winds's death, Zephyr's gaze turned icy and resolute, as an invisible fire ignited within his chest. He had once been one of his proudest disciples, a young man filled with dreams and an unwavering belief in justice. Yet fate had cruelly mocked him, leading him to cross paths with the monster known as Edward Weevil at the wrong time and place. Sodders are scouring the area for you. I can't believe you dare show yourselves here. The tavern door was suddenly flung open, and a man with remnants of food stuck to his face, wearing sunglasses, strode in. I've taken care of what Doflamingo instructed. The path ahead is yours to navigate. His words dripped with disdain and anticipation, as if he relished what was about to unfold. The commander of the G5 base. A mere pirate's infiltrator. What lengths that fellow would go to. Zephyr rose, placing a hand on the intruder's shoulder. An overwhelming aura emanating from him that forced the latter to stagger back, nearly colliding with the doorframe behind him. Virgo, be cautious while walking at night. You might find yourself in pieces one day. No sooner had he spoken than the two figures within the tavern morphed into shadows, moving with astonishing speed, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly in their wake. Chapter 91. The Emergence of the Revolutionary Army. Zephyr's terrifying plan. Teacher Z, you have finally arrived. The majority of us are already assembled. By the port, a robust man with bronze skin hurriedly approached, his gaze fixed upon the tense island before him, a hint of cunning lurking behind his hearty smile. Just as we anticipated, the G5 Navy has been lured to the other side. Shuzwa, your efforts are appreciated. Although fatigue marked Zephyr's visage, he adeptly grasped his breathing apparatus, inhaling deeply to dispel his weariness. What news from Mine and Bins? We have only one chance. We have thoroughly investigated. The island indeed harbors a cache of explosive rock. Shuzwa scratched his head, cautiously assisting Akane with the attachment of a crusher to Zephyr's mechanical arm. However, just moments ago, a peculiar individual injured several of our subordinates, claiming he wished to speak with you. A peculiar individual? Zephyr's brow furrowed suddenly, a flicker of alertness in his eyes. What is his background? My movements should have been quite clandestine. Shuzwa shook his head, his expression revealing confusion. It's unclear. His attire does not resemble that of a Navy officer or pirate. More akin to a traveler, burdened with a large satchel. Yet, his prowess is not to be underestimated. He struck with ferocity and precision, effortlessly breaching our outer defenses. Interesting, Zephyr murmured to himself, then lifted his gaze towards the distant island, determination and resolve glimmering in his eyes. Very well. Take me to him. It is best to avoid any missteps before the operation commences. As you wish, Teacher Z. Rest assured. He is currently safe in a secluded location and will not discover any of our plans. After Shuzwa spoke, he led Zephyr and his companions through the winding alleys of the port until they arrived before a concealed warehouse. The warehouse door stood firmly shut, enveloped in silence, save for the gentle sea breeze whispering against the wooden planks, as if conveying untold secrets. This is the place. Shuzwa stepped forward, gently knocking on the door before retreating to Zephyr's side. Before long, faint footsteps echoed from within, and the door slowly creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage. At the end of the corridor stood a man adorned with a grand hat equipped with windglasses, his golden hair cascading around him. He stood leisurely, backlit by the lingering rays of the setting sun, his large satchel resting conspicuously by his feet. Is it you, Senior Zephyr? It has been a long time. The golden-haired man removed his hat and bowed, his voice imbued with an almost imperceptible depth. I am Sabo, the current chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Uncle Dragon has been unable to reach you, so I felt compelled to come in person. So, he is one of Dragon's men. At the mention of the Revolutionary Army and Dragon's name, Zephyr's eyes sharpened, a complex expression crossing his face as he stepped into the warehouse. His gaze fixed firmly on Sabo, the soft hissing of his breathing apparatus echoing in the confined space. What? Do even you wish to thwart this old man? Senior, while I am unaware of your specific plans, Uncle Dragon has always believed that anyone striving for change in this world deserves respect. Sabo's tone was calm, yet resolute, meeting Zephyr's gaze without flinching. We do not intend to obstruct you. But we hope that if your actions risk harming the innocent or exacerbating an already chaotic situation, you will allow us to propose a more peaceful resolution. Young man, I have experienced more than you have traveled. Do you presume to lecture me? Zephyr scoffed, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. What have the Revolutionary Army's actions brought but turmoil? Furthermore, if we speak of chaos, you are the true experts in that regard. As he spoke, he lit a cigar, inhaling deeply. The swirling smoke made his countenance appear even more profound. I enlisted in the Navy at the age of 14, enduring countless storms, presiding over numerous campaigns against the Revolutionary Army, and I am well acquainted with your ideologies. But do you truly comprehend the current state of the nations you have liberated? They are either reshuffled by the world government or shrouded in new tyranny. Your so-called liberation is merely a different form of shackles. Zephyr turned, gesturing dismissively. Return, young man, and inform Dragon that if he wishes to survive, he should withdraw his people from the New World. Senior, Sabo watched as Zephyr's figure receded, a weary sigh escaping him as he approached a corner of the warehouse. Just as you predicted, he is utterly unyielding. That incident from the past has deeply scarred him. His heart is filled with obsession, and once he has made a decision, it is difficult to alter. From the shadows of the warehouse, a low voice responded. A cane slowly emerged, having remained hidden until now. But why do you not know what Zephyr intends to do? His tone suggests he is about to undertake a perilous endeavor. Sabo anxiously paced. If this continues, it could lead to a grave disaster. He murmured to himself. I have only heard the teacher mention explosive rocks in passing. Beyond that, he forbids me from asking further. Akane replied gently. Wait, you mentioned explosive rocks. Sabo abruptly halted, a flicker of fear and unease crossing his eyes. I understand. Could it be? He suddenly turned, gripping Akane's shoulders urgently. Akane, have you heard of Endpoint? Uncle Dragon once told me that if it is detonated, the entire New World would be obliterated. No, that cannot be. The teacher would never do such a thing. Akane's complexion paled instantly. He may only wish to harness the explosive rock's power for a specific purpose, but he would never sacrifice the entire New World. Do not be naive. Even you do not believe your own words. Sabo tugged at the brim of his hat. Regardless, we must prevent him. Time is of the essence. Akane pointed towards the dimming sky outside the warehouse. From what I know, the elite forces of the Enyo Navy have already assembled ahead of time. What? What did you say? How could this be? Sabo collapsed to the ground, his fists clenched tightly, despair and frustration filling his eyes. Ace, Luffy, and the others are still fighting for their dreams somewhere in the New World. We cannot allow them, nor countless others, to fall into danger due to a moment's recklessness from Senior Zephyr. I have a solution. Hearing Sabo's desperate cry, Akane's eyes suddenly brightened. Chairman Buggy. With Chairman Buggy's strength, he can certainly stop the teacher. They are currently operating in nearby waters. No sooner had he spoken than Buggy, directing the fleet in transporting supplies, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 92. The Assault on the Island. A major event unfolds. It must be a cold, for this wretched weather is increasingly peculiar. Buggy muttered as he rubbed his reddened, frost-bitten nose. His brow furrowed as he gazed towards the indistinct horizon of the sea. Everyone, hurry up. It's rare for Shanks to speak up. I do not wish for this sudden turn of events to jeopardize our agreement. Just a few days prior, at the far end of the Grand Line, the formidable Yonko Shanks sent Buggy a confidential letter via an extraordinary pigeon that could traverse storms and disregard distances. In the letter, Shanks not only expressed his keen interest and heartfelt congratulations on Buggy's newly established Cross Guild, but also revealed a staggering piece of news. He had decided to embark on another journey to seek the legendary One Piece. For this venture, Shanks requested Buggy's assistance in transporting a shipment of supplies to his sanctuary island and providing some necessary support. After all, upon his departure, the residents and allies on those islands might face unknown threats. Shanks promised in his letter that, in return, he would share with Buggy some secret navigational routes of the seas he controlled, which would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for Buggy and his Cross Guild, who had just begun to venture into the New World. Wald, make sure to diligently note down the navigational routes throughout the New World. These will be crucial for the future development of our Cross Guild, Buggy instructed Wald, who was beside him, holding a map and compass while inspecting the supplies. Ever since the former king of the sea, Yumit, was slain during an attack on Buggy at the captain's conference, the maritime transport industry had briefly plunged into chaos. However, Bondi Wald, the former world destroyer, was unanimously elected to take over the underground transport operations due to his formidable strength and unique personality. With the assistance of his brother, Benjak, Wald not only quickly stabilized the situation but also gradually expanded the business, extending the underground transport network to every corner of the new world. Now, they had become a force to be reckoned with. One cannot simply yield to age, indeed. It has been quite some time since Benjak and I last set foot in the new world, Walt said, hoisting a heavy bag of supplies and striding steadily towards the cabin. In the blink of an eye, those once unknown apprentices on the sea have all grown into towering trees. Ding ding ding. Buggy, you have a call. It seems to be from Akin, a clad figure in furs. Alrita rushed from the other end of the cabin, holding a communication device exclusive to the Cross Guild, her expression one of impatience. How many times must I say this? Can you please keep this device on you next time? Akin? Buggy furrowed his brow as he took the communication device, murmuring, "It has barely been a moment since we caught our breath. That old fellow won't start stirring up trouble again, will he?" The scene shifted to a solitary island, where fierce winds howled and dark clouds loomed ominously. Countless ships battled through cannon fire and monstrous waves, struggling to approach the heart of the island. On the island's shore, a rudimentary dock threatened to collapse under the storm. Flickering torches fighting valiantly against the gale to provide scan illumination. Quick, seal all the storage doors. We cannot allow the explosive rocks to leave the island. A commander clad in a Navy uniform, wearing a steel helmet, paced anxiously on the dock, wielding a longsword, its tip occasionally striking the ground with a sharp sound. Have we contacted headquarters? They are about to land. Report, sir. Communication remains unstable, but we are doing our utmost to send signals to headquarters. Replied a messenger standing next to a communication device battered by the wind and rain, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Upon hearing this, the commander's expression darkened further. Damn the Neo Navy. They dare to launch an attack in such weather. They must be aiming to exploit the storm and poor communication to mount a surprise assault. Prepare for battle. Even if it is our last breath, we must defend this island. Such bravado, yet rather than sacrifice ourselves in vain, we might as well surrender. A deep, magnetic voice approached, revealing a towering figure cloaked in black, wielding a massive mechanical arm. Zebra. Commander Zifa. The commander recoiled in shock, trembling as disbelief filled his voice. Draw your swords, Navy. Regardless of the foe we face, we must not lose our courage. Zifa surveyed the youthful soldiers around him, sighing. I will do my utmost to spare you suffering. To die on the battlefield is a soldier's honor. Crush and explode. No sooner had he spoken than his mechanical arm erupted with dazzling flames, accompanied by a deafening roar and flying sparks as it swung towards the ground, engulfing the surrounding soldiers and structures in a conflagration. No, the commander, narrowly escaping, shouted in despair, raising his long sword to charge forward, only to find his movements ensnared by plants that suddenly sprouted from the ground, binding him helplessly. I can only remain loyal to Teacher Z. The gathered crowd turned to see a figure resembling a ninja midair, performing exaggerated dance moves. The ground appeared to respond to his summons, as countless vines and plants erupted from the soil, spreading towards the surrounding navy. Benz, enough of the games. I received word that the Navy headquarters seems to have dispatched reinforcements. Ein, another student of Zifa, possessing the power to manipulate time, stood beside Benz, her tone laced with seriousness. Is that true, Ein? Then we must hasten our efforts. Although Benz's expression retained a playful smile, he swiftly acted, transforming the once restraining plants into sharp blades that cut towards the soldiers. The Navy's defenses have crumbled. We must expedite the transport. Zifa observed the chaotic battlefield below and waved his hand. Tell everyone to proceed cautiously. If this spirals out of control, no one will survive. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, several Neo Navy warships docked at the shore were suddenly pierced by a blinding yellow light, splitting them in two amid a colossal explosion, flames shooting skyward, debris scattering in all directions. It has been quite a while, teacher. Amidst the aftermath of the explosion, a languid figure emerged from the smoke. What brings you here? Chapter 93. Detonate the explosive rocks. Exhausted Marines. Borsellino, I should have advised you that your reliance on the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi is excessive. Zifa raised his mechanical arm high, the flames clashing violently with the laser beams emitted by Kizaru amidst the torrential rain, the two forces colliding in the air, erupting in dazzling lights and deafening sounds. Oh, still so harsh, aren't you, Teacher Zifa? Kizaru spun in the air, the Amaterasu no Kin coalescing instantaneously, a languid smile still gracing his face. Isn't it better to enjoy retirement? Why must you wade through this murky water? Is the Navy's intelligence really that outdated? I now call myself Z. Zephyr reacted swiftly, his mechanical arms suddenly pivoting and counterattacking. I have long been weary of your carefree nature. Just because you have become an admiral, does that grant you the license to act as you please? In my eyes, you have never been competent. Crush blaster, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Zephyr's mechanical arms tip erupted with a blinding radiance, as if the power it had amassed for ages was being released at that moment. It was a beam cannon forged from advanced technology, its formidable energy instantly engulfing Kizaru's position, radiating light as if a miniature sun had exploded in the downpour. That was close. However, your cumbersome weapon cannot keep pace with my speed. Kizaru's figure appeared not far away in the instant the light dissipated. A slight haze of smoke surrounding him, yet his expression remained nonchalant, as though the prior attack was merely a gentle breeze. Ah, I almost forgot the main matter. I'm not here for a nostalgic chat. Though laced with jest, Kizaru's tone shifted to seriousness. The Amaterasu no Kin in his hand radiating with brilliance. What exactly does the Enyo Navy intend to do with these perilous explosive rocks? They are still in the experimental phase. How dare you even ask? Back then, you, as the head of the security team, sneaked off to that damned banquet, leading to the demise of my students. Zephy's gaze deepened at Kizaru's mention of the explosive rocks, and he slowly lowered his mechanical arm. Rainwater sliding down its cold metallic surface, dripping onto the ground with a crisp sound. I will never forget the desperate looks in their eyes before they perished. But now, it's fine. Soon I will make everyone taste that despair. What on earth do you intend to do? Chapter 94, Amnesia and Akiji's Covert Operation. Buggy, moderate your pace. My old bones can't withstand such jostling. The twilight cascaded upon the ocean's expanse like molten gold, painting the firmament in hues of resplendent orange and crimson. A weathered pirate vessel, akin to a fragile skiff amidst the tempestuous waves, navigated the waters with unwavering resolve. Upon the deck, two figures hurried about. One an aged man with hair reminiscent of vibrant saffron, panting heavily as he addressed the agile young pirate ahead. Your vigor is akin to one imbued with elixirs today. Had you possessed such zeal before, Shanks wouldn't have so thoroughly eclipsed you. Spare me your jests, Crocus, time is of the essence. Buggy retorted without pausing. Lest you accuse me of failing to forewarn you. He is an acquaintance of your. What? What did you utter? Has misfortune befallen Jabba and his crew? Upon hearing these words, Crocus's countenance turned grave, his pace quickening in tandem. My mentor bears so many wounds. Within the ship's hold, the dim illumination barely pierced the encroaching darkness, the air redolent with the subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs. A man, his body scorched and blackened, lay supine upon the rudimentary wooden cot, his complexion ashen, his brow beaded with perspiration. Bandages swathed him like layers of gossamer, revealing glimpses of harrowing wounds, some scabbed over, others silently weeping blood. Akiji, clad in civilian attire, stood sentinel at the bedside, his brow furrowed in concern as he meticulously applied ointment. What trials have you endured to be rendered thus? Is that Zephyr? The creak of the door heralded Crocus's arrival, his visage etched with astonishment and trepidation. His gaze fixated upon the scarred and pallid figure upon the bed, his heart pounding in his chest. What transpires here? Are these not agents of the Navy? I have long since retired from piracy. This gentleman was the ship's physician aboard Joel D. Rogers' vessel, a name Buggy has often invoked. Akiji gently set down the ointment, rose, and offered a respectful nod to Crocus. Rest assured, as you can discern, neither my mentor nor I remain affiliated with the Navy. Indeed, I have become detached from the affairs of the sea these past years. Were it not for Buggy's emissary, my bones would have long since decayed at Twin Capes. Crocus advanced slowly, his gaze returning to Zephyr, his expression laden with complexity. The burns are extensive, indicative of a powerful explosive, and assuredly not of ordinary make. As he spoke, the figure on the bed stirred slightly. Zephyr's eyelids fluttered open, his profound eyes gleaming in the dim light, only to contract in pain. Master, you are awake, Akiji exclaimed with relief, hastening to support Zephyr's shoulders, assisting him to sit upright. Kazan, the graduation exam is tomorrow. What brings you here? Zephyr strained to straighten his posture, but winced from the pain. Sakazuki, why is he not with you? Does he still harbor resentment over my withholding its grade? He massaged his temples, then cast a glance at Crocus, as if beholding something unbelievable, and abruptly shoved Akiji to the ground. Kazan, flee. This man is a member of the Roger Pirates. Master, compose yourself. Akiji, taken aback, quickly regained his composure and steadied Zephyr, preventing him from exacerbating his injuries. Your leg. I understand. They are responsible, are they not? I shall avenge you. Zephyr's agitation intensified. His remaining left arm turned as black as night, and a powerful gust of wind erupted, shaking the cabin and sending debris flying. In the nick of time, Buggy burst through the door, and a fist, detached from his body, struck the berserk Zephyr, severing the surge of power and causing him to lose consciousness once more. Did the old codger recover? What happened while I was talking? Why are you fighting? I understand. He has amnesia, Crocus exclaimed, approaching Zephyr and scrutinizing the former admiral, his eyes filled with emotion. The trauma has damaged his brain, causing memory confusion. It's not just a misunderstanding of our identities, but his own past experiences may have become blurred. Akiji's heart sank. What is to be done? We cannot allow him to remain in this state of delusion. Buggy, assist me in moving him inside. Buggy glanced at a fleeting shadow outside the porthole. Akiji, join me on deck. They stepped onto the deck, the night wind carrying a chill. That was CP0? Akiji lit a cigarette, his eyes filled with concern. Indeed. Buggy nodded. Alvita contacted me, stating that the Navy has ordered us to search for the missing Zephyr. I suspect that figure was also seeking him. The Navy knows of his presence here? Akiji inhaled deeply, flicking the cigarette but into the sea. Sakazuki has consolidated his power within the Navy, and his response is swift. The old man once sought to obliterate the new world, and in such matters, they will unite despite their internal conflicts. Buggy sighed. In his current state, he cannot evade the Navy, much less CP0. Capture would mean certain death. I know the Navy's methods all too well. Akiji gazed at the approaching ships on the horizon, his gaze resolute. Buggy, I ask a favor. Watch over the Inyo Marines. A frigid gust of wind swept over the deck, encasing Buggy in a lifelike ice sculpture, as if time itself had frozen.